As the most favored youngest son of the imperial lineage, you are nonetheless subjected to the audacity of the ants below, who dare to strip you of your cultivation and excavate your divine bones. In their eyes, you are merely an orphan devoid of any significant background. Yet upon you rests the ethereal essence, cherished by countless souls. However, you have entangled yourself with the clans within the city, having slain the disciples of this realm's sacred lineage. However, they remain unaware that individuals from the celestial imperial lineage must have their memories sealed at the age of 12 to undergo trials in the mortal realm. In the near future, your memory shall be unbound and return to the upper realm. Undoubtedly, your closest kin eagerly anticipates the day of your return, yet they never imagined that the news awaiting them would be the shattering of your soul's token. Within the realm of Chenxiao, the four great sects hold an unparalleled status. A disciple from one of these sects was tragically slain by a member of a prominent family, leading to the annihilation of that family on the very same day. Countless innocent civilians within the city met a gruesome fate, leaving no remnants of their existence. Consequently, upon receiving the news, the esteemed clans of Chenxiao promptly stripped you of your cultivation. Now, he is cast into the square, judged before the eyes of the multitude. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, upon receiving this news from the elders, Su Wudao's imperial wrath ascends to the heavens, as if the very sky of this upper realm were on the verge of collapsing. The ants of the lower realm, dare you to move even a few of my pieces? Do you wish to be obliterated? At this moment, within the realm of Chenxiao, all await your ultimate judgment. Disciples of the Chenxiao lineage have perished in Chenxiao. I perceive that this wretched creature seeks to bring ruin upon all of us in Chenxiao. It is imperative that we subject it to the most excruciating of punishments, stripping its bones and sinews, an execution with 1,000 cuts. In the twilight of your existence, the emergence of the system bestowed upon you a glimmer of hope. Without pausing to ponder, an overwhelming force surged forth from within you. Yet this only served to exhilarate the disciples of the path who conspired against you. The phenomena of heaven and earth unfolded. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of celestial wonders. I never imagined that this individual, whose cultivation and innate talent have been utterly obliterated, could still achieve such a level. This innate divine demonic body is rightfully mine. At this moment, a resounding and hearty laughter echoed throughout the arena. A marvel of nature unfolded. My esteemed disciple, I never anticipated that within this humble Chenxiao, a prodigious entity would manifest. The sudden appearance of the elder from the Chenxiao lineage caused you to inwardly curse the system, lamenting, "What a wretched system this is! Who would expect to be sentenced to death immediately upon crossing over? Even formidable beings from the fragmentation realm have arrived. How am I to escape?" Meanwhile, while Wang Ba engaged in conversation with his master, the upper realm had descended into utter chaos. The elders of the celestial monitoring pavilion, who oversee the countless realms below, found their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. To claim they were unafraid in the presence of the two formidable deities before them would be a falsehood. One of these beings is the illustrious Su Yaowang, the second daughter of the esteemed Su clan, renowned for her possession of the legendary Xianfeng divine body, a figure pursued by countless aspirants across the myriad heavens. The other is the extraordinary Su Jingheng, the divine protector of the realm, who single-handedly vanquished 1,000,000 extraterrestrial foes. The celestial watchtower is tasked with overseeing 30 million realms below. Yet, before the two individuals, it dares not utter a single word beyond a mere whisper. May I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit to the lower realms? Su Jingheng's spear buzzed ominously in his grasp, the oppressive aura of the supreme realm cascading forth. If you wish to avoid death, then begone. In an instant, the dozens of elders from the Destroyer Pavilion were nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 5. The Aura of the Young Brother's Divine Bone. You all shall perish. With a single thunderous roar, countless beings within the Chenxiao realm found themselves compelled to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Far away, within the four great sects of the Chenxiao realm, the venerable ancestors felt an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. They abruptly awoke from their meditative states, their aged eyes filled with disbelief. What a terrifying power! Could it be A celestial being has descended upon our Chenxiao realm. How is this possible? The divide between the upper and lower realms is not only guarded by the Tianjian Pavilion, but also separated by insurmountable chasms of heavenly law. As someone forcefully crossed over into this realm, it seemed as though an immense terror was about to descend. Before the presence arrived, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entirety of Chenxiao. The gathered crowd was engulfed in a tumultuous surge of energy, trembling in fear, unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Ning Feng, who was in the midst of performing a blood-summoning technique, was abruptly interrupted. In the face of this aura, even his shattered realm cultivation made him feel as insignificant as an ant. He trembled uncontrollably, eyes wide with horror as he gazed at the sky. Boom! High above in the boundless sky, it appeared as though terrifying beings were engaged in battle, with radiant beams of light erupting incessantly. How dare the meager heavenly laws of the lower realm attempt to obstruct me? Su Jingheng, begone! With a resounding boom, a blood-red, blinding light erupted. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the heavens. The vast sky seemed as though it had been forcefully torn apart, creating an immense chasm that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Through this rift, one could clearly see the chaotic void currents that hindered countless cultivators from ascending from the lower realm. At this moment, numerous beings looked up at the sky in sheer terror. The people of Chenxiao were engulfed in a tempest of madness as the sky, which had isolated them from the chaotic void, was brutally rent asunder. This despairing scene, akin to the wails of a fallen heaven, caused Ning Feng's eyelids to twitch violently, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The sky has split? How can this be? Wait, people. There are people within that rift. As someone in the crowd cried out in fear, everyone instinctively looked upwards. Boom! Two colossal, terrifying divine lights descended from the abyss of the heavens. Armed with a crimson spear, the formidable Su Jingheng stood proudly in the sky, exuding an air of divinity and power. Beside him, the ethereal Su Yaowang appeared, resembling a goddess of unparalleled beauty. Both figures were cloaked in divine radiance, their overwhelming presence rendering all in attendance breathless. Everyone gazed up at the two dazzling figures in the sky. Were they beings from above? Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes shimmered, trembling continuously. Upon seeing Su Yaowang, even she, who had always held a sense of pride in her own beauty, felt a surge of intense jealousy. With hair as radiant as divine flames and a flawless visage, every inch of her seemed like a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Merely standing there, she resembled a proud phoenix, a goddess beyond reproach, making others feel utterly insignificant. Could such a perfect woman truly exist in this world? Why they come here? This is incomprehensible, even more terrifying than the ancestors. Like an unfathomable ocean, Ning Feng could not discern the realms of their cultivation. With a tingling sensation at the back of his neck and turmoil in his heart, he could only vaguely surmise that the two were likely exalted beings from the upper realm, such beings capable of tearing apart the heavens. Why would they appear in this place? Suppressing his fear, Ning Feng bowed humbly and spoke. I am Ning Feng, honored to meet you both. However, the two great beings seemed oblivious to his presence, merely surveying their surroundings as if searching for something. Suddenly, the woman in the sky appeared to discover something. Her pupils constricted in disbelief as she exclaimed, Younger brother? Younger brother? Who? As the crowd fell into confusion, Su Yaowang unexpectedly appeared before Su Chenxiao. Upon seeing him bloodied and bound by chains, her exquisite face was filled with sorrow and fury. Crack! The chains shattered instantly. Su Yaowang rasped forward, embracing Su Chenxiao. Covering her mouth, tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, How could this be? Younger brother, quickly, take this Qingdi Dan. Consume it at once. Tell sister, who has harmed you so? Boom! Su Chenxiao's sister? This scene struck the three major families present like a thunderbolt, leaving them in utter shock, their minds blank. Impossible. Wasn't he an orphan? Where did this sister come from? Younger brother? Yi Hong Tian, the patriarch of the Yi family, turned pale, murmuring in disbelief. How can this be possible? Lin Qingran stared intently at Su Yaowang. When she noticed the resemblance between Su Chenxiao and the woman, she staggered back a few steps, trembling. No, this cannot be. Suddenly, memories of a past jest from Su Chenxiao flooded her mind. Su Chenxiao, at such a young age, with such cultivation, are you truly just a loose cultivator? Ha! A solitary man, without father or mother. What would I deceive you for? I don't remember much from childhood, but you mentioned the possibility. Could it be that my parents had some unspeakable reason for abandoning me? Will they come back to find me? For some reason, I've always felt like I don't belong here. At that time, Lin Qingran had said little. However, upon learning of Su Chenxiao's background, the last remnants of her feelings for him had dissipated entirely. How could a mere loose cultivator assist her in escaping this cage-like lower realm? Unexpectedly now, those words had come back to haunt her. Amidst the disbelief of the Chenxiao crowd, even Su Chenxiao himself appeared utterly bewildered. Not a brother. What is happening? What does it mean to always be beaten as a villain? As a fated antagonist, having a supreme background seems quite reasonable, does it not? The true identity of the protagonist is the youngest son of the Su family of the Celestial Emperor clan, with parents alive. A grandfather and maternal grandfather being the current emperors, an elder brother as the guardian of the domain, and a sister, a divine phoenix, undergoing trials in the lower realm. Su Chenxiao, damn, I love you, system brother. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was ready to explode. As a villain, one must always maintain the elegance of a villain. If one can act, there is no need for idle chatter. If one can summon, there is no need for hesitation. The system reiterated. In midair, Su Jingheng also recognized the dire situation of his younger brother. The divine bone he had gifted had been excavated. His vitality diminished, and his foundational cultivation had been shattered, leaving him battered like a candle flickering in the wind. Boom! A terrifying force surged once more. At that moment, every heart in Chenxiao felt as though it were gripped by a colossal hand, forcing them to expel a mouthful of blood. He instantly appeared before Ningfeng, his eyes cold and terrifying. Why do you carry the aura of my younger brother's divine bone? Ningfeng's pupils dilated. He had never encountered such a terrifying being capable of tearing apart the sky of the lower realm. In an instant, he felt a bone-chilling fear wash over him, the weight of death filling his mind. The esteemed elder of the Tianqi sect fell to his knees, pleading loudly, "Senior, please spare me." Bang! Without granting an opportunity for retort, Su Jing forcefully pressed Heng Da's hand against Ning Feng's head. A flicker of malevolent brilliance ignited within his furious gaze. He directly invoked the soul-searching technique, an exceedingly tyrannical art that disregarded the other's very existence, ruthlessly tearing open the sea of consciousness to extract memories. A chilling and heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the air, awakening all present. They could only watch helplessly as Elder Ning of the Tianqi Dao lineage writhed in agony, his cries echoing. "No, spare me," the harrowing wails persisted for an indeterminate duration. Slowly, Su Jing's eyes fluttered open. Ningfeng appeared devoid of his spirit, collapsing like a lifeless mass upon the ground. The divine bone, which he had recently acquired, erupted from his garments. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, the seething wrath within Su Jing's pupils threatened to erupt. With a resounding crack, Ningfeng's head was crushed as if it were a mere watermelon, exploding into a mist of crimson. You all shall perish. Chapter 6. Preferential treatment over background. Today his kin arrived. Not a trace remained. Even the very souls were reduced to ashes beneath this terrifying power. Master. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan felt a suffocating sensation wash over him from a distance. His vision darkened, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to faint from sheer terror. Before him, his master was crushed effortlessly like an ant. It's over. Who are they? Why has that wretched woman, Lin Qingran, never mentioned them to me? Lin Qingran. Who exactly are they? Fang Yuan bellowed. Do you wish to see me perish? You vile woman. He dared not imagine what fate awaited him had he still possessed that divine bone. Lin Qingran, her face etched with fear, was at a loss. This was an elder from the shattered Tianqi Dao lineage. His master, whom she had just pledged allegiance to, had died so suddenly? I don't know. I had never been informed. At that moment, Su Jingheng, having gleaned everything through soul-searching, felt an uncontrollable twitch in his eyelids. His breath became uneven, his chest filled with boundless hatred. He recalled how everyone had cherished his younger brother in their clan, treating him as a precious gem, fearing he might break. They even went to the demon emperor domain to capture the son of the rock for a feast. How could he have ever endured such humiliation? The red blood divine spear seemed to resonate with its master-s emotions, emitting a constant humming sound. Su Jingheng's gaze swept over the gathered crowd of Chenxiao, and he spoke in a low, menacing tone. My younger brother merely descended for trials. You covet his divine blood and physique, believing him to be without background. Thus you seek to extract his marrow and blood. You and from the lower realms possess an audacity beyond measure. The heads of the three major families turned pale as death, drained of color. No, it wasn't he us. Senior, please spare us. One by one, the members of the three families knelt, begging for mercy. Wasn't he it supposed to be preference over background? Today his kin have arrived. Under Su Jingheng's cold and fierce gaze, a horrifying scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Yi, Lin, and Wang families exploded one after another into clouds of blood mist. Blood and gore littered the ground, transforming the martial arena into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. It was as if an invisible reaper's scythe was mercilessly reaping lives. The Ove, Chapter 7. The complex Lin Qingran, wretched servant. My father is dead, but I, Lin Qingran, absolutely cannot perish here. A powerful will to survive compelled her to suppress her inner terror and speak. This jade bracelet was given to me by Su Chenxiao. Su Jingheng's brows furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Lin Qingran's face for a long moment. The immortal jade bestowed by my mother is bound to my younger brother. Unless he gifts it personally, even a being of supreme power cannot sever the bond. Could it be that this woman truly has some connection to my brother? Before he could ponder further, a sudden cry from afar interrupted him. Elder brother, something is wrong with my younger brother. What has happened to him? Su Jingheng's expression changed drastically as he hurried to investigate. What do you mean something's wrong with him? Lin Qingran, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Like someone who had just escaped drowning, she knelt on the ground, greedily inhaling the air thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, Su Yaowang crowded Su Chenxiao, who appeared to be in agony, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. With an anxious expression, she implored Su Jingheng, I have just administered the Qingdi pill to him, which can heal all wounds. Yet why does he still suffer so? Ding! Innate chaos god, fusion progress of the innate god and demon body. 90, 95, 97, 100. Fusion complete. Boom! As Su Chenxiao merged the two divine bodies, an astonishing aura erupted from within him. An ancient and mysterious chaotic energy intermingling with the power of gods and demons. Su Jingheng's face grew solemn. The energy of gods and demons. But why is there another, unfamiliar essence emanating from my brother? Even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon of body fusion. He could only speak in a deep voice. Father and mother will arrive shortly. You stay here and take care of my brother. That woman seems to have some connection to him, and he is in a precarious state. We will discuss this once he awakens. Su Yaowang nodded, glancing at the visibly shaken Lin Qingran nearby. She had also noticed the immortal jade on Lin Qingran's person. Sensing the unusual tone in his words, Su Yaowang turned to Su Jingheng and asked, Elder brother, what are you planning to do? Su Jingheng's eyes darkened, a palpable killing intent flashing through them, his inner gloom lingering. He replied coldly, kill. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from sight. Su Yaowang said nothing further. She understood that only blood could quell her brother's wrath at this moment. Her gaze fell upon the pained Su Chenxiao in her arms, her eyes filled with sorrow. The fiery phoenix mark on her forehead shimmered, and strands of blazing divine flame enveloped Su Chenxiao, shielding him from any harm. Do not fear, little brother. Father and mother will arrive soon. We're bringing you home. Once Su Jingheng departed, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing the remaining onlookers a chance to breathe. Lin Qingran felt as though her spirit had been siphoned away, collapsing weakly to the ground. One moment she was immersed in the joy of becoming a disciple of the Chenxiao sect. The next, figures claiming to be kin of Chenxiao descended from the heavens. Even the exalted elder of the Chenxiao sect, who had seemed invincible in her eyes, was obliterated in an instant. Everything felt like a surreal dream. She gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful and noble Su Yaowang, surrounded by remnants of blood and flesh, each a reminder that all this was indeed reality, as if separated by eons. Lin Qingran's hair was disheveled, her expression vacant as she slumped to the ground. Staring at the jade bracelet on her right wrist, she murmured, "What on earth have I missed?" Just as she was lost in despondency, Su Yaowang appeared before her, her exquisite visage cold and devoid of emotion, gazing down upon Lin Qingran as a celestial being would. Her eyes seemed to pierce through Lin Qingran entirely. "You claim that the immortal jade in your possession was given to you by my younger brother?" Lin Qingran slowly lifted her head, startled. The close proximity only heightened her awareness of Su Yaowang's flawlessness. In comparison, the latter's noble and aloof aura seemed innate, while Lin Qingran felt like a mere counterfeit. Overwhelmed by inferiority, she could not meet Su Yaowang's gaze, lowering her head and muttering, I did not deceive you. It is true." With a delicate motion, Su Yaowang lifted her finger, causing Lin Qingran's storage ring to float uncontrollably away. Buzz! In an instant, she effortlessly dispelled the restrictions on the storage ring. One by one, treasures began to emerge from within. As she beheld the items that belonged to her younger brother, Su Yaowang's brows knitted tighter. Among them were treasures for survival that she and her elder brother had given him. Had he possessed even one of these, he would not have met such a fate today. Su Yaowang's attention was suddenly captured by a jade vial. From it, she sensed the essence of her brother's innate god-demon body. With a pop, the vial opened, and pure white pills floated out. Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with fury as she glared at Lin Qingran, who still kept her head down. "These are pills refined from my brother's divine blood. How could he go to such lengths for you?" The terrifying aura emanating from Su Yaowang made Lin Qingran tremble. I truly did not know," she stammered, unable to contain herself any longer. Su Yaowang raised her hand and struck Lin Qingran's cheek with a resounding slap. Crack! The sound of the slap rang out, clear and resonant, devoid of any extra force. Wretched servant! Lin Qingran was taken aback. A distinct handprint quickly appeared on her pale cheek, a wave of humiliation surging within her. Yet, before this noble and ethereal woman, she found herself unable to muster a shred of defiance. Su Yaowang grasped Herchin, her piercing phoenix eyes locking onto Lin Qingran with lethal intent. "Do you understand? These treasures are coveted even by those nearing the imperial throne. Without my brother's consent, they could never have come into your possession. I know not the nature of your relationship with him, but while he treats you with such kindness, you merely stood by and watched as he suffered." She felt indignant for her brother. Why would such an ordinary-looking, talentless girl from a lower realm captivate the younger brother of the Su clan's patriarch? Feeling the unabashed killing intent radiating from Su Yaowang, Lin Qingran was enveloped in icy fear, unable to utter a word. I. Su Yaowang yanked Lin Qingran's hair, forcefully bringing her to the ground. With an icy glare, she spoke. "Now you decide to play the innocent? Wretched servant, I warn you, should anything happen to my brother, every living being in the Chenxiao realm shall pay the price." The imperial clan, Su family? This name, unheard of until now, struck Lin Qingran's world for the first time. She had never imagined Su Chenxiao hailed from a realm she had always dreamed of, let alone possessed such a terrifying background. She dared not utter another word, fearing that the one who sought the truth might take her life. Yet, within her heart lingered a faint glimmer of hope, perhaps even a subtle sense of delight. Chapter 8. The Distressed People of Chenxiao, the arrival of the imperial parents. With Su Chenxiao's deep affection for her, if he were to awaken and admit his mistakes, would he not forgive her? Su Yaowang remained unaware of Lin Qingran's current thoughts. She cast a cold glance at her before rising to face the terrified crowd remaining in Chenxiao. Without a hint of doubt, she declared, until my younger brother awakens. None of you shall leave this place." With a gentle wave of her right hand, a terrifying divine flame erupted, capable of incinerating the very void, encircling the martial arena with unyielding ferocity. Merely being within this flame would subject one to unbearable, scorching temperatures. After ensuring their confinement, Su Yao Wang carried the unconscious Su Chenxiao directly into a building, patiently awaiting her parents' arrival. In the midst of this searing inferno, the people of Chenxiao were left in a state of shock. The events of the day had unfolded too abruptly, as if they were trapped in a vivid dream. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Su Chenxiao was, in fact, backed by a powerful entity from the higher realm. Qingran, a trembling elder from the Lin family, who still clung to a glimmer of hope, crawled over with a heart racing from fear. Did Su Chenxiao ever mention he hailed from the higher realm? Many shared his trepidation, noting that the current situation seemed to suggest that their lives were spared only until Su Chenxiao awoke to decide their fate. As for the other two families of Chenxiao, their plight paled in comparison to the Yi family, who were now ashen-faced and utterly despondent. Having subjected Su Chenxiao to the harshest of treatments in their attempts to curry favor with the Tianqi Dao lineage, Lin Qingran glanced at the elder beside her and shook her head. "Qingran," the elder grasped her arm, pleading with desperation. "I know you share a close bond with Su Chenxiao. When he awakens, you must speak on behalf of the Lin family. We have never wronged him. We were merely compelled by the Tianqi Dao lineage. Had they known earlier, would they have acted differently? If they had foreseen Su Chenxiao's extraordinary origins, who would have endeavored to ingratiate themselves with the Tianqi Dao?" The three prominent families of Chenxiao were engulfed in profound regret. Even Lin Qingran herself exhibited a complex expression, biting her lip as she murmured, "I shall do my best." Regarding her father's demise, she felt little emotional turmoil. Instead, the revelation of Su Chenxiao's identity quickened her heartbeat, flooding her mind with myriad thoughts. Ultimately, she could simply apologize to Su Chenxiao, claiming she had acted under the coercion of her senior brother Fang Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Qingran's agreement, the elders of the Lin family rejoiced, nodding fervently. "Excellent. This is the best outcome." At this juncture, they clung to a sliver of hope. With Su Chenxiao's noble lineage now revealed, if the Lin family could forge an alliance, they might even disregard the four major Dao lineages. A day later, shower. It seems Su Chenxiao heard someone calling him repeatedly. In the depths of a boundless slumber, countless childhood memories began to surface. Slowly, he opened his eyes, finding the world around him somewhat blurred. "Shower, you're awake." A voice filled with unrestrained joy emerged. At the bedside stood a beautiful woman, her face streaked with tears, who hurried to assist Su Chenxiao in sitting up. Meanwhile, Su Wudao, who paced the room in agitation, was taken aback, guilt etched across his face as he approached. "Xiaoya?" As Su Chenxiao gazed at the two before him, their features began to merge with the memories awakening in his mind. He instinctively called out, "Father, mother?" The sealed memories from before he turned 12 had now been liberated, revealing him as the son of the patriarch of the imperial Su family from the higher realm. And they were indeed his biological parents. Chen Wanyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she covered her mouth and softly wept. "My dear Shower, you've finally awakened. You scared your mother to death." Though Su Wudao displayed no outward emotional fluctuations, his gaze was markedly softer. He gradually settled down, extending his large hand to gently stroke Su Chenxiao's hair, his voice heavy with sincerity. "Good child, do you still remember your father? Shower, you've suffered in this lower realm." Su Chenxiao looked at him, still feeling a bit dazed, and nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanyue's expression grew cold as she glared at Su Wudao. "Su Wudao, how can you still speak so? If it weren't for your family's atrocious rules, will my Shower have endured such tribulations?" Since arriving in the Chenxiao realm and witnessing Su Chenxiao's suffering, Chen Wanyue had not spared Su Wudao a kind word. Su Wudao felt a deep sense of guilt and nodded in acknowledgement of his wife's words. "You are right. These rigid and harsh rules need to be revised. Rest assured, my dear. Xiao is safe now." I brought the elixir of eternal life specifically for him. Not only has he awakened the innate chaotic divine body due to this calamity, but with the elixir, even a powerful being on the brink of death could be revived. Chen Wanyue remained silent, turning to Su Chenxiao with utmost tenderness, her voice brimming with love as she inquired, "Shower, how do you feel? Are you better now?" Su Chenxiao assessed his body, his eyes gleaming with vitality. His blood-soaked garments had been replaced, and he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, his injuries fully healed. Remarkably, even his previously damaged bones and cultivation had been completely restored, allowing him to leap across an entire realm, achieving the 9th level of the fragmentation realm. He felt invigorated, filled with boundless strength. Looking at his concerned parents, Su Chenxiao was enveloped by warmth. "I feel much better now. Just a bit of headache," he murmured, placing a hand on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao's previously stern demeanor finally broke into a smile, his tone gentle as he replied, "Shower, you just regained your memories from before you turned 12. You'll need time to process them. My dear, Shower has just awakened and is no longer in peril. Let us step outside for a moment and allow him some solitude." Chen Wanyue understood that after years apart, her precious child might feel somewhat distant. Reluctantly, she cupped Su Chenxiao's face, filled with love and concern, and kissed his forehead. "Shower, you've endured so much suffering in the lower realm. Now that your memories are restored, I know it may be hard to accept. Your father and I will step outside. Call us if you need anything, all right?" The warmth of her touch lingered on his cheek. The affection of his mother compelled Su Chenxiao to nod, whispering, "I understand." As his parents exited the room, the voice of his elder sister, Su Huangyao, soon echoed from outside. "Mother, has my younger brother awakened? I want to see him." "Huangyao, listen to your mother. We should leave for now. Your brother has just regained his memories. Let him have a moment to himself." "All right." Listening to the commotion outside, Su Chenxiao lowered his head and murmured, "Is this what familial love feels like? It's quite nice. In a previous life, my parents abandoned me at an early age, leaving me without even a glimpse of their appearance. The fortune teller proclaimed that I was destined to be a solitary star. I had assumed that this world would mirror that desolation, yet I was astonished to discover the existence of so many relatives who genuinely care for me." A smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he reined in his thoughts. "System, are you still operational?" "Master, I am here. Initiate the playback of events. I wish to ascertain what transpired during my awakening of the innate chaotic divine body," Su Chenxiao commanded with a calm demeanor. "Understood, Master. The playback function requires a consumption of 100 villain points. Shall I proceed?" "Consume. System notification. Consumption successful. Current villain points, 9,900. Playback commencing. After the duration of half a joss stick. This jade bracelet was gifted to me by Su Chenxiao." Su Chenxiao observed the playback interface, his expression betraying innocence, while Lin Qingran, resembling a pure white lotus, remained expressionless but coldly smirked. "Ah, well done, Lin Qingran. I never anticipated you would endure." Through the system's playback, Su Chenxiao grasped the entirety of the preceding events. Fan Yuan had indeed been lenient towards him. However, one principal instigator, the wretched vixen Lin Qingran, was not forgotten. This Lin Qingran was quite astute, cleverly obscuring the truth of our ambiguous relationship. Slowly rising, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes. "Let us proceed. Since I am a villain who never forgets a grievance, it is time to settle accounts with those scoundrels. As a villain, I must embrace the awareness that comes with the role." Chapter 9. The awaited judgment in the stone realm. The revenge begins. Outside, Su Jingheng stands motionless like a statue, clutching the crimson blood divine spear and with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Su Yaohuang wears a troubled expression, contemplating whether to enter the room to check on her younger brother. Creak. As the door swings open, Su Chenxiao emerges from within. "Younger brother." A flicker of joy crosses Su Yaohuang's exquisite face as she rushes over to grasp his hand. Feeling his vitality, the blood flows freely and the meridians are stable. "Brother, he is truly fine." Su Jingheng nods with a cold demeanor, his emotions inscrutable. "Feigning. You're just pretending." Su Yaohuang scoffs. Despite her elder brother's stern expression, she knows he is more anxious than anyone when it comes to her younger brother's misfortune. Turning to Su Chenxiao, she smiles and asks, "Younger brother, do you remember who I am?" Breathing in the alluring fragrance, Su Chenxiao chuckles helplessly and nods. "All right, sister. I remember now. Where are our parents?" Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes brighten with excitement as she steps forward to embrace Su Chenxiao. The heavenly monitoring pavilion sent representatives. Mother and father are gone to seek justice. The overwhelming softness envelopes Su Chenxiao, making it difficult for him to breathe. Welcome back, younger brother. You've endured so much." Su Yaohuang wipes her nose, revealing her genuine affection for her younger brother despite her aloof and regal demeanor. After struggling for a while, Su Chenxiao finally escapes her fragrant embrace, feeling a bit shy as he touches his nose and speaks. "Sister, men and women should keep a distance." Su Yaohuang boasts, unable to suppress a laugh. Her brows arch with delight, and the worry in her heart dissipates considerably. Her smile resembles the melting of a millennium-old ice mountain, ineffably beautiful. "Younger brother, have you grown up now and refused to let your sister hug you? You used to beg to sleep with me every day when you were little." Su Chenxiao finds himself momentarily speechless. Acknowledging that her younger brother is now safe, Su Yaohuang resumes her cool demeanor, gazing earnestly at Su Chenxiao's face, and states, "All right. Those who oppressed you are now in the martial arena. Their lives and deaths are in your hands. Younger brother, I want to pry into your personal matters. But you are my dear brother, the son of the Su family patriarch. The trials of the lower realm are but a fleeting dream. Do not let a woman cloud your judgment, understood?" Though she doesn't state it outright, Su Yaohuang's meaning is crystal clear. Su Chenxiao pauses slightly before responding, "I understand. Sister, I will handle these matters myself." Su Yaohuang nods and glances at Su Jingheng, saying, "Look, your elder brother is over there. This guy just returned from the outer realms, yet he exudes such a heavy, killing intent. He has annihilated the 4 major factions of the Stone Realm to avenge you. And the leaders and elders of those factions are currently in the martial arena seeking penance." Su Chenxiao glances at his elder brother and approaches him. "Elder brother." Su Jingheng maintains his usual cold demeanor, responding tersely. Suddenly, a white divine radiance flickers. "What is this?" Su Chenxiao blinks in surprise. Before Su Jingheng, a divine bone floats quietly. Su Jingheng's voice resonates slowly. "You are now an innate chaotic divine body. This supreme bone is of no use to you. However, since it was a gift from me, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. When their parents arrive, they will also learn that their younger brother's previous condition was due to awakening a powerful physique. The innate chaotic divine body ranks among the top 3 of all divine bodies. Yet, compared to the miraculous awakening of such a body, their primary concern remains Su Chenxiao's safety." After receiving the supreme bone, Su Chenxiao remains silent for a moment before saying, "Elder brother, thank you." Su Jingheng nods, choosing not to speak further until Su Chenxiao leaves for the martial arena. Only then does a faint smile break across Su Jingheng's lips, barely noticeable. Inside the martial arena, the terrifying crimson divine flames seal the area, incinerating the surrounding void under the intense heat. Anxiety and fear permeate the air, hanging over everyone like the sword of Damocles awaiting judgment. The atmosphere is oppressively tense, with not a single word spoken. The elders of the 3 prominent families in Chenxiao appear as if their souls have been drained, moving like mindless husks. In the span of a single day, they have witnessed figures of monumental importance, each one an elder from the 4 great factions, some even their ancestors, imprisoned here. These beings, who could shake the stone realm with a stomp, now kneel before them, faces ashen. The people of Chenxiao transition from initial shock and disbelief to utter despair. "You bastards! What heinous acts have you committed to provoke the might of the upper realm? My Yinhai sect was unaware of this matter. Yet we are unjustly entangled in this disaster due to your actions." The elders of the other 3 factions of the Stone Realm glare furiously, wishing they could execute the members of the Tianqi faction on the spot. The Tianqi ancestor kneels, his pupils trembling. He can only recall a young man wielding a blood-red spear, resembling a demon, who obliterated the long-standing faction with a mere strike. Before such a figure, even he, who has lived for over a millennium, feels like an insignificant insect, devoid of any will to resist. I truly do not know what my Tianqi faction has done to offend the mighty of the upper realm. But everyone, do not panic. My Tianqi faction has the protection of the heavenly Xian sect. I have contacted their powerful beings, and they will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other faction leaders soften somewhat. Someone quietly sighs, whispering, "We can only hope that esteemed one will spare us for the sake of the heavenly Xian sect." Just then, a gap opens in the encircling divine flames. Everyone instinctively turns to look. Younger brother, they are right here. Emerging from the flames is a young man clad in a blue robe, handsome and exuding an air of nobility. He seems shrouded in a veil of mist, with innate chaotic energy radiating a soft white glow, and his eyes hold a depth beyond his years. Lin Qingran's face pales, filled with a complex sense of regret. The newcomer is none other than Chenxiao, now restored to his former strength. Chapter 10. The shattering of sea and bone, the execution of Qin. In a moment of days, the people of Chenxiao once again beheld the once irreverent, extraordinarily gifted prodigy of Chenxiao. Yet this time, standing beside the youth was a peerless woman from realms beyond, her power terrifyingly formidable. Gazing at the noble and resplendent youth, Lin Qingran found herself momentarily entranced. Chenxiao, who could have anticipated that within the span of a single day, the identity of the previously solitary Chenxiao would undergo a monumental transformation? At this moment, Elder Tianqi's expression turned furious as he bellowed, "Demonis, I advise you to release us. Our Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of the Supreme Heavenly Sect. The Supreme Heavenly Sect boasts formidable beings in the King Ascendant realm. Soon, someone will descend from the heavens." The King Ascendant realm? Su Yao Huang chuckled at the mention. In the myriad realms, there are countless Dao sections. The sects that hold the King Ascendant realm are hardly worth mentioning. The King Ascendant realm doesn't even qualify to be a dog for my imperial clan, the Su family. My brother spares your lives only so that my little brother may exact his retribution upon you. Otherwise, you insignificant ants of the ascending heaven realm are hardly worthy of conversing with anyone from my imperial Su family. With a thunderous resonance, the terrifying aura of the supreme realm was barely revealed, yet shattered Elder Tianqi's bones, rendering him incapable of even breathing. Elder Tianqi let out a lamentable scream, crashing heavily to the ground, his flesh shattered and gasping for breath. Elder Tianqi, witnessing this scene, the representatives of the other three Dao sect from the Zhangshi realm and the people of Chenxiao were left aghast, unable to comprehend. To them, the King Ascendant realm was a being capable of dominating the lower realms, an entity of unparalleled might. Yet in the eyes of the adversary, he was not even worth more than a mere gatekeeper. Their limited perspective would forever prevent them from grasping the sheer power of the imperial Su family. Su Yao Huang's imposing and aloof demeanor stirred Lin Qingran's heart, her emotions surging within her. Was Chenxiao truly backed by such terrifying forces? With Elder Tianqi's dire state, no one dared utter another word. Su Yao Huang's cold, emotionless gaze swept over the crowd. Turning to her younger brother, she spoke softly, "Little brother, these people are yours to deal with. Their lives or deaths lie within your thoughts. I shall take my leave." What transpired in the Zhangshi realm was a matter of her brother's personal affairs. Had it not been for his suffering, the ants of the Zhangshi realm would never have encountered the imperial Su family's existence. She wished not to linger and affect her brother's judgment. Feeling the protective nature of his sister, Chenxiao looked at Su Yao Huang with gratitude and nodded. With that, Su Yao Huang departed. Only then did Chenxiao turn around, his expression remarkably tranquil. He did not even cast a glance at Lin Qingran amidst the crowd. Instead, his gaze locked onto a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, who dared not lift his head to meet his eyes. Chenxiao spoke in a detached tone then, "It is time to settle the score, ye family head." His voice, though soft, bore the weight of a colossal stone, pressing down on Yi Hongtian, rendering him breathless. Yi Hongtian's heart sank, his body trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Su, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Chenxiao revelet a radiant simile. Li susuri approaching ye hongtian. Aside from Lin Qingran and Fang Yuankai, the two individuals he loathed the most were none other than Yi Hongtian. This man had gone to great lengths to torment him to curry favor with Fang Yuankai of the Tianqi Dao sect. Crouching down, Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he said, "What a grand misunderstanding indeed. Bone extraction, see explosion. TSK, TSK. That sensation is one I truly wish never to experience again." The more Su Chenxiao spoke, the more intense the fear within Yi Hongtian grew, his pupils quivering violently. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, consumed by pain and regret. "It is all my fault. Young Master Su, I failed to recognize the mountain's majesty. Do with me as you wish. I, Yi Hongtian, am willing to die in atonement. I only ask that you spare the last remnants of my Yi family." Head. The Yi family members cried out in anguish, disbelief etched on their faces. Yet Su Chenxiao furrowed his brow, visibly displeased as he remarked, "I have yet to begin, and you already wish for death? It won't be so easy for you." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the trembling Yi family elders beside Yi Hongtian. Among the crowd, a young man, reminiscent of Yi Hongtian, knelt on the ground, terror-stricken. Name, Yiling. Title, son of a Yi family leader of Chenxiao in the Zhangshi realm. Realm, 7th layer of Dan construction. This individual was Yi Hongtian's only son. Yiling. No wonder. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, an intriguing thought emerging. It was as if he stood before an old friend long unseen. Su Chenxiao casually patted Yi Hongtian's shoulder, smiling lightly as he said, "I shall give you a chance. Inflict upon your son, Yiling, every torment you subjected me to, and I shall spare you. No, I shall spare your entire Yi family. What say you?" Such enticing words struck like a thunderbolt. Yi Hongtian trembled violently, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the young man, whose face radiated nobility and beauty. He then glanced at his son, who was visibly shaken and terrified. "Father, please, no." Yiling cried out in abject fear, retreating in desperation. "Have you made your decision? All will perish, or shall the punishment be meted out?" Su Chenxiao's nightmarish voice resounded once more. "You have 3 seconds to decide." 1. Like the tolling of a judgment bell, under the suffocating fear, Yi Hongtian abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. A trickle of blood seeping from his lips as he roared, "I will do it. I will do it." "Oh." Su Chenxiao's brow arched, seemingly surprised by Yi Hongtian's swift acquiescence. He had not yet counted to 3. "No matter. I find it amusing." With a slight smile, he mockingly retorted, "One must be ruthless to stand firm. Truly, the head of the Chenxiao Yi family possesses the courage to turn against his own son. Very commendable. Now, let's commence with the simple act of exploding the sea and extracting bones." Before the horrified gazes of all present, Yi Hongtian trembled as he slowly rose, his steps heavy as he approached Yi Linger. "Forgive your father. For the sake of the Yi family, there is no other way." Yi Ling's breaths quickened, his eyes wide with terror, as he pleaded, "No, father, I beg you." With a heart bleeding, Yi Hongtian's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Finally, as if steeling his resolve, he unleashed a fierce light from his eyes, raising his hand to strike down. Bang! The blow struck directly at Yi Ling's energy sea. A torrent of true energy surged into Yi Ling's energy sea, filling it to the brim. The act of exploding the sea was a method of abolishing one's cultivation, where countless true energies would violently rupture the energy sea. Yi Ling's pupils widened in horror. He felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if it were about to burst, and he howled in agony. "Father, father, no." Chapter 11. If all that I have given you is to be returned, then so be it. The mistakes of the father must be borne by the son. Yi Hongtian's eyes brimmed with tears of blood, murmuring softly, "Linga, do not blame your father." Yet, despite his words, his hands did not cease their relentless actions. The true energy within Yi Ling swelled evermore. At last, with a resounding crash, boom, The sound resembled that of a balloon bursting as the vast true energy erupted from his dantian, crashing violently within his body. Yi Ling's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he spat forth a mouthful of essence blood onto Yi Hongtian's cheek before collapsing into unconsciousness. Useless. Su Chenxiao observed the scene with a detached gaze. To falter at the very first hurdle is truly pathetic. One must remember, he had endured this torment for days and nights. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, resonating with the system. Ding! Countering to the heavenly gang. A villain shall not be humiliated. In this fantastical realm, one cannot stand firm without ruthlessness. Newbie task initiated, punish the oppressors. Task reward, dustless Tao heart, gold. The Tao heart is the foundation of cultivation. If it wavers, one's realm becomes unstable, leading to the light of inner demons and, in severe cases, a plummet in cultivation. The dustless Tao heart, inherently clear, unaffected by inner demons or external influences. System shop is now open. Yi Hongtian has crippled his son, shaking the Tao heart. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 500 villain points. Oh, upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a grin. Who would have thought that even without the destined protagonist, villain points could still be awarded? However, no need for further words. No one present here shall escape. In a certain sense, these individuals have already caused his demise once before. To preach mercy to them would be a disservice to his concerned parents and brothers, as well as this villain system. Su Chenxiao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Hongtian, imitating his tone as he coolly remarked, "Few can endure punishment under my hand while remaining conscious. If we are to repeat this, I shall not allow him to slip into a comfortable slumber. Wake him." These words were once uttered by Yi Hongtian himself, now returned to him unaltered. Yi Hongtian's massive Freim tiremlet. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly nodded, "I understand." Next comes the stripping of fingers and piercing of bones. Rip! Just as Yi Ling had just lost consciousness, he felt his fingernails, along with the flesh beneath, being torn away in one brutal motion. His eyes flew open, drenched in sweat, and he screamed. Such ruthless methods left the onlookers from Chenxiao in utter astonishment. No wonder they had witnessed Su Chenxiao drenched in blood, appearing utterly wretched. It turned out that the head of the Yi family employed such extreme tortures. Observing Su Chenxiao, clad in azure and exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of an aristocrat, Lin Qingran felt a wave of familiar, yet foreign emotions wash over her. Just then, Su Chenxiao turned his head and revealed a playful smile in her direction. Their eyes locked. "Next, it is your turn." Lin Qingran, like a startled rabbit, hastily lowered her head. Su Chenxiao slowly rose, ignoring the terrified crowd surrounding him, and approached Lin Qingran directly, speaking as he did. "Indeed, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Wouldn't you agree, Qingran?" Lin Qingran's heart raced, her hands tightly clutching her dress. She could only whisper, "Su Chenxiao, I'm sorry, I never meant to betray you. It was Fang Yuan who forced my hand. I never intended this." She still held a glimmer of hope, yearning for Su Chenxiao's forgiveness. If only she could admit her wrongs, surely he would absolve her, right? After all, Su Chenxiao appeared unscathed. Su Chenxiao's voice resonated, "Of course. My dear Qingran, how could I ever blame you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, a spark of excitement igniting within her. She could hardly believe it as she raised her gaze to meet Su Chenxiao's smiling face. Indeed, a wave of secret delight surged in her heart. She knew Su Chenxiao still loved her as before. At this moment, even the elders of the Lin family, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of unrestrained joy. Tears glistened in Lin Qingran's eyes. She looked at Su Chenxiao, her voice trembling softly. "Really? Su Chenxiao, previously I wronged you. I promise it won't happen again. Can we return to the way things were?" What a quintessential white lotus she was. At this juncture, she could still utter such nauseating words with such composure. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, drawing closer, nodding as he spoke. "Of course." His tone paused. Then he leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Of course. That is utterly impossible. You fool. You vile woman." Lin Qingran's previously elated heart plummeted as if doused in icy water, her expression freezing. Suddenly, Su Chenxiao raised his hand and slapped her hard across the right cheek. Bam! Lin Qingran was sent flying. What? This unexpected strike left everyone present dumbfounded. The entire Qingcheng knew of Su Chenxiao's affection for Lin Qingran. They could not believe that he would resort to violence. Bang! 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 Lin Qingran tumbled several times on the ground, struggling to rise in a disheveled state. She covered her cheek, still in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and confusion as she murmured, Su Chenxiao, how dare you hit me? He, who had never even raised his voice at her. I have no inclination to strike women. Yet, alas, this is the only way I can find solace. In the next moment, Su Chenxiao appeared before her once more, delivering a punch to her abdomen. Bam! Her delicate body shuddered as a wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Lin Qingran instinctively staggered back a few steps, blood spilling from her mouth, her insides roiling. A woman who could disregard even her father's death. Su Chenxiao understood that only by reclaiming everything she had obtained could he inflict the greatest anguish upon her. Lin Qingran's aura diminished significantly at that moment. Her painstakingly cultivated foundation of the Dan formation crumbled layer by layer. My cultivation? No, my cultivation. Su Chenxiao, how could you have crippled my cultivation? She recalled her unremarkable talent, the countless days and nights sacrificed to attain the Dan formation realm. And now, to have it all shattered? Su Chenxiao nodded, his expression unfazed, smiling. It's not over yet. Since everything you have acquired was through your own effort, return to me all that I have given you. Terror filled Lin Qingran's eyes, blood trickling from her lips as she hoarsely asked, What more do you wish to do? Chapter 12. Are you mistaken? No, you are simply aware of your imminent demise. An intangible force permeated the atmosphere. The storage ring in Lin Qingran's hand, along with the immortality jade she had gifted herself, was drawn out. Ping! Lin Qingran's cultivation has been nullified, and the villain points reward is 1,000. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qingran's expression stiffened, and with a hint of desperation, she softly pleaded, Chenxiao, do you remember? These were all gifts from you. I can forego them all. I only beg for your forgiveness. Before the utterly humble Lin Qingran, there was no trace of the once proud daughter of the Lin family. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, advancing to place his hand on Lin Qingran's neck, caressing her smooth, jade-like skin before gradually tightening his grip. Do not fear. Soon, I shall forgive you. He pointed towards Yi Tianhong in the distance, where anguished screams echoed relentlessly. Yi Ling, enduring torment, let out a series of agonizing howls. Kill me. Father, please end my suffering. His cultivation was destroyed, fingers mangled beyond recognition. His entire body broken. Yi Ling oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, subjected to his father's inhumane torture. Lin Qingran merely cast a glance and felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, shaking her head vigorously. She had never witnessed such a cold-hearted demeanor from Su Chenxiao. The terrified expressions of those around her, the distant cries of agony, and the overwhelming sensation of suffocation suddenly jolted her to the realization. He truly intended to kill her. Cough, cough. Su Chenxiao, I was wrong. Tears streamed down Lin Qingran's face, her beauty fading as she desperately begged. I was truly mistaken. I implore you, think of our past, our feelings. Spare me, I cannot die yet. No longer did she seek forgiveness. All she desired was to live. Su Chenxiao shook his head with a smile. His gaze icy, yet his tone oddly tender, akin to that of a devoted lover. Lin Qingran, it is not that you regret it. You simply understand that you are about to die. Good night. His right hand tightened around her neck, constricting with force. Under the incredulous, horrified gazes of those around, a sickening crack resonated. Su Chenxiao had brutally snapped her neck. The cold smile of the youth appeared frozen in time. Lin Qingran's eyes widened, her death coming with unclosed lids. Ping! Lin Qingran has been slain. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 1,000 villain points. The elders of the Lin family and all those from Chenxiao felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their last hope of persuading Su Chenxiao through Lin Qingran's past affection shattered in that moment. If Lin Qingran had perished, would Su Chenxiao show mercy to the rest of them? With a thud, he discarded Lin Qingran's lifeless body as if it were refuse. Her pupils widened, her expression filled with regret and confusion. Even in her final moments, she could not fathom that Su Chenxiao could truly bring himself to kill her. Su Chenxiao coldly regarded the corpse on the ground, a slight smirk gracing his lips. A profound clarity washed over him, dispelling the last remnants of gloom within his heart. At that moment, a stunning figure gradually materialized beside him. Su Yao Wang appeared, her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed Lin Qingran's lifeless form before glancing at her younger brother. "Well done, little brother," she spoke softly. "Should your beloved be of ordinary talent, my imperial Su family possesses the means to refine her essence and change her constitution. It is a pity that this woman, with extraordinary opportunities at her disposal, remains blind to them. How do you intend to deal with the rest?" Su Chenxiao's countenance remained calm as he replied slowly, "I am somewhat fatigued. Let's eliminate them all." At this proclamation, the faces of those present turned ashen, drained of color. "What?" Ye Hongtian, his hands and face stained with his son's blood, appeared like a vengeful specter as he turned in disbelief. Beside him, Yiling had long since ceased to breathe. He succumbed to the torturous fate inflicted by his own father. An elder from the Yi family rushed forward, his pallid face and frail, aged hands clutching Su Chenxiao's clothing as he knelt, weeping profusely. "Young Master Su, you promised us you would not act against the Yi family." Su Yaowang furrowed her brow, raising her hand to send the elder flying, leaving his fate unknown. "You dare to negotiate with my brother?" Su Chenxiao gazed at the Yi family members with derision. "When did I ever make such a promise?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongtian's expression turned frenzied, his face twisted with malice as he lunged at Su Chenxiao. "Scoundrel! I will kill you. I will end your life." He had personally tortured his own son to preserve the Yi family's lineage. Yet now, the other party had gone back on his word. Ping! Yi Hongtian's was shattered, his spirit tumultuous and driven to madness. Reward: 500 villain points. Facing the murderous Yi Hongtian, Su Chenxiao merely released the oppressive aura of the fractured realm, causing Yi Hongtian to collapse to the ground, bloodied and battered. Boom! Patriarch! Yi Hongtian felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, his bones threatening to shatter, rendering him immobile. Su Chenxiao did not even glance at him, instead addressing his sister, Su Yaowang. "Sister, I leave the rest to you." Su Yaowang's enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she smiled gently. She understood that her brother had reached a profound understanding. He had matured. With a touch of affection, she ruffled Su Chenxiao's hair and said, "Do not worry. I shall handle this. Little brother, you have only just awakened. Go back and rest. If our parents return and find you here, they shall blame me and elder brother." Su Chenxiao nodded, turning to depart. Once he had left, Su Yaowang's gentle demeanor vanished, her expression turning icy in an instant. Her fiery hair danced lightly, resembling a merciless empress as she surveyed the despairing crowd. "You may resist, but the outcome shall remain unchanged." Boom! Endless flames surged forth like a tidal wave. The terrifying fire consumed everything, instantly engulfing hundreds in its infernal embrace. The four great sects and the three families of Chenxiao were left aghast at this moment, fleeing in terror. "No, I do not wish to die. Su Chenxiao, I shall haunt you even in death." Screams and curses filled the air. In the face of death, some regretted their past, accepting their fate, while others shouted in defiance, rising to resist. Yet the result was the same. On this day, countless souls in the Chenxiao realm bore witness to this profoundly shocking, unforgettable scene. Under the dim, chaotic night, ashes filled the sky, and the phoenix sang its long cry as flames transformed into a magnificent, radiant phoenix soaring into the heavens. No one knew what they had done wrong. All they knew was that on the 9th day of the 8th month in the year 963 of the Tianxin calendar, in the border city of Chenxiao, the heavens wailed, and divine flames descended upon the world. The four great sects and the three families of Chenxiao were utterly consumed in the inferno, destined for eternal damnation. Ping. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. The system marketplace has been activated. Rewards include a pure heart of Tao and 3,000 villain points. A hidden reward has been triggered, granting the treasure, the Fire Divine Pearl. Chapter 13. The Enigmatic Soul-Devouring Beast and the Celestial Prize Pool. How beautiful! Beneath the veil of night, Chenxiao sat by the window, gazing at the fierce flames that tore through the darkness, transforming into a fire phoenix. With sparks dancing in the air, for a moment, he found himself lost in thought. The sound of rewards from the system reached his ears, momentarily startling Chenxiao, who then smiled, realizing that he had unexpectedly triggered a hidden reward. The Fire Separation Divine Pearl? Fire Separation Divine Pearl, Gold. It harbors the power of the 19th rank celestial fire, the Southern Flame Separation Fire, renowned for its formidable might, capable of incinerating all things. With a hum, a white light flickered, and a radiant, ruby-red fire pearl floated before him. Upon its appearance, a terrifying warmth enveloped the room. Chenxiao, intrigued, examined the introduction regarding this object, playing with the Fire Separation Divine Pearl in his hands. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from it and nodded lightly, acknowledging it as a fine treasure. The 5 elements divine objects are among the rarest entities within the celestial realms. Obtaining one can allow a person to defy fate, let alone the Southern Flame Separation Fire, which ranks 19th among the celestial fires. His sister, Su Yaowang, possesses the innate phoenix divine body and requires a considerable amount of celestial fire to enhance her cultivation further. Yet this hidden reward, seemingly recalling something, Chenxiao spoke up. System, does the triggered hidden reward, the Fire Separation Divine Pearl, have any connection to my sister, Su Yaowang? The system's response came swiftly. What you say is correct. The special effect of the Destiny Villain title. When obtaining rewards, there is a possibility of triggering hidden rewards. Hidden rewards are related to key individuals. Chenxiao nodded slightly, realization dawning upon him. No wonder. This implies that in the future, when I confront those destined protagonists, I may also acquire items related to them. He glanced at the system's reward space. Aside from the Chaos Sutra and various elixirs, what piqued Chenxiao's interest even more was the embryo of the soul-devouring beast within the grand gift package. The soul-devouring beast, an enigmatic entity whose origins remain shrouded in mystery. It is a remnant of an era long extinguished, the Dark Age. This was a time that many wished to forget, filled with extreme terror and strangeness. During that epoch, the heavenly path was obscured by an unfathomable and terrifying force. The cultivation methods of beings across the realms were forcibly altered, giving rise to inner demons. Among every 5 cultivators, one would descend into madness. Numerous strange beings, previously unseen, emerged frequently, with the soul-devouring beast standing out as one of the most fearsome. Legend has it that it can forcibly devour the souls of living beings and enslave them permanently. The most terrifying aspect is that the soul-devouring beast can attach itself to the consciousness of others without their awareness. Even those formidable powerhouses find it challenging to perceive its presence. Over time, even the very means of how they were consumed by the soul-devouring beast became unknown. It was not until the conclusion of the Dark Age that countless enigmatic beings, including the soul-devouring beast, suddenly vanished from the celestial realms, as if they had never existed. To think that the reward within the system's grand gift package would include the embryo of a soul-devouring beast. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he summoned the soul-devouring beast embryo. It was approximately the size of a palm, enveloped in a layer of grayish membrane. Within it lay a being resembling an embryo, faceless and formless, seemingly in a deep slumber, quietly awaiting awakening. Is this the legendary soul-devouring beast? Chenxiao murmured softly while examining the object in his hand. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. He sensed no aura emanating from the embryo, akin to a mere pebble by the roadside, devoid of any fluctuations. According to the system's introduction, the soul-devouring beast possesses the ability to consume souls and nourish its host. How does one hatch it? Chenxiao inquired. The host must detach a wisp of their soul and nourish it with their blood to awaken the soul-devouring beast and claim it as their own. A soul? Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback by the response. Yet, without hesitation, he severed a wisp of his soul and extracted it from his consciousness. For cultivators, the soul is immeasurably significant. Even the slightest injury to it brings unbearable pain. However, Chenxiao's expression remained indifferent, as if he felt no discomfort. He directly infused that wisp of soul into the soul-devouring beast embryo. Subsequently, he made a small incision with his fingertip, allowing drops of blood to fall onto the embryo. Plop! The blood permeated through the thin membrane. The previously inert soul-devouring beast embryo began to stir and wriggle as it absorbed the nourishing essence. Eventually, a fluffy entity devoid of flesh and body emerged in Chenxiao's hand. It was mist-like, lacking eyes and a nose, save for a mouth full of sharp fangs. The little creature moved swiftly, appearing quite affectionate towards Chenxiao, floating around his face and occasionally emitting squeaky sounds. Observing the dancing white mist beside him, Chenxiao felt as though he had established some form of connection with this little being. Through the link to that wisp of soul, he could control the life and death of the soul-devouring beast. It was hard to imagine that this fluffy creature, so innocent in appearance, was the dreaded soul-devouring beast that instilled fear in all during the epoch of change. Is it truly you? Chenxiao tentatively reached out to touch the fluff ball. The soul-devouring beast transformed into wisps of white vapor, affectionately swirling around Chenxiao's fingertips. Seeing this, Chenxiao broke into a smile. How delightful! He never expected the newly birthed soul-devouring beast to take such a form. From this day forth, I shall be your master. However, Chenxiao shook his head regretfully. It was unfortunate that the people of Chenxiao, alongside their souls, had perished beneath the flames of his second sister. Otherwise, you could have had your fill. Upon its birth, the soul-devouring beast required souls for sustenance. Just as Chenxiao contemplated whether to venture out to procure food for the little creature, the wisp of mist around his fingertip transformed back into the fluffball form. It opened its mouth filled with sharp fangs and began to gnaw at the air, producing crunching sounds. Chenxiao glanced over, his pupils narrowing slightly. What is this? Before him, the space was torn open, creating a slender rift. The little creature had begun to consume the very fabric of the Chenxiao realm. It even devoured the chaotic void beyond the realm. The little being's body swelled at a visible rate, and soon it had grown significantly. Eventually, as if satiated, it flew back into Chenxiao's hand and fell into a slumber. Chenxiao's eyes gleamed with astonishment, his heart racing with surprise. Never did he expect that the soul-devouring beast could consume the space of the Chenxiao realm. This was an unprecedented event recorded in history, as a being marked by the system, capable of standing alongside the supreme ancient text, the Chaos Sutra. It was certainly no ordinary entity. Chenxiao sensed that he had struck a jackpot this time. The ancient texts are merely fragments of information. Perhaps upon returning, he could inquire with his parents about more concerning the soul-devouring beast. After placing the soul-devouring beast back into the system space, Chenxiao felt an extraordinary sense of elation. Now it was time to indulge in some consumption. System, open the shop. In the next instant, a dazzling array of offerings appeared before Chenxiao, ranging from imperial scriptures and divine powers to formidable weaponry. Even legendary beings available for purchase. The 9 Dragons' Divine Coffin, the Primordial Emperor's Scripture, the Tai Sword, the Azure Celestial Dragon Egg, the Xianwang Stone. The system's marketplace refreshes daily, with the highest tier being the Crimson Universe, followed by the Golden Imperial Grade and the Purple Saint Grade. The required villain points vary dramatically with each tier. Chenxiao glanced at his current villain points, 16,000. This meager amount of villain points was but a trifling sum compared to the divine artifacts within the system's marketplace. A cursory glance revealed that nearly everything he desired was beyond his means. However, on the far right side of the system's marketplace, a prize pool brimming with luminous orbs captured Chenxiao's attention. The Multiverse Random Prize Pool. 1,000 villain points per attempt. The items obtained are random. with a guaranteed purple tier for 10 consecutive draws. Red 0, 1, gold 1, 52, purple 6, 4, blue 13, 2, green 43, 6. Chapter 14. The Taya Sword Technique Gold. A single draw, the everlasting god. This exceedingly familiar interface caused Su Chenxiao's eyes to brighten. A draw card. I am well versed in this. Moreover, the highest quality red probability, akin to the Chaos Scripture Soul Beast, astonishingly stands at 0. 1. Truly, it is remarkably generous. After a brief contemplation, Su Chenxiao concluded that the 16,000 villain points would not purchase much. Gazing at the celestial prize pool before him, he resolved to initiate a tenfold draw as a trial. Tenfold draw. Ding. Consume 10,000 villain points. Commencing tenfold draw. Guaranteed purple item. Before his eyes, 10 white orbs floated in the prize pool. One by one, the orbs shattered, unleashing brilliance befitting their quality. Su Chenxiao held his breath, fixated on the unfolding scene, not daring to blink. Ding! The orbs burst forth. Congratulations, you have obtained White 6 Flavor Remania Pills 1. Congratulations, you have obtained White Somnolent Powder 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Blue Frog Technique. What are these? Su Chenxiao's expression darkened. 9 orbs were opened in succession, yielding 8 whites and 1 blue. Yet, he consoled himself internally. No worries, there remains the final guaranteed purple. With anticipation, he opened the last orb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained purple dress worn by fairies. What the? Upon seeing the final reward, Su Chenxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Buzz! The fairy dress materialized in his grasp, as light as gossamer, yet heavy as cicada wings. This is a supreme grade fairy dress. Yet, it emanated a strangely warm sensation from an unknown source. Su Chenxiao's expression darkened. After retracting the fairy dress into his storage space, he glanced at his remaining 6,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao. Without hesitation, he opted for a single draw to commence. All in is a form of wisdom. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Gray Hemp Bag. Congratulations. You have obtained Blue 5 Animal Play. Refund. By the time he was down to 1,000 villain points, Su Chenxiao had grown numb. He was merely using the prize pool as a cushion, clinging to the mindset of not stopping until all draws were completed. Ultimately, he opened one last orb. Consumed 1,000 villain points. Crack. The white, misty orb gradually shattered. This time, the tides would turn and fortune would rise. A golden divine radiance burst forth from within. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Golden Taya Sword Technique. Imperial Taya Sword Technique, Gold, comprising 13 forms. Capable of condensing sword fruits, the sword can cleave heaven and rend earth, unmatched in offense. No way. I hit the jackpot. Su Chenxiao's pupils constricted. Gazing at the resplendent orb, suffused with golden divine light, he felt an overwhelming exhilaration. It is worth noting that this Taya sword technique holds a value of 100,000 villain points in the system shop. Late at night, Su Jingheng, who was outside meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the chaotic aura emanating from the room, along with a faint trace of sword intent, a flicker of surprise crossed his profoundly deep gaze. What was my younger brother engaged in? Since earlier, the room had been filled with considerable commotion. It was unclear what his younger brother was doing. Now it appeared he was in the midst of cultivation. Quite well. A subtle smile glazed Su Jingheng's lips. At this moment, Su Yaowang, who had dealt with the Qingqing group, also returned. Upon seeing Su Jingheng's beaming countenance outside, she curiously inquired, "Elder brother, where you up to? Is our younger brother resting?" Upon hearing his sister's voice, Su Jingheng's smile instantly vanished. Clearing his throat, he resumed the stern and dignified demeanor befitting an elder brother. "Younger brother is currently in cultivation. Do not disturb him. That won't do. He has only just recovered. How can we?" Su Yaowang exclaimed anxiously. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed the profound and ever-changing chaotic aura. She paused momentarily, her face alight with joy. Chaotic energy? In such a short time? Has our younger brother begun to master the innate chaotic divine body? Su Jingheng nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. The innate chaotic body has not appeared in the realms for 1,000,000 years. Its form is terrifying beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Once, our father awakened him with the Tongxian pill, yet only the innate divine demonic body manifested. Even the Tongxian pill could not awaken his chaotic divine body. Had it not been for this tribulation, he might have remained dormant for a long time before awakening. It can be said that this calamity has brought forth a blessing. Su Yao Wang expressed her discontent. So, you mean to say that our younger brother's suffering warrants our gratitude towards those individuals? Su Jingheng, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, his killing intent palpable. Gratitude? The Su family shall not perish in this realm. That alone is the greatest mercy. The following morning, Chen Wanyue and Su Wudao, returning from the Tianguan pavilion to seek justice, felt their hearts ache upon learning that their precious son was still immersed in cultivation. In this desolate realm, how much hardship must Xiao have endured to reach such a shattered state of cultivation? Beside her, Su Yaowang nodded in agreement with her mother's sentiments. Indeed, mother. In other imperial families, disciples of such age have already attained the Tao enlightenment realm. Our younger brother's talent surpasses both mine and elder brother's. Had he remained within the clan, he would have surely reached the king realm long ago. Their words implied more than what was stated. Su Wudao found himself somewhat exasperated. It was one thing for his wife to voice her grievances, but now his daughter was echoing them. How could this be fair? Setting aside the king realm, with sufficient talent, heart, and resources, one could reach it. Furthermore, is our Su family's dragon transformation pool a mere facade? Yaya, you and Jinger have both progressed through this path. Why is it that when it comes to your brother, you both lean toward your mother as perspective? Yingya, step in and provide your father with some counsel. The king realm still counts as a formidable presence among the realms, where ordinary rogue cultivators find it difficult to attain in their lifetimes. However, for the immensely profound and unfathomable imperial family, it is hardly a significant matter. Su Wudao wished for his eldest son to speak on his behalf. Yet, the ever-obedient Su Jingheng slowly began to speak. Father, I believe that second sister and mother are correct. Given our younger brother's talent, he requires no trials in the lower realms and should naturally dominate the age. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you jesting? Clearly, before Xiao's trials, everyone had agreed upon this. Am I the only sinner? Staring incredulously at the three individuals united against him, he found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, he could only respond helplessly. All right, it is my fault. At this point, Su Wudao paused, sensing the fluctuations in the atmosphere, a hint of gratification gleaming in his eyes. Yet, I did not expect Xiao to awaken the innate chaotic divine body. With the blessings of our ancestors, the Su family is likely to rise anew and tread upon the pinnacle of the realms. As the sun and moon cycle and the stars transition, the rise and fall of all clans depend on the prodigies of the present age. The reason imperial families endure is due to their terrifying cohesion and resplendent history. In the bygone dark epoch, the Su family's ancestor, Su Yuxing, led the myriad emperors to tear apart the chaotic and bizarre era, restoring order. The imperial Su family, alongside the myriad clans, subsequently experienced a prolonged decline. However, since the last epoch, emperors have emerged in succession. The imperial family has once again reclaimed its zenith, becoming the supreme rulers of the realms. Just as Su Wudao was deep in thought, the chaotic energy in this place gradually receded like the eastern tide. Su Yaowang glanced at the tightly closed door and softly remarked, "It seems my little brother has completed his cultivation and is about to emerge." Su Wudao nodded, letting out a hearty laugh. Haha, Xiao has only recently awakened. The innate chaotic divine body is one of the most formidable divine bodies across the heavens. Such a body cannot be mastered overnight. Once we return to the Su family, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force suddenly surged from within the room. Bang! Chapter 15. The transformation of 9 profound heavenly tribulations. The divine thunder of the black abyss. The doors were forcefully flung open. This overwhelming power surged forth like a roaring tidal wave, tumultuous and unrestrained, imbued with astonishing divine and chaotic energies. What has transpired? The sudden spectacle startled both Su Yaowang and Su Jingheng. Shower. Chun Wanyue gazed at the trembling house and at Su Chenxiao, who was meditating within. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Sensing something extraordinary, her expression one of disbelief. The divine body has reached perfection. How could this be? Wasn't T Shower just awakening the innate, chaotic body? Even Su Wudao, standing nearby, wore a frozen smile, his powerful frame shuddering. For a gifted individual, achieving perfection in the divine body requires time for consolidation. He had intended to bring Shower back to the clan for gradual exploration. Yet within a mere day, Shower had attained such mastery. Has my little brother truly reached perfection? Su Yaowang was equally astonished. Does this mean? Her heart sank as she lifted her gaze to the heavens. The once clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The ethereal figures of ancient divine demons loomed, glaring at the heavens. In front of them, a chaotic azure lotus floated prominently. A howling wind arose, as if brewing a terrifying, world-destroying thunderstorm ready to descend. This is bad. My brother's divine body, anomaly, signifies the tribulation of his physique. Anyone favored by heaven and possessing a perfected divine body must undergo the baptism of the physique tribulation. The physique tribulation is exceedingly terrifying. If unprepared, one could perish. I have personally experienced the suffocating terror of the Xianfeng divine body's tribulation. Now, with my brother possessing the innate chaotic divine body and the divine demon body, stronger than my own Xianfeng divine body, this hasty tribulation attempt could have an extremely slim chance of success, less than 1 in 10. Su Wudao had not anticipated this turn of events. Gazing at the flickering black thunder in the sky, his expression darkened. Damned be the transformation of 9 profound, the black abyss heavenly thunder tribulation. Is it seeking my Shower's life? The transformation of 9 profound is the most formidable of physique tribulations. If we were in the Su clan, I would naturally be unafraid, having prepared adequately for Shower. But here in the lower realm, Shower possesses only a handful of life-saving treasures I provided. How could he withstand this tribulation? Su Wudao's eyes flickered as he focused intently on the tribulation's power, his brow furrowing. Fortunately, Shower, as cultivation is still low. I suppose the transformation of 9 profound tribulation should not be excessively overwhelming. Wait, Jingheng, what are you planning to do? Beside him, Su Jingheng grasped the crimson blood divine spear, emanating an exceedingly terrifying force, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. He intended to directly assist his brother in overcoming the tribulation, to shatter it. No, Su Wudao hurriedly intervened, raising his voice. The one undergoing the tribulation is Shower. If we interfere, we will only exacerbate the severity of the thunder tribulation. Su Jingheng's expression was icy as he coldly replied, Then let it be. I will not allow it to descend. Eldest brother, Su Yaowang, aware of the gravity of the situation, seized Su Jingheng's arm, shaking her head at him. Faced with the obstruction of his family, Su Jingheng fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he slowly sheathed the crimson blood divine spear, the terrifying power dissipating. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from within the house. I will take care of this thunder tribulation. I can handle it. That voice. The group turned their gazes towards the interior of the house. Shower. They beheld Su Chenxiao, who had been meditating inside, awakening unbeknownst to them. Surrounded by the intertwining energies of black and white chaos, his entire demeanor radiated an otherworldly aura. He had discarded the useless items he had drawn the day before to the system for recycling and had used the acquired villain points to cultivate the chaotic scripture in the Tai sword technique. With a smile, Su Chenxiao approached, lifting his gaze to the dark thunderclouds above, his eyes flickering with lightning. Su Chenxiao green, softly declaring. It seems this thunder tribulation has been long awaited. From a moment he fused the innate chaotic body with the divine demon body. He had felt an intuitive sense that only by overcoming this thunder tribulation could his divine body attain completeness. Looking at his worried mother, Su Chenxiao spoke, "Mother, do not worry. This is my physique tribulation, and I shall face it alone." Chen Wanyue paused, about to respond, but Su Wudao suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha! Excellent. My dear, Xiao's extraordinary talent is evidenced by his encounter with such a thunder tribulation. It signifies the strength of his divine body. If that is the case, Xiao, go forth." Su Chenxiao nodded, striding directly to his elder brother, Su Jingheng. "Brother, may I borrow your divine weapon for a moment?" Surprised, Su Jingheng glanced at his younger brother. In a moment of daze, Su Chenxiao's visage overlapped with that of the reckless, untamed boy from his memories. He felt that his younger brother had grown, no longer the mischievous little devil of the past. Su Jingheng readily handed over the crimson blood divine spear and patted Su Chenxiao on the shoulder earnestly. "Go forth. You are my brother, Su Jingheng. A mere thunder tribulation cannot possibly hinder you, the true dragon." Su Chenxiao felt his elder brother as strong, reassuring grip, and nodded decisively. "By the way, there is one more thing." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Su Chenxiao retrieved the Li Hua divine pearl from the system space. With a relaxed demeanor and a smile in his eyes, he handed it to Su Yaohuang. "Sister, this is a gift I acquired in the lower realm. Take it." With that, Su Chenxiao took a leap, soaring toward the terrifying thundercloud above. Watching the Li Hua divine pearl, infused with the essence of heavenly flames, Su Yaohuang was momentarily stunned, before breaking into a radiant smile. "You little rascal." Witnessing this scene, Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue felt a surge of emotions within. Su Wudao yintli imbras chimbanjue. Gazing at the striking silhouette of the youth facing the thunder tribulation with a deep sense of pride and satisfaction. It seems that during these years in the lower realm, Xiao has undergone much. He has grown and matured. We need only to have faith in him. Above the skies of Chenxiao, winds surged and thunder roared incessantly. Boom! As he beheld the terrifying transformation of 9 profound thunder tribulation, Su Chenxiao wielded the crimson blood divine spear, the energies of divine demons and chaos swirling around him. His expression remained calm, yet excitement flickered in his eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired Tai sword technique. Though wielding a spear instead of a sword, his brother's crimson blood divine spear would suffice. The black abyss divine thunder annihilates both body and soul. Even a mere touch would lead to complete disintegration. Below, Su Wudao and the others gazed upward, their faces etched with concern. It was impossible to claim they were not worried. With a sharp shout, the chaos energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Su Chenxiao raised the crimson blood divine spear high, his eyes sparkling like the starry river, pointing towards the heavens. "Come, I shall shatter you." As if sensing the challenge from the one undergoing the tribulation below, the transformation of 9 profound tribulation erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The black divine thunder cleaved through the sky, like a mighty dragon descending with unparalleled destructive force, intent on obliterating all in its path. The thunderous roar echoed as Su Chenxiao's gaze sharpened. Faced with the cataclysmic hell's thunder, capable of annihilating everything, he did not flinch. Instead, he wielded the blood-red divine spear to deliver a horizontal slash. The Taya sword technique, falling sky form. Chapter 16. The transcendence of the body's tribulation, ascending to the celestial realm. The Taya sword technique, unparalleled in offense. In hand, the blood-red divine spear unleashed a stunning radiance, cleaving the formidable, earth-piercing black abyss divine thunder in twain. Thunderous roars echoed. Terrifying ripples surged through the air. The sky transformed into a vast ocean of black lightning, as the black abyss divine thunder fragmented into countless slender bolts. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains trembled. The surrounding peaks of Chenxiao crumbled under the residual force. Ancient trees and various structures reduced to dust. Such a dreadfully powerful strike caused even the poised Su Yaohuang below to flinch, murmuring in disbelief. How could my younger brother have mastered such an awe-inspiring sorcery? The slender bolts of lightning coiled around the spear's tip, darting towards Su Chenxiao with the agility of a black serpent. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, his wrist flicked, shattering the countless thin bolts in an instant. He grinned. Is this all there is? Boom! The lightning in the air roared, exploding once more in a tumultuous crash. As three even mightier bolts of thunder descended, they plummeted like mountains, the aura of annihilation permeating the entire Chenxiao realm, causing countless beings to prostrate in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The three bolts of thunder converged, intertwining like thunderous dragons, growing ever more massive and unstoppable, exuding an aura that threatened to obliterate all. The three transformations of the 9 mysterious tribulation, each phase exponentially stronger than the last. Even Su Wudao below could not help but feel a chill of dread for his precious son, his eyelids fluttering in anxiety. Just then, a rift tore through the fabric of the Chenxiao realm. As the delegation from the monitoring pavilion and Tianxian sect arrived to personally offer apologies, they were met with the terrifying tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Staring at the cataclysmic descent of divine thunder, they were momentarily paralyzed with shock. What is happening? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Su Wudao, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in fury. The monitoring pavilion? Why did they choose this moment to arrive? Do they intend to intensify his son's tribulation? Get lost. Enraged, he reached out with a massive hand. A torrent of terrifying power coalesced into a golden hand, which then grasped the members of the monitoring pavilion and Tianxian sect, hurling them down with great force. Boom! Do you think my son as tribulation is not fierce enough? The members of the monitoring pavilion and Tianxian sect, now sprawled upon the ground, turned pale in an instant. How could they not recognize this as the legendary tribulation capable of eradicating countless prodigies? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Silence. We shall settle this later. Su Wudao shot them a cold glance, then turned his anxious gaze back to Su Chenxiao, who was undergoing the tribulation in the sky. The thunderous calamity reached its zenith, the black divine radiance blazing forth like a roaring dragon, engulfing Su Chenxiao. The blood-red divine spear hummed, exuding an awe-inspiring intent. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he declared, "This mere tribulation is nothing." The chaotic scripture surged, a deluge of chaotic and divine power pouring forth like a boundless ocean. For an ordinary divine body, confronting this black abyss divine thunder would surely induce terror. However, Su Chenxiao, endowed with dual divine bodies, stood amidst the violent, destructive black abyss divine thunder, enveloped by the misty primordial chaotic essence, his divine body dazzling. Untouched by any blemish. Teia, sword technique, celestial slash. Boom! An overwhelming divine radiance pierced through the black abyss divine thunder, erupting in unmatched brilliance amidst the torrent of lightning. The sword light surged forth, roaring with ferocity, cutting through the storm and cleaving into the thunderclouds, tearing a massive rift in the very heavens of the Chenxiao realm. Thunder crashed, the earth trembled. The members of the monitoring pavilion and Tianxian sect stared, their eyes wide with astonishment, utterly captivated by the flood of divine light. In the next moment, the terrifying 3 transformations of the 9 mysterious tribulation vanished, leaving an eerie silence. Like scattered stars, the lightning of the heavens fell. Beneath the torn thunderclouds, there stood Su Chenxiao, resplendent as a nobleman, untainted by worldly filth. Brandishing the blood-red divine spear, clad in azure, he stood proudly in the air, his divine body flawless, the essence of the Tao circulating around him. Having undergone the baptism of the black abyss divine thunder, his primordial chaotic divine body had achieved perfection. The primordial chaotic body transformed the overwhelming thunder, coupled with the various imperial elixirs bestowed by his sister and father. This, Su Chenxiao felt an extraordinary sensation welling within him. At this moment, his cultivation at the Broken Realm, 9th stage, unexpectedly broke through. First stage of the Tao Understanding Realm. His immense, true energy surged upwards like a rocket, relentlessly ascending. Second stage of the Tao understanding realm. Third stage of the Tao understanding realm. He continued ascending until he reached the ninth stage of the Tao understanding realm without pause. Beyond the Tao understanding, one requires a clear mind, free from worldly attachments. Yet, in this moment of transcending tribulation, with a pristine Tao heart, Chenxiao faced no barriers. And this was not his limit. A flicker of divine light shone in his eyes, filled with disdain and pride as he softly uttered, "Break." In an instant, the ninth stage of the Tao understanding realm shattered, propelling him into the celestial realm. First stage, a leap from the broken realm to the celestial realm, spanning two great realms. In the annals of history, even the most gifted prodigies could not achieve such a feat. This extraordinary scene brought Su Wudao's mother, Chen Wanhua, to cover her mouth in awe, tears welling in her eyes. Shower. Beside her, Su Yaohuang supported her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. My younger brother not only passed the thunder tribulation, but now he has ascended to the celestial realm. A thunderous, exuberant laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Truly. My son Su Wudao. A mere body tribulation, easily overcome. Su Wudao, exhilarated, clenched his fist tightly. To be honest, he had never felt such tension even when he broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, overcoming the three transformations of the nine mysterious tribulation, ascending to the celestial realm. Shower is the unparalleled prodigy of the Su clan, born once in 10,000 years. He is also my son. In this moment, Su Wudao's face radiated with pride and elation, impossible to disguise. Even the members of the monitoring pavilion and Tianxin sect, previously in shock, suddenly snapped back to reality. Seizing the moment of Su Wudao's elation, they hurriedly scrambled to their feet to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the Su clan of the imperial family. Congratulations to the Su clan of the imperial family for producing another unparalleled prodigy. The noble son's ascent to the celestial realm is unprecedented in history, and we are fortunate to witness it. Su Wudao cast them a disdainful glance, coldly replying, "What does it matter to you? You old fools nearly disrupted my son's tribulation. Get lost. We shall settle this later." Chapter 17. Surrendering 90% of sect resources. Related figures at this moment. The faces of the individuals from both sects stiffened. The esteemed ancestors of the monitoring heaven pavilion and the heavenly profound sect stood there like chastised children, rigidly positioned and no longer daring to utter a word. In the air, Su Chenxiao, who had just broken through, smiled lightly. Having reached the ascendant realm, he was already the most formidable in the lower realms. He approached his father and elder brother with a gentle demeanor and handed over the crimson blood divine spear. "Brother, this is for you," he said. To be honest, he found the spear quite impressive and looked forward to acquiring a weapon of his own in the future. Observing the exquisite and ethereal beauty of his younger brother, Su Jingheng chuckled and replied, "You always loved playing with it as a child, and now you've grown up. As your elder brother, I have little to offer, so I bestow this crimson blood divine spear upon you." Su Chenxiao's expression changed at his brother's words, and he quickly objected, "Brother, this is unacceptable. This spear is your life-bound imperial weapon. As you have seen from the technique I just employed, I actually prefer swords over spears. Take it," he insisted, forcefully pressing the spear into Su Jingheng's hands. Su Jingheng took the spear, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a chuckle and shaking his head. At that moment, their sister Su Yaohuang and their parents also approached. "Little brother, congratulations on breaking through to the ascendant realm." The family beamed with joy and affection as they gazed at the youngest son. Su Chenxiao turned to his mother, Chen Wanhua, whose eyes were slightly red with love, and said, "Mother." Chen Wanhua stepped forward and gently embraced Su Chenxiao, stroking his hair tenderly as she spoke. "Shower, congratulations. These past few years, you have endured much hardship in the lower realms." After spending a long while with his family, Su Wudao finally smiled and said, "All right, Shower, your trials in the lower realms have concluded. It is time for us to return to the imperial Su family." Upon saying this, Su Wudao's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked toward the individuals from the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion and Heavenly Profound sect, who had been standing in silence for quite some time. But what are you doing here? The ancestors of the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect felt a wave of despair wash over them. Finally, they were remembered. While this family enjoyed their reunion, they were completely disregarded. This left the several elders feeling extremely uncomfortable, caught in a situation where they could neither sit nor stand. Su Chenxiao also turned to look. Ding! Detected the presence of a fated protagonist. Related figures of the fated protagonist have appeared. Oh, the fated protagonist? Finally arrived. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened as he regarded the old men with a hint of amusement. System: display the panel. Name: Jiaofeng. Identity: ancestor of the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. Realm: first level of the Saint Realm. Name: by identity, ancestor of the Heavenly Profound sect. Realm: first level of the Supreme Realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. All those connected to the fated protagonist were, surprisingly, members of the Heavenly Profound sect. It seemed they were firmly rooted there. At this moment, the individuals from the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect were bracing themselves for Su Wudao's reprimand. Stepping forward, Su Chenxiao asked, "Father, who are they?" Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, the group approached him as if he were their savior. "Young Master Su, we were unaware that you were undergoing trials in the realms under the jurisdiction of the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. With the recent events, our pavilion cannot escape responsibility, and we have come to offer our apologies." An elder from the Heavenly Profound sect hurriedly added, "Young Master Su, while the Taoist Heaven Qi sect is indeed a branch of our sect, it has had no ties with us for 3,000 years. Even if we had 1,000 times the courage, we would not dare to instruct the Taoist Heaven Qi sect to act against you. We are willing to provide compensation, and we implore the Imperial Su family for forgiveness." "Umph," a cold voice interjected. Su Wudao, filled with disdain, responded, "You think my Imperial Su family would covet your meager resources?" The members of both sects exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Wudao's expression remained indifferent, his voice commanding. "I have made myself very clear. After this incident, there is no longer a need for the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect to exist in this world. The Heavenly Profound sect is the backing of the Taoist Heaven Qi sect, which sought to harm Shatter. While the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion has repeatedly sent people to obstruct my children, Yao Wang and Jingheng, from descending to the lower realms. Though my precious son has emerged unscathed, that does not mean my anger has subsided." "What?" The crowd gasped, their hearts dropping as if struck by lightning. The ancestor of the Heavenly Profound sect turned pale. Devoid of color, the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion was a significant force among the heavens, while the Heavenly Profound sect barely ranked among the lower tiers. With only one Supreme Realm elder to its name, he never imagined that even a colossal entity like the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion could be extinguished at the whim of the Su imperial family. Was that not the end for the Heavenly Profound sect? "Lord Su, spare us. We are willing to take full responsibility. The Monitoring Heaven Pavilion has stood in the upper realms for ages and never intended to offend the Su imperial family." Even the usually gentle and soft-spoken Chen Wanwei refrained from saying much regarding Su Wudao's decision. As the imperial daughter of the Chen family, she was not one to show mercy. Reflecting on Su Chenxiao's reckless behavior in his youth, she recognized that part of it had stemmed from her indulgence. Noticing Su Chenxiao's silence, she thought he might be feeling sympathetic, so she gently said, "Shower, this is their just fate. Do not dwell on it." Su Chenxiao smiled and shook his head. "Mother, I'm not contemplating that. I merely thought there would still be a few months before the trials conclude. If we were to return so soon, it would be difficult for father." Shen Wanyu paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Silly child, setting aside the fact that you are now a perfected divine body in the Ascendant Realm, your father is the current head of the Su imperial family. And both your grandfather and maternal grandfather are great emperors. Whoever dares to gossip behind your back, I shall have their tongues cut out." Su Chenxiao was taken aback, staring at his gentle and beautiful mother, who seemed to float above the worldly fray like a celestial being. He was momentarily speechless. He had not expected his mother to possess such a fierce side. "Mother, I actually wish to explore the surrounding Dao domains before returning." Realizing her beloved son was not jesting, Chen Wenyue studied Su Chenxiao's eyes for a long while. Finally, with a mix of exasperation and affection, she said, "Ah, you child, still so playful as you were in your youth. Very well, if this is your decision, I shall not force you." After discussing with Su Wudao, she initially intended for him to persuade their son, but to her surprise, Su Wudao burst into laughter. "Ha! Shower is quite thoughtful. Since there is still some time before the trials conclude, and if he wishes to wait, that is perfectly fine. I shall have Elder Qing come over. With him here, nothing will happen to Shower." Chen Wenyue considered this for a moment and nodded. Elder Qing was the leader of the Su family's death attendants, a being of quasi-imperial strength. He had previously safeguarded Shower during the chaos in the Demon Emperor realm without any issues. However, Su Wudao still felt something was amiss. He turned his gaze toward the elders of the monitoring heaven pavilion and a heavenly profound sect who were kneeling on the ground, and spoke in a voice that exuded authority without anger. "I offer you a chance for atonement. Surrender 90% of your sect's resources and a fragment of your divine essence to my son. During his time in the lower realm, you shall serve as his devoted servants, ensuring his well-being at all costs. Should my dear Shao's suffer even the slightest grievance, you should be well aware of the consequences." Chapter 18. A million pristine spirit stones, the imperial weapon, the white emperor sword. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of everyone from the Tianxin sect and the Jiantian pavilion sparkled with excitement. Although they were required to surrender 90% of their sect's resources, the fact that they could preserve their sect was indeed a monumental fortune. The members of both sects nodded fervently, like chicks pecking at grains, without hesitation offering a strand of their divine souls. The icy demeanor of Su Wudao finally softened a bit. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Su Chenxiao. "My dear son, since this is your decision, I shall not interfere. Once we return to our clan, I will summon Elder Qing to assist you should any issues arise." Before parting, his mother expressed her reluctance with heartfelt words. His sister and brother also spoke solemnly. "Little brother, in 3 months' time, we shall await your return at the imperial clan of the Su family. Mother has arranged numerous marriage proposals for you. You may choose wisely then." "What? 100 marriage proposals? What on earth?" "Rest assured, all are daughters of great clans. A grand tournament will be held, where esteemed families will send their daughters to participate. It will be quite the spectacle. They would be eager to have their daughters wed into our Su family. Mother has decreed that only the most outstanding in beauty and talent shall become the daughter-in-law of our imperial clan." As he bid farewell to his family, Su Chenxiao's expression was one of utter bewilderment. A tournament to find a fiancé? Never mind. Dismissing the thought, he turned to the gathered elders from the Jiantian pavilion and Tianxin sect, his gaze settling on an elderly man with a haggard appearance and a stooped posture. With a faint smile, he said, "Those from the Tianxin sect may remain. The others may take their leave." "What?" The elders of the Jiantian pavilion were taken aback, hastily exclaiming, "Young Master Su, this is inappropriate. Your father, the Su clan leader, specifically instructed us to remain by your side." Elder Baiyu from the Tianxin sect appeared perplexed, uncertain why young Master Su insisted on keeping them. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He spoke, "Your father has instructed you to stay. You are to heed my wishes. Do not forget your promise to the Su family regarding the return of 90% of resources to the Jiantian pavilion. As for the Tianxin sect's portion, I will retrieve it personally." The elders of the Jiantian pavilion exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before nodding in agreement. "Understood, young Master Su. We shall depart at once." With that, they transformed into streaks of light and swiftly exited this realm. The members of the Tianxin sect were left in a state of confusion. Elder Baiyu cautiously inquired, "Young Master, our Tianxin sect could also—" Su Chenxiao interjected with a playful tone, "That will not do. Your Tianxin sect is different. I intend to pay you a visit personally." Elder Baiyu and the others felt a tremor of uncertainty, but could only nod in resignation. "Understood, young Master Su." In the boundless void, a massive spirit vessel sailed forth. Su Chenxiao reclined lazily in a chair, akin to a young nobleman out for leisure, gazing at the desolate and endless expanse of nothingness. His eyes glimmered as he commanded, "System, display the panel." Beat. Master. Su Chenxiao. Title, the fated Great Villain. Identity, son of the Su clan leader. Realm, first layer of ascending heaven. Physique, innate chaos divine body. Innate divine demon body. Cultivation method, Chaos Sutra. Tai sword technique. Storage space, soul-devouring beast. Undying jade. Kongtong realm, 50 restoration pills, 50 breaking boundary pills. Villain points, 0. Hunting fated protagonist. 0. His storage space appeared rather meager, requiring the fated protagonist as nourishment. Despite the seemingly modest possessions, Su Chenxiao mandam fast. He casually retrieved a breaking boundary pill, a precious sacred elixir, and tossed it into his mouth like a sweet. Even though his current cultivation couldn't immediately harness the overwhelming energy, his innate chaos divine body would naturally store it. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed with a smile. "They're coming." The elders from the Tianxian sect exchanged puzzled glances. "Young master, are you calling for us?" Without responding, Su Chenxiao observed as the space ahead began to ripple. An elderly man, cloaked in black and hunched over, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. His presence was profound, akin to an unfathomable ocean. The sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the elders of the Tianxian sect. Elder Baiyu's pupils constricted as he immediately shielded Su Chenxiao, shouting, "Protect, young Master Su. Who are you?" The shock coursing through him was immense. In this surrounding domain, the highest realm was merely that of a supreme being. Yet, he had sensed nothing of this old man's arrival. The elder approached slowly. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted around him, akin to a terrifying tidal wave, scattering the members of the Jiantian pavilion. A quasi-emperor. This individual is a quasi-emperor? How is that possible? Before the terrified gazes of Elder Baiyu and the others, the cloaked elder unexpectedly knelt on one knee before Su Chenxiao, in a hoarse voice filled with reverence. He declared, "Old servant Qinghe pays his respects to the young master." Su Chenxiao beamed broadly, waving his hand. "It has been a long time, Elder Qing. Rise." Turning to the astonished Tianxian sect members, he remarked nonchalantly, "Elder Qing is one of ours from the Su family." Realization dawned upon the crowd, and their astonishment deepened. It was evident that this individual was a guardian sent by the clan leader of the imperial family, a guardian of quasi-emperor status. The depth of the Su family's heritage was indeed unfathomable. Elder Qing slowly stood, extending his frail, aged right hand, revealing a storage ring. "Young master, this is a directive from the lady. The old servant is to deliver it to you." "Oh." Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, flicking a strand of true energy to receive the storage ring. As his consciousness probed within, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight. The vast interior of the storage ring was filled with mountains of pristine spirit stones, at least 1,000,000. Moreover, beneath this mountain of spirit stones lay various formidable treasures, each resonating with an aura of terror. Noticing something, Su Chenxiao's pupils contracted. "This is an imperial weapon?" In the center of the storage space, a resplendent impérial sword stood proudly, exuding a terrifying aura. Its blade was exquisitely sharp, with clean, flowing curves, and crimson blood seemed to flow along its edge. The hilt was adorned with heavenly treasures, the divine pearl of Gungjin. This imperial sword, merely standing there, emanated a pressure that caused the surrounding treasures to tremble in fear. In this era, the celestial realm was no longer what it once was. Though emperors were numerous, countless divine weapons had lost their brilliance after the dark epoch. With only a fraction remaining, the value of an imperial weapon in the present day was simply beyond words. With a hum, Su Chenxiao summoned the imperial sword along with its sheath. He gently caressed this imperial weapon. The blade is chillingly cold, and one can distinctly sense the fierce aura of slaughter contained within it. At this moment, a divine consciousness attached to the imperial weapon surged into my mind. The voice of Chen Wanyue suddenly echoed, Xiao, within the storage ring lies 1,000,000 spirit stones and dozens of magical artifacts. I perceive that your cultivated divine abilities seem to harbor a formidable sword intent. This item was retrieved by your maternal grandfather from the treasury of the Chun family of the imperial clan. It was forged by the emperor of the heavenly sword divine sect. It is named the White Emperor Sword. Chapter 19. The noble young master of the imperial clan, heading to the Tianxian sect. The White Emperor Sword. Chenxiao gazed at the imperial weapon before him, lost in thought, waves of warmth surging within his heart. At this moment, Chenxiao stood silently beside him, resembling a statue, offering no further words. However, the members of the Tianxian sect sensed the sudden emergence of a formidable metallic aura. The elder Baiyu, merely casting a furtive glance, felt a jolt of terror course through him. This is the imperial sword? He sensed that before this blade, even his supreme body seemed utterly inadequate. Realizing this, Elder Baiyu promptly closed his eyes, wisely refraining from further scrutiny. Chenxiao gently caressed the sword's body, reluctant to part with it, and slowly spoke without raising his head. Elder Baiyu. Upon hearing his name, Elder Baiyu hastily responded, "Young Master Su, I am here." With a faint smile, Chenxiao continued, "I inquire of you, within the Tianxian sect, are there any extraordinary individuals?" Extraordinary individuals? Elder Baiyu questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Forgive my ignorance, young master. I am unsure what you mean by extraordinary individuals." Yunya, the Tianxian sect, though not particularly powerful, was situated in the relatively remote Yunjie of the Myriad Realms. Yet, the main gate of the Tianxian sect was remarkably grand and imposing, a place of great talents and spiritual essence. Towering palaces stood atop the continuous, lofty peaks, ancient trees flourished in lush greenery, and rare birds and beasts roamed freely, surrounded by a bountiful aura of spiritual energy. At this moment, outside the grand hall of the Tianxian sect, Sect Master Yuan Fengxiao, along with a group of elders, awaited with palpable trepidation. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and one elder could no longer contain himself. "Sect Master, do you believe that young Master Su is not unreasonable? We have already offered 90% of our resources, yet we fear he may still not spare our Tianxian sect." Yuan Fengxiao's face was also etched with worry. The recent events had aged him by decades. No one could have anticipated that the Tianxian sect would suffer an unwarranted calamity due to a nameless lineage from the lower realms. He shook his head and spoke. "Such matters are unpredictable. The elders have already brought the imperial young master here. Elder, have you notified the disciples to assemble? We must greet this young master with the utmost respect." The elder beside him replied, "Sect Master, everything has been prepared. The disciples are currently waiting in the dojo." Yuan Fengxiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. "Have we ascertained which elder in our Tianxian sect foolishly colluded with the Tianqi Dao sect from the lower realms? I have warned repeatedly that our sect must not entangle itself in murky relations with those lower realm lineages." Initially, the sect master had turned a blind eye, but now, having stirred such a great disaster, if the culprits behind the Tianqi Dao sect were not identified, it would be exceedingly difficult to account to young Master Su. Countless lineages exist across the myriad realms, and many of the lesser sects, due to resource constraints, had elders who maintained connections with the lower realms. Under the guise of protection from the upper realm sects, they benefited from numerous resources each year. Over time, this had become the norm. The same was true within the Tianxian sect. Were it not for this calamity, one could say that the esteemed sect master had never even heard the name of the Tianqi Dao sect from the lower realms. The elder nodded and said, "Sect Master, the investigation is complete. The elder who accepted benefits from the Tianqi Dao sect is indeed our Tianxian sect's Elder Wu." In the crowd, Wu Linmu's heart sank, and he quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. "Sect Master, spare my life. It was all the idea of my disciple, Yi Xiao. He was once a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect, and ascended to the upper realm to join my humble sect. It was my momentary lapse in judgment that led me to heed his deceitful words." Yi Xiao, Yuan Fengxiao's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He was well aware of this individual, who possessed an ancient divine body and an indomitable spirit. He had nearly turned the Tianqian sect upside down. However, this young man was extraordinarily gifted, a prodigy rarely seen in a millennium, and the hope for the Tianqian sect's future. Thus, he had granted Yi Xiao considerable leniency. Yuan Fengxiao scoffed repeatedly. Ah, Wu Limu, to covet a trifling gain, you almost brought utter ruin upon our Tianqian sect. If young master Su holds you accountable, you must take your own life in atonement, lest you implicate our sect. Do you understand? Wu Limu trembled all over, stepping back a few paces before nodding, his voice hoarse. Yes. As Yuan Fengxiao pondered how to appease young Master Su's wrath, a colossal spiritual vessel approached in the distance. Upon recognizing the figure atop the vessel as Elder Baiyu of the Tianqian sect, Yuan Fengxiao's heart raced, and he quickly led the elders forward to greet him. Sect Master Yuan Fengxiao, accompanied by 18 elders and 100 stewards, respectfully welcomes young Master Su's esteemed arrival. Yuan Fengxiao led the way, kneeling with his forehead to the ground, exuding utmost reverence. The 100 individuals behind him also knelt in unison, presenting a scene reminiscent of seeking forgiveness. With a resounding thud, the massive spiritual vessel descended. A voice as warm as jade, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, echoed, "Is this the Tianqian sect?" "Indeed. But why do you all kneel here?" Hearing this youthful voice, Yuan Fengxiao, who had kept his head bowed, was taken aback and hurriedly explained. "We have paid our respects to young Master Su. The Tianqi Dao sect from the lower realms inadvertently offended you, a crime deserving of death. Our Tianqian sect has no ties with the Tianqi Dao sect. It was merely one elder's foolishness in accepting their benefits that led to this grand misunderstanding. We implore young Master Su to spare our Tianqian sect." Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as his gaze swept across the gathered crowd, noticing that many bore a destiny entwined with the main characters. It appeared he had come to the right place. The fated protagonist was indeed within the Tianqian sect. With a gentle smile, Su Chenxiao spoke, "Enough, rise. If I truly wished to pursue this matter, your Tianqian sect would not exist today." Beside him, Qinghe raised his right hand, and an invisible force immediately lifted the hundreds present. The atmosphere shifted. Sensing something, Yuan Fengxiao's pupils constricted, and he trembled as he stood. Slowly raising his head, he beheld the legendary young master of the imperial Su family. Tall and noble, clad in pristine white, he appeared immaculate, his visage radiating elegance, with an aura of innate superiority. Even having witnessed countless prodigies, Yuan Fengxiao could not help but marvel at the strikingly handsome youth before him, who resembled an otherworldly being. What a graceful and distinguished young noble. The surrounding elders were equally taken aback, feeling an innate sense of leadership emanating from him, a combination of qualities seldom encountered, yet perfectly harmonious. So, this is the young master of the imperial Su family. Truly extraordinary and unparalleled. Chapter 20. The fated protagonist Yi Xiao, the ancient divine body. Ultimately, he is the master of a sect. Yuan Fengxiao, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure, raising both hands to present a storage ring with utmost respect. "I am Yuan Fengxiao, the sect leader of Tianqian sect, and I greet you, young Master Su. Within this ring lies 90% of our sect's resources. I humbly ask you to accept it." Su Chenxiao cast a surprised glance at him. This fellow seems to possess a degree of understanding. Casually accepting the storage ring, he took a cursory glance inside. Approximately 10 million medium-quality spirit stones, along with an array of elixirs and magical artifacts, were neatly arranged. In terms of value, it amounted to merely several 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. However, considering that Tianqian sect's highest supreme realm is relatively insignificant among the myriad realms, having amassed such resources is indeed commendable. Su Chenxiao paid it no mind and nodded slightly. Seeing that young Master Su had accepted the storage ring, Yuan Fengxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Please follow me, young master. I have instructed my disciples to await your esteemed presence at the dojo." "Very well. This allows me to swiftly locate the fated protagonist," Su Chenxiao replied with a gentle smile. Let us proceed. At that moment, within the expansive dojo of Tianqian sect, a throng of over 3,000 disciples had gathered, not far from the sect's grand hall. Beneath the sect leader and numerous elders, Chenxiao advanced like a moon surrounded by stars. Countless gazes were fixed upon him. Is that the sect leader and the elders? That one. Is it the revered Elder Baiyu? Even Elder Baiyu is here. Wait, that youth. Could he be the legendary member of the imperial clan? Truly a noble gentleman. How handsome. Many female disciples of Tianqian sect felt their hearts flutter upon seeing Chenxiao's exquisite visage. Like the contrast of the sun and fireflies, even the male disciples felt a wave of intense inferiority wash over them. At this moment, a voice filled with dissatisfaction rang out. A young man clad in sect attire, with striking features, crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph. Is it merely because he possesses an attractive appearance and a noble lineage? What is so remarkable about that? His words were met with several disapproving glances from the surrounding female disciples. Humph. Yi Xiao, I see you've lost your mind. Mocked a youth with an aquiline nose and a sinister appearance. That individual is a supreme being of the imperial clan. His family could obliterate our Tianqian sect with just a word. Do you still dare to speak ill of that young master? Suddenly recalling something, Yang Jie smirked. All right, I remember now. You are just a loose cultivator from the lower realms. In front of that young master, you must feel utterly ashamed and inferior, correct? Ever since Yi Xiao joined Tianqian sect, he had been at odds with Yang Jie. Not only had this fellow snatched away his cherished junior sister, but even more infuriatingly, he had usurped his title as the top disciple of the inner sect. As if struck by a painful truth, Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with hatred, and he coldly replied, Yang Jie, if you utter another word, we shall meet on a life and death platform. Yang Jie's expression turned icy, and he fell silent. Yi Xiao sneered. So what if he is a prodigy from the upper realms? Before me, he wouldn't even dare to utter a sound. However, Yi Xiao scanned the crowd of elders, hoping to catch a glimpse of his master, but was met with confusion, silently pondering, where is my master? Meanwhile, under the guidance of Yuan Fengxiao, Chenxiao soon arrived at a pavilion above the dojo. Young master, please, Yuan Fengxiao respectfully offered the seat of honor, standing aside to serve tea. Neither the elders nor the ancestors dared to sit, remaining standing, not daring to utter a word. It was not until Chenxiao waved his hand with a smile, while observing the disciples below, that he gently said, Sect leader Yuan need not be so formal. Please be seated. Everyone else as well. Yuan Fengxiao felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, repeatedly cupping his hands in gratitude. His emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. Upon Chenxiao's arrival, he had learned of the young master's illustrious accomplishments from his youth. Initially, he feared for Tianqian sect's future. However, upon witnessing firsthand, this noble young man seemed far from the rumored tyrant. Rather, he exuded an air of warmth and elegance, with exceptional manners. This realization brought a profound sense of relief, and his respect and admiration for this imperial scion grew immensely. He respectfully stated, Young Master Su, all my disciples are present here. Elder, why not allow them to pay their respects to young Master Su? An elder beside him nodded in understanding, turning to the gathered disciples of Tianqian sect, and proclaimed loudly, Today the young master of the imperial Su family graces our Tianqian sect, bringing glory to us all. It is a rare honor. All disciples of Tianqian sect, kneel and pay your respects to young Master Su. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Chenxiao, seated at the head. Some gazes were filled with reverence, while others shimmered with admiration. Such a distinguished figure, even the elders stood respectfully by his side. With such an illustrious background and unparalleled beauty, it was impossible not to feel a sense of awe. Upon hearing the elders' command, the disciples of Tianqian sect knelt in unison, their expressions filled with respect and admiration as they looked up at the figure above, chanting in unison, We, the disciples of Tianqian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su. We, the disciples of Tianqian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su. Their voices thundered, echoing through the dojo like a mighty avalanche. Yet, amidst this solemn and reverent atmosphere, there stood one individual, starkly out of place, like a crane among chickens. He stood tall and proud among the kneeling disciples. This scene did not escape the notice of the elders present. The elders' eyelids twitched. He was no stranger to this uniquely spirited disciple, Xiao, the first prodigy of the inner sect under the 17th elder. But what time was it now? Behind him sat the distinguished young master of the imperial Su family, whose lineage was unfathomably deep. His father was the clan leader. His siblings were unparalleled prodigies. And behind them stood several emperors of the imperial Su and Chun families. Is this truly the moment for you to showcase your individuality? The elder felt a surge of frustration and bellowed, Xiao, what are you doing? Kneel down. This outburst naturally drew the attention of Su Chenxiao and Yuan Fengxiao, who was serving tea. Su Chenxiao lifted his gaze, and upon noticing the solitary figure with unwavering resolve, his eyes brightened slightly. Name, Xiao. Title, heaven-defying martial emperor, fated protagonist. Identity, direct disciple of an elder, master brother of the inner sect. Age, 27. Personality, overbearing, proud. Cold, unyielding. Realm, first layer of ascension. Physique, ancient divine body. Minor completion. Cultivation techniques, heavenly Xian art, barbara blood refinement technique, unification technique. Treasure, Mount Tai seal, heavenly locking net. Fate value, 100,000. Chapter 21. Prideful spirit, unyielding. Then shatter his bones. The ancient divine body. 100 consecutive draws. This immense fortune of destiny value stirred Su Chenxiao's spirit. The ancient divine body is one of the 10 most formidable physiques across the realms. Once perfected, it can rival the great ancient beasts, shatter the void, and its ultimate form possesses a vitality as vast as the sea, capable of withstanding the true dragons and phoenixes of antiquity. Known as the human cannon, its divine body is unparalleled. Who would have thought that the first fated protagonist would arrive with 100 consecutive draws and such a terrifying physique? I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. With a rich smile in his eyes, Su Chenxiao toyed with the teacup in his hand, regarding the proud Xiao below with great interest. His character, proud and unyielding, seemed to embody the essence of a truly unique fated protagonist. Xiao's reckless behavior sent chills down the spines of Bai Yu and the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao, causing their hearts to race. Yuan Fengxiao felt a tingling in his scalp and immediately stepped forward, bellowing, "What nonsense is this? Xiao, who grants you the audacity to show disrespect before the young master of the imperial clan?" Even beside Xiao, a young maiden tugged at his sleeve, urging him to relent. "Brother Yi, kneel quickly. You cannot offend that esteemed individual." Yet, Xiao remained unmoved, his eyes gleaming with defiance, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao. Each word he uttered resonated with strength and charisma. "Sect leader, I beg your pardon. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Xiao, a proud 7-foot man, shall only kneel before my parents and masters. As cultivators, we contend against heaven and man, relying solely on ourselves and not on our lineage." Su Chenxiao, sipping his tea, nearly lost his composure. Truly, he is an extraordinary martial emperor. Such a display of masculinity. Xiao had anticipated that his impassioned words would elicit responses from his fellow disciples, but to his astonishment, the expressions of all those kneeling on the ground transformed into ones of disbelief. Many of his peers turned pale, urgently urging him, "Brother Yi, stop this madness, kneel now. Do you wish to bring ruin upon us?" The imperial Su clan, a colossal entity, was known to them only through ancient texts. Yet Xiao, having ascended from the lower realms, was proud within the sect, utterly oblivious to the terror of the imperial Su clan. Yuan Fengxiao trembled with rage, not daring to glance at Su Chenxiao, feeling as if he wished to perish. What was the purpose of all the bowing and scraping from himself and the elders, even the ancestors? It was to safeguard the hard-earned foundation of the Tianxian sect. Yet this fellow, relying on his status as a sect prodigy, not only mocked them, but remained immensely arrogant in the face of such circumstances. Xiao, Silence yourself at once. Wu Linmu, Yi Zhao's master, could no longer endure it. After painstakingly securing the young master's forgiveness, this rebellious disciple had the audacity to pull such a stunt. Rebellious disciple, do you even comprehend who the young Master Su is? I command you to kneel this instant. Boom! The terrifying pressure of the king's realm surged forth, locking onto the towering Yi Xiao among the crowd. Master, Yi Xiao felt an immense pressure descend upon him like a mountain. His body trembled, and he involuntarily knelt on one knee, hands on the ground. A faint golden glow enveloped him, the ancient divine body valiantly resisting the pressure that sought to force him to kneel. Grinding his teeth, sweat pouring down, he declared, "If my master command me kneel, then I, Yi Xiao, would naturally comply. But to oppress someone solely based on a prestigious lineage is truly disgraceful. You insolent fool, do you not yet realize the gravity of your words?" The elders of the Tianxian sect nearly wished to tear him apart for his audacity. However, at that moment, Chenxiao spoke with a calm smile. "Your name is Yi Xiao, is it not? The ancient divine body, brimming with pride, unyielding to others. I admire you." Yuan Fengxiao and the others were taken aback, hastily turning to look. Young Master Su. Chenxiao paid them no heed, nor did he raise his gaze. Unhurriedly swirling his teacup, he spoke in a remarkably composed tone. "If you do not wish to kneel, then do not. Qinglao, allow him to lie down." What? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Tianxian sect's pupils constricted. Qinglao, resembling a statue beside them, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." The pressure of the quasi-emperor's might, released in but a sliver, was akin to a mountain collapsing, an overwhelming force that obliterated all. This astonishing aura left even the highest ranking by you feeling trepidation. The disciples below prostrated themselves on the ground, lacking the courage even to raise their heads. Yi Xiao gasped, a profound sense of despair and suffocation enveloping him. Despite possessing the ancient divine body, his unmatched physique felt as vulnerable as an ant before the power of the quasi-emperor. Boom! In an instant, the ground collapsed, and Yi Zhao's legs were brutally shattered to bits. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Yi Xiao collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, bloodied and in excruciating pain, drenched in sweat. Ding! The fated protagonist, Yi Xiao, has lost the use of 3 limbs, losing 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 10,000 villain points. Starting with 10 consecutive draws. What a delight! Chenxiao had not anticipated that this first fated protagonist would be so easily dealt with. He did not even have to seek him out. He had appeared right before his eyes, saving him considerable effort. Chenxiao maintained his gentle smile, glancing at Yi Xiao, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, sipping his tea before casually remarking, "A mere disciple dares to look down upon my Su clan. It appears that the reputation of my imperial Su family is insufficient." What do you think, sect leader Yuan? Yuan Fengxiao and Elder Wu Linmu's expressions abruptly shifted. In an instant, they fell to their knees, trembling. Young Master Sui, the Tianxian sect, harbor no such intentions. Wu Linmu's face turned ashen, bowing his head in supplication. Young Master Su, Yi Xiao is merely a native who recently ascended from the lower realms, ignorant and fearless. In his innocence, he cannot fathom the magnitude of the imperial Su clan. Please, young Master Su, show mercy and spare Yi Zhao's life. Chenxiao pretended to understand, nodding. The lower realms? Is that so? In that case, I shall allow him to gain a clearer understanding. Elder Wu, step forward. Wu Linmu trembled, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He glanced at the sect leader kneeling beside him, then at the ancestor by you, and cautiously approached. Chenxiao wore a warm smile, fixing his gaze upon him as he softly inquired, "Yi Zhao's master? The formidable one behind the Tianqi Dao sect, who has reached the king's realm?" Boom! Upon hearing this, Wu Linmu froze, disbelief washing over him as he looked at the kneeling Yuan Fengxiao. This young master knows everything. Compared to him, Yuan Fengxiao trembled even more, as though plunged into an ice cavern. He had intended to spare Wu Linmu for Yi Zhao's sake. But little did he know that before the system interface, no one held any secrets. Buzz! A flash of white light flickered. The Bai sword appeared in Chenxiao's grasp. With his head lowered, obscuring his expression, he gently caressed the sword's blade, murmuring softly, "It seems that I have been too merciful towards you, which has led to this unfortunate situation." Wu Linmu repeatedly bowed before him, pleading earnestly, "My lord, spare me. Please spare me." Ignoring Wu Linmu, who trembled uncontrollably, his eyes quivering with fear, Chenxiao grasped the white emperor's sword, its tip resting against Wu Linmu's neck, and revealed a gentle smile. "Since your disciple has just arrived from the lower realms and is unfamiliar with the affairs of the heavens, I shall graciously take it upon myself to impart a lesson. What does the esteemed Yuan Zhongzhu think of this?" Chapter 22. The Hypocritical Protagonist of Destiny. Death bestowed by young master Xie Yuan Fengxiao knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, lowering his head and speaking loudly, but as commanded by the young master. He sensed that the gentle and refined young master before him had suddenly transformed into an utterly terrifying figure, inscrutable in his intentions. It seemed that nothing could elude his awareness. Chenxiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to the crumpled figure of Yishao, whose gaze was captivating. "Yishao," he said, "you claim that this young master exerts pressure through power. Today, let me show you exactly what it means to wield power." As he spoke, the white emperor sword pierced the neck of Wu Linmu with precision. Before the razor-sharp imperial weapon, even Wu Linmu's kingly physique appeared as fragile as paper. A trickle of blood began to flow. Wu Linmu kept his head bowed, his eyes fixed on the imperial sword at his neck. He dared not flinch, fully aware that any sign of resistance would not only bring doom upon himself, but also spell disaster for the Tianqian sect. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the imperial sword inched closer, paralyzed with fear. Below, the thousands of disciples dared not raise their heads, all struck by terror. "Master!" Yi Zhao's eyes turned crimson, his face contorted with rage as he shouted at the distant Chenxiao, "If there is anything, come at me. Let go of my master." He attempted to rush forward, but his body, broken and battered, could only sprawl helplessly on the ground. Once a prodigy of the Tianqidao lineage in the lower realm, he had boasted an ancient divine body and had dominated his peers effortlessly. Even upon ascending to this higher realm and joining the Tianqian sect, he shone brightly, a sun that all could not ignore. He had looked down upon the super sects and powers, believing that with his innate talent and pride, he could push through to become an emperor, garnering the attention of all. Yet, Chenxiao's emergence had ruthlessly shattered this dream. He could only watch in despair as the imperial sword was gradually driven into his master's neck. The elders, sect master, and even the ancestors of the Tianqian sect knelt trembling beside him, too frightened to resist. Is this the might of the celestial imperial clans? Even the venerable ancestors, powerful as they were, behaved like obedient dogs. Yi Shao roared, "I, Yi Shao, will bear my own consequences. If you dare harm my master, I shall repay you in blood." At this declaration, the elder Qing, who had been meditating beside Chenxiao, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Ants," he said coldly, "believing that you possess the aura of a sage, dare to threaten the son of the imperial clan?" Boom! Just a glance from him shattered Yi Zhao's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments, his face reflecting immense agony. Under such grievous injuries, even an ancient divine body could not facilitate recovery. Alert! The protagonist Yi Shao has sustained severe injuries, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 5,000 destiny points. Sage's aura? Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that this protagonist of destiny had an extraordinary background. However, it mattered little to him. He gazed at the quaking Wu Linmu, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Your dear disciple has erred. Will you come forth, or shall I assist you?" Wu Linmu trembled uncontrollably, comprehending the implication of Chenxiao's words, his breath quickening. Elder Qing remarked coldly, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to my young master?" Wu Linmu forced a pained smile, his voice hoarse. "Young master, you, being a treasure of immeasurable worth, cannot dirty your hands with the blood of a kingly realm. After cultivating for a millennium, to die beneath the imperial sword would not be in vain. I only ask that you spare the Taishan sect. I shall thank young Master Su with my death." From a distance, Yi Xiao, witnessing this scene, wept blood, shouting, "No, no, Master, don't." Wu Linmu's aged eyes suddenly filled with determination, as if he had made a resolute decision, and he charged directly at the imperial sword. Puffed. The White Emperor sword effortlessly pierced his throat. In his final moments, he gathered his energy and blood, refraining from allowing a single drop to splatter upon the noble young master's esteemed form. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to shatter Wu Linmu's soul, he summoned the Soul Devourer. The creature lunged into Wu Linmu's consciousness, transforming into a terrifying faceless monster that voraciously devoured his soul, leaving no remnants behind. Bang! Wu Linmu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Alert! The protagonist Yi Xiao's master has perished, losing 500 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 500 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification of villain points, Su Chenxiao raised his brow in surprise, murmuring, 500. This haul of villain points is rather meager. System, what is the reason for this? Alert! To the Master, the more significant the individual to the protagonist of destiny, the greater the destiny points they occupy. Yi Xiao, hidden trait, insecure, overly concerned with reputation and the opinions of others. I see. In essence, Yi Xiao does not hold his master in as high regard as one might expect. His fury stems not solely from the loss of his master, but rather from the humiliation he suffers in front of his peers. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, observing the deeply resentful and vengeful Yi Xiao. Do you understand? If I wish to kill him, he can only kneel and express gratitude. Yi Xiao, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Is this how the imperial clan conducts itself? If I, Yi Xiao, survive this calamity, I will surely avenge my master." Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, his heart undisturbed. Yet, because he was Wu Linmu's direct disciple and the eldest senior of the Tianxian sect, he pretended to embody a profound sense of grievance, to prioritize reputation over life. This is what they call pride? How amusing, truly amusing. Buzz! A ray of white light appeared, and Su Chenxiao produced a vibrant blue pill imbued with life force. With a flick of his finger, it soared toward Yi Xiao. What is this? The elders of the Tianxian sect, having never encountered such a divine pill, stared in disbelief. The rich vitality emanating from the Qingdi pill astonished many elders present, reviving them like withered trees in spring. Such abundant life force. This must be a sacred healing pill. No, I feel that consuming this would extend my lifespan by several hundred years. What does young Master Su intend to do? As the crowd looked on with confusion, the invaluable Qingdi pill was unceremoniously swallowed by Yi Xiao. Cough, cough. Yi Xiao's body jolted, and he glared at Su Chenxiao with immense hatred, growling, "What? What did you make me eat?" Chapter 23. If you dare not, then kneel before me. Before he could react, an overwhelming vitality surged forth from Yi Xiao's body. Under the effects of the Qingdi pill, the shattered bones and flesh of his legs began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Numerous small flesh buds sprouted from his limbs, intertwining as they grew. Even the ground around him quickly sprouted lush green plants. Young Master Su, what are you trying to do? Such a precious healing elixir. Why give it to that fellow? The members of the Tianxian sect looked on in confusion. Yi Xiao's pupils trembled as he felt his severely injured body rapidly recovering, warm currents surging through him. He was taken aback, staring intently at Su Chenxiao across from him, hoarsely questioning, "Are you trying to humiliate me, Yi Xiao?" Seated in the main position, Su Chenxiao looked down upon Yi Xiao with an air of superiority. He shook his head slowly and replied nonchalantly, "Yi Xiao, did you not just say you wish to avenge your master? Here I am, giving you the chance to do so." But at this point, Su Chenxiao spread his hands, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. "Do you have the courage to act?" Yi Xiao's entire being shook. He never expected that merely through a single pill, his adversary could pull him back from the brink of death. Hearing Chenxiao's words, he was further astonished by the audacity of this imperial clan's young master, who seemed to regard him with utter disdain. "What did you say?" Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do you truly believe that I—" Yi Xiao would not dare. An elder from the Tianxian sect could no longer remain silent and shouted angrily, "Yi Xiao, think carefully. This person is the son of the imperial clan's patriarch. Even your master, Wu Linmu, has taken his own life. If you dare to harm young Master Su in the slightest today, it will not only bring ruin upon yourself, but also upon our entire Tianxian sect." Even the young junior sister kneeling beside him, too afraid to look up, spoke out, "Brother Yi, please don't." At this moment, among the disciples, Feng Jie rebuked, "Yi Xiao, just for your ridiculous pride, you would offend that esteemed individual. Elder Wu has treated you well, and your master has already been harmed because of you. Do you wish to bring disaster upon us all? I do not wish to die. You cannot afford to offend that person, Brother Yi. Please, come to your senses." Yi Xiao's pupils flickered incessantly, his teeth gritted tightly, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Since awakening the ancient divine body, he had possessed unparalleled pride, pushing through from the lower realms with relentless vigor. Even before the formidable protector beside Chenxiao, he had never bowed in submission. Yet today, upon witnessing the anger and disdain from the elders and the disappointed gazes of his fellow disciples, his once unyielding resolve began to waver for the first time. You, puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Yi Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he staggered back a few steps. Beep. The fated protagonist has faced hostility from sect peers, his spirit dampened, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Chenxiao chuckled mockingly. Indeed, compared to the death of his master, this proud protagonist was far more concerned about how others perceived him. If that were the case, this would be easy to handle. Chenxiao rose, stretching lazily, then leaped forth, landing right in front of Yi Xiao. The surrounding disciples quickly stepped aside. Only at this close proximity could Yi Xiao sense the innate nobility radiating from Chenxiao. Handsome as jade, with superior features, every movement exuded an air of one born to command, unflappable and composed. Such a dazzling presence rendered everyone present dim by comparison. Even he, usually so self-assured, felt an unfamiliar emotion swell within him, jealousy. Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on the elegant, smiling, ethereal young master of the imperial clan before him. With a hostile glare, he whispered, "You really dare to come? Why shouldn't I?" Chenxiao shrugged, speaking as if conversing with an old friend. He smiled lightly. "I always keep my word. Now I stand before you, Yi Xiao. You may take action." Chenxiao's demeanor was calm and unperturbed. This fellow seemed to have determined that Yi Xiao would not dare to strike. Yi Xiao clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, breathing heavily. "Do not force my hand." The elders of the Tianxian sect were already terrified, their spirits nearly shattered. The sect master, Yuan Fengxiao, gasped, his face devoid of color, and cried out, "Yi Xiao, be calm. If you act, it will truly spell doom for everyone in the Tianxian sect." As if sensing Yi Xiao's hesitation, Chenxiao said coolly, "My patience is limited. If you do not act soon, do not blame me for withdrawing this opportunity." Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Chenxiao grinned, approaching Yi Xiao and unabashedly patting him on the shoulder. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Or perhaps, the proud you is afraid?" Yi Xiao struggled to suppress his fury, but upon hearing those words, his chest heaved violently. He raised his right hand, channeling a terrifying power. At this distance, if he were to strike, the protector would likely have no time to react. "Oh!" Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, smiling, finally unable to hold back. At this moment, Yi Xiao's heart was embroiled in an internal battle. He raised his fist high, the atmosphere thick with tension, as everyone held their breath, daring not to speak. "Brother Yi, please be calm. I do not wish to die." Time passed, and at long last, reason triumphed over emotion. Yi Xiao's tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, his right hand losing strength, slowly lowering. He closed his eyes, striving to quell his tumultuous feelings, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this scene, the sect master Yuan Fengxiao, nearly terrified out of his wits, finally exhaled in relief, slumping back into his seat. Ah! The other elders also felt a burden lift from their shoulders. Just moments ago, it felt as though the entire Tianxin sect had brushed against the gates of hell. A trace of disdain and contempt flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes. His smile faded, and in that moment he resembled a supreme being looking down from on high. Devoid of emotion as he declared, "Since you dare not, then kneel before me." Yi Zhao's eyes flew open. Meeting Su Chenxiao's gaze filled with disdain ignited a fierce blaze of rage within him once more. "You!" Yi Zhao's teeth nearly ground to dust as the blood surged within him. His body trembled violently, yet at this point, he could only slowly kneel, his face burning with humiliation. Thud! As he knelt, Yi Zhao's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura wildly chaotic, teetering on the brink of collapse. His resolve shaken. Beep! The fated protagonist Yi Zhao's resolve has wavered, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 5,000 villain points. Is this sufficient? Yi Zhao forced out those words from clenched teeth. Su Chenxiao, perched high above, sneered coldly. Had you acted, perhaps I would have regarded you with more respect. If you fear power, why kneel? Is it genuine courage or mere pretense? A coward. Chapter 24, Concealed Background. The fated female protagonist, Ming Su Yuan, the terrifying background of the other party ultimately compelled him to submit. Yi Zhao painfully shut his eyes, enduring the momentary turbulence, believing that taking a step back would lead to a broader horizon. However, Su Chenxiao's incisive words struck like a blade, ruthlessly tearing apart the deep-seated insecurities within Yi Zhao's heart, causing a fracture in his Dao heart. Notification. The fated protagonist Yi Zhao has fallen into self-doubt. His Dao heart has cracked, and he has lost 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 5,000 villain points. At that moment, the elder Qing, sensing something amiss from afar, conveyed through thought. Young Master, outsiders have arrived in this realm. 2 individuals, one in the ascending realm and the other in the saint realm. The saintly aura emanating from this youth clearly indicates their presence. Oh, they arrived rather swiftly. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at the kneeling Yi Zhao, a hint of amusement in his voice. Yi Zhao, there's something you might not know. You believe your accomplishments are solely due to your efforts, but in truth, what you rely on is merely the background you so disdain. Yi Zhao was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head to gaze at Su Chenxiao in confusion. What do you mean? Suddenly, a formidable, saintly pressure surged within the cloud realm. The aura of a saint. A saint has descended upon our cloud realm. Master, what is happening? As the overwhelming presence was felt, Yuan Fengxiao, the sect master of Tianxin sect, narrowed his eyes as if coming to a realization. It must be that esteemed elder, the one behind Yi Zhao. What? A saint stands behind Yi Zhao? The elders present were utterly incredulous. Yuan Fengxiao nodded gravely. Not long after Yi Zhao joined our Tianxin sect, a powerful saint came to visit. The elder, aware of Yi Zhao's impulsive nature, gifted him pills to break through and instructed me to take good care of him. My protection of him stems from this reason. The saint standing behind Yi Zhao must belong to a formidable lineage from the myriad heavens. However, this is troublesome. Currently, within Tianxin sect, there is the young master of the supreme imperial family, the Su family. From the distance, a golden divine light rapidly approached. I dare anyone to harm my brother. An astonishingly powerful elder, exuding a saintly aura, appeared alongside a young maiden. The maiden possessed delicate and exquisite features, her skin as smooth as jade, bright eyes and white teeth, her figure slender and graceful, akin to a flower on the verge of blooming, adorned in a flowing light blue dress. Though young, her captivating beauty hinted at her potential to become a breathtaking woman in time. Upon arriving, Ming Su Yuan's luminous eyes darted around, searching for Yi Zhao. Qian Granny, is Brother Yi here? Su Chenxiao raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Name: Ming Su Yuan. Title: Heaven-defying martial emperor, fated female protagonist. Identity: daughter of a hidden ancient clan leader. Half-demon. Age: 17. Realm: ascending realm 6th level. Physique: nine-tailed demon physique. Ancient fierce bloodline. Name: Qian Wu. Identity: guardian of the Ming clan. Realm: Saint realm 7th level. Su Chenxiao regarded the two figures above with keen interest. How intriguing. Yi Zhao's fated female protagonist, indeed. Upon seeing the young maiden, Yi Zhao appeared incredulous, murmuring, Yuan. Yuan eh? Simultaneously, Ming Su Yuan spotted Yi Zhao among the crowd. Upon witnessing his pale visage, kneeling on the ground, her expression turned icy as she rushed towards him. Release Brother Yi. Stay away. Yuan er. Yi Zhao's face changed dramatically. The elder Qing moved swiftly, appearing beside Su Chenxiao in an instant. A mere hidden ancient clan dares to offend a young master? Begone! In an instant, an overwhelming aura of a quasi-emperor surged forth. Ming Su Yuan felt as though struck by a heavy blow, her body uncontrollably sent flying. Miss! Qian Granny appeared behind her, immediately unleashing her saintly power to shield her. Yet, even in the presence of such power, she struggled against the overwhelming force, retreating step by step. Qian Granny was horrified. Quasi-Emperor. You are the leader of the Su family shadow guards, Shu Qinghe. Qian Granny's pupils trembled violently. Encountering such a formidable figure in this small Tianxian sect left her utterly shaken. How could the Su family shadow guard appear here? Elder Qing spoke with an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion. Does our young master need to explain his actions to you? Depart and pay your respects to the young master. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous divine power towards Qian Granny. In the presence of a quasi-emperor, even a saint seemed as insignificant as an ant. An imperial family young master. Qian Granny's expression shifted as she turned to the striking youth in the hall, her face paling. I am from the hidden ancient clan, Ming family. This young lady is the daughter of our clan leader. We meant no offense. Please forgive us, young Master Su. Enough. At this moment, Su Chenxiao raised his hand to interrupt, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the two. So it is the ancient clan Ming family, a mere misunderstanding. Qing, stand down. As Su Chenxiao spoke, the terrifying quasi-emperor aura abruptly dissipated. Qian Granny gasped for breath, never having anticipated encountering an imperial family member in this small realm. Moreover, the presence of a quasi-emperor guarding him only heightened her astonishment. At such a young age, possessing such status, the identity of this youth was unmistakable. Su family's leader and the son of the Chen family's imperial daughter, Su Chenxiao. I am Qian Wu. Honored to meet you, young Master Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You know of me? Qian Granny bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. We hidden ancient clans are naturally aware of your esteemed name. Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the kneeling Yi Zhao and inquiring, So, did you come here today because of this fellow? The saintly aura surrounding him must be yours, I presume. An ominous premonition surged within Qian Granny. Glancing at the kneeling disciples of Tianxian sect and Yi Zhao, her seasoned intuition led her to comprehend the situation. This troublemaker. She hastily distanced herself from the matter. Young master, our young lady once received this person's kindness in the lower realms. However, this fellow's impulsive nature leads him to trouble wherever he goes, and our young lady has intervened on his behalf more than once. I did not expect him to offend you, young Master Su. I shall take my leave immediately. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, a playful smile on his face. No hurry. Since you're already here, why not stay and witness a good show? Yi Zhao, do you see? Whenever you find yourself in danger, help will invariably arrive. If it were not for their covert assistance, do you truly believe you could have survived this long? Even these are merely standard provisions for a fated protagonist. Yi Zhao clenched his fists, kneeling on the ground. Deeply humiliated, his pride prevented him from wanting Ming Su Yuan to witness his current disgrace. Lowering his head, he coldly asserted, I do not know her at all. My achievements are a result of my own efforts. I do not require her assistance. Notification. The fated protagonist Yi Xiao has developed a rift with the fated female protagonist Ming Su Yuan, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 1,000 villain points. You have triggered the effect of the fated villain title, granting you the additional reward of the supreme artifact, the Ngu Ing Ding. Chapter 25. The Deprivation of the Primordial Divine Body, a leap through 9 realms. Has a reward been triggered? Supreme Treasure, Manghuang Ding, unyielding and indestructible, capable of suppressing the heavens with a single cauldron, demanding an exceedingly high physical prowess from its user. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened. Beside him, Ming Siyuan's delicate figure trembled, seemingly in disbelief at the words spoken by Yi Xiao. With a pale complexion, she uttered, "Brother Yi, what is the matter? Why do you say such things?" Yi Xiao's words enraged the elder Qian. "Yi Xiao, you ungrateful wretch, do you truly believe that everything you have gained today is solely due to your primordial divine body? Yes, you possess a divine body, but within the myriad realms. There are countless prodigies with extraordinary physiques. Do you know how most of them have ended up?" Elder Qian's aged eyes burned with fury. Only she understood how much the young lady had sacrificed for this man. Blood was drawn from her, refined into elixirs. And even powerful families possess methods to strip and graft physiques. Had it not been for the young lady's covert assistance, you would have long been reduced to a blood slave of the Tianqi sect during your time in the lower realm. Even now, in the upper realm, the young lady is constantly worried about your plight, specifically instructing me to ensure your safety. Otherwise, given your penchant for trouble, you could die 100 times and still not suffice. And now you claim that everything is your own hard work, dismissing the sacrifices the young lady has made for you. Truly a heartless ingrate. What? Yi Xiao's pupils dilated, struggling to accept this harsh truth as he looked incredulously at Ming Siyuan. "I thought it strange that upon entering the Tianqian sect, an elder took me as a direct disciple. Could it be that this was all you're doing?" Ming Siyuan's eyes reddened. Disappointment etched upon her face as she bit her lip in silence. This brutal revelation shattered Yi Xiao's pride. Was it true that everything he had experienced was orchestrated by others? He chuckled bitterly, as if mad, repeatedly denying the notion. "This is impossible. This cannot be. Everything I achieved was through my own efforts. I, Yi Xiao, have never sought your help. Why do you interfere in my life like this? Answer me." Ding. The fated protagonist, Yi Xiao's relationship with the fated heroine Ming Siyuan has fractured, resulting in a loss of 20,000 fate points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 20,000 villain points. 20 consecutive draws. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled. He anticipated that the reclusive ancient clan, the Ming family, held such a significant portion of Yi Xiao's fate points. Moreover, this fellow seemed quite displeased with the heroine's covert assistance. To gain benefits, yet act ungrateful. Su Chenxiao chuckled, squatting down, his expression mocking as he gazed at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, do you realize now? Were it not for the reclusive ancient clan, you would be nothing. This world is never short of geniuses, but a genius without a background is merely a genius. On what grounds do you think that a mere primordial divine body can compare to the efforts of countless prodigious ancestors from our noble families over millennia? Your so-called pride is, in my eyes, worth less than a stone by the roadside. Shut your mouth, you bastard." Yi Xiao's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he glared at the man before him. Yet, he was horrified to discover that he could not muster a rebuttal. The talent he once took pride in was regarded as utterly inadequate by the other. Elder Qian coldly observed the scene, her voice chilling as she spoke. "Yi Xiao, it was one thing to rely on the young lady's protection while causing trouble, but Su Gongzi is a member of the imperial Su family, a supreme existence that even we, the reclusive ancient clan, dare not provoke. Your current predicament is simply fate's decree. No one can save you." She now felt fortunate for her quick thinking in distancing herself and the young lady from this man. Had she acted rashly and offended this imperial son, the Ming family might face devastating consequences. There are countless reclusive ancient clans, but there is only one imperial Su family. Yi Zhao's pupils trembled violently, kneeling in silence, unable to utter a word. Why? Why? This cannot be. Chenxiao's smile widened as he gently placed a hand on Yi Zhao's shoulder, saying with a grin, Yi Zhao, you once questioned whether those of the imperial family could act with impunity. I shall inform you today. The imperial Su family indeed can act as they please. That primordial divine body you pride yourself on, it is now mine. As he spoke, a mesmerizing purple light blossomed in his hand. Buzz, one of the 10 ancient divine abilities of the Chaos Sutra, 10,000 returns to 1, as the most compatible supreme scripture for the innate chaos divine body. It possesses a divine ability capable of stripping any special physique of its essence for one's own use. An overwhelmingly terrifying force surged forth, forcibly extracting the essence of Yi Zhao's primordial divine body. The ancient power coursing within Yi Zhao's veins was violently reversed, coalescing into a swirling mass of yellowish divine radiance at the center of his chest. The anguish of forcibly stripping his bodily essence felt like 1,000 blades piercing his heart. Yi Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, veins bulging on his forehead as he attempted to resist. Boom! At that moment, Qing Lao intervened, his formidable cultivation forcibly immobilizing Yi Zhao. Elder Qian's expression was one of utter shock, as was everyone from the Tianxin sect, all staring in disbelief at the scene before them. This is the method of stripping a physique. Such a divine ability was only heard of in the ancient eras. Who would have imagined that the imperial Su family possessed such a technique? Brother Yi, Ming Sun, her exquisite visage paling, rushed forward to intervene, only to be ruthlessly halted by Elder Qian. Young lady, we have already sheltered him for long enough. Now that Yi Zhao has offended an imperial son, he must face the consequences. If you dare to act again, do not blame me for being heartless. Ming Sun turned to Elder Qian beside her. Witnessing the usually doting elder's gaze transformed into something chillingly unfamiliar. Elder Qian's aged eyes bore into Ming Suyuan, transmitting a thought. Young lady, as a precious daughter of the clan, we have done more than enough for this mere mortal from the lower realm. However, you must understand the might of the imperial Su family. Our Ming family cannot afford to provoke them. Do not let your compassion lead to the demise of our innocent kinsman. Ming Suyuan shuddered, as if realizing something, her teeth clenched tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with pain and struggle. Brother Yi, I am sorry. I cannot endanger my father, mother, and the other members of the Ming family. Before the towering mountain that is the imperial Su family, she ultimately chose to stand by and watch. Ding! The fated protagonist Yi Zhao has lost the primordial divine body, resulting in a loss of 30,000 fate points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 30,000 villain points. Yi Zhao's anguished wails continued for a long time. A brilliant essence of his physique was slowly extracted. His cultivation rapidly declined. 9th layer of enlightenment, 8th layer, 7th layer. In stark contrast, Chenxiao, having integrated this powerful essence into his innate chaos divine body, was instantly engulfed by a terrifying ancient force. Boom! Like a primordial beast, Chenxiao's body radiated with a crystalline luminescence, the desolate and ancient power of the wilderness gradually spreading outward. His cultivation soared from the 1st layer of ascension to new heights, ascending to the 2nd realm of the celestial domain, then to the 3rd, until reaching the 9th realm, where one may finally come to a halt. A single leap through 9 realms. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Future Martial Emperor. Unlocking the fortune viewing function, sensing the transformation of his divine body, Chenxiao slowly opened his extraordinarily radiant eyes, a fleeting expression of delight crossing his handsome, noble visage. He murmured softly, vitality like a dragon, a physique that can shake the kings. The ancient divine body is truly remarkable. This young master graciously accepts it. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of all present, Chenxiao released the utterly limp Yi Zhao, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Weakly, Yi Zhao groaned, "My divine body, return it to me. That is my ancient divine body." At that moment, he lacked even the strength to rise. Having lost the essence of his constitution, he had nearly become a useless being. even weaker than the disciples within the sect. Chenxiao paid no heed to Yi Shao on the ground. Instead, a smile graced his lips, the wondrous sensation uplifting his spirits. He had not anticipated that the ancient divine power within the chaos scripture could not only strip away the essence of a physique, but also enable him to break through 9 minor realms in one fell swoop. Truly terrifying. Such a divine ability, one could only wonder which formidable being had crafted it. Eager to test the current strength of his flesh, Chenxiao casually called out, "Yuan Zhongzhu, come forth." Yuan Fengxiao's heart skipped a beat as he tremulously approached from afar, speaking with utmost reverence. "Congratulations, young Master Su, on acquiring the ancient divine body and significantly enhancing your power." With a sidelong glance at the visibly shaken Yuan Fengxiao, Chenxiao replied with a gentle smile. "Considering my good mood today, Yuan Zhongzhu, if you can withstand a single blow from my divine body, I shall spare the lives of everyone in the heavenly Xian sect." Yuan Fengxiao was taken aback by these words, but his eyes suddenly brightened with joy. Though he had recently broken through to the divine origin realm, he was still a genuine powerhouse 2 major realms above. If he could endure a strike from this young master, it would grant the entire heavenly Xian sect a reprieve. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Filled with excitement, Yuan Fengxiao quickly suppressed his cultivation, standing at the ready with merely his physical strength. He proclaimed respectfully, "I am willing. Young Master Su, your magnanimity is boundless. I represent the heavenly Xian sect in expressing our gratitude for your mercy." Chenxiao smiled, narrowing his eyes. No need for formality. He then lowered his gaze to his right hand. An ancient, desolate aura intertwined with divine and demonic energies emanated from him, with a fist as his sword. The profound intent of the Tai sword technique enveloped him. He unleashed a single punch. This blow, infused with 2 terrifying auras, shattered the very fabric of the cloud realm. Even before it struck, Yuan Fengxiao felt his blood surge violently, as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart. His pupils constricted suddenly. A feeling of suffocation washed over him. "This power, you dare claim it belongs to the ascending realm?" A dense aura of death surged forth. Yuan Fengxiao clenched his teeth, not daring to channel his full strength. He could only brace himself with his physical might. The punch landed solidly upon Yuan Fengxiao's body. Crack! At that moment, countless fissures spread across his divine origin bod. Chapter 27. The fruit of the great path, the ancient burial ground-s opportunity, and the divine refinement technique. Chenxiao meticulously examined the remaining opportunities presented by Yi Shao. Other matters, such as the inheritances of saints, held no allure for him. However, the ancient divine refinement technique was a supreme art, perfectly suited to his demonic and archaic divine physique. It seemed this was Yi Zhao's second significant opportunity. The ancient divine refinement technique, the burial ground of the Red Descent. Chenxiao murmured softly, having never heard of such a place. Meanwhile, after personally eliminating Yi Shao to prevent any further implications for her Ming family, Granny Qian finally exhaled in relief and turned to Chenxiao. "Young Master Su, this you spoke disrespectfully and repeatedly sought to provoke both you and our Ming family. I could not restrain myself and acted to eliminate him. I hope you will forgive my impulsive actions." Chenxiao withdrew his thoughts, glancing at Ming Sujuan, who lay unconscious, her title of the fated female protagonist evidently stripped from her. He remarked casually, "Well, since Yi Shao is dead, I shan't pursue the nature of your relationship." Granny Qian's expression brightened, and she respectfully replied, "Young Master Su, your magnanimity is commendable, truly befitting the prodigy of the imperial clan Su family. On behalf of the family head, I extend my gratitude. Should an opportunity arise in the future, our Ming family will surely honor the Su family and offer our humble services." "Oh, is that so?" Chenxiao inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Granny Qian. "Then, there's no need to wait for the future. Why not do so now?" Granny Qian was taken aback. "Huh?" Chenxiao continued, "Pray tell, do you know of the burial ground of the Red Descent?" Granny Qian furrowed her brow, pondering briefly before nodding. The burial ground of the Red Descent is an ancient secret realm, open to the outside world once every 30 years, where only qualified young prodigies may enter to compete for treasures. Young Master Su, what is your intention? Su Chenxiao replied with a faint smile. I plan to venture into this burial ground of the Red Descent. Granny Qian was astonished. You wish to enter the burial ground of the Red Descent? Though it is a realm of ancient secrets brimming with opportunities, you, as a scion of the Imperial Su family, surely lack for nothing in terms of treasures and techniques. One would think the contents of this place would hardly catch your eye. Though puzzled, Granny Qian did not dwell on it and explained earnestly, if you truly intend to go, this session of the burial ground will commence in half a month. You may wish to contact the hidden ancient clan, the Qian family, as this secret realm resides within their territory and is under their management. The hidden ancient clan, Qian family. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, saying understood. Please inform the Qian family that I wish to enter the burial ground of the Red Descent in half a month. Granny Qian was taken aback, quickly nodding. I understand. I shall convey your message accurately. Satisfied? Su Chenxiao nodded. He yawned lazily and said, very well, that will be all. I am rather fatigued. You may leave. Granny Qian's eyes brightened. Young Master Su, do visit our Ming family when you have the opportunity. With that, I shall take my leave with the young lady. Taking the unconscious Ming Sujuan with her, Granny Qian transformed into a streak of light and departed from this realm. Once they had left, Yuan Fengxiao, the leader of the heavenly profound sect, who had taken the Qing Di pill to restore his strength, approached. He cast a cold glance at Yi Zhao's corpse on the ground and solemnly declared, this youth has offended you and deserves death. Should you wish to venture to the burial ground of the Red Descent, we are willing to assist you. For the next few days, why not stay at my heavenly profound sect? It would allow us to properly entertain you and atone for our transgressions. Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment before responding. That seems acceptable. Within a grand palace prepared by Yuan Fengxiao, Su Chenxiao contemplated Yi Zhao's life script and remaining opportunities. According to the system, the fated protagonists varied in strength, from those who achieved the status of emperors to those who could become powerful beings in their respective domains. Yi Zhao, possessing an unparalleled divine physique, was destined for a prominent future, one capable of becoming a martial emperor. Yet this protagonist, endowed with an archaic divine body, nearly met his demise within the burial ground of the Red Descent. Quite intriguing. Xian Aoyan. Why does this name resonate so strongly with me? Su Chenxiao spoke gently. Qing Lao. At your service, my lord. Qing Lao replied respectfully. Investigate the hidden ancient clan, the Qian family, with a particular focus on an individual named Xian Aoyan. Qing Lao nodded, solemnly stating, understood. With that, he vanished into the shadows. After Qing Lao departed, Su Chenxiao released the soul-devouring beast, allowing it to consume the surrounding space within the Yun realm. Since devouring the soul of the King realm powerhouse, Wu Linmu, the soul-devouring beast had grown considerably, now resembling the size of a sphere, its once ethereal form becoming more solidified. The beast lay comfortably on Su Chenxiao's lap, voraciously consuming the surrounding space. Gently stroking the soul-devouring beast on his lap, Su Chenxiao noted the absence of tactile sensation, as though his hand had plunged into a cool mist. Young soul-devouring beast, my little companion, the system claims that once you mature, you will be able to repay me with boundless benefits. It seems I must find a place where you can indulge heartily. He pondered on which domain might be fortunate enough to serve as sustenance for the soul-devouring beast. With a slight smile, Su Chenxiao recalled the recent acquisition of over 100,000 villain points. He opened the system shop, ready to indulge in a lavish spree. Coincidentally, the system shop had refreshed its inventory with a new batch of goods. Upon spotting an item, Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised at its presence. The Fruit of the Great Path grants entry into the celestial realm and allows the random comprehension of a path principle. Requires villain points, 10,000. The Fruit of the Great Path provides the chance to comprehend a complete path principle, an exceedingly rare occurrence even among the myriad realms. Such fruits only arise under fortuitous and exceptional circumstances. Having reached the 9th level of the Ascending Sky realm, the next stage is the Undying realm. The undying realm serves as a watershed for cultivators across the realms, with the time required varying significantly, dependent on comprehension. To ascend, one must condense the understood path into a primal path fruit. The more paths mastered, the more formidable the divine abilities wielded. Ordinary individuals can only grasp the path through various fortuitous encounters, capturing fleeting strands of path power. However, those with innate divine physiques, even the most feeble special constitutions, inherently possess a path. This implies that, as long as resources are sufficient, individuals with special constitutions have a minimum threshold of the undying realm. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled. Possessing the chaotic body, the more paths he could master, the better. Observing that the system shop offered the fruit of the Great Path for merely 10,000 villain points each, he resolved to purchase all available stock. The item fruit of the Great Path promptly grayed out. Notification: successfully purchased fruit of the Great Path X5. Consumed villain points, 50,000. Remaining villain points, 55,000. Chapter 28. Breaking Through the Immortal Realm, 8 Paths. With a low hum, the fruits of the Great Path were summoned from the system's storage space. Before him appeared an array of extraordinary fruits, each exuding a unique aura of the Tao. Some were adorned with vibrant, crimson scales, their presence seemingly scorching the surrounding space. Others emanated an eerie atmosphere, their surfaces marked with countless faceless visages. As Chenxiao beheld these fruits of the Great Path, he could feel the distinct essence they contained. 3 fruits of the lower path, 1 of the middle path, and 1 of the upper path existed. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he directly seized 1 of the fruits to commence his cultivation. System: accelerate the refining process tenfold. In the ensuing days, Yuan Fengxiao had not seen Chenxiao leave the Great Hall even once. During one instance when he attempted to pay a visit, he was halted by Elder Qing. Upon sensing several unprecedented auras of the Tao, Yuan Fengxiao was momentarily shaken, his expression reflecting astonishment. Where did this surge of Tao power come from? Young Master Su, is he preparing to break through the immortal realm? 10 days later, 8 beams of varying colors shot up from the ancient hall. The overwhelming power of the Tao permeating the heavens and earth. The entire Tianxin sect was set in motion, with elders gathering before the hall. With a resounding rumble, the hall doors slowly swung open. All eyes were drawn to the ethereal figure of a young man clad in white, exuding an otherworldly grace. His handsome visage was striking, his divine aura restrained yet resplendent, with 8 paths swirling around him. 3 of these paths were particularly robust, suffused with an ancient and desolate essence that left all in awe. As they sensed his cultivation level, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment. The immortal realm? Yuan Fengxiao, the first to react, hurried forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, young Master Su, on breaking through the immortal realm today. 8 extraordinary paths, a rarity even among imperial clans. How brief the time has been, just a few dozen days prior. This young master had merely been at the first level of the ascending heaven realm, even with the enhancement from the ancient divine body. Such a rapid progression in cultivation was indeed terrifying. The other elders soon followed suit, their voices rising in exuberance. Congratulations, young Master Su, on your breakthrough into the immortal realm. From this day forth, you shall undoubtedly overshadow all other talents in the heavens, establishing your name in the ancient battlefield. Chenxiao remained calm, responding in a measured tone. It is merely a breakthrough into the immortal realm. No need for such fanfare. You may disperse now. The fervent reactions of the Tianxian sect members seemed excessive in their eagerness to flatter. Yuan Fengxiao exchanged glances with the other elders. Among them, even the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao possessed only 3 paths, having spent centuries in the immortal realm to gradually comprehend them. Yet, this young master had grasped 8 paths upon entering the immortal realm, a spectacle unheard of in history. How did he appear so unperturbed? Such daunting expectations were indeed befitting of an imperial scion. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as they gradually departed. Elder Qing then approached, saying, "I congratulate you, young master. 8 paths are sufficient to secure a kingship. The clan leader has prepared a fruit of the great path for you. Coupled with the transformation within the dragon pool of the Su clan, should you return now, you could wield the power of 10 paths. Exceptional? Su Chenxiao smiled with pride. My aspirations extend beyond mere acclaim. He recalled how his elder brother, Su Jingheng, took a decade in the immortal realm to grasp the 12th path. With his innate chaos divine body, the more paths he comprehended, the better. Su Chenxiao stated calmly, there is no rush to return to the clan. Elder Qing, have you thoroughly investigated the matter I entrusted you with? Elder Qing nodded, his voice hoarse. Young master, I have gathered comprehensive information about the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family. Their lineage resides within the Kanming domain, comprising a total of 3,489 members, with 97 descendants of the Xian bloodline outside the clan. Su Chenxiao paused, a frown creasing his brow. Get to the point. I asked you to focus on Xian Outyin, not conduct a census. Nonetheless, this also underscored the formidable capabilities of the Su clan's shadowy operatives, able to gather such detailed intelligence on a reputed hidden clan in a remarkably short time. Elder Qing hesitated before changing the subject. Young master, Xian Outyin is the legitimate son of the current clan leader. He possesses remarkable talent, endowed with the sky sword body. Ranked 24th. 15 years ago, his father, Xianyu, sent him to another domain for safety amidst a power struggle for clan leadership. However, shortly after returning, Xian Outyin severed ties with his father and left the Xian family. Severed ties? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. Considering his name, the hidden clan's background, and his life experiences, it seemed likely that he was a destined protagonist who had repeatedly thwarted another similarly fated individual, Yi Xiao. Where is he now? Elder Qing replied. Young master, Xian Outyin is currently within the Kanming domain. It appears he is fighting in the arena to secure entry into the soon-to-be-opened Red Meteor Burial Ground. Su Chenxiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. With less than a week remaining until the Red Meteor Burial Ground's opening, he planned to acquire the Canggu Divine Refinement Scripture. If he could also capture another destined protagonist in the process, it would be all the more fortuitous. With that thought, Su Chenxiao smiled broadly. In that case, let us make a trip to the Kanming domain to meet this Xian Outyin and discern his true nature. In the vast expanse of the heavens. Upon learning of Su Chenxiao's impending journey to the Kanming domain, Yuan Fengxiao proactively arranged for a supreme-level spirit vessel to escort him. Su Chenxiao did not refuse, though he was taken aback when Yuan Fengxiao had summoned an exceptionally beautiful female cultivator, renowned for her beauty and exceptional talents, hoping to align himself with the Su clan through such means. What folly! My sole focus is on my endeavors, not on indulgence. Su Chenxiao lay amidst the alluring curves of the enchanting maiden, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Young master, come, have some fruit. Nearby, several captivating young women were peeling spirit fruit for him, their eyes brimming with admiration for the illustrious young master. Alas, despite his languid demeanor, he had yet to overstep any boundaries with them, leaving the stunning young women, accustomed to countless admirers within the Tianxian sect, to feel a sense of regret. Meanwhile, Yuan Fengxiao was in high spirits, his face flushed with delight. Although Su Chenxiao had nearly shattered his physical form with a single punch, the Qingdi pill he received afterward not only restored him, but also helped him break through the long-stagnant first level of the divine origin realm. Now, having the opportunity to curry favor with this imperial scion filled him with unbounded excitement and joy. As the spirit vessel passed through layer upon layer of arrayed barriers, Yuan Fengxiao finally approached Su Chenxiao with utmost reverence. Young master, we have arrived at the Kanming domain. Chapter 29. The secluded ancient clan, the Xian family. In the realm of Kanming, within the Xian family, a man of extraordinary demeanor and impressive stature sat in the main seat. He was Xianyu, the clan leader who had emerged from the fierce competition for leadership in the previous generation. With his eyes closed, Xianyu's expression was inscrutable. Where has Outyin gone? Asked the handsome young man, Xian Ning, clasping his hands respectfully. Father, my brother has gone to the Tianqi arena, he replied. The arena, Xianyu murmured softly. A flicker of displeasure crossed his profoundly deep eyes as he uttered, This reckless fool. How could a member of the esteemed Xian family, my son Xianyu, stoop to the level of entering that lowly arena to fight with barbarians? Seeing his father's wrath, Xianning felt a jolt in his heart and spoke slowly. Father, the Tianqi arena offers a qualification to enter the Qian burial grounds. I believe my brother has gone for that reason. Xianyu's anger intensified upon hearing this. The Qian burial grounds are under the protection of our Xian family. If that rebellious son were willing to confess his mistakes, would I not allow him to enter? Xianning fell silent at this. Jealousy surged within him. As the son of their father, why did Xianyu always seem to favor his elder brother, Outyin, more? After a moment of hesitation, Xianning raised his head to look at his father, his eyes filled with hope. Father, I do not understand. My brother clearly does not comprehend your concerns. He has severed ties with our ancient clan. He is no longer a member of the Xian family. Why do you care so much about his actions? Does our clan truly depend solely on Outyin to survive? Father, I am also at the Undying Realm, and my cultivation surpasses my brother's. I too can represent the Xian family in entering the Qiyun burial grounds. Upon hearing this, a sharp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. Smack! You rebellious child, no matter what, Outyin is still your elder brother. Do you intend to define me as your father? Kneel down. Xianyu appeared before Xianning in an instant, his expression furious like a lion enraged. Yet, when he saw Xianning kneeling there, his eyes red and silent, something seemed to dawn on him, and his expression gradually softened. He crouched down, gently caressing Xianning's swollen face, and spoke in a gentle tone, Ninger, I harbor no ill intentions. You're also my son. Your mother passed away early, and your brother Outyin was sent away at a young age, deprived of our care. This has resulted in his extreme temperament. As a father, I should show him some leniency. Xianning trembled, suppressing tears as he knelt on the ground, looking at his father, whom he knew yet felt estranged from. He finally chose to speak against him. But father, what about me? I have been a hostage in a clan for 3 years. I was merely a pawn used by my uncle to threaten you. My uncle once told me that you had considered abandoning me as a son several times. At least my brother is safe outside, and when he returns, you shower him with countless resources. But what has he done? He has grown arrogant from favoritism, blaming you for Mother's death, harboring countless grievances against you. Father, your eyes have always been fixed solely on my brother, forgiving him for every rebellious act. Xianning, with tears staining his face, reproached loudly, have you ever considered that I am also your child, a piece of flesh from my mother? You have merely projected your guilt for her death onto my brother. These piercing words struck Xianyu deeply, like a razor-sharp blade. Silence. His previously gentle expression transformed into one of furious rage, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike. Xianning did not flinch or yield, as if prepared to face the storm's judgment. Xianyu's hand hovered in the air, poised yet unmoving. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low, suppressed voice. Leave. Father, I command you to leave as your son. Do you hear me? Xianning's body shook, as if suddenly realizing something. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips, and he slowly stood up, trembling as he walked out. Once he departed, Xianyu returned to his seat, gazing up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He had sacrificed so much for this position of clan leader. His eldest son was like this, and now even his youngest son was equally troubled. Was he truly an inadequate father? Just as he succumbed to self-doubt, an elder of the Xian family hurriedly approached. Clan leader, what is it, second elder? Xianyu rubbed his temples, striving to regain his composure as he looked at the newcomer. Clan leader, the young master of the imperial Su family has arrived. At this moment, the grand elder was outside, welcoming the esteemed guest. Clan leader, should we? What? A member of the imperial Su family has truly come. Xianyu's heart jolted, and he quickly rose. Hurry, summon all the elders to greet the imperial young master. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall, Yuan Fengxiao felt somewhat anxious as he walked beside Su Chenxiao. Despite being the leader of a clan, he realized upon entering this secluded ancient clan that there were indeed greater powers beyond his own. The Xian family was not only grand and majestic, but even the guards were at the same level of cultivation as himself. The Grand Elder of the Xian family stood respectfully beside Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, please wait a moment. Our clan leader will be here shortly. Allow me to escort you to the Shuiyun Pavilion for some rest." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Su Chenxiao spotted a young man with reddened eyes hurrying by not far away. Name, Xian Ning. Title, Heartless Evil Emperor. The destined protagonist's younger brother. Identity, son of the clan leader of the secluded Xian family. Age, 20. Personality, gentle. Jealous, cultivation level, 9th layer of undying realm. Physique, 2-element divine body. Techniques, Shintian record, Yin-Yang ancient arts. Script, the youngest son of the Xian family. Held as a hostage for 3 years to threaten his father. Deeply envious of his father's favoritism towards his elder brother Xian Aoyan. The younger brother of the destined protagonist? Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. So, Aoyan is indeed the destined protagonist without a doubt. However, the script of his brother is rather intriguing. Su Chenxiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed at the passing Xian Ning and inquired, "Elder Xian, who is that?" The Grand Elder glanced over and respectfully replied, "Young Master Su. That child is the clan leader's youngest son, Xian Ning. He possesses remarkable talent and is considered a contemporary genius of our Xian family." Su Chenxiao nodded, smiling as he remarked, "He seems to be in a rather poor state. Has something happened?" The Grand Elder paused, having also noted Xian Ning's reddened eyes. Being a member of the ancient Xian family, he quickly surmised the situation but could only offer a wry smile, saying this, "I'm unsure of the details." At that moment, a hearty laughter suddenly echoed from a distance. "Ha ha ha. I heard the auspicious birds singing early today. I was wondering if something good was about to happen. It is truly an unexpected honor for our ancient Xian family to receive the esteemed presence of young Master Su from the imperial lineage. Your visit has undoubtedly illuminated our humble abode and filled us with immense pride." Chapter 30. The capricious Xian Yu and the jade token of qualification in the distance. The clan leader Xian Yu was seen leading a group of elders from the clan to greet them. Xian Yu appeared exceedingly grand, stepping forward with a respectful gesture and addressing them with a composed demeanor. "I am Xian Yu, the leader of the Xian clan, and I have the honor of meeting young Master Su. I have heard rumors of your esteemed reputation for many years, and upon meeting you today, I can confirm that the tales are indeed true. Young Master Su is truly a paragon among men, a dragon among commoners." The elders beside him also approached with respectful expressions, eager to extend their greetings. Name, Xian Yu. Title, the emotionless evil emperor, father of the protagonist. Age, 2561. Character, capricious. Biased. Identity, leader of the hidden ancient clan, Xian. Realm, 7th stage of the Holy Realm. Su Chenxiao smiled warmly and spoke, "I am but a newcomer to this place. Having heard of the hidden ancient clan, I thought to pay a visit." The grandeur of the Xian clan's main hall certainly lived up to its reputation as a hidden ancient clan. This young Master Su, with his extraordinary background, displayed such courtesy despite his imperial lineage, which greatly enhanced Xian Yu's impression of him. Xian Yu laughed heartily and said, "You flatter me. Please, young Master Su, allow me to host you and offer my hospitality." In the Xian clan's Shuiyun Pavilion, a structure stood gracefully at the center of a tranquil pond. Surrounding it were fragrant herbs and rare treasures, with abundant spiritual energy, flowing waters, and picturesque landscapes. Xian Yu poured a pot of fragrant tea and gently pushed it forward, smiling as he said, "My Xian clan resides in a remote region, lacking in special products. Please, young Master Su, try this primordial tea. It can aid in solidifying your cultivation and provide a hint of the power of the Tao." As he spoke, Xian Yu glanced at Qing Lao and Yuan Fengxiao, who stood beside Su Chenxiao, and offered them a cup as well. "I presume this esteemed elder is a guardian from the Su clan? And this one here is the leader of Tianxin's sect. I have long admired you." Qing Lao remained impassive, standing beside Su Chenxiao like a statue, silent. Yuan Fengxiao, however, was taken aback, never expecting that such a prominent clan leader would recognize him, a minor sect leader. Unbeknownst to him, the Xian clan had already thoroughly investigated his background prior to his arrival. Although aware that the acknowledgement stemmed from his association with young Master Su, Yuan Fengxiao quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am honored. Thank you, clan leader Xian, for the tea." Xian Yu smiled and turned to Su Chenxiao, inquiring, "The esteemed Granny Qian from the Ming clan recently informed us that your visit pertains to the matter of the Qi Yun burial ground, correct?" Su Chenxiao savored his tea, his expression calm, and replied with a faint smile, "The Qi Yun burial ground opens every 30 years, overseen by the ancient Xian clan. Such a treasure must be explored, and I am here to see it for myself. However, the quota for entry is something I must trouble clan leader Xian with." Upon hearing this, Xian Yu hastily waved his hand. "Young master, you need not worry. If you wish to enter the Qi Yun burial ground, I assure you that not just one quota, but even 10 or 100, my Xian clan would gladly provide." With that, Xian Yu retrieved a jade token from his storage ring and presented it. "This is Su Chenxiao in Guayith." Xian Yu responded, "Young Master Su, please accept this. This token grants qualification for entry into the Qi Yun burial ground, a site discovered by my clan's ancestors millennia ago. It is said to be the battlefield where the Dark Era Emperor clashed with dark beings, containing opportunities for the Emperor. Aware of the challenges it presents, my clan opens 1,000 spots every 30 years for other ancient clans to enter with this token. Only those holding this token can shatter it to exit when the burial ground closes. The Qi Yun burial ground has existed for thousands of years and serves as a significant economic source for the hidden ancient Xian clan. The revenue generated from the issuance of these tokens is substantial, if not for the fear of depleting resources by issuing too many tokens. Even this imperial young master could have easily requested 100. Su Chenxiao accepted the jade token, which prominently featured the character Xian intricately carved at its center. He could faintly perceive the profound array patterns flowing within. Aside from that, it appeared unremarkable. "Since this is the case, I thank clan leader Xian," he said. Xian Yu beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, you flatter me. While a jade token may be something sought after by many cultivators in the outside world, for our Xian clan, it is abundantly available. Establishing a rapport with such a formidable young master from the imperial family is an incredibly advantageous endeavor." As if struck by an idea, Xian Yu continued, "However, young Master Su, the Qi Yun burial ground is a world of its own, filled with fierce beasts and countless killing formations. The location shifts every 30 years, and only those below the king realm may enter. Your companion here may not be able to join you. If you wish to go, I recommend entering alongside a disciple of the Xian clan. We possess considerable knowledge about the burial ground, which could assist you in obtaining opportunities." His primary concern was that this young master from the imperial family might face danger within the burial ground. Should such an incident occur, it would spell disaster for the Xian clan. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he recalled the fateful encounter with Xian Ning, the destined protagonist's brother, outside the hall. With a slight smile, he inquired, "Is there a candidate from the Xian clan?" Xian Yu's eyes brightened. Compared to the meager opportunities within the burial ground, having the chance to befriend this illustrious young master from the imperial family could lead to remarkable prospects in the future. His first thought was to assign this incredible opportunity to his eldest son, Xian Outyan. Yet, he suddenly remembered the discontented face of his younger son. Sigh. Xian Yu sighed inwardly, knowing his son Outyan was too impulsive and unwilling to acknowledge him as a father. Furthermore, he had indeed neglected his younger son Ning. After much contemplation, he realized that only his youngest son Ninger possessed the capabilities suitable for this task. Ultimately, he could not show favoritism. Thus, Xian Yu smiled and said, "Young Master Su, my underachieving son Xian Ning can undertake this responsibility. He has just turned 20, possesses the two-element divine body, and is not only sensible but also diligent in his cultivation, having reached the 9th stage of the undying realm. If he has the fortune to assist you, I believe your endeavors in the burial ground will be greatly enhanced. What do you think, young master?" Xian Yu inquired tentatively. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then it shall be settled." Xian Yu's face lit up with joy, feeling a surge of excitement. Fortunately, the other elders were not present. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to arrange this matter so smoothly. Seizing the moment, Xianyu declared, "In that case, young Master Su, I shall summon my unaccomplished son at once." With that, he promptly used a divine messenger to call for Xianning. Chapter 31. The Jealousy of Destiny. Not long after Xianning arrived, his complexion appeared significantly improved as he respectfully clasped his hands towards his father Xianyu and Su Chenxiao, addressing them with reverence. "Father, young Master Su." Xianyu, intending to make amends with his younger son, nodded with a calm demeanor and spoke in a deep voice. "This young man is a distinguished guest from the imperial Su family, young Master Su Chenxiao. He plans to venture into the Red Meteor burial grounds. During this time, you shall accompany young Master Su and follow his instructions, understood?" Prior to their arrival, Xianyu had conveyed Su Chenxiao's identity and the matter of the burial ground to Xianning through his divine consciousness. Xianning nodded, turning to face Su Chenxiao, who sat opposite his father. Clad in white, he was impeccably handsome, his face adorned with a gentle smile that conveyed an air of composure and grace, akin to that of an illustrious young master from a noble lineage. Even Xianning, who had encountered many talented peers, could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. "So, this is the son of the imperial family." He stepped forward slowly, cupping his hands and bowing his head in respect. "Xianning has met young Master Su. Please rest assured, the Red Meteor burial grounds have long been under the control of my Xian family. I am well versed in its internal affairs, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Su Chenxiao scrutinized the young man before him, the destined protagonist's younger brother, who possessed striking features and a sharp gaze. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively. "You are indeed a remarkable talent, befitting of an ancient clan's offspring. There is no need for such formality. Please sit." Xianning hesitated briefly, glancing toward his father. Xianyu, maintaining his tranquil demeanor while sipping tea, spoke lightly. "Since young Master Su has invited you to sit, you should take a seat." Only after his father spoke did Xianning awkwardly settle down. This was the first time in his life that he sat at the same level as his father, who was usually stern and forbidding. It was surprising to see such warmth and respect emanating from his father towards this young Master Su. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Xianning cast a glance at Su Chenxiao, who returned the gesture with a friendly and gentle look. Given the information regarding the younger brother of the destined protagonist, it seemed that Xianning might play a significant role in assisting him in the future. Once Su Chenxiao consented to the arrangement, Xianyu beamed with delight. There are still 3 days until the Red Meteor burial grounds open. During this time, please allow young master to stay at our ancient Xian family residence. Though my camping domain may not be vast, it possesses many picturesque locales, and I would be pleased to have Ninger show you around. At this point, Xianyu glanced at the somewhat anxious Xianning and gave him a meaningful look before rising to his feet. "Young Master Su, I must prepare and discuss some matters with Ninger. Please bear with us for a moment." Su Chenxiao nodded and replied calmly, "Of course, take your time." Xianyu clasped his hands and gestured for Xianning to follow him outside. Outside the water cloud pavilion, Xianyu turned to Xianning, who was staring at the ground in silence, and gently instructed, "Ninger, lift your head." "Father." Xianning hesitated, unable to meet his father's gaze, for he had just defied this imposing figure for the first time. Xianyu fixed his gaze on his son, whose eyes shifted away, and his expression gradually softened. He reached out and tenderly touched Xianning's slightly flushed cheek, saying, "Ninger, did I hurt you earlier? You were right. All these years, my attention has been solely on your unworthy brother, neglecting your feelings." Xianning was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his father. With a choked voice, he replied, "Father is the clan leader, burdened with many responsibilities. I am fine." Xianyu smiled affectionately, always perceiving his younger son as the most obedient and understanding. He then shifted the conversation to the main topic, speaking with a smile. "Ninger, that young Master Su is the cherished son of the head of the imperial Su family. His grandfather and maternal grandfather are among the most powerful emperors of our time. If our Xian family can cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed young man, we may one day rise to become one of the most formidable families among the reclusive ancient clans. This rare opportunity is entrusted to you. Do you understand my meaning?" Xianning nodded, fully aware of the significance of the imperial Su family. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why, given his father's character, he would be the one to engage with such an influential figure. Was it because of his earlier defiance in the hall that his father finally recognized him as the most obedient and filial son? Yet, Xian Yu's next words cruelly shattered any lingering hope within him. This task was initially meant for your brother Xian Outyin, but his fiery temperament and impulsiveness render him an unsuitable choice. Only you can reassure me. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning's heart, once filled with gratitude, turned to ice in an instant. He gazed at his father, who spoke to him with warmth and ongoing instructions, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. Indeed, even though his brother Xian Outyin had severed ties with the family, his father's first thought regarding any good fortune was still of him. He would forever remain the backup option. Having come to terms with this reality, the flicker of gratitude in Xian Ning's heart vanished entirely. I understand, father. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Xian Yu, who remained unaware of his son's turmoil, he patted Xian Ning's shoulder with a sense of pride. If you can befriend young Master Su, it will be a tremendous boon, not just for you, but for our Xian family as well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak to me. Go now, and do not let me down. Inside the water cloud pavilion, Xian Ning entered in a daze. Su Chenxiao, leisurely sipping tea, noticed the change in his demeanor and narrowed his eyes. After reviewing Xian Ning's recent experiences, he began to grasp the full extent of the situation. The younger brother of the destined protagonist harbored quite a few concerns. With a gentle smile, Su Chenxiao addressed him, Xian Ning. Startled, Xian Ning quickly responded, "Young master, how may I serve you?" Su Chenxiao chuckled, continuing to sip his tea. "As I mentioned, there is no need for such formality. Please, sit and join me for tea." Xian Ning, feeling somewhat dazed, complied. As Su Chenxiao enjoyed his tea, he remarked, "What troubles you? You seem preoccupied with thoughts. Is it possible that your father's request for you to accompany me has caused you discontent?" Xian Ning snapped back to reality, quickly kneeling on one knee. "I dare not. It is an honor for Xian Ning to accompany young master. I merely carry some burdens concerning family matters that weigh on my heart." Su Chenxiao, intrigued, smiled and inquired, "Oh, family matters?" With a snap of his fingers, a sparkling white light emanated from the gem-encrusted storage ring, revealing fine spirits of intoxicating fragrance laid upon the table, exchanging wine for tea. "Do share." Xian Ning hesitated momentarily, but upon recalling his father's instructions, he forced a bitter smile. "Since it is young master's request, I shall not refuse." Thus, he candidly voiced his numerous grievances. As he spoke, the smile in Su Chenxiao's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Chapter 32. The Apocalypse Coliseum. After approximately half an hour, Xian Ning's complexion had turned slightly rosy from consuming a considerable amount of spirits. Following a heartfelt confession, much of his inner turmoil had dissipated. He had never anticipated that there could be someone in this world who truly understood him. Although somewhat intoxicated, Xian Ning remained relatively clear-headed as he implored, "Young Master Su, I beg you, please do not let my father know about this matter." Su Chenxiao nodded with a gentle smile and replied, "Of course, but from what you have shared, it seems your elder brother possesses quite the character." Upon the mention of his brother, a profound jealousy flickered in Xian Ning's eyes. "My brother has always believed that my presence in the clan is a sign of my parents' favoritism towards me, and injustice towards him. Little does he know that before our father became the clan leader, I, Xian Ning, was held as a pawn by others for 3 years. The hardships I endured are no less than those faced by him, Xian Outyin. If anything, they surpass his trials. Yet he, upon returning to the clan, constantly vies for superiority over me, taking advantage of our father's indulgence, repeatedly defying him without consequence, and even choosing to sever ties with our ancient clan, the Xian family. But how could he know that the calamities he wreaks outside are all cleaned up by me, his younger brother?" Su Chenxiao sensed the depth of resentment and indignation within Xian Ning and nodded in agreement. "In that case, have you considered making your brother realize that without your ancient clan, Xian family, he would be nothing?" Xian Ning sighed. "It is futile. With our father's favoritism towards him, even if my brother severed ties, he would still have people monitoring me. I could never compete with Xian Outyin," he lamented. Su Chenxiao grinned broadly. "What if I were willing to assist you?" "What?" Xian Ning's heart jolted at the incredulity of Su Chenxiao's words. Lifting his gaze to the strikingly handsome young man with captivating, deep-set eyes. After several rounds of spirited conversation, he had already regarded this young master Su as a true confidant. The notion that this illustrious figure, with a formidable background, would offer to help him was astonishing enough to sober him from his inebriation. Young Master Su, what do you mean? The following day, in the Kanming Dao domain, at Nightwing City, with the impending opening of the Canyin burial grounds, various sects and prestigious families had gathered their disciples to attend. The Dao domain was bustling with a sea of people as cultivators came and went in droves. As the most renowned and prosperous city within the Kanming Dao domain, the Apocalypse Coliseum was no exception. At the entrance of the Apocalypse Coliseum, Xian Ning, being a member of a hidden ancient clan, was well known in the Kanming Dao domain. Initially, the Coliseum's steward intended to assign him to a VIP box upon seeing him. Yet, upon realizing that the individual beside Xian Ning hailed from the legendary imperial lineage, he was instantly struck with fear and hurriedly notified the Coliseum's master to personally receive them, inviting the duo to the highest standard of supreme box within the Coliseum. The supreme box was designated for receiving clan leaders and formidable beings of the Saint Realm, situated at the pinnacle of the entire Coliseum, offering the best view. The interior was lavishly adorned, with rare spiritual fruits and treasures displayed on the table, and the walls were adorned with exquisite portraits of beauties for selection. The spacious interior allowed for an unobstructed view of the entire Apocalypse Coliseum from above. Su Chenxiao reclined on a chair, indulging in the services of several enchanting young maidens providing him with massages. Xian Ning stood upright beside him. At that moment, a voice, sultry and irresistibly alluring, echoed through the air. Welcome to the Apocalypse Coliseum. This is the first time we are hosting someone from the imperial family. Before Su Chenxiao sat a stunningly beautiful and alluringly voluptuous woman, who giggled. I have long heard that the young master of the imperial Su family possesses extraordinary beauty. Your presence today truly overwhelms me with delight, causing my heart to race. The woman possessed exquisite features, a delicate oval face, and luscious crimson lips. Her flowing lavender hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her tall, curvaceous figure was complemented by a gracefully elegant neck akin to a swan, draped in a snowy white fur. Her sheer silk dress accentuated her enchanting curves, rendering her utterly intoxicating. Coupled with her captivating, mesmerizing eyes, she was indeed a bewitching enchantress. Name: Lu Zishan. Title: Heartless Evil Emperor, one of the fated female leads. Identity: Master of the Apocalypse Coliseum. Age: 1523. Personality: cold-blooded. Realm: Supreme Realm, 3rd level. Life script: from the Northern Domain's Demon Emperor realm, the Zine Spirit Snake Clan. She lost her position as clan leader due to a surprise attack and fled to the Kanming Dao domain with her clan's treasures to establish the Apocalypse Coliseum. She became acquainted with Xian Outyan within the Coliseum and decided to rely on him to return to the Demon Emperor realm and reclaim her position as clan leader of the Zine Spirit Snake Clan. Before the protagonist had even arrived, it seemed that fate had already ushered in the destined female lead. Lu Zishan slightly bowed. I am Lu Zishan. Pleased to meet young Master Su. A captivating fragrance enveloped Lu Zishan, intoxicating and irresistible, masking the demonic aura emanating from her. Su Chenxiao replied nonchalantly, Why does a member of the Zine Spirit Snake Clan not remain in your own realm, but venture to our human territory? Lu Zishan paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She possessed a treasure that could conceal her aura, yet this individual had discerned her true identity at a glance. Truly, he was of imperial lineage. With a carefree giggle, Lu Zishan responded in a soft and seductive voice, Young Master Su, you are indeed worthy of your imperial status. Able to see through my identity at a glance. If it were not for pressing circumstances, who would willingly leave their homeland for such unfamiliar territory? Seeing Su Chenxiao remain silent, languidly reclining in his chair, relishing the attentions of the maidens, Lu Zishan gracefully rose, her movements fluid as she approached with a sway of her alluring waist. Allow me, she said to the young maiden currently attending to Su Chenxiao. The maiden dared not disobey, as Lu Zishan placed her slender, delicate hand upon Su Chenxiao's shoulder, gently massaging him while speaking softly, as a young master of imperial lineage. It is only fitting that I attend to your needs. Xian Ning's brow furrowed tightly. Even as a member of a hidden ancient clan, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the seductive tone of her voice. Yet, Su Chenxiao did not refuse. Enjoying the beauty service as he opened his eyes and inquired, I have heard that your Colosseum is hosting an event. Those who achieve 100 victories will earn a qualification for the Sanyan burial grounds? Lu Zishan continued her gentle massage, laughing lightly. Oh, young master, are you interested in that qualification? If you desire it, there is no need for such trouble. I would gladly present it to you. Su Chenxiao opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Zishan's enchanting visage, and responded with a smile. That is not necessary. There is, however, someone currently present in your Colosseum. Who? Lu Zishan inquired. Xian Outyin. Chapter 33. The discarded heir of the Xian clan. Battles unraveled in the arena. Upon hearing the words, Lu Zishan momentarily paused, evidently recalling the name with vivid clarity. With a composed demeanor, she remarked, the person you speak of, young Master Su, is indeed known to me. He has recently become quite the celebrity within our Tianqi arena. At this point, Lu Zishan cast a sidelong glance at the expressionless Xian Ning, bursting into a light-hearted laugh. It is rather peculiar, isn't it? This individual, clearly a member of the ancient Xian clan, chooses to come to this humble locale to vie for a qualification token. He has achieved an impressive 95 consecutive victories and only needs 5 more to reach the illustrious mark of 100. Her words elicited a frosty response from Xian Ning, who snorted with displeasure. Oof. How could a distinguished heir of the hidden ancient Xian clan stoop to such a lowly arena, merely to entertain the masses? Is he intent on tarnishing the reputation of our clan? With a resigned shrug, Lu Zishan replied, in our arena, we never compel anyone to compete. This little establishment could hardly provoke the ancient Xian clan. The 100 victories in battle are a choice made by that young master Xian Outyin himself and have nothing to do with our arena. Having managed the arena for over a century, her aim was to discover exceptionally talented youths to place her bets on, hoping they would aid her in restoring the glory of the Zine Spirit Serpent clan. Originally, she had seen promise in Xian Outyin, whose talent and background were commendable. However, upon encountering this imperial scion today, her intentions shifted. Prompt. The destined heroine Lu Zishan has decided to abandon her bet on Xian Outyin, resulting in a loss of 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations! You have gained 1,000 villain points. Has she shifted her focus so swiftly? Truly a woman of cold pragmatism, mused Su Chenxiao, who paid little heed to the unfolding drama, instead casting his gaze upon the arena below. The arena was divided into 12 sections, with hundreds of battles available for wagers each day. The throngs of spectators filled the stands to capacity, their excitement palpable. Some cultivators appeared flushed with fervor, while others expressed their frustration, lamenting their ill-fated bets. Hit him! Smash him! One spectator shouted, I've wagered 10,000 spirit stones on you. Make it count. Observing the lively atmosphere below, even Su Chenxiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, what a lively spectacle. When does Xian Outyin's deadly duel commence? With a gentle smile, Lu Zishan replied, Ah, so young Master Su is here for this purpose. The last 5 battles of Xian Outyin were originally scheduled to begin in the afternoon. However, if you wish to witness them, we could commence now. Su Chenxiao, intrigued, glanced at Xian Ning and nodded. Let it begin at once. I am eager to meet this discarded son of the Xian clan, Xian Outyin. Very well, young Master Su in the depths of the arena. Within a dim and damp dungeon, the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts and frantic cries echoed incessantly. Let me out! Let me out! The prisoners held here were those sold to fight or beasts acquired by the arena. In a narrow, unadorned chamber, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged on a hard stone slab, cultivating in silence. Spiritual energy swirled around him, a dark path coiling beside him as if nothing in the world could disturb his focus. With long black hair cascading down, he appeared strikingly handsome, his features sharp and chiseled, bearing a resemblance to the clan leader Xian Yuyu. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. The door swung open, revealing a rotund man with shifty eyes who entered with utmost reverence. Young Master Outyin, are you still in meditation? He inquired, for the man was an attendant of the arena. Though ostensibly a warrior of the arena, it was well known that his true identity was that of the Xian clan's heir. Outyin slowly opened his eyes, a piercing gleam within them, exuding a formidable presence. The walls of the chamber trembled as a powerful aura erupted from him, sending ripples through the air. Second stage of the undying realm. The attendant was taken aback by this sudden display, his body quaking with fear. Why, young Master Outyin? Outyin suppressed his formidable energy and regarded the attendant with a cold gaze. What is it? The attendant hurriedly explained, Young Master Outyin, you have 5 battles remaining. The leader has arranged for your combat to commence this afternoon, and it will begin shortly. Commence early? Outyin's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no sign of approval or discontent. Very well. After these days of fighting, my cultivation has improved significantly. Moreover, I have now broken through to the second stage of the undying realm. The time has come for me to secure that qualification token and depart. With this thought, Outyin spoke with chilling indifference. Understood. Make the arrangements. Today, I shall achieve my 100 victories in battle. The attendant sighed in relief, nodding as he exited to prepare for the duel. In the oppressive darkness of the room, Outyin stared into the void, memories flooding his mind. Unworthy spawn. If you utter another word, I, Yu, shall consider you no son of mine. A father who does not raise his child. How have you fulfilled your duty? Fine. If you deem me unworthy of being your son and wish to sever ties, then from this day forth, I, Outyin, shall cut all ties with the hidden ancient Xian clan. Clan leader, consider me as having never existed. He had been exiled to other realms since childhood, never even getting to see his mother one last time. He had once thought there were reasons for their actions, only to discover that upon his return, he inexplicably gained a younger brother, a prodigy with the divine body of dual forms, who had reached the 9th stage of the undying realm by the age of 20. Shaking off the memories, Outyin's gaze hardened with resolve. Enough! I, Outyin, have never needed anyone's support. He would make that biased father understand that even without relying on the clan, he could attain the qualification to enter the Crimson Fallen Ground. Chapter 34. The Slaying Immortal Array, the 4 great imperial swords of celestial slaughter, the Arena of Revelation. Region 1. This place has long been regarded as exceptionally unique, where countless renowned combatants have engaged in fierce battles. Only the most popular warriors are permitted to participate. Following the announcements made by the corpulent steward in other regions, the spotlight is now on the reclusive ancient clan's discarded scion, Outyin, who will undertake his final 5 death matches today, aiming for an impeccable record of 100 victories without defeat. At this moment, the first arena was filled to capacity, not only with regular patrons and fervent gamblers, but also with prodigies from various realms, eager to witness the spectacle. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Have you heard? Soon, the discarded scion of the ancient Xian clan will engage in a series of 5 death matches. The Xian clan. Could he possibly be Outyin, the son of the current clan leader? This generation's clan leader is known for his ruthlessness, having purged his own brothers to ascend. How could his son be here? Before the crowd could ponder further, the corpulent steward in the first arena chuckled and announced loudly, "The reason we have opened the first arena today is due to the presence of a heavyweight participant. I believe you all are already aware. So let us welcome Outyin from the ancient Xian clan, with an impressive record of 95 consecutive victories." With a rumble, the immense stone door on the eastern side of the arena creaked open. From the endless darkness, a strikingly handsome and cold-faced young man clad in black emerged slowly. His demeanor exuded a sharp, icy aura, reminiscent of a sword yet to be unsheathed. Once unleashed, it would be unstoppable, capable of severing all. Upon Outyin's appearance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The locals from the Kaming realm were somewhat unfazed, but the prodigies who had traveled from other realms due to the incident at the Red Fallen Graveyard were all taken aback. It was indeed the scion of the reclusive, ancient Xian clan. How could this be? Why would a member of the Xian clan participate in a death match? Even among the most prestigious seats in the first arena, several exceptionally gifted scions from ancient clans were murmuring among themselves. Oomph. In the crowd, a lean young man with a sullen expression crossed his arms and gazed disdainfully at Xian Yin in the arena, mocking him. To think that Xian Yin, a descendant of an ancient clan, would stoop so low as to fight in this filthy arena for a mere qualification token to a burial site. He truly tarnishes our clan's reputation and brings shame to our reclusive lineage. The speaker was Chenxiao, a contemporary prodigy from the ancient Qi clan. He had previously had a conflict with Xian Yin in a secret realm, and the two had never seen eye to eye. Another prodigy from an ancient clan beside him chuckled and said, "Brother Qian is right. We are all from esteemed families. Yet I have never heard of any scion choosing to engage in death matches at such a place. This arena of revelation is exploiting our ancient clan's reputation to attract customers. They will eventually pay for it. Yet, today seems particularly lively. Even the supreme viewing room above has opened. Could it be that a significant figure has arrived?" As these words were spoken, the gathered prodigies all looked up towards the supreme viewing room above the arena. There, amidst the sky, a splendid and opulent palace floated, casting a gaze down upon the arena's spectacle. Inside the supreme room, ding! Congratulations on obtaining White Tiger Pill X1. Congratulations on obtaining White Black Silk X1. Congratulations on obtaining Blue Violent Yuan Pill X1. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Divine Mechanism 9 Escape Step, current villain value, 46,000. Once again, it was a purple guaranteed item. Reclining in a chair, leisurely enjoying a massage from Lu Zishan, Chenxiao, feeling rather bored, decided to indulge in 10 consecutive draws. This man, when he found himself idle, could hardly restrain his hands. He had initially intended to save up for 100 consecutive draws. Supreme Divine Mechanism 9 Escapes Step, purple, after cultivation. Speed is greatly enhanced. Steps become unfathomable. 9 steps to traverse realms. At the pinnacle of cultivation, it can rival imperial-level techniques. Fortunately, celestial escape techniques are exceptionally rare, and this purple guarantee yielded something quite remarkable. At this moment, Lu Zishan, who was gently massaging him, spoke softly, "Young master, as per your instructions, Xian Yin has arrived." Chenxiao squinted, peering down at the black-clad youth in the arena. Name, Xian Yin. Title, Relentless Evil Emperor Destiny Protagonist. Identity, son of the leader of the reclusive ancient Xian clan. Age, 26. Personality, cold, indifferent, ruthless. Realm, undying realm. Second layer, physique, celestial sword body, cultivation techniques. Relentless sword scripture, black ancient scripture, celestial slaughter sword technique, nameless sword technique, fragment. Treasure, slaying immortal array map, red, fragmented celestial slaughter sword, unfathomable star map. Destiny value, 300,000. Upon seeing the treasures adorning Xian Yin, Chenxiao's eyes momentarily widened, gleaming with newfound interest. This fellow possesses the legendary slaying immortal array map and an imperial weapon, the celestial slaughter sword. This artifact is famously known among the 4 imperial swords of celestial slaughter: slay, kill, trap, and obliterate. It is said that each imperial sword contains an endless array of slaughter, ever-changing, capable of severing stars and moons. The celestial slaughter sword is notorious for its lethality, with its array capable of burning the essence of life and corroding the soul, exceedingly terrifying. Good heavens, the universe-grade slaying immortal array map and the fragmented celestial slaughter sword. It seems that this protagonist aims to collect all 4 imperial swords. Chenxiao's eyes flickered, fixating on Xian Yin below, as if he were gazing upon a mountain of gold. It appears that fortune smiles upon me. Xian Yin is undoubtedly the epitome of a quality protagonist. No wonder he is unmatched even in Yi Zhao's script. Truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, upon seeing his elder brother, Xian Ning's expression darkened. Inside the first arena, the corpulent steward, witnessing the ignited atmosphere, excitedly shouted, "Now that young Master Yin has arrived, it is time to unleash this session's deathmatch beast." Esteemed guests, this beast hails from the extreme flame region of the northern domain, a powerful creature residing within the volcanic lava. The flame prison ghost serpent. With a rumble, another stone door swung open. A terrifying roar, reminiscent of ancient times, echoed throughout the arena. Roar. The corpulent steward was startled, cursing under his breath. Damn it, it hasn't even begun yet, and they're already releasing it. He quickly leaped away, retreating to a protected seat within the array. From the open stone door, a torrent of scorching heat surged forth. Roar. The earth-shattering roar of the beast resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming heat wave as a conflagration erupted. A pair of primal, blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent and savagery shone through the flames. It was a colossal serpent, 30 meters tall with a massive body, crimson scales resembling a dragon or python, and covered in hard scales. Its eyes burned like torches, with a robust physique and claws as sharp as blades. Capable of easily shredding any living being, every inch of its skin was scalding hot, resembling molten lava, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. Undying Realm, 9th Layer, Chapter 35. The Flame Abyss Demon Serpent, 9th level of the Undying Realm. Upon the appearance of this terrifying beast, many cultivators on the stage instantly changed their expressions, their souls trembling with fear. Had they lost their minds? This was a beast of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. What manner of creature is this? So fearsome. I feel it could annihilate me in an instant. The Flame Abyss Demon Serpent? I have never heard of such a name. Who would have thought that the arena would bring forth such a formidable beast? At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Chenxiao remained calm, eyes closed, not moving a muscle. In the supreme seat, Chenxiao, witnessing this scene, remarked with great interest, the Netherfire Abyss, the bloodline of the burning heaven demon dragon. How intriguing. To start with such a match, it seems the arena has truly invested heavily this time. Upon hearing the Imperial Scion's insight into the beast's origin, Lu Zhishan expressed her surprise. Mr. Su, your vast knowledge is impressive. You even recognize such a rare demon beast. That young Master Outyin possesses remarkable strength. Just days ago, he was merely at the first level of the Undying Realm, and now he has already broken through. If it were an ordinary beast, it would hardly be worth watching. It took considerable effort to capture this creature, Chenxiao replied with a smile. Alas, it ultimately lacks the lineage of the burning heaven demon dragon. Its bloodline is impure, rendering it somewhat lacking. Have you perhaps encountered it before? She inquired. The essence of the burning heaven demon dragon is indeed delightful. Its sinews remarkably resilient, making for excellent material in forging treasures. Behind him, Qing Lao nodded in agreement, reminiscing about that taste. In the past, when the young master and his brother, Su Jingheng, roamed the northern domain with impunity, they had hunted and feasted upon the younglings of the burning heaven demon dragon, and he had been fortunate enough to savor the experience. The taste is commendable? Lu Zhishan's smile faltered, her mouth agape as she regarded the Imperial Scion. Her mind momentarily buzzed, leaving her momentarily speechless. With a bitter smile, she remarked, the burning heaven demon dragon is a top-tier demon clan of the northern domain. I have no courage to capture a pure-blooded dragon. The Flame Abyss Demon Serpent is but one of the myriad fierce beasts possessing the bloodline of the burning heaven demon dragon. Powerful indeed. Even that young Master Outyin must face a grueling battle. As the owner of the Heavenly Awakening Arena, she needed to consider the arena's revenue. The arrival of the reclusive ancient clan as Chenxiao had brought immense traffic. The arena had been profiting abundantly day by day. These last 5 battles, naturally, could not allow him to win so easily. Otherwise, how could she profit from those gamblers? With a gentle grip on Chenxiao's shoulder, she smiled. But I wonder, does Mr. Su think that young Master Outyin can emerge victorious in this battle? Chenxiao gazed at Chenxiao, whose expression remained calm, and replied blandly, perhaps a stick of incense is worth of time. Oh, Lu Zhishan's interest was piqued. You are so certain about the 9th level of the Undying Realm? Chenxiao smiled lightly, with the Zhejian array diagram and the Lushian sword. If Chenxiao cannot handle this Flame Abyss Demon Serpent, he would hardly be worthy of the title of the destined protagonist. He then cast a glance at the composed Xianning nearby, saying, Xianning, are you not concerned for your brother's safety? Xianning coldly replied, in response to the young master, This is Xian Aoyan's own choice. Even if he dies, it is his own doing. Within the arena, as the flame abyss demon serpent made its entrance, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Go, destroy this beast. Xian Aoyan, I've wagered my wife and children. All my wealth is on the line. You must not lose. The cacophony of voices continued. Xian Aoyan's expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the menacing flame abyss demon serpent, its aura terrifying. In his hand appeared a black sword, ancient and rusted, emanating a formidable presence. Slay the Celestials, he shouted, devoid of emotion. Gulme, let me witness what sets apart a beast of the 9th level of the undying realm. The battle was about to commence. Xian Aoyan transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Roar! The flame abyss demon serpent let out a thunderous roar, spewing forth a torrent of blood-red flames, scorching the heavens. The searing flames twisted the very fabric of space, rushing forth with an oppressive force. Even with protective formations in place, the astonishing heat seemed to sear the audience. Those seated nearby felt an overwhelming heat, their brows drenched in sweat. What terrifying flames! Can Xian Aoyan withstand this? Amidst the inferno, a beam of pitch-black sword light erupted, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy. Xian Aoyan wielded the Lushian sword, cleaving through the raging flames, tearing open a vast chasm within the inferno. Celestial slaying sword technique. Human abyss. Boom! Though the Lushian sword was a broken imperial weapon, its power diminished. In Xian Aoyan's hands, it was far from an ordinary sword. His movements were so swift that he tore through the fire realm, appearing before the flame abyss demon serpent. Seeing this insignificant being not reduced to ashes, the flame abyss demon serpent seemed enraged, unleashing even fiercer flames. Xian Aoyan's eyes turned icy, his movements electric as he deftly evaded this assault. The Lushian sword flashed. With a splintering sound, he carved a massive gash into the colossal body of the flame abyss demon serpent. A torrent of blood erupted. The flame abyss demon serpent roared in pain, becoming even more frenzied and violent. Its scales bristled, the powerful and majestic body sweeping across, causing the ground to crack and unleashing a tremendous wave of shock. Should it strike, even an undying Xian Aoyan would be obliterated. Boom! This overwhelming force sent tremors throughout the arena, shaking the very heavens and earth, the residual waves felt by the audience. Countless faces turned pale with fear. Those who had wagered heavily appeared ashen. Is that scion going to perish? It's over. This is a beast of the 9th level of the undying realm. I wagered everything. Just when everyone believed Xian Aoyan would meet his end or suffer grievous injuries from this strike, a cold laughter suddenly rang out from above the flame abyss demon serpent. Beasts are ultimately beasts. Xian Aoyan stood poised in midair, clad in black, his aura swirling, the Lushian sword before him glowing ominously. He formed a sword technique with his hand, his gaze chillingly resolute as he declared, Celestial slaying sword technique, heavenly abyss. Buzzing. The Lushian sword trembled violently. In the next moment, it transformed into a razor-sharp beam, seemingly capable of cutting through anything, descending upon the flame abyss demon serpent. Should it connect, it would pierce through the very body of the flame abyss demon serpent. Simultaneously, in the Supreme Room, Chenxiao grinned, saying, if it were to conclude so easily, it would hardly be entertaining. Qing Lao, understanding the implication, unleashed a trace of undetectable energy from his fingertips. This energy swiftly merged with the Lushian sword. The trajectory that was meant to pierce the flame abyss demon serpent's body shifted slightly, a deviation unnoticed even by Xian Aoyan. Boom! Chapter 36. The nameless sword technique slays the fiery serpent, the resentful Xianing with a deafening roar. The anguished wails of the flame prison serpent echoed through the blazing inferno. Everyone stood frozen, breath held, the arena enveloped in an eerie silence. Then, the atmosphere erupted. Countless voices exploded in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed. They had actually triumphed. Zuantayan had vanquished a beast of the 9th layer of the undying realm. In the air, Zhuan Tian's expression remained indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow. The ninth layer of the undying realm? Merely a trifle. A sword mark manifested in his palm, preparing to retract the celestial sword. Yet he suddenly realized that the celestial sword seemed firmly locked in place, unresponsive for a moment. Furrowing his brow, Zhuan Tian murmured in confusion. What is happening? Suddenly, a ferocious, soul-chilling roar resonated from the inferno. The tumultuous flames parted, and the grotesque head of the flame prison serpent surged forth. Its eyes blazed with rage and hatred, its gaping maw lined with fangs, the celestial sword ominously embedded within its thick tongue. How could this be? Zhuan Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he beheld this scene in disbelief. A horrific crimson glow began to gather in the serpent's mouth. Flames powerful enough to incinerate everything surged forth. Boom! An endless torrent of flames bore down upon him, leaving no time for contemplation. Zhuan Tian was compelled to unleash a fearsome sword energy to defend himself, hastily evading the celestial sword's body, every move imbued with formidable sword intent. Booming thunder echoed through the fiery expanse. A figure engulfed in flames was blasted out, rolling several times before crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Ding! The destined protagonist Zhuan Tian is gravely injured, losing 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for gaining 2,000 villain points. Everyone gazed at this astonishing spectacle in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening? That flame-prisoned serpent is still alive." Coughing violently, Zhuan Tian radiated a divine glow, dispersing the flames clinging to his body, and swiftly retrieved a sacred elixir for recovery. After all, it was a beast of the ninth layer of the undying realm. The pain of its flames was no trivial matter. Despite possessing the celestial sword physique, as a sword cultivator, he was unparalleled in offense, but lacked physical fortitude. Thus, he had avoided the serpent's flames during the battle. Yet, he had not anticipated that his earlier strike had failed to slay this creature. The earlier indifference and arrogance vanished, replaced by doubt and confusion in Zhuan Tian's eyes. Damn it, how could my sword have strayed? Roaring in fury, the flame-prisoned serpent showed no mercy. Surging forth with a tempest of raging flames, its furious roars closing in. The flames danced, rising like a tsunami, and the terrifying heat, coupled with overwhelming killing intent, jolted Zhuan Tian back to clarity. His expression turned furious, icy anger filling his gaze as he shouted, "Beast, do you think I would fear you without my sword?" The heartless sword technique surged within him, and in an instant, Zhuan Tian's aura transformed dramatically. A torrent of sword intent erupted unabashedly, shaking the earth. Behind him, sword energy, forged from pure qi, manifested in the air, numbering in the thousands. The heartless path materialized beside him, as Zhuan Tian appeared like a sword immortal, coldly observing the serpent before him. Dealing with scum like you does not require such a move. You shall not die in vain. With that, thousands of sword energies surged forth, overwhelming and all-consuming. This sword energy seemed capable of tearing apart all existence. Nothing could withstand its might. The torrent of sword light plunged into the raging inferno, and a flicker of terror crossed the flame-prisoned serpent's eyes as it attempted to shield itself by retracting its scales. In an instant, the multitude of sword energy shattered its seemingly impenetrable scales, piercing through its massive form. Roar! The flame-prisoned serpent emitted a deafening wail, collapsing to the ground. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, its breath extinguished. Zhuan Tian's chest heaved, clearly having expended considerable energy with that strike. He approached slowly, impervious to the surrounding flames. Kneeling beside the serpent's lifeless body, he forcefully withdrew the celestial sword from its mouth. With a soft thud, he then cast a cold gaze towards the stunned, flabbergasted fat steward on the platform, stating icily, "Prepare for the next match." Only then did the steward snap back to reality, urgently announcing, "Young Master Zhuan Tian has slain the fiery serpent, achieving victory in the 96th match." In the Supreme Chamber, upon witnessing Zhuan Tian execute the technique to slay the serpent, Xianing's expression shifted drastically, his face contorted with displeasure. The nameless sword technique. How infuriating! I never imagined my father would bestow such a gift upon him. Ding! The destined protagonist Zuantayan has incurred the resentment of his younger brother, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for gaining 1,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao glanced over. The nameless sword technique? Lu Zishan also looked on with immense curiosity. Zuantayan's recent display of prowess was indeed extraordinary. It was astonishing that he could slay the flame-prisoned serpent without a sword. Could this be a technique of the Su family? Xianning's eyes burned with envious fury as he coldly remarked, "The nameless sword technique is a divine art passed down from my mother. Though it exists only in fragments, its power is boundless. Cultivating this technique allows one to embody the sword without a physical weapon, rivaling even the might of magical artifacts." This nameless sword technique had remained with his father since their mother's demise. He was filled with confusion. Why? As a son of both father and mother, did his father favor his elder brother so? Why was this divine art imparted to him and not to himself? Grinding his teeth, Xianing clenched his fists, trembling with indignation. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, speaking with a tinge of regret. Ah, such is the way of things. It seems the Su clan leader is indeed biased. Even if your brother severed ties with the Su family, your father remains concerned for him. As if struck by a thought, Su Chenxiao feigned realization. I observe that his sword possesses remarkable qualities, seemingly imbued with imperial essence. Though somewhat damaged, it must have once been an unparalleled imperial sword. Could that sword also be a relic of your mother? Xianing closed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. The entire Su family has practiced the Su Tian record for generations. Sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. Only my mother was a sword cultivator. This sword could only be her relic. As Xianing opened his eyes, despair and anguish filled his gaze. With Zuantayan's cultivation in the undying realm, how could he possibly possess so many treasures without the support of our ancient Su family? Chapter 37. I beseech you, let me fight to the death. The final battle. It is truly laughable that my elder brother remains oblivious to his own shortcomings, forever blaming our father. Although he has severed ties with our clan, the artifacts and techniques he wields are all derived from our father. Upon hearing the secrets of the ancient Xian family, Lu Zishan expressed her surprise. Is it possible that such a thing exists? But I have heard that the patriarch of the Xian family overly indulged his youngest son, neglecting the proud, young master Xian Outyan, which ultimately led to his estrangement from the family and his departure. If what you say is true, then it seems that the child who cries receives the milk. Lu Zishan chuckled and shook her head, reflecting on her thoughts without further inquiry. However, her seemingly innocuous remark shattered the last vestige of defense within Xianning's heart. Beep. The destined protagonist Xian Outyan has reached the maximum hatred value from his younger brother, resulting in a loss of 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 2,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Zishan with a hint of admiration. Xianning, with teeth clenched and eyes reddened, was consumed by rage. Despite having always been the most obedient child to their father, he could not fathom why everything had changed since the arrival of his brother. Their father had lavished all his affection upon Xian Outyan, forgiving him for every transgression. But what of himself? After 3 years as a hostage, shrouded in the fear of death, he was reprimanded by their father for merely contradicting him. Why should this be his fate? In that moment, any remaining affection for his brother vanished. Xianning's gaze was locked onto the rebellious Xian Outyan in the arena below, a newfound coldness flashing in his eyes as if resolved to a decision. Brother, you have lived your life under our father's protection, devoid of trials. You are indeed fortunate. Since you covet this qualification token so much, I shall deny it to you. With a respectful bow, Xianning approached Su Chenxiao. Young master. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Perplexed. What is it? Xianning lowered his head and spoke in a somber tone. I request permission to enter the arena. I wish to engage Xian Outyan in a fight to the death. Please grant me this request. Oh. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, perceiving the jealousy and fury in Xianning's gaze. He smiled gently and inquired, Why do you wish to do this? Quan Ningrepliet. Though Xian Outyin is no longer a member of the ancient Xian family, his aura remains. As his younger brother, I must make him understand that as long as he bears the blood of the Xian family, he will never face true hardship. Su Chenxiao smiled broadly, declaring, "Did you hear that, Lu Pavilion Master? I would not dare contravene the rules of your arena." Though surprised, Lu Zishan, with her enchanting demeanor, replied, "Was a mere rule in comparison. If it is young Master Su's request, I would not only modify the rules, but would gladly yield the entire arena to you." "This cunning fox," Su Chenxiao remarked lightly. "Did you hear that? If you wish to go, then go." Xian Ning's eyes lit up at these words, and he knelt, clasping his fists. "I thank you for your approval, young master." Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. This is merely a family matter." However, at this point, Su Chenxiao retrieved a blood-red round elixir from his storage ring and sent it over with his true energy. "What is this?" Xian Ning asked, gazing at the crimson pill in confusion. Su Chenxiao replied with a calm smile, "Your father dotes on your brother. He likely possesses many undisclosed methods. This is the blood surge pill, capable of temporarily enhancing your strength without side effects, though will leave you weakened for a day. You are to accompany me to the Crimson Ruins in 3 days. Thus, I do not wish to see you encounter any troubles before then." This pill was a product of his recent 10 consecutive draws, and he never expected it would come in handy now. Xian Ning, taken aback by Su Chenxiao's words, sensed the underlying truth in them. After all, even the unparalleled sword art had been bestowed upon Xian Outyin, while he had received nothing. Accepting the blood surge pill, he felt a warmth of concern for the first time. Grateful, he looked at Su Chenxiao and said, "Xian Ning is deeply thankful to you, young master." Following this, Lu Zishan used her spiritual sense to instruct an arena steward to escort Xian Ning away. Once he had departed, she turned her alluring gaze to Su Chenxiao. "Young master, all is arranged." "Indeed. And how do you intend to reward me?" "A slap. Would you care for one?" In the pitch-black corridor, Xian Outyin sat to the side, adjusting his true energy to recover, preparing for the next round of combat. Opening his eyes, he glanced at his scorched right hand, a cold glint flickering within. Damn it, I never expected the flames of the Hellfire Serpent to be so troublesome. Even now, he could not comprehend why his strike with the immortal slaying sword had gone awry. Sensing something, Xian Outyin coldly inquired, "Has the next match begun?" At that moment, the portly steward appeared, silently waiting for his recovery. "No, no, no." The steward, upon noticing Xian Outyin's awakening, flashed a fawning smile. "No need to rush. However, young Master Outyin, we at the arena wish to discuss a matter with you." Xian Outyin inquired, "What is it?" The steward rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. "According to our prior agreement, you have 4 battles remaining to achieve 100 victories and earn the qualification token for entry into the Crimson Ruins. You are surely aware of the strength of the Hellfire Serpent you just faced. If this pace continues, it will be difficult for you to secure a victory within the next 3 days." Xian Outyin frowned. Indeed, the strength of the Hellfire Serpent was formidable. If the subsequent 4 matches were against beasts of such caliber, he would be hard-pressed to prevail. "So what are you suggesting?" The steward replied, "For this reason, we have decided to exempt you from the remaining 4 battles. You need only win 1 match to obtain the qualification token." Xian Outyin narrowed his eyes, fixing a cold smile on the beaming steward. "1 match? I suspect the final battle will not be so simple. Will it?" The steward continued to smile. "You are free to refuse, but allow me to hint that the opponents in those subsequent 4 matches will not be mere beasts of the Undying Realm. Kingly Realm. This rotund steward dares to threaten me?" Xian Outyin's expression darkened. However, with the Crimson Ruins about to open, he needed to prepare quickly. He did not have time to waste. Ultimately, it was merely 1 final battle. Even if they unleashed a peak beast of the Kingly Realm, what of it? "I, Xian Outyin, accept. Prepare now. Today, I shall obtain that qualification token." Upon hearing Xian Outyin's agreement, the steward's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Understood. Chapter 38, The Fated Protagonist versus Biological Brother. A battle for life and death. Inside the arena, the final battle is on the verge of commencing. The nearly restored Xian Outyin exudes a calm demeanor as he quietly awaits his last opponent. The atmosphere among the spectators, who had witnessed Xian Aoyan's earlier audacious feat of slaying a ninth-tier undead beast, is electric. Even after half an hour has passed, their fervor remains unabated. Whispers abound. Who would have thought Xian Aoyan could truly defeat the flame-prisoned ghost serpent? Didn't he just ascend to the Ascendant Realm a year ago? How can his progress be so astonishing? After all, he is the son of the Xian clan leader. Surely his father has invested considerable resources in him. I've heard that the clan leader has another son, endowed with exceptional talent, who has been nurtured with countless resources since childhood. If Xian Aoyan is already this strong, how fearsome must his brother Xianning be? At that moment, the speaker feels a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent. Xian Aoyan has opened his eyes, coldly fixing his stare upon him. The speaker hastily falls silent. Xian Aoyan sneers. His greatest annoyance has always been comparisons between himself and his younger brother. How can a sheltered flower ever stand against me? At this juncture, a voice of mockery emanates from the hidden ancient clans. Ha ha ha, Xian Aoyan. You truly have an inflated ego, sneered Chi-Ao from the VIP section. Everyone here has contributed their spirit stones to witness the spectacle of you, the clan's outcast. Are you truly so fragile that we, the paying audience, cannot voice our opinions? As a member of the ancient clans, others may fear Xian Aoyan, but he does not. You are merely the Xian family's discarded son. Chi-Ao continues with disdain. In terms of both demeanor and strength, you will never surpass your brother Xianning. Xianning possesses the ancient two-pronged divine body of your clan, and by the age of 20, he has already achieved the 9th tier of the Undying Realm. If not for your blood relation, you would not even be worthy to carry his shoes. Xianning is known for his refined manners and extraordinary talent, maintaining the grace expected of one from an ancient clan, earning him great respect among the other prodigies. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding members of the ancient clans laugh in agreement. Xian Aoyan's expression instantly turns frigid, his gaze locked onto Chi-Ao with palpable murderous intent, the Su Xian sword in his hand vibrating ominously. If you seek death, feel free to come down, he growls. Unfazed, Chi-Ao retorts, I couldn't care less. But Xian Aoyan, if you dare to disrupt the rules of the arena, you may very well lose your qualification token. A noble of an ancient clan, fighting vigorously for a mere qualification to the Crimson Ruins. How shameful. Xian Aoyan struggles to suppress his fury, attempting to remain composed and disregard the barking insults. Meanwhile, the rotund steward of the arena communicates through sound transmission with Lu Zishan. After receiving her consent, he nods, smiling broadly as he announces, it is well known that young Master Aoyan is just 4 battles shy of obtaining the qualification token for entry into the Crimson Ruins. However, if you are weary of battling beasts, we at the Tianqi Arena have decided to transform these last 4 matches into one final battle. This time, young Master Aoyan will not face a beast, but a practitioner of the 9th tier in the Undying Realm. What? The revelation stuns not only the audience in the stands, but also Xian Aoyan, who furrows his brow at the stout steward. A practitioner? He had already slain a 9th tier undead beast. The physical prowess of beasts has always surpassed that of human practitioners of the same realm. Surely the arena does not believe that a mere 9th tier practitioner can thwart my claim to the qualification token? Xian Aoyan scoffs inwardly. Enough chatter. Bring him out and let us commence. Seeing Xian Aoyan's eagerness, the steward beams mysteriously and nods. Since you are so impatient, let us have that esteemed individual make his entrance. With a thunderous rumble, the massive stone doors swing open. From the dark passage, a leisurely footstep echoes through the arena. All eyes turn. Is it truly a practitioner? Who could it be? Could it be an ancient demon? The prodigies from the hidden ancient clans watch with keen interest. Chi-Ao chuckles. This Tianqi Arena is rather intriguing. They have brought in a 9th tier practitioner. I do wonder who it is. Let's hope he doesn't fall to that waste of space, Xian Aoyan. As laughter fills the arena, the atmosphere shifts when the figure slowly emerges from behind the stone door. Suddenly, laughter dies down. The entire arena falls silent. As Xian Aoyan gazes at the newcomer, his pupils dilate in shock and disbelief. Fury floods his countenance as he bellows at the figure. What are you doing here? Quan Ning. In an instant, the arena erupts. No one anticipated that the practitioner set to duel the ancient clan's outcast, Xian Outyin, would be none other than Xian Ning, the clan leader's son and Xian Outyin's biological brother. How can this be? Madness. Am I dreaming? Xian Outyin is indeed the clan's outcast. Yet this individual is the most distinguished prodigy of the Xian clan, a candidate for the next clan leader. What business does he have in the arena? Does he seek the qualification token as well? In the arena, the immortal sect and members of the hidden ancient clan stand agape. Chenxiao stares wide-eyed at the figure. Aghast. Xian Ning. How would he be here? The stout steward appears immensely pleased with the audience's reaction and laughs heartily as he introduces the figure. I believe you all recognize this esteemed practitioner. Indeed, young Master Outyin's final battle will be against this practitioner, none other than the son of the current leader of the hidden ancient clans and young Master Outyin's own brother. Xian Ning. This battle is a fight to the death. The only condition for victory is to kill the opponent. Madness. Absolute madness. Two nobles of the ancient clans, brothers by blood, are set to engage in a battle to the death within this arena. Foolishness. An elder from the hidden ancient clan shouts, sensing the gravity of the situation. Do you comprehend the identities of these two before you? Who gave you the audacity to permit such a life-and-death struggle? Are you seeking annihilation for the Tianqi arena? The stout steward glances at the elder with a chuckle. I'm afraid this matter was personally requested by young Master Xian Ning, and it has received the approval of an esteemed individual. Even if all those present from the ancient clans combined could not match the strength of that individual's finger. The stout steward, emboldened, disregards the trembling elder and exclaims cheerfully, "Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to place your bets. Today's battle is a once-in-a-millennium event. Do not let regret haunt you for a lifetime. Now let the duel commence." Meanwhile, within the Supreme Chamber, Chenxiao observed the scene below with great amusement. The clash between brothers was indeed a source of unparalleled entertainment. Lu Zishan, standing beside him, chuckled softly, remarking, "Thanks to your esteemed presence. It seems that the duel between the two members of the ancient clan, the Xian family, will undoubtedly enhance the reputation of our Tianqi arena manifold after today. Even I find myself eagerly anticipating which of these brothers shall emerge victorious. I shall remain here in this private room with you, watching with bated breath." Chapter 39. The dark flow. The protagonist, Xian Ao Tian, felt a surge of rage as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He was utterly taken aback to find his own brother, Xian Ning, standing before him. Their relationship was irreparably strained, one a rebellious outcast, and the other the most talented and obedient heir of the prominent family. Xian Ao Tian's gaze was piercing, as sharp as a blade, filled with fury. His voice was hoarse as he demanded, "Xian Ning, who sent you here? Was it that old wretch?" Calmly, Xian Ning responded, "Brother, it has been a long time. I came here of my own volition. Since you have chosen to sever ties with our family, you should not flaunt the name of the Xian clan while acting recklessly in the outside world, including utilizing the divine techniques bestowed upon you by our father." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Xian Ao Tian's eyes, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Good. I have long severed all ties with the Xian family. The techniques I wield are not your so-called Xian Tian record." With that, the Lucian sword appeared in his hand. Gripping it tightly, a relentless aura emerged beside him. His long black hair, dancing wildly as waves of terrifying sword intent surged forth. "Xian Ning, since you wish to obstruct my acquisition of the qualification token, I shall see if you possess the capability to do so today. Come, let's engage in a deathmatch." With a mighty swing of the Lucian sword, a torrent of black sword light erupted, tearing through everything in its path. The ground beneath them shattered, as the overwhelming sword radiance surged forth, sharp and merciless. Xian Ning was equally displeased with the brother who had taken everything from him. With an icy demeanor, he murmured, "Xian Ao Tian, I have long awaited this moment. Only I am the most outstanding son of our father." Suddenly, the dualities of yin and yang manifested behind him. The Xian Tian record activated, revealing Xian Ning's flawless jade-like physique as he unleashed a powerful strike. summoning a colossal white hand adorned with countless runes to clash with the sword light. Boom! The fierce battle between the two young prodigies of the ancient Qian family erupted, engulfing the entire arena in a terrifying display of divine might, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami. The spectators were left in awe, feeling as though they were witnessing this spectacle firsthand. What terrifying power! Is this truly the result of the Qian family's rigorous training of their prodigies? Amidst the blinding light, a furious shout resonated. Qian Tian, wielding the Lu Xian sword, shattered the divine force before him with overwhelming sword intent. He resembled a streak of black lightning, his speed and ferocity reaching their zenith as he advanced toward Xianning. Xianning's expression remained cold. He stepped into the air, manifesting the Tai Chi dualities beneath him. With fingers outstretched, golden runes spiral from his fingertips, emanating an unfathomable power. Since your arrival, I have faded from our father's sight. If only you had never returned to the Qian family. Drawing upon the Qian Tian record and the ancient arts of yin and yang, Xianning's eyes blazed with determination as he unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Qian Tian. Yin and yang, ancient technique, mountain suppression. As the colossal black and white hand descended, the very atmosphere trembled, exerting immense pressure upon Qian Tian. He slowed his momentum, gazing upward at the impending doom with a chilling glare. The Lu Xian sword emitted a crisp, resonant sound, as sharp and merciless sword intent coiled around its blade. In a fit of rage, Qian Tian slashed upward at the descending hand, declaring, "Today, I shall demonstrate that even with all of that old wretch's nurturing, you cannot rival me." Qian Tian. Skystying Swort Technique, Tianming. Xianning's cold voice cut through the chaos. Ungrateful wretch, who truly benefits from our father's nurturing? Qian Tian, though you're my brother, the chasm in our cultivation is one you shall never cross. With a determined shout, the black and white hand surged with power, expanding exponentially. Boom! The explosion shattered Qian Tian's sword light into fragments, while the colossal hand remained unscathed, inexorably closing in, poised to strike. Clenching the Lu Xian sword, Qian Tian glared at the descending hand, coldly stating, "Then open your eyes wide and behold. I, Qian Tian, shall shatter your divine techniques." The nameless sword technique surged forth, replicating the earlier feat of slaying the serpent. The refined sword intent coalesced into a formidable force, multiplying the unrelenting sword energy. Qian Tian unleashed a flurry of sword energy, akin to a torrential downpour, directed at the colossal hand above. 8 Desolation's sword strike. The terrifying onslaught collided with the divine might, causing cracks to form in the hand. In the next moment, it was engulfed by the brilliant sword light. Boom! The arena trembled as Qian Tian emerged like a deity from the sea of divine energy. He faced the relentless onslaught of Xianning's techniques with the ferocity of an unparalleled sword, cutting through all obstacles. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the intense clash between these two ancient clan prodigies. Is this truly a battle of the immortal realm? I never imagined I would witness such a blood-soaked duel between two ancient clan heirs. This ticket was truly worth it. The audience, even those from the hidden ancient families, were left in stunned disbelief. How could Qian Tian possibly match his brother Xianning in such a fierce contest? Qian swallowed hard, gazing at the battle-hardened Qian Tian, hardly believing the extent of his terrifying power. Within the Supreme Chamber, Lu Zhishan, her hands slightly sore from gripping tightly, marveled at the scene below, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. To possess such prowess at this age, they truly embody the essence of the hidden ancient clans. Seated beside Chenxiao, she turned to him, her expression curious. "You seem unfazed, my lord." With a sly smile, Chenxiao replied, "Patience." For both of them are still holding back. The true spectacle is yet to unfold. If memory serves me correctly, the destined protagonist, Qian Tian, possesses a technique from the Black Ancient Canon, an art not belonging to the realms of this world. The Dark Era's forbidden techniques, which arose from the shadows of history, are quite different from the grotesque and malevolent techniques of the external demons. The tolerance for those unholy arts is exceedingly high, but the methods of the entities from the Dark Era are beyond comprehension. Do not speak of it as mere cultivation. Even the slightest touch may provoke a profound transformation of one's character. Merely existing within this realm, the aura it emanates can radiate throughout the entire domain of the Tao, ultimately leading all beings to become bizarre entities that everyone seeks to eradicate. There are whispers that the onset of the Dark Era was heralded by the sudden appearance of an ancient tome, bound in black leather, which transformed all creatures within its vicinity into the uncanny. Alas, Xian, if this were spread, even the most exalted of emperors might be compelled to intervene. The protagonist of the dark currents, a heartless, malevolent emperor. One can surmise that the essence of this malevolence pertains to this ancient black scripture. In comparison, my role as an antagonist seems rather innocuous, tinged with shades of red and purple. Chenxiao's eyes shimmered as he glanced at Xian's life script, subsequently chuckling softly and shaking his head. Heartless, malevolent emperor life script. Slay brothers and annihilate kin, using blood to affirm the path. Chapter 40. The dark ancient scripture. You have forced my hand. Boom. Within the arena, a brilliant explosion of black and white light erupted. Xian was sent flying, battered and bruised, struggling to rise from the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, and even the Xian Slayer sword in his grasp was knocked away. Xian, with an expression as cold as ice, stood upon the balance of yin and yang, his long black hair cascading down, drawing the attention of all present, approaching with the grace of a youthful sovereign. Xian, do you see? This is the chasm that lies between us. I, Xian, have devoted myself to rigorous training since childhood, never once faltering. You constantly blame our father. Yet have you ever considered that had it not been for the blood of the Xian family coursing through your veins, you would not even possess the right to stand before me? Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retrieving a pill to consume. His eyes bloodshot and tinged with crimson. Upon hearing these words, he laughed uproariously, his gaze filled with resentment and disdain. Ah, the pride of the Xian family. My dear brother, you must know you are the pride of our clan, while I, Xian, am merely a discarded pawn. Boom! As the words fell, Xian's aura surged violently. Before him, a dazzling divine light burst forth, accompanied by the crisp sound of a sword song, causing the Xian Slayer sword embedded in the ground to tremble violently. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted. The Xian Slayer sword transformed into a black rainbow, soaring into the sky. And within Xian's grasp appeared a diamond-shaped disc. The disc was adorned with 4 orifices, exuding an overwhelming sword intent that flowed incessantly. The immortal slaying array. Xian, do you think this is all I am capable of? Ridiculous. Immortal slaying array rise. Xian's eyes radiated with divine light as he bellowed. The diamond-shaped immortal slaying array swiftly levitating. The Xian Slayer sword seemed to respond to a summons, hurtling toward the array. In an instant, an array formed of sword intent enveloped Xian. Dragons and serpents surged forth, a murderous aura swelling. Those observing from the stands were visibly astonished. The cutting edge of the sword intent felt as though it could slice through flesh, causing pain in their cheeks. What is this? A sword array? This artifact contains a sword array? Among the crowd, some perceptive individuals began to realize something. An elder from a hidden ancient clan paled, glancing at Xian in disbelief. Could this be the legendary immortal slaying array? Does that mean this weapon he wields is one of the celestial swords? This is dire. The legends say the 4 celestial swords each possess their own sword array, brimming with lethal intent. If that is indeed the case, then even Xian at the 9th level of the Undying Realm would stand no chance. Xian, have you lost your mind? He is your own brother. Xian has spared you countless times. Do you truly wish to kill him? Shouted a member of the hidden ancient clan. Xian, with his hair wild and flowing, remained indifferent to everything around him, the murderous intent on his face unmistakable. He fixed his gaze on Xian. now shrouded by the immortal slaying array. I, Xian Outyin, do not recognize this so-called brotherhood. With blood as counsel, the Xian Slayer sword is my guide. The Xian Slayer sword array. Xian Outyin roared, the immense sword array whirring to life, prepared for a deadly clash. Within the array, every inch of space erupted with the lethal energy of the Xian Slayer sword, an onslaught that was nearly impossible to defend against. Puff! Even Xian Ning, caught off guard, felt a sharp blade of sword energy slice across his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Frowning, he fortified himself with the power of yin and yang, his expression growing increasingly grave and cold. At this point, you remain obstinately ignorant. If so, do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. Xian Outyin, cease to tarnish the name of the ancient Xian clan. Prepare to meet your end. Upon finishing, Xian Ning produced the fury pill bestowed upon him by Su Chenxiao. Boom! In an instant, an endless surge of true energy erupted forth. Xian Ning radiated a tempestuous aura, the yin and yang beneath his feet spinning rapidly, black and white intertwining seamlessly. His eyes transformed into one black and one white, runes swirling as he fully activated the two instruments' divine body. Rumbling, the sword array trembled. Countless streams of murderous Xian Slayer sword energy howled forth, as dense and chaotic as a torrential downpour. Boom! Boom! The sounds of thunderous explosions echoed. Xian Outyin, forming a hand gesture to channel the sword array, pushed the Xian Slayer sword array to its zenith without hesitation. The bond between brothers had dissolved into madness, both consumed by the desire to determine life and death within the arena. Enough! Let end! Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated from within the sword array, akin to a volcanic eruption, magma surging forth, a torrent of black and white divine light bursting forth, piercing through the array to the astonishment of all. Xian Outyin's pupils contracted, disbelief washing over him. This was impossible. The Xian Slayer sword array could slay even those at the King's realm, yet Xian Ning, merely at the 9th level of the Undying realm, could not possibly breach the array. Rumbling, a cataclysmic roar erupted, as the immortal slaying array and the Xian Slayer sword plummeted from the sky, losing their luster. Xian Outyin's complexion shifted suddenly, spewing a mouthful of blood. His aura waned dramatically, his face paling to an extreme. Faced with the overwhelming aftermath, he instinctively raised his hands in defense. His body sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Bang! Amidst the swirling mist, Xian Ning was covered in sword wounds, his robe shredded, resembling a figure drenched in blood. His pallid face was obscured by blood, his breath erratic and labored. Had it not been for the fury pill bestowed by his master, elevating his cultivation to the King's realm in an instant, he would have perished beneath the sword array. Now, with no room for retreat, both had exhausted their final reserves of strength. Xian Ning, with every last ounce of power, thrust his right palm forward, the yin and yang beneath him coming alive, transforming into intertwining dragons racing toward Xian Outyin. The ancient yin and yang scripture, the unyielding celestial gales. The yin and yang dragons roared forth, unleashing an overwhelming divine might. A moment where a profound sense of death surged within. Xian Outyin felt that if he could not withstand this force, he would surely perish at the hands of these dragons. No, I cannot die. You have forced my hand. Xian Outyin's expression twisted grotesquely. As if driven mad, he summoned forth his ultimate trump card. You have forced my hand. He roared, and in that instant, an extremely peculiar, otherworldly black ancient scripture materialized before him, one that could corrode the heavens and the earth. This tattered ancient scripture, weathered by time and shrouded in a veil of dark energy, harbored a presence that was profoundly ominous and unknown to this realm. Chapter 41. The Emergence of the Elder Qing and the Sinister Artifact. As soon as the black ancient scripture made its appearance, its malevolent power pierced through the barriers of the arena, causing a collective shudder among all present. The ominous force of the twin dragons of yin and yang surged forth. Yet astonishingly, before it could reach its destination, the dragons began to dissipate and decay under the insidious influence. Ultimately, nothing transpired. Not even the slightest ripple was stirred. In the distance, Xian Ning's face turned pale as he knelt weakly on one knee, his expression one of shock as he beheld the scene. As he witnessed the black ancient scripture encroaching upon the surrounding space and gradually expanding outward, Xian Ning, typically of a placid disposition, was suddenly consumed by a wave of murderous intent. Xian, this sinister power, the ancient scripture of the Dark Era. You beast! Do you intend to annihilate all living beings in this domain? Curse be you! Boom! Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted throughout the arena. The Dark Era's strangeness was well known to all. What? Countless individuals trembled, their expressions shifting from shock to terror and horror. The sinister force. That individual possesses the Dark Era's death scripture. Flee! Run quickly! I refuse to become one of those eerie creatures. He seeks to bring death to us all. Run. Legend has it that the onset of the Dark Era was heralded by a black-covered ancient tome. Anything associated with the eerie would, upon its emergence, assimilate all life within the domain. The arena descended into chaos, with innumerable spectators gripped by sheer panic. Even the hidden ancient clan's prodigies wore expressions of dread. We must leave. Who would have thought that Xian Outyin possessed such a thing? We must retreat. Within the arena, Xian Outyin was akin to the source of a plague, instilling fear in all. Ding! The destined protagonist Xian Outyin has revealed the eerie ancient scripture, bringing about his disgrace. Destiny value lost. 30,000. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 30,000 villain points. Ding! The destined protagonist Xian Outyin's relationship with his brother Xian Ning has completely severed. Destiny value lost. 5,000. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 5,000 villain points. The system's notifications echoed continuously. As the ominous aura enveloped her, Lu Zishan's face turned pale with fear. She had never anticipated that Xian Outyin would possess such a thing. Eerie, how could this guy even exist? The Apocalypse Arena is doomed. Even Elder Qing's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately prepared to take action. As a quasi-emperor, he understood all too well what the emergence of such eerie forces signified. At that moment, a light chuckle resonated. Su Chenxiao, appearing somewhat languid, stretched and remarked with a smile, "Ah, having watched for so long, it's time to intervene. Such a terrifying entity should not exist among the myriad realms." In the arena, Xian Ning's expression was one of unbridled fury as he glared at Xian Outyin. Shouting, "Xian Outyin, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to drag the entire Xian clan to their doom?" Enveloped by the ominous aura of the black ancient scripture, Xian Outyin seemed to be affected to some extent as well. His aura surged back to life at a terrifying pace, and he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, so what? You all brought this upon yourselves. Now that I, Xian Outyin, have exposed the black ancient scripture, I have no intention of allowing any of you to leave." Xian Ning's pupils constricted. "Heavenly Veil!" Xian Outyin bellowed, seemingly driven mad. Boom! Under the wielder's command, the black ancient scripture erupted with an unbelievable force, enveloping the entire arena in its malevolent aura. Those who attempted to flee or use teleportation talismans found themselves abruptly halted in place. Why? Can't the teleportation talismans be used? What is this? Xian Outyin's presence was terrifying, and he cackled savagely. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. An unparalleled divine power descended, surging like a vast ocean. The golden divine light illuminated the sky, and with a single strike, it shattered the sacred formation of the arena, along with the eerie heavenly veil. Buzz! The black ancient scripture unleashed a truly frightening power, enveloping Xian Outyin. Yet even under the protection of this eerie force, he trembled as if crushed beneath a mountain, his bones fracturing with each pulse. Uft! What kind of divine power is this? Imperial might. This is imperial might. Could it be that an emperor has descended? At that moment, a playful voice resounded from above. All right, it's time to conclude this. Next, it's the Imperial clan Su family's turn to act. Imperial clan? Upon hearing this voice, disbelief washed over the faces of the thousands in the arena, their eyes widening as they gazed skyward. In the skies, a strikingly handsome figure clad in immaculate white descended, seemingly an ethereal being untainted by the world. His divine form was resplendent and flawless, utterly unlike any denizen of this realm. Beside him stood a stooped elder in black robes, his cultivation unfathomably deep as an abyss. Golden divine light radiated outward, surging like the sea, shielding the young master from the insidious aura. A quasi-emperor. That person is a quasi-emperor. Who is this individual? Seeing the newcomer, Xianning knelt on one knee and exclaimed, "I have met the young master." Chenxiao, with a playful glint in his eyes, glanced at Xian below and waved dismissively. The artifacts of the Dark Era are indeed astonishing. Black ancient scripture contains eerie spirits, indestructible and eternal, capable of eroding all things in the world, transforming them into ominous beings. As he spoke, Chenxiao's gaze fell upon the immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaying formation diagram on the ground. With a swift motion, he gathered these two divine artifacts into his possession, unable to restrain his admiration. The immortal slaying formation. A treasure indeed. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian has lost the destiny treasure. The immortal slaying formation diagram. Destiny value lost. 50,000. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 50,000 villain points. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian has lost the destiny treasure. The immortal slaying sword. Remnant. Destiny value lost. 30,000. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 30,000 villain points. You bastard. That is my immortal slaying formation diagram, an immortal slaying sword. Seeing his treasures seized, Xian gasped in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the newcomer. However, upon noticing the formidable elder beside Chenxiao, the ferocity in his gaze flickered momentarily. Without a second thought, he activated the black ancient scripture, unleashing a horrifying black divine power. Oof! Elder Qing bellowed, sweeping his sleeve to shatter the divine attack. Though it was an artifact of the Dark Era, did Xian truly believe he could confront a quasi-emperor with merely this? Chapter 42. The revelation of the mysterious ancient scripture. The fated protagonists fall from grace. The prince. The imperial clan, Su family. That individual must undoubtedly be a scion of the imperial Su family. As if struck by a sudden realization, the reclusive ancient clan Xiao let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. Xian, do you truly comprehend the identity of the person before you? You possess the ancient scripture from the Dark Era, a sin deserving of death. Should you not surrender peacefully, do not endanger your family, the Xian clan. Silence. Xian roared, inhaling deeply, casting a fierce glare at Chenxiao and the distant Xiao. His voice as frigid as the abyss itself. You shall all await your fate. With that, Xian prepared to employ his divine powers to escape. However, at that moment, the Elder Qing beside Chenxiao moved. With a cold smirk, Elder Qing remarked, "Do you truly believe you still have a chance to flee today?" An overwhelming pressure descended, divine radiance bursting forth, as the power of the quasi-emperor transformed into a golden seal that bore down upon him. Boom! In but a breath, the entire arena was utterly shattered, and where Xian stood, a tremendous pit emerged. The anguished cries echoed throughout the venue. Xian lay in the pit, bloodied and battered, a miserable sight. Before the might of a quasi-emperor, he had no opportunity to wield the ancient scripture. Had it not been for the presence of the young master, this would have been the outcome, even with Elder Qing holding back. Elder Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the terrifying nature of the ancient scripture. Even his quasi-emperor powers had been eroded just moments ago. The ancient scripture from the Dark Era was peerless. A mere touch could drive one to madness, transforming them into a malevolent entity. Thus, he dared not stray far from the young master. Not dead, gazing down at the ominous aura enveloping Xian, who was on the verge of vanishing, Elder Qing unleashed another awe-inspiring divine power. Boom! At that moment, the strange black ancient scripture erupted with a dazzling black light. As if all life withered, the heavens wept, and from the ancient scripture emerged a shadowy figure. The shadow grinned up at Elder Qing, revealing its chillingly white teeth, before directly whisking the oblivious Xian Aoyan away, leaving behind an aura of decay. Once Xian Aoyan's figure vanished from the arena, the very space he had occupied had been tainted. Seeing that Elder Qing was still inclined to intervene, Chenxiao waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. Enough. Chenxiao is mirkith. Unfazed. This black ancient scripture possesses intelligence. How intriguing. It is indeed a relic of the Dark Era. Even the Emperor finds it challenging to handle. My Su family shall not wade through this murky water. Let the reclusive ancient clan Xian family deal with it themselves. Destroying such peculiar items is not only labor-intensive, but fraught with risks, as a single misstep could lead to the transformation of living beings into malevolent creatures. Elder Qing nodded slightly, retracting his terrifying aura and standing silently to the side. Chenxiao squinted, toying with the vibrating Vexian sword and the Zhujian formation diagram, as a massive map unfolded before him. A red dot moved swiftly across the map. System marker, Chenxiao said with a faint smile. But Xian Aoyan, how much fate value can you afford to squander? In the devastated arena, after the turmoil involving Xian Aoyan, everyone present felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. When they saw the elder beside the imperial scion shatter the eroded space, many of the immortal sects and reclusive ancient clan members dared to step forward, bowing in gratitude. We pay our respects to young Master Su. Chenxiao waved his hand, responding with a light-hearted smile. It was but a trivial matter. I merely wished to witness a splendid performance, yet this occurred. The malevolent beings hold a deep enmity towards the myriad realms. Thus, it is only fitting they be eradicated. As he spoke, Chenxiao sighed, expressing a hint of regret. It is a pity, however, that the ancient scripture is so extraordinary that even a quasi-emperor could not slay it. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with utmost admiration. Truly, as a scion of the imperial family, it was known that in the past, during the Dark Era, it was the imperial Su family's emperor who led the celestial cultivators to tear through that darkness. The reclusive ancient clan Qiao, with a look of reverence, clasped his hands and spoke. Young Master's righteousness is commendable. Had you not intervened, we might have perished at Xian Aoyan's hands or become tainted ourselves. Who could have anticipated that he would wield such a thing? With this incident, the ancient clan Xian family cannot escape responsibility. Others around nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with indignation. Using such means to attempt to annihilate us all, Xian Aoyan's heart is deserving of condemnation. Once we return to our clan, I shall surely report this to the clan elders. The KNM in Dao Domain harbors such a bomb. It poses a risk of calamity to the myriad realms at any moment. At that moment, Xian Ning approached from afar, his face ashen, filled with shame. Were it not for that explosive Yuan Dan, he would have long since perished beneath Xian Aoyan's sword array. Young master, I have let you down. Huan Ning lamented. Chenxiao smiled gently, patting his shoulder. As long as you are unharmed. Take this. A white glow erupted from his storage ring, revealing a vibrant Qingdi Dan. Is this the Qingdi Dan? Upon sensing the overwhelming vitality, many talented individuals present brightened, casting envious glances at Xian Ning. They now understood why Xian Ning was present. The esteemed individual from the Supreme Pavilion above was indeed the Imperial Scion, and Xian Ning accompanied him. Xian Ning was greatly astonished, gazing at the gentle-faced Chenxiao, feeling a wave of emotion welling up within him. This unprecedented feeling made his eyes slightly redden. Thank you, young master. Meanwhile, deep within a desolate mountain range in the K and M Ing Dao domain, ominous energy swirled. As the surrounding mountains and towering ancient trees were rapidly eroded to ashes, expanding at a terrifying speed. The disheveled figure of Xian Aoyan appeared in this desolate location. Cough! Cough! He lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Xian Aoyan's eyes burned red with hatred as he lowly roared. Why? Why did you not help me kill him? From a floating black, ancient scripture beside him came a sinister, raspy laughter. Ha ha ha! Do you not know that today's appearance is that of the imperial Su family? Had I not intervened to save you, you would have long since perished at the hands of that quasi-emperor. Xian Aoyan's body trembled. The imperial Su family? How could he not recognize that name? The 10 great imperial clans of the myriad realms were all supreme, inviolable existences. It could be said that the reclusive ancient clans were as insignificant as ants before any imperial clan, let alone one from the Su family. Chapter 43. The End of the Ancient Clan Xian Family. The final words yet, upon contemplating the revelation of his greatest trump card, the impending pursuit by countless enemies, and the loss of 2 treasure artifacts, Xian Aoyan could not contain his fury, pounding the ground and bellowing, cursed. How infuriating. Once more, the voice from the black ancient scripture echoed in his mind. You should remain here and recuperate. Once the Crimson Ruins are opened, obtain that item and then depart from this realm, seeking a desolate place to cultivate. Rest assured, with my assistance, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the level of an emperor within a century. Yet, he realized he lacked the qualification to enter. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Xian Aoyan's eyes as he coldly declared, at this point, what does an additional sin matter? A day later, outside the hidden ancient clan Xian family's grand hall, a group of elders knelt with ashen faces, their heads bowed in silence, trembling with fear. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Xian family. Bang! Only the sounds of roaring and the shattering of porcelain echoed from within the hall. That beast has truly lost his mind. He dares to keep something from the dark arrow on him. Is he attempting to bring ruin upon our ancient clan? Inside the dark and oppressive main hall, Xian Yu was seething with rage, nearly losing his composure as he furiously smashed objects, his demeanor distorted in madness. It had been centuries since he had acted so unrestrained. Chenxiao observed the scene quietly, leisurely sipping his tea. The accusation of colluding with the enigmatic beings of the Dark Era, apart from the various imperial clans that once led the realms out of darkness. No matter how powerful, not even those with emperors or ancient sacred clans could bear such a charge. It was no wonder Xian Yu, as the head of the clan, would lose his composure. Time passed, and Xian Yu slumped into his seat as if utterly depleted, his eyes glazed over with a mixture of laughter and tears. Ha ha ha! To think I, Xian Yu, who was wise for millennia, would give birth to such a rebellious son. Sibling conflict, harboring the Dark Era's ancient scripture that all would seek to slay. Is this all a retribution for my sins against my own kin? Is this all retribution? At that moment, Xian Ning, kneeling outside the hall, could no longer contain himself and rushed in. Father. Yet, upon entering, he was struck dumb. The surroundings were in disarray, and Xian Ning had never seen his father in such a state of despair. In that moment, the once mighty patriarch of the hidden ancient clan was stripped of all pride, leaving only profound guilt and regret. Xian Ning felt a sting in his nose and stepped forward, saying, Father. Xian Yu glanced at him, his voice weary as he murmured, It is you. I have failed our ancestors and your mother's wishes. The Xian family is doomed. It is I, Xian Yu, who will bring about its ruin. Quan Ning tremblet violently, his mind reeling as if the sky were collapsing. He could not fathom that his once great and imposing father would utter such words of despair. Xian Ning fell to his knees, crawling forward and grasping his father's hands as he cried out, Father, please do not say such things. Our Xian family has stood for millennia. It will not perish. Xian Yu tilted his head back, eyes closed, and lay supine in the patriarch's seat, his voice heavy with age. An ancient clan? Yet, my Xian family cannot bear the sin of attempting to revive the Dark Era. Last night, news arrived from the Qi clan. Your brother, Xian Aoyan, ambushed several ancient clan prodigies, killing Qi Ao and 6 others, seizing their qualifications. Soon, the Qi clan will lead others from various ancient clans to seek retribution. What? Upon hearing this, Xian Ning's breath caught in his throat, nearly grinding his teeth as he growled, Xian Aoyan. It is he again. Father, he aims to destroy our Xian family. Xian Yu slowly opened his eyes, his expression weary as he fixed his gaze upon Xian Ning. He reached out, placing a hand gently on his son's face, and spoke with utmost tenderness. Ning, It is I who have let you down. After your mother's passing, I neglected to care for you both when I took on this role as clan leader. You have always blamed me for favoring your brother Out Yin, yet my indulgence stemmed from your mother's last wish for me to look after him. Although you have been a hostage for 3 years, your mother and I gave you all our love when you were young. As for Out Yin, he suffered in another realm at that time. Tears streamed down Xian Ning's face as he choked out, "Father, please do not speak of him." Xian Yu smiled gently, shaking his head, revealing a side of warmth and affection he had never shown before. "Ninger, you resemble your mother in both character and appearance. While Out Yin takes after me, I know I have always seemed a poor father in your eyes, but today I wish to tell you, you have always been the most obedient and understanding child in my heart, and you are my pride." As if delivering a final testament, Xian Yu spoke at length. Xian Ning trembled uncontrollably. He had never longed for his father's approval more than he did at that moment. But it was not the time for such sentiments. Just then, the voice of the clan's elder echoed from outside. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" The hidden ancient clans of the Qi, Zhao, and Ming families, along with several other powers, have sent people. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu nodded, his gaze flickering as he pondered. He gently caressed Xian Ning's cheek, lovingly wiping away the tears from his eyes, and softly said, "Ning, you have grown. After I am gone, if they grant our Xian family a sliver of hope, and we endure, you shall be the clan leader henceforth." Xian Ning clung tightly to his father's arm, kneeling with his head bowed, pleading desperately, "Father, please do not say such things. You'll be all right." Seeing his son in such a state, even a strong-willed Xian Yu could not suppress a glimmer of tears in his deep eyes. He realized how neglectful he had been towards his younger son since Out Yin's return. Why had he only come to this realization so late? Xian Yu smiled, shaking his head, and affectionately ruffled Xian Ning's hair before rising and approaching Su Chenxiao, who sat quietly nearby. "Young Master Su, within this is all that I, Xian Yu, possess, along with half of the resources accumulated by our ancient clan through the ages." Su Chenxiao looked up at Xian Yu and inquired, "Clan leader, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 44. Who holds the qualification to prove? I wonder if this young master possesses the qualification. Xian Yu knelt, hands clasped in a gesture of humility, his head bowed, as if delivering a final request. If a child does not learn, it is the father's fault. The actions of Tian Air, which defy all propriety, are undoubtedly intertwined with my own failings as a father. Yet, my dear child Ning Air is innocent. I implore you, young Master Su, to spare Ning Air's life for the sake of this modest offering. From this day forth, my son is willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty." Su Chenxiao pondered in silence. Truth be told, he did not consider himself a virtuous man. However, perhaps in Xian Yu, he recognized the profound love of a parent, stirring memories of his own family. Accepting the storage ring, Su Chenxiao nodded calmly and spoke, "I understand. You may go." Xian Yu trembled with gratitude, fully aware that only this young master from the imperial Su family could protect his child amidst the chaos of ancient clans and immortal traditions. "Father, please." Xian Ning felt an overwhelming weakness pleading from behind. Xian Yu rose slowly, casting a final glance at Xian Ning before unleashing a surge of energy to render him unconscious. He bowed deeply to Su Chenxiao and said, "Young Master Su, farewell." Su Chenxiao nodded silently, watching the towering figure of Xian Yu depart, his eyes shimmering as he toyed with the storage ring, murmuring to himself, "Xian Out Yin, you have a father willing to bear the weight of all sins for you. But why can't you feel it?" According to the narrative of Xian Out Yin, the Xian family had never wronged him. His belief that they owed him was a solitary delusion. Today's events had been recorded with a stone of memory, and Su Chenxiao was curious to witness whether the protagonist, facing death and despair, would feel regret upon seeing this scene. Rising slowly, Su Chenxiao made his way outside the hall. The sky beyond was shrouded in dark clouds, thick and ominous, as if a storm were brewing. At this moment, outside the Xian family's hall, Xian Yu and the elders gazed at the gathering tempest of various clans. "Xian Yu, your son Xian Out Yin has slain my innocent child. Qiao, my beloved Qiao, is my only son. If the Xian family fails to provide an explanation today, the ancient Qi family will be your eternal enemy. An elderly man, filled with rage, shouted upon seeing Xianyu. He was Qi Kong, the patriarch of the Qi family, who had cherished his son deeply and now felt a profound grief at Qi Ao's demise. My grandson also perished at the hands of your son, Xian Outyin. Is your Xian family colluding with the dark epic-s sinister beings, seeking to overturn the heavens? He continued, Today, we ancient clans shall act on behalf of justice, eradicating your treacherous kin from the hidden ancient families, lest you tarnish our name. The thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Beneath the oppressive weight of thousands of ancient clans and traditions, it felt as though the very heavens above the Xian family were on the verge of collapse. The elders of the Xian family trembled, their faces mirroring utter despair. Patriarch Xianyu took a deep breath, facing the hostile assembly, and declared, The Xian family accepts these accusations. As a father, I cannot escape the consequences of my son Outyin's actions. I, Xianyu, am willing to sacrifice myself, offering all the resources of the Xian family as compensation, merely requesting that you spare our lives. But to claim that the Xian family is in league with the sinister beings of the dark epoch is utter nonsense. The voices from above were relentless. Xianyu, do you think that your death alone can resolve this? It is not so simple. Unless your entire clan is extinguished, our wrath shall not be quenched. Your son Xian Outyin used the ancient scriptures of the dark epoch in the arena, witnessed by countless eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. What more do you have to say? If you allege that your family has no ties to the dark epoch-s sinister beings, who can vouch for you? Who will believe you? Xianyu's eyes flickered with understanding. He realized that apart from those ancient clansmen directly slain by Xian Outyin, most present were merely seeking an opportunity to obliterate the Xian family and claim its spoils. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from behind Xianyu. Allow me to provide the testimony. Emerging from a hall, Su Chenxiao approached leisurely, with Qing Lao following closely. Xianyu's eyes brightened with hope as he bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, young Master Su. However, Qi Kong frowned, coldly interjecting, You provide testimony? Who might you be? A mere child yet to shed his infantile naivete. Yet as he spoke, the other ancient clans suddenly shifted in expression, realizing something. A few elders from the Qi family gasped, their faces paling as they hurried to whisper to Qi Kong. Patriarch, do not say such things. That young man seems to be the son of the patriarch of the imperial Su family. What did you say? Qi Kong's eyes widened in shock, regret flooding his heart as he wished to tear his own mouth apart. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Were you attempting to doom me? Glaring fiercely at the informant, he hastily led the other elders of the Qi family down, trembling and bowing deeply, addressing Su Chenxiao with utmost respect. I am Qi Kong, patriarch of the ancient Qi family. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Su. One by one, the other ancient clans descended, not daring to maintain their positions above him, hastily lowering themselves as if they were dumplings in a pot. The overarching Dao sect pays respects to the young master. The Zhao family of the ancient clans pays respects to the young master. The Ming family pays respects to the young master. My daughter often speaks of you upon returning to our clan. These venerable figures, aged hundreds or even thousands of years, now bowed before Su Chenxiao like subservient attendants. Su Chenxiao regarded the gathered assembly, his gaze settling on Qi Kong. I shall testify that the actions regarding the ancient scriptures of the dark epoch were solely the doing of Xian Outyin. Is there any objection? In that instant, Qi Kong lost all his earlier bravado, lowering his head in a state of panic, filled with a strong desire to survive. If it is young Master Su who provides testimony, there can be no doubt. This matter rests entirely on Xian Outyin alone. Su Chenxiao surveyed the others. And what of you? Chapter 45. Offering the path of the sage, I swear by the heavenly way the atmosphere at this moment was rather delicate. The once formidable leaders of various factions, who had come to seek justice, were now nodding fervently before Su Chenxiao, resembling chicks pecking at grains. Could this esteemed scion of the imperial clan truly be attempting to shield the Xian family? This thought lingered in the minds of all present. Qi Kong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had lost his only son and sought vengeance, a pursuit he deemed righteous. Yet, with the appearance of this noble from the imperial lineage, not only was revenge unattainable, but his own safety seemed precarious. How had the ancient Xian family ascended to such lofty heights of the supreme imperial clan? As confusion blanketed the gathering, Xianyu, with an unruffled countenance, spoke. "Esteemed clan leaders, I comprehend your discontent regarding my son. However, grievances should have a source, and debt's a debtor. I, Xianyu, am willing to bear all responsibility alone. I implore you, considering our shared heritage as ancient clans, spare the innocent members of the Xian family." With that, Xianyu, as the patriarch of the ancient clan, knelt before Qi Kong and the other clan leaders in a profound gesture of respect. What? Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xianyu, with disheveled hair, looked up at all gathered and proclaimed, "My foolish son is still young and has strayed onto a misguided path. After my demise, I offer my entire being, blood and soul, as a guide to forge the path of the sage. The treasures of the Xian family, accumulated over generations, lie within the rear hall." Xianyu sought nothing more than for the gathered leaders to quell their fury after taking these treasures, hoping they might spare his arrogant son, Xian Outyin. When the time came, in the midst of astonished gazes from the powerful, Xianyu summoned an overwhelming force of sage power, and with a cry of remorse for his ancestors, he struck down. Boom! Patriarch! The members of the Xian family stared in shock, their eyes wide open. The once mighty patriarch of the hidden ancient clan had fallen. Ding! The destined protagonist Xian Outyin's father has perished, losing the protection of the ancient Xian family. Destiny value greatly diminished. A loss of 100,000. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 100,000 villain points. Buzz. Upon his death, a terrifying and majestic aura coalesced into a golden sphere at his chest. To condense the path of the sage, one must sacrifice everything. Xianyu's flesh, blood, and soul turned to ashes, gradually vanishing from existence. Moments later, the sands of the earth were swept away by a gentle breeze, as if he had never existed. On the ground lay a radiant fruit of sage power, pulsating with divine energy. Witnessing this scene, all present fell into a deep silence. Who among them did not know that the individual before them was the most ruthless patriarch of the ancient Xian family? Not only was he extraordinarily skilled, but he had led the Xian family to ascend to new heights in a mere few years. Indeed, a formidable figure. Yet, such a person had now knelt an apology, sacrificing himself for the sake of his son. Many felt their anger dissipate, exchanging glances that hinted at a shared sorrow. Even Qi Kong, who had lost his son, furrowed his brow and sighed, "Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are pitiable. Patriarch Xian, such misfortune befalls your family. Why must you go to such lengths?" As a fellow father, he could empathize with Xianyu's turmoil. Yet the pain of losing a child could not be assuaged. Only the blood of Xian Outyin could honor the spirit of his own child. Observing the grief-stricken elders of the Xian family, Qi Kong spoke softly. "Your patriarch sacrificed himself to preserve the Xian family today. If we were to pursue this matter further, it would be unbecoming. As for your rebellious son, Xian Outyin, we shall take matters into our own hands. If he remains entangled with your family, do not blame my Qi family for our lack of mercy. From this day forth, the hidden ancient clan Xian family shall cease to exist." The elders stood forth, grief etched on his face, and bowed deeply. "We of the Xian family understand. As for this fruit of the sage," the gathered individuals exchanged glances, a flicker of greed dancing in their eyes. The fruit of the sage contained the essence of the sage path. It could be said that possessing it would guarantee entry into the realm of the sage. As the patriarch who had fought his way to leadership, Xianyu's power was formidable, and his sage path was at least of a high rank. The emergence of another sage-level powerhouse would greatly elevate their ancient clan. After deliberation, led by Qi Kong, they unanimously decided to offer this fruit to the noble from the imperial clan. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. "For what purpose?" Kong carefully cradled the fruit of the sage and approached Su Chenxiao with utmost respect, saying, "Young Master Su, we were blind before and have caused you much offense. We have collectively decided to present this fruit to you, and we hope you will forgive our previous transgressions." Their fear of the imperial scion outweighed their greed. The vast heavens were filled with countless hidden ancient clans and immortal paths, yet there were only 10 supreme imperial clans. They dared not offend even the beasts raised by those of the imperial lineage, let alone the son of the Su family. Furthermore, we also present the treasures of the Xian family to you, young master. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. He accepted the fruit of the sage without hesitation and said coolly, "As for the treasures, you may distribute them among yourselves. You have come seeking vengeance. What you choose to do is none of my concern. However, as long as Xian Outyin harbors the ancient scriptures, he remains a threat to the heavens. If you cannot find someone to deal with him, the imperial clan will not hesitate to intervene." A tremor ran through the crowd at his words. If this matter reached the ears of the 10 great imperial clans, it would spell disaster for all hidden ancient clans involved. Kong hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, young Master Su, my Qi family possesses the means to trace bloodlines. As long as Xian Outyin remains within this realm, he cannot escape our pursuit. I find it hard to believe that he could remain indifferent after word of his father's demise spreads." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and waved his hand. "I'm a bit fatigued. I leave this to you to manage." Returning to the main hall, Su Chenxiao left the others to exchange uncertain glances. An hour later, representatives from various ancient clans departed. All elders donned mourning attire, preparing to handle the patriarch's affairs. Above the Xian family, a pervasive gloom hung in the air. Within the main hall, the recently awakened Xian Ning sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought. Su Chenxiao quietly sat beside him. Siping there. The hall was eerily silent, with only the two present. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xian Ning trembled as he rose from the ground and approached Su Chenxiao. His once black hair had turned white, and tears stained his crimson eyes. His expression was eerily calm. "Please, young master, help me." He knew that only one person could assist him now. Su Chenxiao glanced at him, his gaze devoid of emotion, akin to an unfeeling sovereign. "Assist you with what?" A frenzied determination ignited in Xian Ning's eyes. He vowed to personally slay the beast that had caused his father's demise, one who showed no remorse. He had sacrificed everything for this purpose. "I vow with my entire being and soul to the heavenly way, as long as you help me eliminate Xian Outyin. From this day forth, my worthless life shall belong to you, young Master Su, and I shall revere you as my master for all eternity." Chapter 46. Tracing the Bloodline. Utilizing blood, Xian Ning's eyes burned a crimson red, filled with a seething hatred. After uttering these words, slender white threads began to coil around him. These threads intertwined and morphed into runes infused with the essence of the celestial path. Xian Ning bit his index finger, using his blood to inscribe the seals. In an instant, the runes erupted into white starlight, vanishing into the ether. An unbreakable contract with the celestial order. Su Chenxiao maintained a composed demeanor, gazing intently into Xian Ning's eyes for a prolonged moment before calmly stating, "Rise, he cannot escape. When the red fallen burial ground opens, let him be buried there alongside the dark era's black ancient scripture." Upon hearing this, Xian Ning was overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." The events unfolding within the Xian family stirred considerable ripples among the hidden ancient clans. No one anticipated that such a ruthless and decisive patriarch would choose to end his life over his son. However, the pursuit of Xian Outyin continued unabated. The various ancient clans joined forces to seal off this domain, simultaneously issuing a significant bounty. Anyone who could capture or provide information about Xian Outyin would be rewarded handsomely. Under the lure of such a generous reward, countless cultivators, undeterred by the risk of being plagued by the dark era's sinister entities, fervently sought the whereabouts of Xian Outyin. At this moment, within the misty forest mountain range, a tremendous sound erupted from the eerily silent ancient woods. Xian Outyin, drenched in blood, his face twisted with madness. Slaughtered the dozens of cultivators who confronted him. With his right hand, he seized a struggling ancient clan cultivator, forcing him into a soul-searching trance. As he forcibly extracted the other's memories, Chenxiao began to tremble violently, his gaze darkening. Ignoring the anguished cries of his victim, he exerted his strength, crushing the man's skull with a sickening crunch. A deluge of blood splattered across his face and eyes. The news of his father's death plunged Chenxiao into despair, and he could not suppress his anguished roar. The black ancient scripture floated beside him, exuding an eerie power that obliterated the surrounding corpses. A shadow appeared beside Chenxiao, observing the trembling figure kneeling on the ground, and cackled Maki Chapter 47, the heavenly net and the soul-eating beast. It's time to feast upon hearing this. Xianning decisively drew a crimson line across his fingertip. Qigong grinned widely, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Xianxiao, though oblivious to the means by which you evaded our divine scrutiny, this charade ends here. Trace the blood back to its source. Buzz. The blood in Xianning's hand was drawn forth, transforming into an arc of light that flashed past Qigong's eyes. Qigong's gaze sharpened like a bolt of lightning as he swiftly surveyed the crowd below, quickly locking onto a burly figure. Found you. Qigong's eyes lit up as he bellowed. It's him, attack. Without further ado, the three patriarchs of the sacred realm unleashed their might. A tremendous aura surged into the heavens as one of them shouted, Xianxiao, today you shall have nowhere to flee. Seal the heavens and lock the earth. Another began to set the formation. Even against a junior of the undying realm, the ancient clan leaders spared no effort. The ancient era scriptures were exceedingly peculiar, not to be underestimated even in the hands of the undying. Boom! The grand formation collapsed with a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens and earth. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. A formation? What is happening? The patriarchs of the Qi, Zhao, and Ming clans were bewildered. What are they trying to accomplish? Layers upon layers of formations rapidly arose. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qianji Peak transformed into an impenetrable wall. Countless robust chains of spiritual energy intertwined, seemingly sealing off the entire realm. Ancient absolute death formation, ancient locking dragon formation, ancient sunflower water formation, 3 layers impenetrable. Perhaps due to Xianxiao's currently diminished fate value, he had lost his cognitive buffer. Even Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this scene. Su Chenxiao glanced at the 4 ancient clan leaders, who had plunged into the crowd without reserve, showcasing their formidable power. Truly ruthless. No wonder they had previously assured him with such conviction. With these 3 formations, not to mention the undying realm, even the pinnacle of the sacred realm would meet their end here. Not only Su Chenxiao, but the hidden Xianxiao's expression changed drastically upon seeing the rise of the 3 great formations. Though he had long prepared for confrontation, he did not expect his adversaries to regard him with such high esteem. Xianxiao's expression was as though he had bitten into something foul. Roaring in anger, he shouted, chiming, "Did you not say there was only one killing formation? What are these other 2? The spirit of the dark ancient scripture in his mind remained silent, seemingly pondering for a while before finally whispering, "Use the ancient scripture. As long as the ancient scripture exists, no one dares to touch you." Faced with the onslaught of 4 mighty beings of the sacred realm, Xianxiao dared not be careless. His face was filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Bastards! Do you truly think I, Xianxiao, am made of clay?" Dark ancient scripture. Buzz. A thick, ominous aura surged into the sky, colliding violently with the ancient formations above. This eerie and foreboding energy began to rapidly corrode the first absolute death formation. Yet, even so, beyond the absolute death formation, the locking dragon and sunflower water formations remained, making it impossible to shatter them all at once and break free. Boom! The shadow of the dark ancient scripture emerged. The shadow unleashed hundreds of terrifying black divine rays towards Qigong and the others. Boom! Qigong and the other 3 sacred realm beings summoned treasures capable of nullifying all. The shield as pure as jade materialized before Qigong, and the torrents of black light struck against the shield, producing a thunderous explosion. The uncanny force began to continuously erode and spread over the surface of the shield, threatening to penetrate through and reach his hand. This otherworldly, ominous power, if even a trace were to touch him, would lead to the loss of reason, resulting in grotesque transformations into abominable entities. Not even beings of the sacred realm dared to touch it. Seeing this, Qigong, in fright, hastily discarded the shield and summoned a new one he had prepared. Laughing heartily, he declared, "Ha ha! Young, one of the Xian clan, do you truly believe that by wielding the power of the dark ancient era's abominations, we would hesitate to engage with you? How utterly ridiculous! We are not here to apprehend you, but to eradicate you, the traitor of your ancient clan. Everyone attack! Taishan seal!" With that, the four sacred realm beings activated their formidable techniques to subdue Xian Outyin. Though the dark ancient scripture was eerie and terrifying, as long as they avoided contact, they would remain unharmed. Thus, they all employed long-range methods, intending to eliminate him directly. Xian Outyin's expression soured. He did not expect these shameless old fools to be so thoroughly prepared, treating their artifacts as if they were disposable. However, "Do you think this will be enough to handle me, Xian Outyin?" Chiming, the shadow directly attached itself to Xian Outyin's back. Instantly, he surged with vitality as a terrifying radiance erupted from within him, rapidly expanding outward. This ominous power was immensely terrifying, swiftly engulfing the sacred realm techniques aimed at him. Seeing this, Qigong sneered continuously, his defensive artifact shielding him impervious to all. As he spoke, defiant resistance. "I shall see how far the dark ancient scripture can truly aid you." The holy mountain seal. Boom! Another earth-shattering technique was unleashed. Just then, anguished moans and screams suddenly filled the arena. "Ah! Don't come near! Patriarch, save me!" The entire Dao Peak was suffused with an eerie aura that spread like a tidal wave. Although the four sacred realm beings remained untouched, the younger generation attempting to enter the Crimson Abyss were utterly unable to withstand this ominous force. Hundreds upon hundreds writhed in agony on the ground, their faces and bodies contorting grotesquely, skin and flesh rotting away in chunks as they spewed forth black blood and flesh. Some sprouted thick fur, resembling monstrous beasts. Even worse, new arms extended from their bodies, writhing in pain as they let out pained howls. Roar! It was akin to a hellish purgatory, as if witnessing the bizarre birth of the dark ancient era's otherworldly beings. "This is..." Qigong trembled, his pupils dilating in horror. Xian Outyin, however, stood in the center of the chaos, mad with power, the shadow floating behind him, arms wide open in unrestrained laughter, filled with overwhelming malice. Now, he was like a source of plague. Wherever he passed, all vitality withered and warped. "Ha ha ha! You may resist, but what of the others? Everyone charge at them, entangle them." The pages of the dark ancient scripture flipped rapidly before Xian Outyin, and all those who had been tainted and transformed into monsters by this eerie energy charged madly towards the four sacred realm patriarchs. In the distance, resplendent golden quasi-imperial power formed a barrier, isolating everything. Upon witnessing this, Xian Ning's face turned furious, eager to rush forward. "Xian Outyin, this fellow has become more diabolical than the very demons themselves. What are you doing?" Chenxiao cast a casual glance at him, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Just watch quietly from here," gazing at the numerous cultivators, now tainted by the eerie energy and undergoing grotesque transformations. Chenxiao gently patted the lethargic, soul-eating beast resting in his hand, smiling faintly. "Still sleeping? It's time to feast." Chapter 48. The spirit of the Crimson Abyss and the desperate struggle of Xian Outyin, the soul-devouring beast, seemed to sense something. It circled within Chenxiao as palm before erupting forth like a white arrow. Being an enigmatic entity, it was utterly unafraid of the ominous energy surrounding it. Like a tiger among sheep, the soul-devouring beast swiftly penetrated the bodies of the cultivators, voraciously consuming their tainted souls. Su Chenxiao gazed upon the shadow behind Xian in the distance. Crimson Abyss, the black ancient scripture spirit, once a malevolent cultivator from the Kaming domain. It stumbled upon the black ancient scripture within the cave of heavenly demons and was subsequently corrupted by sinister energies, its soul binding to the scripture. So that is how it is. Rather than being a mere vessel of the black ancient scripture, the shadow is more aptly described as a slave embodying its will. Su Chenxiao stretched leisurely and rose, making his way directly to the edge of the golden barrier constructed by Elder Qing. The encroaching black, ominous energy relentlessly battered against it, attempting to seep inside. Elder Qing's expression changed upon witnessing this. "Young master, what are you doing?" The ancient clans, who were palpably anxious, rushed forward to dissuade him. "Young Master Su, you cannot go out. The outside is rife with the bizarre energies of the Dark Era. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. You, with your invaluable life, must not venture forth." In that moment, their concern for this imperial scion outweighed their worry for their own kin outside, fearing he might indulge in a reckless experience. Su Chenxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, extending his hand through the golden barrier and gently grasping. With a snap, a wisp of seemingly sentient, ominous energy appeared between his thumb and forefinger, writhing like a spiritual serpent. The onlooking elders from the ancient clans were wide-eyed, their expressions mirroring that of a ghostly encounter. "What is happening?" Observing the wisp of ominous energy in his grasp, Su Chenxiao chuckled softly. This ominous energy appears to possess some semblance of intelligence. How intriguing. He applied a slight pressure, extinguishing the wisp entirely. Naturally, he would not place himself in peril. Prior to this, he had consulted the system, which informed him that with the innate chaos divine body, he could assimilate all things, merging myriad laws. Even should this ominous energy enter his body, it would ultimately be absorbed and unified by the chaotic body, treated uniformly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Chenxiao omblit dawar swan. All around him, cultivators corrupted by the ominous energy surged forth, yet he radiated an ethereal, white, chaotic light, rendering him impervious to their encroachment. Transformed into grotesque entities, the cultivators lunged at him, exuding an overwhelmingly catastrophic aura. With a hum, the white emperor sword was summoned. A single stroke cleaved down. The razor-sharp sword light howled forth. The might of the imperial sword was like a battering ram, instantly reducing the aberrant cultivators to dust. Boom! I seem to have grown somewhat stronger since my previous life, Su Chenxiao mused, observing with keen interest. Not far away, upon witnessing Su Chenxiao's appearance, Qi Kong and others were taken aback, their faces pale as they ceased their attacks and approached him. "Young Master Su, why are you here? Quickly leave. This place has been tainted by the ominous energy." Yet, upon sensing the ancient, mysterious, chaotic aura surrounding Su Chenxiao, their expressions shifted to astonishment. "This, young master, you are not afraid of this ominous energy." Su Chenxiao smiled slightly, sword in hand, as he addressed the formidable Xian, who was now a daunting figure even to those in the sacred realm. "Xian, your final reliance lies within the soul of the ancient scripture from the Dark Era. Does it not? Is it you?" Xian's expression twisted into one of fury, a murderous intent spilling forth as he gritted his teeth. "How dare you appear before me? It was you who stole my killing immortal sword and the extermination array in the arena." Su Chenxiao chakel derisibeli, shaking his head in lament. "I can only imagine your father's final moments. He would not wish for you to become this way. Oh, by the way, I possess your father's last words, messages he wished to convey to you. Do you not wish to see them?" As he spoke, Su Chenxiao produced a recording stone and casually tossed it over. "Father." Xian's pupils constricted, his emotions wavering once more. But soon, a malignant expression overtook him, and he raised his hand to shatter the recording stone. Boom! "Do you think Xian, would care for such trifles? What worthless familial ties! I have no need for that." Su Chenxiao, unfazed, smiled and retrieved another recording stone from his system storage. "No matter, I have another." Xian gasped, realizing that at this juncture, he loathed nothing more than the mention of his father. You! Xian trembled with rage, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent, unleashing a furious roar. Shut your mouth. I want you dead. Crimson Abyss, grant me power. The shadow cackled ominously. Understood. With me here, you shall not perish. It had awaited this moment. Since you have willingly offered yourself, then your flesh shall be claimed by me. Crimson Abyss. Boom! The shadow began to merge with him. The black ancient scripture erupted with a terrifying aura. Xian's body commenced a grotesque transformation, expanding inch by inch. His limbs and torso sprouting pulsating flesh buds, resembling a bizarre creature. This time, even the triple formation could not withstand this immense power, beginning to shatter and collapse. Qi Kong and the others' expressions dramatically altered. They had not anticipated that this youth still possessed such strength. Was the being from the black ancient scripture truly that fearsome? Protect young Master Su. Young Master, be careful. Su Chenxiao scoffed, utterly indifferent. Xian's strength was derived from the soul of the black ancient scripture. However, as long as it was a soul, it was prey for the soul-devouring beast. As Xian's aura surged further, a white figure darted forth. The soul-devouring beast, having consumed hundreds of souls, locked its sights upon the shadow behind Xian. The black shadow, merging with Xian, sensed something amiss upon noticing the white fur ball on its shoulder. It was instantly engulfed by overwhelming terror. This is Death, the soul-devouring beast. No, no, how could this thing still exist? Xian, save me. The white fur ball paid no heed, opening its gaping maw filled with teeth, unleashing a terrifying force of suction. In the next moment, the sound of consumption echoed. Slurp. No. Chapter 49. The Celestial Sword Body, the end approaches. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar of despair, the Soul Devourer swiftly consumed the shadow. Initially, Xian felt a surge of power within him, but suddenly, his body trembled as if it had been hollowed out. The black ancient scripture fell to the ground, and he collapsed weakly, devoid of strength. What has happened to me? My power. Where's my power? Realizing something was amiss, Xian frantically searched for the shadow, his face contorted in madness as he shouted, chiming. Yet, regardless of how he called, he could no longer sense even a trace of the shadow's presence. The onlookers in the distance widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. They merely observed a furry creature appear atop the shadow. Then, with a slurping sound, it devoured the shadow whole. What is happening? The strange aura emanating from that creature has vanished. The Soul Devourer let out a satisfied burp, then lazily transformed into a streak of light, returning to Su Chenxiao's hand. Soul Devourer matured. Su Chenxiao gently patted it twice, gazing at the now slumbering Soul Devourer. He smiled lightly and stored it within the system space. Well done. Though the cultivation of the black ancient scripture spirit was unknown, Xian was able to harness its power to contend with several formidable saints present, suggesting it was not weak. At this moment, Xian, sensing the shift, was thoroughly panicked. Bastard, what have you done to me? Su Chenxiao remarked playfully. I merely fed your trump card to my pet. Qi Kong and the others exchanged peculiar glances, astonished that this Mr. Su had so effortlessly neutralized the opponent's final ace. It was time to conclude this matter. The realm here had been tainted by the black ancient scripture, and with a snap of his fingers, Su Chenxiao summoned a veil of mysterious, misty chaos light. The chaotic divine body could assimilate all forms of energy. In disbelief, the onlookers watched as the perfected chaotic divine body voraciously absorbed the surrounding vast and bizarre energies. With closed eyes, Su Chenxiao felt the unsettling force, almost sentient, stirring within his energy sea. Under the suppression of the chaotic energy, that ominous power gradually calmed and merged. The immense, ominous energy began to coalesce. Above his spirit platform, amidst 8 radiant orbs of divine light, a pitch-black fruit of the Tao emerged, resembling something from the abyss. This was a power of the Tao never before seen in the realms. weak yet imbued with extreme ominousness and strangeness. Aside from the resplendent Tao fruit, shrouded in chaotic energy, which stood tallest, the newly emerged black Tao fruit suppressed the other 7, rendering them insignificant. The 9th Tao. The ancient clan leaders surrounding were left dumbfounded. Mr. Su was actually able to absorb this ominous energy. Could this truly be the legendary innate chaos body? The Zhao clan leader murmured, his brow furrowed. The innate chaos body had not been seen in the realms for countless epochs. Even they had not anticipated that this body could disregard the encroachment of such ominous energies. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing within. He gazed at Xian, who lay helplessly on the ground, stripped of all power. Narrowing his eyes, he softly murmured, "Thank you for the hospitality." He opened his palm, a flicker of terrifying, malevolent energy pulsing within, which he then extinguished in his grasp. Feeling the emergence of the mysterious 9th Tao within his consciousness, Su Chenxiao's eyes glimmered with surprise. Unexpectedly, aside from chaos, divine, and primordial, the first Tao he comprehended was this unprecedented, strange path. Enough, Su Chenxiao stated calmly. This strange power no longer exists. It's time to deal with the aftermath. Although the ominous energy had dissipated, the cultivators who had been corrupted could not return to their former states. Qi Kong and the clan leaders nodded, knowing Xian was out of strength, and they began to slay the oddly transformed creatures. Su Chenxiao approached Xian, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. A surge of true energy lifted the black ancient scripture from ground. Smiling, Su Chenxiao observed the scripture in his hand, saying, "Now, your last trump card is gone." Ding! The destined protagonist Xian has lost the black ancient scripture. Fortune value lost. 40,000. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 40,000 villain points. Return it to me. That is mine. Xian's expression changed, and he roared in fury. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, this scene made Su Chenxiao frown. Xian, your current state does not resemble that of an ancient clan prodigy. Corrupted by the strange power and deprived of the shadow and black ancient scripture's protection, the flesh on Xian's body erupted in grotesque growths. His facial skin began to peel away, revealing a multitude of eerie, swirling eyes beneath. "I will kill you." Su Chenxiao crouched down, shaking his head with a regretful smile. "It is over, Xian. Perhaps try harder in your next life." He began to harvest the last remnants of value from Xian. The chaos scripture, 10,000 returns to 1. Xian let out a pained, anguished scream, curling up on the ground as he convulsed. The celestial sword body's essence was forcibly stripped away and melded into the innate chaos divine body. At the same time, Su Chenxiao radiated a sharp sword intent, and his cultivation began to shift, from the immortal realm's first level to the second, third, until it finally stabilized at the 7th level. Ding! The destined protagonist Xian has lost the celestial sword body. Fortune value lost. 40,000. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 40,000 villain points. A smile gradually spread across Su Chenxiao's face as he rose, feeling the immense enhancement brought by this essence. Another exhilarating breakthrough. At this moment, Xian arrived from a distance, his face filled with hatred as he spoke. "Young Master, may I take matters into my own hands? I wish to kill him myself." Su Chenxiao glanced at him indifferently and then tossed the recording stone over, calmly stating, "From now on, your life belongs to me. Handle your family's affairs yourself." Xian lowered his head, staring at the recording stone in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then turned to look at Xian, who writhed on the ground like a worm in agony. His expression was icy as he slowly spoke. "Xian, look at yourself now. Even at this point, are you still so deluded?" Xian struggled to open his eyes, his crimson pupils filled with hatred and resentment. Ning. Chapter 50. 300,000 villain points. The regretful destiny. Protagonist silence. "What gives you the right to judge me, Xian? Xian Ning inhaled deeply and shouted, "You have arrived at this point solely due to your own actions. Do you know the last words my father spoke to me before he died?" Xian Aoyan roared with unbridled fury. "What do you understand about Xian Aoyan? I have spent my childhood hiding in that desolate land, believing that their choices were beyond their control. However, upon returning to my clan, I discovered that the love I was meant to receive had been entirely taken away by you. Xian Ning, you have won. You may relish in your victory and kill me. But I, Xian Aoyan, will never hold you in esteem." Xian Ning trembled, and upon hearing these words, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Huh, what a biased perspective. Xian Aoyan, so this is how you have always perceived it. Now, open your eyes wide and witness." He crushed the recording stone. The final moments left by Xian Yu were unveiled before Xian Aoyan without reservation. Within the stone, the heartfelt words from their father caused Xian Ning's expression to turn profoundly sorrowful. "You have never considered why our father sent you away, stubbornly believing that I took everything from you. I, Xian Ning, was born as a hostage, and our father contemplated abandoning me several times. My mother, as I recall, was perpetually sorrowful, constantly uttering your name, Xian Aoyan. I thought they did not favor me, their youngest, so I exerted myself in training, striving for excellence, simply to gain their attention. Yet what about you? All my efforts evaporated into illusions due to your return to the clan. Even if you blame our father and sever ties with the Xian family, you remain oblivious to the fact that he secretly aided you whenever you stirred up trouble." Xian Ning's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed the repression of the past 20 years. "Did you know that even at our father's death, his last request was for the clan leaders to spare your life? Xian Aoyan, you have ignored everything our father did for you. It was you who destroyed our ancient clan, the Xian family, and it was you who brought about our father's demise." As he gazed at the recording stone's images, the sound of Xian Ning's grievances echoed in his ears. Upon realizing everything, Xian Aoyan fell silent. These matters had been unknown to him. Memories of his father's excited and affectionate face upon his return flooded his mind. Lying on the ground, Xian Aoyan trembled, his face a mix of blood and tears. Even the pain gnawing at his heart could not compare to the torment he felt now. "Father!" Xian Aoyan gasped for air, as if expending every ounce of strength. His eyes, red and hoarse, uttered, "Kill me, Xian Ning." Xian Ning fixed his gaze upon him for a long while, his expression gradually turning cold. "Very well. Given your character, you would not admit your mistakes even now." A terrifying power of yin and yang began to coalesce in his hands. "Farewell, Xian Aoyan." Xian Aoyan closed his eyes, revealing an expression akin to relief. Boom! Ding! The destined protagonist Xian Aoyan has perished. Congratulations on hunting the heartless evil emperor. The destined protagonist Xian Aoyan. Unlock the remaining opportunities of the destined protagonist Xian Aoyan. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring all items of the destined protagonist. Heartless Sword Scripture, Celestial Slaying Sword Technique, Fragment of the Nameless Sword Technique, and the Unfathomable Star Map. Current Hunted Destined Protagonists, 2. Current Villain Points, 316,000. After personally ending Xian Aoyan's life, Xian Ning gazed calmly at the lifeless body on the ground. Time passed, and he approached Chenxiao to pay his respects. "Young master, is it over?" "Indeed. People often reflect on their regrets only in moments of death, but what good does that do?" Chenxiao checked lately. Over 300,000 villain points. Once this is concluded, I can indulge myself thoroughly. The dust settled over Qinji Peak, now a scene of devastation. Countless bodies lay strewn about. From the original tens of thousands, fewer than 1,000 had survived. All present were shaken, haunted by the aftermath. Is it over? Has Xian Aoyan truly died? After vanquishing the cultivators who had been transformed into grotesque monsters, Qi Kong and the other 3 clan leaders approached from afar. They cast wary glances at the ancient black scripture in Chenxiao's hands, hesitant to draw near, for they lacked the chaotic divine body. Qi Kong, enveloped in layers of true energy for protection, approached cautiously and clasped his hands. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance. However, what do you intend to do with this ancient scripture?" The eerie creatures of the Dark Age are beyond even the Emperor's control. It is a source of dread wherever it is placed. Chenxiao smiled lightly and directly stored the scripture into the system's storage space. This ancient scripture will be entrusted to the clan's emperor for processing upon my return. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Qi Kong's eyes brightened, and he let out a sigh of relief. In the time that followed, everyone worked to clear Qinji Peak. The bodies were obliterated by several clan leaders using their supreme divine powers, leaving no trace behind. Once everyone had recuperated, the surviving ancient clan prodigies began to regain their composure. Although a few had given up on entering due to the loss of companions, the majority refused to relinquish the hard-earned opportunity to enter the Qiyun burial grounds. At that moment, Chenxiao was examining the remaining fortunes of Xian Outyin. Destined protagonist, Xian Outyin status, deceased. Remaining opportunities, 7 Qiyun burial grounds. Emperor's legacy, red. Imperial path, Qiyun burial grounds. Blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Once he obtained the Tsangshan, refining ancient scripture from within the Qiyun burial ground along with the fortunes of Xian Outyin, everything would be settled, and it would be time for him to return to his clan. Chenxiao's eyes glimmered as he contemplated. King Lao, wait for my return here. Only those below the King realm may enter the Qiyun burial grounds. With that, Chenxiao leaped into the Qiyun burial grounds, disappearing from view. At that moment, the ancient clan elders, recovering from their stupor, were taken aback. Young Master Su, that young master has entered. Clan leader, what should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Qi Kong replied, the Qiyun burial grounds remain open. Let the disciples of the Qi family enter. Once inside, they must locate young Master Su and ensure his safety. The other 3 ancient clan leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Chapter 51. The Ancient Sovereign Beasts. The tremor-wielding ancient ape and the celestial divine rock. A hum reverberated through the air. In the desolate expanse, known as the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, a pale white light flickered into existence. Chenxiao and Xian Ning materialized within this forsaken realm. Before their eyes lay a barren wasteland, surrounded by towering mountains. Under a sky shrouded in a dull haze devoid of sunlight. Withered trees and nameless bones littered the ground. The spiritual essence of this place was thin, the heat oppressive, and no vegetation thrived. As Chenxiao surveyed his surroundings, he found this secret domain to be markedly different from his expectations. The landscape appeared lifeless, devoid of any creatures. Xian Ning, glancing around, spoke up, Young Master, the layout of the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground is ever-shifting. We seem to be at the edge of a stony abyss. This area is relatively safe, with no living beings around. The powerful entities reside deep within the primal mountains at the center of the burial ground. Although it was his first time entering, as a member of the Xian clan, he evidently possessed greater insight into this place than others. Chenxiao promptly opened the map, observing the marked opportunities within the system's display. The locations of Yi Zhao's ancient refinement technique and Xian Outyin's fortune appeared to coincide. However, Chenxiao felt a perplexing sense of urgency. Yi Zhao's opportunity was moving rapidly. Could it be that someone had gotten there first? With this thought, he soared southward. Meanwhile, Xian Ning retrieved a map from his storage ring, muttering to himself, Young Master, please proceed with caution. With me, Xian Ning, by your side, there will be no. Young Master, wait for me. Unlike before, the spiritual energy in the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground seemed to concentrate in the southern central region. The further south they ventured, the more pronounced the transformations became. Here, the foliage was lush, with ancient towering trees reaching toward the heavens. The verdant primal mountains were rich with life force, akin to a sanctuary of spiritual essence, where even the beasts appeared much larger than those outside. Numerous unfamiliar spiritual creatures wandered amidst the wilderness. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, a terrifying aura radiating outward and creating ripples in the atmosphere. A streak of light descended from the sky. Following the system's markers, Chenxiao furrowed his brow upon witnessing an astonishing sight in the distance. The location of the ancient refinement technique was right there. Not far away, a colossal ancient ape, towering several dozen feet high, was locked in a fierce battle with a magnificent snow-white rock that blotted out the sky. The clash of these ancient beasts was brutal, each strike reverberating across the land. The terrifying roars and overwhelming presence sent countless creatures fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Xianning hurriedly approached. "Young master, Shu, let us observe the spectacle." Upon seeing the unfolding scene, Xianning gasped in disbelief. The ancient tyrants, the tremor-wielding ancient ape, and the celestial divine rock. How could they appear here? Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. "Do you recognize them?" Huanning no te cravedi. "Young master, these two are the sovereign beasts of the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, both at the 9th level of the Undying Realm. Their power is formidable, rivaling that of kings. They are not to be trifled with. These ancient sovereign beasts possess tremendous physical might, and their innate ferocity and brutality are unmatched. In terms of strength, they could easily overpower typical kings." According to Xian clan records, many prodigies perished at the hands of these dominant beasts whenever the burial ground was opened. The battle between the two ancient sovereign beasts clearly showed the tremor-wielding ancient ape gaining the upper hand. With a furious roar, the ape leaped high into the air. The celestial divine rock emitted a sharp cry, bloodied and desperate, its massive white wings flapping as it launched its razor-sharp claws toward the ape. With a resounding crash, the tremor-wielding ancient ape raised its left arm to block, but the rock's claws embedded deep into its flesh, blood gushing forth. The rock attempted to lift the massive ape into the sky. Yet at that moment, the tremor-wielding ancient ape let out a thunderous howl, a faint golden glow enveloping its body. This was a divine technique? Chenxiao's eyes brightened. The golden brilliance surged through the ape's colossal form, unleashing a terrifying force as its blood boiled with rage. It raised its right fist and struck down with unmatched ferocity upon the battered celestial divine rock. The impact was devastating, causing mountains to tremble and a fierce gust of wind to erupt. A piercing, mournful cry echoed as countless bloodied feathers rained down from above. The celestial divine rock wailed in agony, plummeting toward the mountains below, where a massive pit formed as ancient trees were crushed underfoot. Within this chasm, the tremor-wielding ancient ape stood over the weakened rock. After delivering several brutal punches, heedless of the rock's pained cries, it grasped the rock's body and tore it apart. A scene of horror unfolded as the tremor-wielding ancient ape, with sheer physical strength, savagely ripped the ancient rock in half. Blood gushed forth as the ape cast the torn carcass aside, pounding its chest and roaring in triumph. Such a grotesque display left even Xianning's eyelids twitching in shock, muttering, "This is not right." According to my clan's records, the tremor-wielding ancient ape and the celestial divine rock have always been bitter rivals. Yet their strength seemed evenly matched. Neither could overpower the other. Chenxiao, however, smiled broadly. Perhaps it has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. The radiant glow emitted by the tremor-wielding ancient ape indicated it had cultivated techniques akin to the ancient refinement technique. "Xianning," he called. Xianning blinked in surprise. "Young master, what is it?" Turning towards him, Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as the white emperor sword appeared in his grasp. "Huanning spupils constricted." "Young master, you wouldn't dare." With a hearty laugh, Chenxiao proclaimed, "Wait here. The tremor-wielding ancient ape possesses precisely what I seek." Having acquired the ancient divine body and the celestial sword body, one unmatched in physical prowess and the other in offensive capabilities, Chenxiao had long yearned to test their might. And this ancient beast, who had cultivated the ancient refinement technique, was the perfect opponent. Just as the tremor-wielding ancient ape reveled in its victory, a faint cry echoed from a distant towering peak. Turning its gaze, the ape spotted a young celestial divine rock, still blind and helpless, calling out from its nest. With a glint of malice in its eyes, the tremor-wielding ancient ape seized a massive tree to hurl at the young rock. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light descended from the heavens. "Come fort. Allow me to hone my skills." Thunderous roars echo. Chapter 52. The sword cuts the ancient ape. The bloodline of the reverse feather divine, upon a fierce sword radiance descended, cleaving through the air. The trembling sky, ancient ape, sensed the terrifying threat, its eyes reflecting an extreme brutality. With a thunderous roar, its massive, pale yellow body erupted with a dazzling golden aura. Boom! The sword light struck down, carving a deep gash into the primeval forest, the sword intent thick and overwhelming. Upon the body of the trembling sky, ancient ape appeared a gruesome wound, gaping and bloody, as faint golden blood flowed forth. In agony, the ancient ape howled, turning its fierce gaze towards Chenxiao, who hovered above. Dressed in white, with an ethereal demeanor, Chenxiao held the white emperor's sword, smiling as he remarked, "Even the sharpest of imperial swords can withstand this ancient divine refinement technique. I must admit, I'm growing increasingly fond of it." As he spoke, the white emperor emanated a brilliant light, its sharpness seemingly ready to rend the very fabric of this secret realm. Another strike followed. The astonishing sword radiance aimed to cleave the mountains asunder, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The massive eyes of the trembling sky, ancient ape, narrowed, a profound sense of danger causing its yellow fur to bristle, its blood surging like a tempest. With a powerful swing of its fists, it unleashed a roar that echoed with human-like words, "Despicable human!" Boom! Under the weight of the terrifying sword light, the ancient ape's fists were torn apart, blood splattering into the air. It let out a pained wail, its body riddled with lacerations from the sword energy, blood pouring relentlessly. In its eyes flashed a deep-seated fear and hatred as it bellowed, "Human!" Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, you can even speak? How interesting. It seems I have underestimated the might of the imperial sword. The celestial body and the Ta, a sword art, both are unparalleled in offensive power. This ancient beast, despite its formidable physique cultivated through the supreme imperial scripture, finds it no easy feat to endure 2 strikes." The trembling sky, ancient ape, recognized the strength of the human before it. Its once proud body felt fragile under such power. In desperation, it seized a mass of rubble and hurled it at Chenxiao before turning to flee. Boom! In the distance, Ning noticed the ancient ape's intent to escape. Channeling the forces of yin and yang, he formed a seal and shouted, "Young master, it seeks to flee." Tian record, suppressed the mountain. With a surge, the energies beneath his feet transformed into a colossal black and white mountain phantom, descending with authority. Tian record, lifeless heavenly gang. Upon initiating the attack, he unleashed his strongest killing move. The mountain phantom and the yin-yang dual dragons crashed forth, runes illuminating the sky, the black and white divine radiance blindingly bright. Roar! Enraged, the trembling sky, ancient ape's visage twisted as it unleashed a fist of golden fury. Boom! It shattered the mountain and the yin-yang dragons with a single blow. How is this possible? Quan Nink's pupils contracted sharply. He had not anticipated that his divine powers would be so easily dismantled. In that instant, he realized the vast chasm separating him from his master. At that moment, a gentle laughter rang out. "Ning, did I not say? This ancient ape is mine to handle." Chenxiao had, unbeknownst to him, summoned the diagram of the extermination of immortals. Upon its diamond-shaped formation, a miniature version of the immortal slicing sword stood tall. The diagram of extermination of immortals. "Go," he commanded, and the diagram instantly transformed into a streak of light, hovering above the trembling sky, ancient ape. Boom! The terrifying killing formation, manifesting from a sword intent, cascaded down like a waterfall, imprisoning the ancient ape within the immortal slicing sword array. Inside the sword array, the ancient ape rampaged, each collision erupting with deafening roars. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and rocks tumbled. Yet, regardless of its frantic onslaught, it could not breach the immortal slicing sword array. Ning gazed in awe, murmuring, "Young master." Chenxiao emerged within the sword array, a playful expression adorning his handsome visage, his eyes glimmering, clad in pristine white untainted by dust. It seems this beast from the 9 levels of the Undying Realm is rather lacking. As the trembling sky, ancient ape, beheld Su Chenxiao advancing towards it. Realizing its only escape was blocked, its eyes turned a deep crimson. It pounded its chest, its face twisted with rage, charging forth like a savage war chariot, willing to fight to the death. Su Chenxiao grinned, the white emperor sword radiating a powerful sword intent, slashing downward. Da sword article. Cut through the 8 desolates. Boom! The astonishing sword light flickered, the vast sword intent blossoming within the immortal slicing sword array. Roar! The overwhelming and fierce sword intent pierced through the trembling sky, ancient ape's body. Behind it, the earth was cleaved, creating a fissure hundreds of meters long. The fearsome form of the ancient ape became rigid, halting just 100 steps from Su Chenxiao. A perfectly straight line of blood appeared along its body, eyes wide with disbelief. In the next instant, torrents of blood erupted forth, and its massive form was cleaved in two, perfectly severed. Boom! In the distance, Xian Ning entered the sword array, witnessing the ancient ape's body split apart, his expression one of utter shock. This was the first time he had witnessed the Imperial Scion in action. 3 strikes. Merely 3 strikes had slain the renowned, trembling sky ancient ape within the crimson meteor burial ground. Xian Ning opened his mouth, speechless for a long moment. Buzz. Su Chenxiao stored the diagram of extermination of immortals, smiling as he said, "What are you staring at? After all, it's the corpse of a legendary beast. There's much treasure to be found." Xian Ning finally snapped back to reality, nodding absently before hastening to deal with the remains of the trembling sky ancient ape. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chenxiao's smile gradually faded. He turned to the young, celestial Peng perched atop the distant mountain. With a swift motion, he seized the still-blind chick into his grasp. The celestial Peng chick, no larger than a palm, appeared to have just been born, its feathers yet to fully develop. For a progeny of such an ancient beast, its size seemed rather diminutive. A premature birth? Su Chenxiao frowned thoughtfully as he examined the chick in his palm. Utilizing the system panel, he checked its details. Beep! Ancient fiend, celestial Peng chick, possessing a trace of the reverse feather divine, Peng bloodline, juvenile stage. Bloodline regression 1. Success rate 0. 15. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened with surprise as he gazed at the chick, which was eagerly awaiting nourishment. Although the beast tribes were inherently powerful, they placed great importance on bloodline inheritance, and a potent bloodline determined their potential. As far as Su Chenxiao knew, the celestial Peng lineage could only reach the sacred realm at most. Chapter 53. The eternal earth milk and the celestial divine refinement technique. However, the celestial divine beast, the reverse feather divine Peng, is different. It is said to be a fierce bird of the heavens, innately mastering the treasures of the 9 heavens. Renowned for its unparalleled speed and feasting upon the ancient azure dragon. Upon reaching adulthood, it can even rival the might of an emperor. Although there exists merely a flicker of ancestral bloodline potential in the presence of my system, what difference does that make? Su Chenxiao Green Waili. Gently caressing the reverse feather divine, Peng nestled in his arms and remarked, "Little one, encountering me is indeed your fortune. System, is there anything that can enhance its ancestral bloodline return probability?" Ding! The system is currently searching. Shop search successful. 3 items matching the owner's requirements detected. Divine Beast. Reverse Feather Divine Peng's innate blood essence. Requires reverse feather golden Peng bloodline. Significantly increases the success rate of ancestral return. Required villain points. 150. 000. Reverse Fate Ancestral Return Pill. Activates the beast's strongest bloodline, enhancing the probability of ancestral return. Required villain points. 5. 000. Eternal Earth Milk. Strengthens the foundation and accelerates the growth and training of the beast. Required villain points. 2,000. Not overly expensive. After contemplating the items displayed by the system, Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. The innate blood essence of the celestial divine beast is incredibly violent. In the current state of this little creature, it would likely be unable to absorb and refine it. With this thought, Su Chenxiao opted to purchase the Reverse Fate Ancestral Return Pill and the Earth Milk. Ding! Congratulations, the owner has purchased 10 reverse fate ancestral return pills. Ding! Congratulations. The owner has purchased 30 drops of eternal earth milk. Spent villain points, 110,000. Current remaining villain points, 206,000. Having spent over 100,000 villain points in one go, even he felt a twinge of pain. Buzz. He directly summoned the eternal earth milk from the system's storage, revealing a white jade bottle filled with the milk. Pop. As the bottle opened, an incredibly rich aura of celestial energy wafted out. Upon sensing this energy, the young reverse feather divine Peng instinctively lifted its head, opening its mouth to emit a chirping sound. Chenxiao gazed at the creamy eternal earth milk within the bottle. Its intense spiritual energy was overwhelming, and even a mere whiff was intoxicating. After a moment of silence, Chenxiao mused, could this be used by cultivators as well? Let me have a taste first. Ignoring the eager cries of the young divine Peng, he took a sip from the white jade bottle. With that sip, at least 5 or 6 drops of the earth milk were consumed. The moment the milk entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into his body, rapidly filling his energy sea. He felt warm currents washing over him, causing the recently achieved breakthrough in his realm to loosen slightly. Chenxiao's eyes brightened as he smacked his lips in surprise. The taste is quite delightful sweet. The young reverse feather divine, Peng called out even more urgently. With a smile, Chenxiao tilted the bottle towards the little creature and slowly poured out a drop. Buzz! As the eternal earth milk entered its body, a radiant white light enveloped the small form of the divine Peng. With just that single drop, the little one quieted considerably, its head drooping as it lay motionless in Chenxiao's hand, drifting into sleep. At that moment, Ning, who was tending to the corpse of the ancient ape, suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, what is this?" Upon hearing this, Chenxiao stored the young divine Peng in the system space and approached. He saw Ning had discovered an ancient scripture emanating a faint golden light among the remnants of the ancient ape's corpse. In his other hand, he held a white bone inscribed with numerous runes. Upon seeing Chenxiao, Ning stood up respectfully and presented the items he had collected. "Young master, I found these 2 items. This is the symbol bone of the ancient ape, which contains ancient ape techniques. This scripture appears to be extraordinary. I am unsure of its nature." Chenxiao took the ancient scripture and probed it with his consciousness. Instantly, ancient and profound golden runes appeared in his mind, revealing that it contained the celestial divine refinement technique. "At last, I have found it. One of Yi Zhao's greatest fortunes, the celestial divine refinement technique. Most suitable for the ancient divine body. With this supreme body refining technique, even the inherent weaknesses of a sword cultivator's fragile body can be disregarded. The ancient ape, merely at the 9th level of the undying realm, could withstand the might of an emperor's sword after cultivating this technique. One can only imagine the immense power of this supreme scripture." Chenxiao's face lit up with joy as he praised, "Well done. This is precisely the ancient scripture I sought." Receiving the young master's praise, Ning felt a bit shy and handed over the symbol bone, saying, "Young master, this is the symbol bone of the ancient ape. It is said that cultivating the ancient ape technique can strengthen the body and withstand mountains. This symbol bone is intact, suggesting a strong bloodline and mastery of the complete ancient ape technique." Chenxiao waved his hand with a faint smile. "I have no need for this item. You may keep it. After all, it is a technique of the beast clan, and no matter how powerful the ancient ape technique is, it cannot surpass the celestial divine refinement technique." Ning was momentarily taken aback, wanted to say more, but Chenxiao continued, "Body refining techniques are rare. I see that your current cultivation is rather mediocre. This ancient ape technique is decent enough. Since you are now under my wing, enhancing your strength would serve me well." Ning's expression softened, and upon hearing the young master's words, he accepted the symbol bone with gratitude and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, young master." Chenxiao nodded slightly. "Young master, where shall we go next?" Ning inquired. Chenxiao summoned the system panel, squinting towards a certain direction with a mysterious smile. Ning, Your family has governed this crimson meteor burial ground for so long. Are you aware that there exists a great opportunity for an emperor here? A great emperor opportunity? Xianning chuckled bitterly. Young master, I do have some knowledge of this. However, the crimson meteor burial ground has existed for thousands of years. Over time, even if there were opportunities, they would have been taken long ago. Presently, the only valuable items left here are some exceedingly rare heavenly materials and treasures. Chenxiao smiled and said nothing, merely stating, "Let's depart. After acquiring that inheritance, it is time to leave this place." A surge of true energy erupted, and the two transformed into a streak of light, heading into the distance. An hour later, boom! Accompanied by a massive sword beam, Chenxiao cleaved the colossal mountain range before him with a single strike. Between the split mountain peaks lay a section untouched, revealing a pitch-black cave that suddenly came into view, surrounded by a faint white array. Crack! This array, weathered by time, began to crack and shatter under the force of the blow, splintering into countless fissures. Suddenly, with a roar, the concealed power within the array erupted forth. A vast, blood-red light shot skyward, reaching the heavens. This brilliance contained an overwhelming and terrifying vitality. Xianning's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene before him. This is Chapter 54, Breaking Through the Ninth Layer of Immortality, the Blood Pool of 10,000 Beasts. Let us proceed. Chenxiao gazed intently at the cave concealed within the mountains, stepping into the air as he spoke calmly. The two entered the cave together. This place was tranquil, its existence shrouded in time's embrace. Upon their arrival, flickering candle flames ignited along the dark corridor, illuminating the path ahead. Drip, drip! A distant sound echoed, reminiscent of water droplets falling. After an indeterminate time, their vision widened unexpectedly. Before them lay a vast pool of blood-red water, pulsating with an overwhelming vitality. Nearby, a dusty desk and stone bed were adorned with scattered medicinal pills, remnants of a once resident cultivator. Chenxiao surveyed the area, his gaze drawn to the dark crimson waters. At the center of the pool stood a sharply pointed stalactite, from which droplets of crimson liquid perpetually fell, sending ripples across the surface. The sound of dripping water emanated from this very source. Is this the blood pool of 10,000 beasts? Chenxiao mused quietly, his expression serene. Beside him, Xianning was entranced by the scene, murmuring in disbelief, "What a rich vitality! How could such a place exist in the scarlet abyss of burial? Why does this blood pool seem so familiar?" Approaching the edge, Xianning knelt and brushed away the dust, revealing faintly illuminated runes beneath. Suddenly, as though struck by inspiration, Xianning's expression changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the ancient blood-nourishing array. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts draws upon the essence of life, capable of cultivating vital blood beneficial to cultivators through relentless nurturing." Upon realizing this, Xianning's gaze shot upward to the thick stone ceiling. This blood pool must have sacrificed at least 10,000 formidable beings. The stalactite at the pool's center served as the focal point for absorbing and condensing this vital blood. The implication was clear. Countless ferocious beast corpses were likely buried above them. "Young master," Xianning turned to Chenxiao. At this moment, Chenxiao had approached the dusty desk, picking up a yellow tome to peruse. As he opened the ancient book, the residual consciousness of its previous owner surged into his mind, a figure from millennia past. The true man of Qiming. It was here that the enslaved spirit had acquired the black ancient scripture. Regrettably, the power of that scripture was exceedingly bizarre. He had not yet absorbed the mysteries of the blood pool and its opportunities before becoming a mere vessel for the enslaved spirit, losing his consciousness. In the final moments of his fading existence, he left behind this fragment of consciousness. As the consciousness dissipated, the tattered tome transformed into dust. Chenxiao's eyes glimmered as he surveyed the vast emptiness around him. Speaking slowly, "Xianning, guard my path." "Young master, what are you planning?" Chenxiao grinned, gazing at the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, murmuring, "This pool, condensed over millennia, shall be claimed by me. With that, he leaped into the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool surged and roiled, boiling violently. The air filled with a dense vitality. Crimson mist rising to form various ferocious beasts, divine pythons, ancient apes, and fierce tigers, emerging as manifestations of the vital blood within the pool. Chenxiao's body shimmered with a faint golden radiance, voraciously absorbing this vitality. The spectral beasts, unwillingly, were consumed and refined. A powerful surge of vitality washed over him. Chenxiao could distinctly feel his physical form growing stronger and more resilient, his internal energy roaring like a tempest. Even his realm surged forward, leaping through the ranks of immortality. 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. Xianning's eyes widened in astonishment. Standing at the water's edge, he sensed the powerful heartbeat reverberating and the tumult of vitality swirling. The figure seated within the pool no longer resembled a mere human, but rather a formidable ancient beast. The primal divine body was unparalleled, and after being cleansed by the ancient blood within the pool, it became even more terrifying, approaching perfection. Ancient golden inscriptions began to appear on Chenxiao's cheeks and skin. An awe-inspiring ancient bell materialized, radiating waves of astonishing vitality. In that moment, the entire mountain trembled. Boom! At that instant, Chenxiao opened his eyes suddenly. His gaze sparkled with divine light, as if a thunderous essence coursed through him. The dragon-like vitality surged skyward, causing the surrounding waters to erupt in a tempest, all divine essences consumed. Witnessing this, Xianning was filled with reverence, a hint of fervor gleaming in his eyes as he knelt. Congratulations, young master. The blood-red waters became crystal clear. Chenxiao stood at the center, his form pristine and flawless, resembling a transformed ancient beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure even from afar. The boundless vitality coalesced within him. Chenxiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength within. The ancient divine body was perfected. With a casual punch, he struck. Boom! In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth quaked, countless stones raining down. The cave before him was breached, creating a vast, deep opening. Chenxiao's eyes glimmered. In this moment, his physical prowess could likely rival even the divine abilities of the king realm. Xianning's gaze burned with excitement, trembling as he clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, on your tremendous advancement. Surely, no one in the realm of immortality can rival you now." Chenxiao nodded, leaping from the pool, his white attire untouched by the water. "Rise," he commanded. Only then did Xianning stand. A slight smile graced his lips. He had anticipated that after years of trials in the lower realms, without relying on the Su family's dragon molting pool, it would take considerable time to reach the 9th layer of immortality. Yet unexpectedly, mere opportunities from two fated protagonists had enabled him to attain such a realm in a short period. It was no wonder these fated individuals advanced with such astonishing speed. Even a single opportunity could equate to centuries, if not millennia, of cultivation for ordinary cultivators. Turning to Xianning, he seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly. Xianning, come here." The kneeling Xianning blinked in confusion as he approached. "Young master, what is it?" Chenxiao grinned, fixing his gaze on Xianning's bewildered expression. "A fragment of a soul. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you forth?" Chapter 55, The Celestial Golden Swan and I, the Soul of the Emperor. Xianning was taken aback and spoke, "Young master, I do not comprehend your meaning." As he uttered these words, a phantom soul slowly emerged from behind him. This soul pulsated and gradually coalesced into a tall, formidable man, bare-chested and draped in animal hide. The man exuded an aura of authority and terror, even as a mere remnant soul, suffused with an imperial presence. Upon realizing he had been detected, the man in the beast skin paid it no mind and instead laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! A member of the Su clan from the imperial lineage indeed possesses keen insight. I had intended to infiltrate while you were refining the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, yet here I stand, discovered by you. Tell me, young scion of the imperial clan, How does the blood pool serve you? Upon seeing this remnant soul, Xian Ning's expression shifted. He had not sensed the presence of this soul attached to him, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. When did this happen? Ni-Geo, identity, celestial divine beast. The celestial golden swan Ni, remnant soul of the emperor, realm, none, an emperor of the demon clan? Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he fixated on the remnant soul. Speaking indifferently, a mere emperor's remnant soul dares to act against my people? Did you think that by concealing your aura, I would remain oblivious? An emperor's remnant soul? Xian Ning's pupils constricted in disbelief as he glanced at Ni-Geo. Ni-Geo's eyes flickered with slight trepidation, yet he chuckled dismissively. Ha! Young scion of the imperial clan, since you recognize my status as an emperor, why do you not kneel before me? Su Chenxiao scoffed disdainfully at the remark. Without further ado, he produced the soul-devouring beast, which lay on its back, and spoke. Dinner is served. An emperor's remnant soul is likely a potent tonic. Upon seeing the soul-devouring beast in Su Chenxiao's hands, Ni-Geo's expression shifted drastically, his soul even trembling in fear. Others might not know, but as an emperor, he certainly recognized this creature, the soul-devouring beast. Where did you acquire this? Gone was his previous arrogance, and he quickly pleaded, wait, let's speak civilly. I am an ancient demon emperor, and within this remnant soul lies the legacy of the celestial divine beast. The swan needs treasure arts. If you allow the soul-devouring beast to act, you shall gain nothing. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. Is an emperor's legacy truly so significant? Knowing I am of the imperial lineage, do you think the legacy of a demon emperor holds any value for me? Soul-devouring beast, go. As he said this, Su Chenxiao patted the creature's belly. The soul-devouring beast instantly lunged forward, opening its gaping maw toward Ni-Geo's remnant soul. A dreadful sucking force emanated from its mouth. Ni-Geo was utterly alarmed, his face paling in horror as he exclaimed, I was once an emperor. If you spare this remnant soul, it would equate to possessing all the powers of the Golden Sun realm in the demon domain. Although I do not know the current state of the outside world, I'm certain that my descendants, bearing the bloodline of Ni-Geo, cannot be weak. Seeing that his opponent had not yet spoken, Ni-Geo grew anxious and shouted, even if your imperial Su clan lacks the need for an emperor's legacy, I am favored by the heavenly Tao, bestowed with great fortune, and cannot perish. All I require is the reconstruction of my physical body, and I shall surely return to the emperor's realm. This would hold significant meaning even for your Su clan. Upon hearing this, the soul-devouring beast abruptly returned to Su Chenxiao's grasp. Su Chenxiao stroked the creature, not lifting his gaze, and remarked, a remnant soul has a chance of revival. Ni-Geo nodded earnestly. Others may not be able to, but as a celestial divine beast, I am protected by the heavenly Tao. With the right conditions, even this remnant soul can be restored to its former glory and live again. Su Chenxiao replied coolly, you mentioned something about the demon clan in the Golden Sun realm? He was quite knowledgeable about the demon clan of the Northern Territories. The Golden Sun realm was a grand domain of the demons, inhabited by the Jin and I clan and other powerful entities, such as the Golden Lion, belonging to the emperor's lineage. Their status among the demons was exceedingly prominent and powerful. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ni-Geo finally exhaled in relief. Although he was an emperor, he was now merely a remnant soul. Should he perish at the hands of the soul-devouring beast, it would mean the extinction of the last celestial golden swan Ni in existence. With an air of pride, Ni-Geo proclaimed, as a member of the imperial clan, you should know well that celestial divine beasts are favored by the heavenly Tao, and it takes millions of years to produce even one. As the last of the celestial golden swan Ni, my greatest duty is to propagate and ensure my noble bloodline survives. To be frank, the Jin and I clan of the Golden Sun realm, the Golden Lion, and the Sun-eating Cloud Lion are all my descendants. Isn't that akin to being a stud? Su Chenxiao mused, a playful glint in his eye. So, you consider yourself their ancestor? Ni-Geo replied with haughty pride. Although some are but remnants of the celestial golden swan and I, they still carry my bloodline. It is not inaccurate to call me their ancestor. Given your appearance, it seems you are a descendant of mine who has fared well. Should I return to my clan, they will undoubtedly obey my command. Feel free to make any requests of them. The birth of every celestial divine beast is accompanied by overwhelming fortune and is exceedingly rare. Once completely extinguished, they may never re-emerge. Thus, it was no wonder that the celestial divine beasts were on the brink of extinction. The demon clan revered their bloodlines, and Gio's assertions held merit. If the demons of the Golden Sun realm were to learn that their ancestor was in their grasp, they would likely spare no effort to secure his release. After contemplating for a moment, Chenxiao noted Gio's growing eagerness and promptly asked, "What do you propose? If you help me escape, you shall be my benefactor, and I pledge to fulfill any of your needs in the future." Chenxiao grinned, gazing at him as he replied, "I require no such favors. What do you desire then? A mount." Upon hearing this, the smile on Gio's soul froze instantly. His expression contorted with rage, his face twisting in disbelief. Even as a remnant soul, the imperial might he exuded was still immensely terrifying. "You wish for me to be your mount? Do you not know that I am the illustrious celestial divine beast, the celestial golden swan and I, once an emperor of great renown? I am the one who shall assist you in restoring your soul and body. I am an emperor." Chenxiao furrowed his brows, uninterested in prolonging the exchange. He had merely spoken casually. Given the pride of the celestial divine beast, it would likely choose destruction over submission. Chenxiao nodded and spoke calmly. "Very well. Soul-devouring beast. I am willing, master." Gio's complexion changed drastically, hastily interjecting. Chenxiao was taken aback, momentarily stunned. The sudden shift in attitude from this being was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even Xianning, standing to the side, was left in disbelief, mouth agape. "Young master, this." Chenxiao's expression was peculiar as he chuckled. "I thought you would rather die than submit. What has happened to your status as an emperor?" Gio retorted with conviction. "I am now merely a remnant soul. If I do not escape soon, I shall surely vanish within a millennium. A brave man does not dwell on past glories. That is a matter of the past. Furthermore, in that bygone era, the Age of Darkness, it was a time when the celestial imperial clans flourished in unparalleled glory and strength. During that epoch, prodigious talents emerged from various imperial lineages. Even the revered celestial beasts, favored by the heavens, found themselves relegated to mere mounts for others. Before me stands an individual of imperial descent, endowed with the innate chaos divine body, a physique of extraordinary potential. If there exists anyone capable of restoring my former self, it is surely this person who possesses such exceptional abilities. Though it is somewhat humiliating, it is far preferable to the prospect of being utterly obliterated. Gio consoled himself inwardly. Chapter 56. The Divine Treasure of the Beast Master Sect. The mother-child beast ring, the celestial beast, the golden swanee, is a magnificent creature of heaven and earth, yet it has yet to produce a pure-blood offspring. It must not face extinction amidst the myriad realms. The lingering essence of its soul has persisted through the ages, revealing a profound attachment. After a moment of silence, Chenxiao raised his gaze toward Gio and spoke softly. "In that case, let us swear an oath with our souls." Gio, his demeanor somewhat diminished, nodded as if resigned to his fate, uttering, "I understand." Without hesitation, Gio established a heavenly oath, while Xianning observed with immense reverence. Though merely a remnant of soul, this being was once a great emperor, a divine beast of the world. It was astonishing that even such a formidable existence would bow before the young master. After the celestial oath was sworn, Gio's earlier pride had dissipated, and he spoke feebly. "My remnant soul cannot endure outside for long, master. May I enter your sea of consciousness for a time to recuperate? I have sworn the oath and would never dare to harm you." The sea of consciousness is the most vulnerable space for a cultivator. Despite Gio's past as an emperor, Chenxiao, bound by the heavenly oath, did not readily acquiesce. System, Is there any method to gain absolute control over this being? Ding! Mother-child beast ring. A treasure of the Beastmaster sect from ancient times, effective only on the demon race, capable of controlling their souls and bodies without resistance. Required villain points: 50,000. To completely control a demon emperor. That is not an exorbitant price. Chenxiao made the purchase directly. Ding! Purchase successful. Current villain points: 156,000. With a hum, the yin-yang beast ring materialized in his hand, a pair of gold and silver rings resembling ornate bands. Chenxiao donned one of the golden rings on his index finger, while the silver ring transformed into the size of a collar. Put this on, he commanded. Zhio's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the item. This is the beast ring of the mother of the Beastmaster sect? You possess this as well. Chenxiao smiled gently. Is that so surprising? Taking a deep breath, Zhio's countenance revealed despair as he accepted the beast ring, donning it upon his wrist rather than around his neck, clinging to the last vestiges of his dignity as an emperor. With a surge, golden and silver lights flickered simultaneously. The golden ring in his hand emanated a peculiar sensation, resonating with the silver one. Chenxiao sensed that he could wield the power of life and death over Zhio, even grasping his current thoughts. With a smile, Chenxiao addressed Zhio. Enter now. Zhio's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of golden light, merging into Chenxiao's sea of consciousness. As soon as he entered, an incredulous voice echoed within Chenxiao's mind. This is the path of a strange? How did you comprehend such a thing? Frowning, Chenxiao felt Zhio's soul stirring restlessly in his sea of consciousness. Do not ask what should not be asked. Remain obedient. After the imperial clan of the Su family, I shall restore your soul and body. Countless battles rage across the heavens, with countless cultivators perishing daily, their souls fleeing. Thus, elixirs and treasures for restoring souls and reforming bodies are not uncommon. Upon returning to his clan, the Su family's imperial lineage possesses ample resources to aid Zhio's restoration, rendering the expenditure of villain points unnecessary. Casting a glance around, Chenxiao noted that all the opportunities of the two fated protagonists had been claimed by him. The remaining items would be left to Xianning to handle. With a glint in his eyes, Chenxiao grinned. It is time to return to the imperial Su family. Outside the secret realm of the Red Meteor Burial Ground, at Tianji Peak, the clan leaders of the ancient races awaited news from their disciples within the secret realm. What? You say you searched the entire secret realm and did not find young Master Su? Useless fools. Go and search again. If you cannot find him, do not return. What was meant to be a 30-year opportunity for their disciples had turned into a grand game of hide and seek due to Chenxiao's unexpected presence. There was no choice. The identity of this living ancestor was so extraordinary that should any mishap occur within the Red Meteor Burial Ground, no one present from the hidden ancient clans could bear the consequences. Meanwhile, the elder Qing, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly felt a spatial disturbance emanating from the crimson vortex of the secret realm. As Chenxiao and Xianning emerged, having shattered their qualification tokens to exit the burial ground, the gathered crowd turned their gazes, their eyes alight with excitement. Young Master Su, clan leader. Young Master Su has emerged. The throng quickly approached. With a calm smile, Chenxiao inquired, "What brings you all here?" Qi Kong, scrutinizing Chenxiao closely, seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in disbelief. The essence of your blood surges like a dragon. Your physique immaculate. Such terrifying physical prowess. Young Master, in just this short day, your body has strengthened several-fold. What has transpired? Other clan leaders mirrored his astonishment. Young Master, have you broken through? Chenxiao chuckled softly. This Red Meteor Burial Ground is quite remarkable. I fortuitously encountered some opportunities. The gathered crowd exchanged glances. With their understanding of the Red Meteor Burial Ground, they knew there were still some treasures to be discovered, but the greater opportunities had already been claimed by their ancestors. Given young Master's evident progress, it was clear he had encountered significant fortune. Qi Kong hastily offered his congratulations. young master is blessed with fortune. I extend my heartfelt congratulations. However, he continued, is young master departing so soon? Please, do visit my chief family for a few days. We would be honored to host you. The crafty old fox. Clan leaders from the Zhao and Ming families shot him disapproving looks and chimed in, young master, my daughter previously had an encounter with you. If we do not make amends, my Ming family shall remain restless. Please do join us for a gathering. My Zhao family also welcomes you. In response to the multitude of invitations from the ancient clan leaders, Chenxiao waved his hand. Now that matters are settled, I shall not delay you any further. Declining the invitations from the ancient clans, Xin Ning intended to remain temporarily to assist her father with affairs, planning to head to the sacred emperor's Dao domain shortly. Chenxiao decisively departed alongside Elder Qing from the Kanming Dao domain. In the void, a colossal spirit vessel sailed forth. Chenxiao reclined in a chair, his gaze contemplative. In his hand appeared the ancient black scripture acquired from Xian Outyin. Buzz. Chapter 57. The Imperial Family's Marriage Proposal. Countless factions have gathered to participate. As the black ancient scripture emerged, a peculiar and ominous force began to invade the surrounding space. The book seemed to possess a form of consciousness, trembling subtly as if yearning to escape from its grasp. Ah, the treasures of the Dark Era. Chenxiao murmured. He had yet to comprehend how to utilize this black ancient scripture, and even the system's panel provided only scan information. Hey, Neo Geo, Chenxiao called out. The voice of Neo Geo resonated in his mind. What is it? This artifact from the Dark Era was discovered within that cave. You must be familiar with it, right? Chenxiao inquired. After a brief silence, Neo Geo responded somewhat bitterly. Familiar? It is the very reason for my current plight. Oh, Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. Neo Geo began narrating. In those days, I was tasked with the arduous duty of propagating my race within a realm of the demon world. One day, this accursed black ancient scripture suddenly appeared. At that time, it was not as feeble as it is now. Upon its emergence, its bizarre power swiftly corrupted all beings within the realm. Within mere hours, every creature was transformed into a grotesque entity. Even I, a divine beast of heaven and earth, fell victim to its influence. For the safety of all celestial beings, I sealed this realm with my formidable powers, and over time, this led to the creation of the Crimson Burial Ground. Chenxiao pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Instead of pressing further, he turned his gaze back to the black ancient scripture, contemplating its significance. This tome was a double-edged sword, a perilous burden that no one dared to handle, not even the emperors. Yet, for someone like him, who remained untouched by its eerie aura, it represented an extraordinarily formidable trump card. He stowed the black ancient scripture back into the system's storage. Reclining on his chair, he surveyed the vast expanse of nothingness. Countless spiritual vessels traversed this boundless void, while riders on majestic steeds soared by. A curious thought crossed his mind. He was heading towards the Holy Emperor's realm to return to the Su family. Why were these people moving in the same direction? Just then, a loud voice called out from behind. Are the friends from Tianxian sect also heading to the Holy Emperor's realm? I am from the Taiyu Immortal sect. May I request to share your journey? Chenxiao turned towards the voice and beheld a grand azure spiritual crane soaring towards him. Upon it sat a jovial elder with a youthful countenance, waving cheerfully. Accompanying him were a man and a woman, both young and possessing remarkable charm, presumably his disciples. This spiritual vessel was a gift from Yuan Fengxiao. Perhaps they had mistaken him for a member of Tianxian sect. They too were heading to the Holy Emperor's realm, an opportune moment to inquire further. With a smile, Chenxiao welcomed. You are most welcome to join us. The elder's face lit up with joy as he led his two disciples aboard the spiritual vessel. Upon seeing Chenxiao, Zhuosong was taken aback. Even he, who had seen much in his life, couldn't help but admire. The young man's ethereal presence and elegant white attire were truly remarkable, a rare sight indeed. The lovely maiden beside him, dressed in sect robes, also cast her gaze upon him, her eyes sparkling with interest. As Zhuosong approached, his first impression overwhelmingly positive. He clasped his hands together and smiled warmly. I have the honor of meeting you, young master. I hail from the Taiyu immortal sect and am en route to the Holy Emperor's realm. My steed, the Azure Crane, has grown weary, and I must apologize for interrupting your rest. I extend my gratitude. These are my disciples, Lu Ranran and Zhang Chongfeng. Zhuosong added. Su Chenxiao waved his hand amiably, taking a moment to appraise the trio before responding with a gentle smile. No trouble at all. I too am headed to the Holy Emperor's realm. It's but a small matter. Zhuosong smiled and inquired, May I ask for your name, young master? With a smile. Su Chenxiao replied, There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Chenxiao. Zhuosong contemplated for a moment. This spiritual vessel undoubtedly belonged to Tianxin sect, and the Taiyu immortal sect had long-standing ties with them. However, he had never heard of anyone named Chenxiao from Tianxin sect, but avoiding unnecessary inquiries seemed prudent given the extraordinary demeanor of the youth before him, so he merely nodded with a smile. Su Chenxiao then asked, What brings you to the Holy Emperor's realm, Elder Zhua? His curiosity was piqued, as he had noticed numerous spiritual vessels heading in that direction since leaving the Kanming realm. Zhuosong appeared slightly taken aback, as if surprised. Since you are heading to the Holy Emperor's realm, are you not aware of the marriage proposal from the Su family? Recently, the Su family announced that their young master, having returned from his training in the lower realms, is seeking to assess talent and find a suitable bride. In just half a month, the selection will commence. As I understand, esteemed families from across the realms, including ancient clans, holy lineages, and even imperial families, have sent their daughters to compete for the honor of marrying him. It is a rare event, and I have brought my disciples to witness this spectacle. Su Chenxiao remained silent for a while, casting a sidelong glance at the elder beside him, who appeared somewhat awkward in his silence. The young maiden, Lu Ranran, spoke dreamily. I have heard that the imperial young master is exceptionally handsome, possessing an innate chaotic divine body. I wonder what sort of unparalleled beauty could be worthy of him. Alas, my cultivation is too shallow. I fear I cannot even qualify for the competition. Lu Ranran lamented, lowering her head in disappointment. At this moment, her senior brother, Zhang Chongfeng, chuckled and chimed in, Sister, what are you saying? The matter of marriage requires mutual attraction. You are pure and graceful. Even if you do not qualify, there is no telling whether the imperial young master might notice you in the crowd. If you do not become his bride, perhaps becoming a concubine would still be a splendid opportunity. Just imagine, our Taiyu immortal sect will be looking up to you. Lu Ranran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pondered her senior brother's words, feeling a mix of shyness and intrigue. Brother, please do not jest. Zhuosong chuckled, stroking his beard, and remarked, Chongfeng is right. If you were to attract the attention of the imperial young master, it would be a tremendous opportunity for our Taiyu immortal sect. This event is not only attended by powerful factions, but even smaller sects share the same aspirations. After all, who can predict the whims of fate? Su Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar as he listened. No wonder there were so many female cultivators aboard those spiritual vessels, each either pure, alluring, or strikingly beautiful. Could it be that this was a competition of sorts? Niu Jiu in his mind sighed in frustration. Why didn't I think of this earlier? He recalled a time when, in his pursuit of producing superior offspring, he had rampaged through the northern domain. With the might of an emperor, he had taken what he desired by force, leaving chaos in his wake, ultimately offending nearly every faction within the northern domain. Su Chenxiao sighed deeply and remarked, Silence. You stallion emperor. As the conversation continued among the group, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! The protagonist of destiny has been detected. Ding! The protagonist of destiny has been detected. Huh! Su Chenxiao felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. A colossal, opulent spirit vessel, shrouded in an imposing black, swept overhead, resembling a leviathan gliding through the void with magnificent grandeur. Surrounding it were numerous extraordinarily majestic mythical beasts, soaring through the air, each bearing riders of exceptional demeanor, talented individuals from esteemed lineages, their brows arched in haughty disdain, scarcely deigning to cast a glance downward. The spectacle was immense, the scene astonishing. It was clearly the procession of a figure from a superlative lineage traversing the expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 58. The minor Tai Ding ancient sect dares to belittle my young master? We are the disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect from the western regions. A young prodigy, riding upon a magnificent beast, declared with unparalleled arrogance, commanding all spirit ships to descend 100 feet to yield passage, lest they face the wrath of the Tai Ding ancient sect. The voice resonated throughout the void. Upon hearing this, other ships in the vicinity promptly lowered themselves. Left Song was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. They are from the Tai Ding ancient sect? They have truly arrived? The incredulity was evident on his face. The Tai Ding ancient sect is a renowned ancient lineage situated in the far reaches of the western regions, seldom communicating with the outside world, making it one of the most secluded and enigmatic sects. Beside him, disciple Zhang Chongfeng murmured, his eyes fixed on the opulent, massive spirit ship above. I never imagined that even the Tai Ding ancient sect would come. Is this the influence of the imperial clan? Junior sister, I fear that this imperial marriage is not as simple as mere attraction. The supreme imperial clan, the Su family, has summoned such a mysterious ancient lineage to participate. Who knows what other formidable forces might also arrive? In the face of these colossal entities, our Taiyu immortal sect seems as insignificant as ants. At that moment, a displeased snort echoed through the air. Elder Qing's expression darkened, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. The minor Tai Ding ancient sect dares to make my young master lower his status? They truly seek their demise. In this realm, the strong may bully the weak at will. Forcing a spirit ship to pass overhead is nothing short of trampling on dignity. A provocation of the highest order. In the eyes of the Tai Ding ancient sect, the supreme ship below is merely a trivial force among countless others and not worthy of their attention. Elder Qing turned to Su Chenxiao beside him and spoke, young master. Su Chenxiao, his demeanor calm, did not lift his head and replied nonchalantly, then let them descend. What? Left Song's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Su Chenxiao in alarm. Young master, you mustn't. The Tai Ding ancient sect is one of the ancient lineages, with powerful beings on the verge of becoming emperors within. They have not noticed us. It would be wise to avoid confrontation. He had noticed the elder beside the young master, whose aura was unfathomable, even beyond his comprehension. This elder's respectful demeanor suggested that the young master was of some noble lineage, and this elder served as his protector. Su Chenxiao smiled lightly and raised his hand. It's of no concern. Elder Qing will handle it. As he spoke, an overwhelming force erupted from his side. The very void trembled, the imperial power radiating like a sun in the sky. Left Song's pupils constricted. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the stooped elder beside Su Chenxiao. The two disciples by his side were equally astonished. Having never before witnessed such vast divine power, they felt an irresistible urge to prostrate themselves in reverence, their hearts pounding with shock. This is... Left Song's lips quivered, his mind buzzing, momentarily unable to process the situation. A quasi-emperor? How could this be possible? He had noted the elder beside the young master, who emanated an incomprehensible aura. The elder's respectful demeanor indicated that the young master was likely of noble descent, with the elder serving as his protector. Yet he never expected that this elder would be a quasi-emperor. In this realm, when emperors do not emerge, quasi-emperors reign supreme. Boom! Elder Qing's countenance turned icy as he unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying divine ability. Golden divine light erupted in the void, hurtling directly toward the Tai Ding ancient sect ship above. The Tai Ding ancient sect dares to act insolently before my young master. They better descend and pay their respects. The astonishing force triggered the protective array of the luxurious ship above. Buzz, an ancient formation capable of withstanding peak saint-level attacks, surged into existence. But it only lasted for a brief moment before being utterly obliterated. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth quaked, and everyone aboard the spirit ship wore expressions of shock and horror, unable to maintain their footing. What is happening? What has transpired? Only the few elder saints leading the Tai Ding ancient sect sensed the danger, their faces turning ashen as they shouted, "A quasi-emperor? Who has attacked us?" "We are the disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect from the western regions. We mean no offense to your esteemed presence." The overwhelming divine ability crashed into the ship. In an instant, countless fragments erupted, and the sacred vessel was cleaved in two. A deafening roar erupted. The shock waves reverberated, causing even distant smaller ships to sway precariously from the impact. This terrifying strike from the quasi-emperor left countless beings in the surrounding void stunned, all eyes turning toward the scene. Upon witnessing the luxurious ship of the Tai-Ding ancient sect being torn asunder, everyone gasped, their breaths caught in their throats, eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? The Tai-Ding ancient sect ship has been pierced. A quasi-emperor has intervened. On the ship, Chenxiao, still smiling, calmly fed the young divine eagle without lifting his gaze, saying, "That was a bit excessive, Elder Qing. It is, after all, a sacred-grade ship worth quite a sum." Elder Qing gradually reigned in his aura, the overwhelming quasi-emperor power dissipating as he replied with a serene expression, "Young master, I have already held back." Had it not been for the fact that this group came to participate in the Sacred Emperor's Domain event, this strike could have obliterated all but the saint-level individuals aboard. Left Song and his two disciples were now utterly dumbfounded. Left Song trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. The only reason a quasi-emperor would protect someone is if that individual were of considerable standing, likely a descendant of a powerful imperial clan. My goodness, is this not the ship of the Tianxian sect? He never imagined that such a formidable being would exist aboard this seemingly minor supreme-grade vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the now-splintered Tai-Ding ancient sect ship, the sudden attack caught all disciples off guard. The ship began to tilt, losing the protection of its formation, and some disciples stumbled and fell into the void amidst the chaos. In the midst of the panic, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding a cold and proud aura, struggled to maintain her balance. Jiang Ning's expression changed upon noticing. "Water, be careful." From his right sleeve, swarms of tiny insects erupted, enveloping the woman. Jiang Ning hurried forward, concern etched on his face as he gazed at the exquisite, noble-looking woman in his arms, gently inquiring, "Water, are you all right?" Chapter 59. The Protagonist of Destiny. The Spirit Emperor, with a heart of 7 apertures. In the embrace of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, Dongfang Wan, her expression suddenly changed. After a moment of shock, a chilling power immediately dispersed the swarm of insects and Jiang Ning. Dongfang Wan furrowed her delicate brows and coldly regarded him, saying, "Do you not know that I detest insects above all else?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting the insects with a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, "Waner, it was truly dangerous just now. With an icy glance, Dongfang Wan interrupted him, "Brother Jiang, controlling insects is ultimately a minor path. Do not lose sight of the bigger picture." "Of course, I am aware of that," Jiang Ning sighed, shifting the conversation as he gazed solemnly at their surroundings. "But what exactly has transpired that someone dares to attack our Tai-Ding ancient sect's spirit vessel?" At that moment, several elders of the Tai-Ding ancient sect traversed the void, casting their gaze towards the assailants below. Which esteemed elder is this? Upon recognizing the venerable Qing Lao and Su Chenxiao aboard the spirit vessel, their expressions shifted dramatically. That is, the leader of the Su family shadow guards from the imperial clan. Why is such a formidable being present in this remote location? One elder, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, spoke with a peculiar expression. It seems that person mentioned a young master. "What did you say?" Tai-Ding ancient sect's grand elder, Ruan Kuei, abruptly turned his attention to the young master Su Chenxiao below. As if struck by a revelation, his face transformed with astonishment, and his pupils trembled as he exclaimed, "This is disastrous. Old 8, summon all disciples of the Tai-Ding ancient sect to come and pay respects to that imperial clan's young master. He must have returned from the lower realms." Ruan Kuei led a throng of over 100 Tai-Ding ancient sect disciples from the damaged spirit vessel, each one a formidable presence in their own right. They gazed upon the prominent figures of the Tai-Ding ancient sect, all of whom were mighty beings of the sacred realm. However, a mere heartbeat from the esteemed Zuisong nearly caused his heart to race uncontrollably, almost compelling him to kneel on the spot. Beside him, disciples Lu Ranin and Zhang Changfeng had never witnessed such a scene before. The Tai-Ding ancient sect disciples, each possessing remarkable cultivation and extraordinary demeanor, would undoubtedly be regarded as top-tier prodigies even within their own Taiyu immortal sect. The two felt a pang of inadequacy. Lu ran and tugged at her master's sleeve and whispered while glancing at Su Chenxiao, master. Who exactly is this young master Chenxiao? My dear niece, I have never encountered such a person before, her master replied with a strange expression. Disciple, it seems we have encountered someone of significant stature today. This young master Chenxiao is likely a descendant of a powerful being from the imperial clan. Lu Ranan's delicate form trembled. Her charming face filled with disbelief as she gazed at the smiling Su Chenxiao, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. A member of the imperial clan? Noticing her gaze, Su Chenxiao offered a benevolent smile, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she hurriedly lowered her head. Qing Lao spoke coldly, tating ancient sect. You have long been accustomed to acting tyrannically in the western regions. How dare you pass above my young master's head? Do you not regard my imperial clan, the Su family, with any respect? The Su family of the imperial clan. At this proclamation, the hall erupted in an uproar. The disciples of the Tating ancient sect were thrown into a frenzy, each overwhelmed with fear. Grand Elder Ruan Kuei's complexion turned ashen as he hurriedly led several elders to bow respectfully before Su Chenxiao, stating, I am Ruan Kuei of the Tating ancient sect. Honored to meet young Master Su. We were indeed blind to not recognize your presence aboard the spirit vessel. Had we known it was you, even with 100-fold courage, we would not have dared to offend you. Please forgive us. At that moment, he felt utterly dismayed. What business does this revered figure have aboard a supreme-grade spirit vessel? Su Chenxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, gazing at the elders of the Tating ancient sect with a gentle smile. It seems I have guests from the Tating ancient sect. This time, many forces are heading to my imperial clan's sacred emperor domain. To us, all who come are guests, regardless of their stature, and should be treated equally. If one were to bully others with power, it would not reflect well on either my imperial clan or your Tating ancient sect. Upon hearing this, Ruan Kuei nodded fervently like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Young master, your words are wise. This was indeed our error. The disciples of the Tating ancient sect have been spoiled, and upon returning, we will ensure the sect master disciplines them. We sincerely apologize for our previous transgressions. We hope you can forgive us. Afterward, Ruan Kuei shouted to the stunned disciples lingering in place. What are you all standing there for? This is the son of the Su family's patriarch from the imperial clan, a prodigy with an innate chaotic body, young master Su Chenxiao. Hurry, and come pay your respects. Is it really him? The disciples exclaimed in shock. We have met young master Su. Among the crowd, Dongfang Wan's enchanting eyes sparkled with astonishment as she fixed her gaze on the handsome and extraordinary Su Chenxiao, her heart fluttering with ripples of emotion. Is it truly him? Jiang Ning noted Dongfang Wan's unusual demeanor, and a surge of frustration gripped him as he clenched his fists. Their visit to the Tating ancient sect was originally for the purpose of a marriage proposal, and as the sect's holy maiden, Dongfang Wan was undoubtedly the perfect choice. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, glancing at the damaged sacred spirit vessel above, and said with a smile, there is no need for concern. Simply exercise caution. After all, you are still guests in my sacred emperor domain. Elder Qing was perhaps a bit excessive earlier, having damaged your sacred spirit vessel. This matter, I must admit, was somewhat biased on my part. No. Ruan Kuei was taken aback, hastily explaining, Elder Qing's admonishment is warranted. The loss of the sacred spirit vessel is minor. We, the Tating ancient sect, acknowledge our arrogance. Following this incident, we shall ensure that our disciples learn humility and strict self-discipline. We are grateful for your benevolence. Young master, we have learned a valuable lesson. Zhuosong, standing nearby, was left in bewilderment, staring blankly at the sacred realm elder of the Tating ancient sect. Is this truly the might of the imperial clan? The destruction of a sacred artifact by a force of the western regions. And not only do they dare not complain, but they also express gratitude towards young Master Su. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze swept across the disciples of the Tating ancient sect, pausing upon a young man with an unremarkable appearance but a hint of hostility in his eyes. Su Chenxiao's eyes gleamed. Found you. Name, Jiang Ning. Title, Spirit Emperor Protagonist of Destiny. identity. Chief disciple of Tating ancient sect. Age, 24. Personality, calm, decisive, cultivation realm, undying realm. Second level, physique, heart of 7 apertures, techniques, heavenly awakening insect control technique, imperial puppet technique, ancient alchemy technique, mysterious cloud step. Treasures, creation cauldron, 9 flame celestial fire, gold devouring insect, blood-horned ant, supreme puppet, fire python puppet. Destiny value, 500,000, chapter 60. A fortuitous opportunity. Seize it well. Ah, what a remarkable fortune. Over 500,000 points of destiny value. The system panel revealed a plethora of treasures, leaving Chenxiao somewhat dazzled. His eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the display. The 7 apertures Linglong heart ranked quite low among the myriad divine bodies, lacking the capacity to enhance itself. Its sole advantage lay in its ability to multitask. Individuals of this constitution often excelled in formations and alchemy, possessing an innate advantage in these realms. Before him stood a protagonist of destiny, whose cultivation level was not particularly high, yet he was adept at employing external techniques, manipulating puppets and insects. The golden devouring insect and the bloodhorn ant were but a few of the exceedingly rare ancient spiritual insects he commanded. His hidden cards were indeed plentiful, Chenxiao mused. Noticing that the young lord was not overly reproachful, Ruan-Kuei of the Tating ancient sect felt an immense relief, finally exhaling a breath of ease. He had heard rumors about this imperial clan scion, notorious in his youth for his tyrannical behavior, wreaking havoc among the demon clans of the northern domain. The amiable and unassuming demeanor of the young man before him was indeed a stark contrast to those tales. Rumors were but whispers, unworthy of belief. Ruan-Kuei bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude with a respectful tone. Young Master Su, since it is so, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. Chenxiao smiled gently, speaking in a calm and even manner. Previously, Elder Qing acted rather harshly, damaging your spiritual vessel. Without it, your speed would surely be greatly hindered. Since we are heading to the sacred Emperor's domain, why not accompany me? Ruan-Kuei hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. That may not be appropriate, young master. The damage to the vessel is inconsequential. I still have another one in my storage ring. At that moment, the 8th elder of the Tating ancient sect cleared his throat heavily, casting a meaningful glance at Ruan-Kuei. Please wait a moment, young master, he said apologetically. Chenxiao nodded, unfazed. No problem. The 8th elder pulled Ruan-Kuei aside, his expression sorrowful. Elder brother, you are being foolish. Ruan-Kuei furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean, Elder 8? The 8th elder discreetly glanced at Chenxiao before turning back to Ruan-Kuei. What is our purpose in going to the sacred Emperor's domain? Is it not to let that girl, Dongfeng Wan, compete for a marriage qualification? Now that the young lord of the imperial clan is here and has extended an invitation for us to accompany him, is this not a heavenly opportunity? It presents a perfect chance for that girl to cultivate a bond with this young lord ahead of time. If Wanner is fortunate enough to catch his eye, the Tating ancient sect would have secured a favorable position in advance. Why we even need to compete? Such an opportunity is laid before us. And you still wish to leave? Alas, elder brother, you are growing old and regressing. At these words, Ruan-Kuei was taken aback for a moment, but then his eyes brightened, and he smacked his forehead, looking at Elder 8 with newfound respect. Indeed, Elder 8, your reminder is invaluable. The 8th elder chuckled, adopting a tone of a seasoned individual. After all, Dongfeng Wan is our sex saintess, a worthy candidate both in cultivation and beauty. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first. The youth are full of vigor. We merely need to provide them with a bit of private space, and the good fortune will manifest. Ruan-Kuei increasingly felt the validity of this notion. They had traveled a long distance precisely to ensure that their sex saintess could become the fiancée of the imperial clan's young lord. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent! You truly are a genius, Elder 8. With this thought, Ruan-Kuei hurriedly turned to Chenxiao, his demeanor undergoing a remarkable transformation. He approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in respect. Young Master Su, what you have just proposed is most commendable. To be candid, our Tating ancient sect only brought this one spiritual vessel. Our disciples lack high cultivation, and without the protection of the vessel's formation, we might encounter numerous dangers along the way. As he spoke, Ruan Kuei's face was laden with concern. Your generosity, young master, and the noble demeanor of the imperial clan not only overlook our reckless transgressions, but also allow us to board your vessel. I am truly filled with remorse, unsure of how to express my gratitude. Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter, though this vessel is not large. It can comfortably accommodate over 1,000 individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Chenxiao's intention to keep them close was merely to facilitate easier interaction with his destined protagonist. Ruan Kuei nodded eagerly, expressing his thanks. After hearing Elder 8's analysis, his heart was practically bursting with joy. Were it not for the presence of this imperial clan scion, he might have been grinning ear to ear. Who would have thought that their Tating ancient sect would turn misfortune into fortune, allowing them to draw closer to this imperial clan young lord alongside their sect's saintess? How splendid! After a round of conversation, Ruan Kuei led his disciples to the edge of the spiritual vessel, his expression suddenly turning serious. Did you all hear that? Young Master Su is magnanimous and does not hold grudges. Since you are aboard this vessel, you must be mindful of your words and actions. If you offend the young lord, do not blame me for being ruthless. The disciples understood the gravity of the situation, quickly tempering their demeanor. After all, no matter how formidable the Tating ancient sect was, could they rival the 10 great imperial clans? They knew that even if the young lord were to slay them on the spot, the elders would not dare utter a word of complaint, let alone express gratitude. Elder, we understand. Among the crowd, only Jiangning frowned and muttered. It was that guy who destroyed our vessel. Why does it seem like we are the ones in the wrong? Wanner, I feel that person is not a good character. You. Enough. Senior brother Jiang. Do not slander young Master Su. Dongfang Wan glared at Jiangning, visibly displeased. In a vast universe, sailing a spiritual vessel over others' heads is already a disrespectful act. The imperial clan status is exalted, and especially that young lord, the son of the clan leader. If we were to encounter someone with a less amiable temperament, I fear all of us from the Tating ancient sect would bear the brunt of it. Young Master Su has shown us kindness. We should be grateful. Jiangning's expression stiffened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Elder 8 beckoned Dongfang Wan from among the disciples, smiling warmly. Saintess, come here for a moment. Dongfang Wan nodded, casting a cold glare at Jiangning as a warning. That young lord is accompanied by a potential emperor-level figure. Senior brother, in the future, think carefully before you speak, and do not bring calamity upon our Tating ancient sect. Chapter 61. The fated female protagonist, Dongfang Wan, triggers a hidden reward. Having said that, Dongfang Wan approached. Elder, what is the matter? The 8th elder directly communicated through divine thought. What is your impression of that young noble from the imperial clan? Dongfang Wan was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the remarkably handsome Chenxiao in the distance, his demeanor exuding an ethereal quality, akin to a refined gentleman from a prestigious family, with a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After merely a glance, she hastily averted her gaze, biting her crimson lip and shyly responding, Elder, what do you mean by that? Seeing her reaction, the 8th elder's smile grew more pronounced as he stroked his beard and spoke with deep significance. We are at least a day's journey from the Holy Emperor's domain. This young master, Su, not only possesses an extraordinary background, but also unparalleled talent. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Holy maiden, you should seize it. I notice there is a young lady beside him, but she is merely from a lesser sect, a mere flickering firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. With an insurmountable disparity, Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes shimmered, and she fell silent. On another side, Ding, the fated female protagonist Dongfang Wan harbors discontent towards the fated male protagonist Jiangning, resulting in a significant decrease in favorability. The fated male protagonist Jiangning suffers a loss of 5,000 luck points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 5,000 points of villain value. Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. What is going on? I haven't even begun, and this happens? How intriguing. Song and his two disciples were visibly uneasy, fidgeting in their seats. Lu Ranran approached out of curiosity, peering at Su Chenxiao and inquiring, "Young master, are you truly from the imperial Su family?" Su Chenxiao, playfully teasing the celestial divine eagle in his arms, looked up at the innocent and romantic girl, smiling as he replied, "Do I not seem like it?" Lu Ranran nodded and pondered aloud. "I've heard that those from the imperial clan are lofty and dismissive of others, never regarding those outside their circle. You seem different. You always wear a smile and appear quite friendly." Song's eyes widened, his heart racing. "Young lady, you can say such things behind closed doors, but to speak them in front of an imperial young master?" His senior brother, Zhang Changfeng, gasped and hurriedly intervened. "Junior sister, do not speak nonsense. Come back." He cupped his hands towards Su Chenxiao, filled with apologies. "Young Master Su, my junior sister is still young and speaks without thinking. She does not intend to offend the imperial clan. Please forgive her." Su Chenxiao chuckled, waving his hand in a gentle manner. "It's nothing serious. Miss Ranran's innocence is quite amusing. Those of my imperial lineage are not beasts of prey. The clan may differ, but there are bound to be a few headstrong individuals." Lu Ranran nodded in agreement. Seeing that this young master did not pursue the matter, Song sighed in relief, quickly pulling her away to prevent any further potential offenses. The atmosphere had grown a bit tense. Once lively, Song now dared not utter a word. Noticing this, Su Chenxiao paid little mind and turned his gaze toward the crowd from the Tating ancient sect. He saw Ruan Kuei leading a woman of extraordinary grace and exquisite beauty toward him. Dressed in a light blue celestial gown, her alluring figure was accentuated, showcasing a swan-like neck and skin as smooth as cream, with a slender waist and captivatingly long legs, resembling a fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Dongfang Wan appeared quite confident, walking with composed elegance, her brows carrying a hint of coolness. Yet, it was not an icy demeanor, but rather a proud and aloof air cultivated from years of privilege. Su Chenxiao assessed her closely. Name, Dongfang Wan. Title, Spirit Emperor Fated Female Protagonist. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Tating Ancient Sect. Age, 22. Personality, proud, admiring of the strong. Cultivation level, Immortal Realm 6th Stage. Physique, Phantom Body. Ruan Kuei brought Dongfang Wan before Su Chenxiao, cheerfully announcing, "Young Master Su, this is our Holy Maiden Dongfang Wan. Waner, have you not yet greeted young Master Su?" Though she radiated pride like a peacock upon reaching Su Chenxiao, Dongfang Wan set aside her haughtiness. With a slight smile, she gracefully inclined her body and softly said, "I have met young master." Su Chenxiao blinked, feigning confusion as he asked, "What does Elder Wan mean by this?" Ruan Kuei chuckled and explained, "Our holy maiden has long admired your esteemed name and has been eager to meet you. However, her shyness has held her back from approaching. I thought, considering we still have some distance to travel to the Holy Emperor's domain, it would be beneficial for her to converse with you. I hope this does not disturb your rest." He was quite confident in Dongfang Wan's beauty, knowing that she had countless admirers in the western region, including prodigies from super sects and ancient holy clans. Unfortunately, this girl had exceedingly high standards, and even those from ancient holy clans could not catch her eye. Observing her demeanor today, it was evident that she was quite taken with this young master of the imperial clan. He wondered how Su Chenxiao felt about her. Realizing the situation, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, just about to speak when he suddenly sensed a heavy gaze filled with resentment. He glanced over with an amused expression. In the distance, among the disciples of the Tating ancient sect, Jiang Ning's face shifted between shades of green and pale, looking exceedingly displeased. Upon noticing Su Chenxiao's gaze, Jiang Ning quickly lowered his head. It appeared that starting with this fated female protagonist was indeed a promising move. Su Chenxiao grinned, formulating a plan in his mind. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a tea table from within the spirit boat and placed it before him, gesturing, "Since I have some free time, please take a seat." Ruan Kuei's eyes brightened, his heart racing with excitement. "This is promising." He laughed heartily and politely said, "Young Master Su, I am quite old. I shall not intrude on your conversation with those of your age. Holy Maiden, take your time and chat with the young master." With that, he swiftly turned and left, leaving Dongfang Wan blushing slightly and standing awkwardly in place. "Oh, elder." Su Chenxiao raised his hand, elegantly pouring tea and taking a sip. "Miss Dongfang, please have a seat." As she gazed at the exceptionally handsome face before her, Dongfang Wan felt her heart racing like never before. She nodded gracefully and sat down with poise, softly saying, "Thank you, young master." Su Chenxiao offered her the tea with a slight smile, his demeanor calm as he inquired, "Is your visit regarding the imperial clan's matchmaking event?" Dongfang Wan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward question. She nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "Yes. I originally intended to come with the elders from our sect for a look, but I did not expect to meet young master in advance. You truly live up to your reputation. Your appearance and demeanor are indeed extraordinary, befitting one of the imperial lineage." "You flatter me," Su Chenxiao responded with remarkable composure, revealing no particular emotion. Dongfang Wan's enchanting eyes sparkled as she shifted the topic, asking, "I wonder how young master views this matter?" Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I only learned of this recently. It is my mother's idea, and as her son, I cannot refuse. I shall let things unfold naturally." Dongfang Wan's eyes brightened, noticing that this young master did not seem particularly fond of the matchmaking event. She continued in response to Su Chenxiao's words, "Indeed, as you say, although marriage is predominantly determined by one's parents, the intricacies of fate in this world are often elusive. If two individuals find a mutual attraction, it is undoubtedly a cause for mutual delight." Su Chenxiao gazed at her with a playful smile, thoughtfully toying with his teacup as he remarked, "Take today, for instance. The chance to meet Miss Dongfang is indeed a form of fate, is it not?" Dongfang Wan's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. With a hint of shyness, she lowered her gaze, remaining noncommittal. Ding! The destined heroine's heart quivers. The destined protagonist Jiang Ning suffers a loss of 10,000 destiny points. "Congratulations, master, you have gained 10,000 villain points." Ding! Hidden rewards triggered. Chapter 62. The Heart-Shaped Stone and the Phoenix Song Stone. Dongfang Wan's affection. Oh? Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he unexpectedly triggered a hidden reward. Beep! "Congratulations, master. You have received a hidden reward, Celestial Spirit Stone. The unique heart-shaped stone is imbued with a rich essence of metal, particularly alluring to insect swarms." Upon witnessing the system's announcement of the hidden reward, Su Chenxiao's expression turned dark. A heart-shaped stone. Is this truly a reward bestowed by another? However, its ability to attract insect swarms does pique my interest. Meanwhile, on the other side, to the observers from the Tating Ancient sect, the two figures in the distance appeared as a match made in heaven. Many female disciples of the sect gazed enviously at Dongfang Wan, who sat across from Su Chenxiao, wishing they could take her place. It seems that the saintess is enjoying a delightful conversation with that noble scion. If he takes a liking to her, her future will undoubtedly be bright. Elder Ba squinted his eyes in delight, stroking his beard with a pleased expression. Very good, very good." Wan Kuei cast him an odd glance, muttering, "Old 8, what expression is that?" Sintha. "What? The scent of love. In my youth, I too experienced such feelings." Wan Kuei. Within the Tating Ancient sect, only Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Before him, the once cold and aloof Dongfang Wan now smiled radiantly, her exquisite face occasionally flushed with a charming blush. It was as if she were a completely different person. Jiang Ning's heart bled, and his eyes reddened as he internally roared. Damn it! Why? Why must it be this way? Ever since he joined the Tating Ancient sect, he had been smitten by the saintess Dongfang Wan. He had cautiously nurtured this hard-won affection through his alchemical skills. Once, Wanner had promised him that if he could achieve a title on the King's battlefield, she would give him a chance. Yet today, the appearance of Su Chenxiao was akin to a ferocious beast, ruthlessly shattering the last remnants of hope in his heart. Is it merely due to superior background and a handsome visage? What is it about me, Jiang Ning, that pales in comparison? With his head bowed in frustration, Jiang Ning harbored deep resentment. Even the hidden gold-eating worm and blood-horned ant concealed in his sleeves seemed to sense his emotions. One by one, they crawled out from his cuffs, performing acrobatics in his palm. You. Jiang Ning's gaze softened somewhat upon witnessing their antics. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he murmured, "Even the gold-eating worm and blood-horned ant understand my admiration for you, Wanner. Why can't you see it? Thank you. But I'm fine. Please return." Upon hearing this, the gold-eating worm and blood-horned ant scuttled back into his sleeves, vanishing from sight. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, striving to suppress the turmoil within him, continually reassuring himself. It's all right. Soon we will arrive at the sacred Emperor domain. Once we are there, that fellow will depart, and we shall have no further entanglements. Thus, Jiang Ning endured the journey to their destination like a ninja turtle. In the sacred Emperor domain, outside Haotian City, Su Chenxiao and Dongfang Wan engaged in pleasant conversation until they finally reached the inner sanctum of the sacred Emperor domain. Reluctantly, Dongfang Wan bid farewell. By the way, as if recalling something, Su Chenxiao smiled and produced the heart-shaped stone, placing it in Dongfang Wan's hands. "This is a trinket I stumbled upon, a gift for you. Since you and I have hit it off, feel free to visit my Su family in the Imperial clan when you have the time." "Is this a gift he is giving me?" Dongfang Wan gazed at the exceptionally smooth heart-shaped stone, overwhelmed with joy, cradling it in her palms with a rosy blush. Thank you." Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Wanner blushing like a lovesick girl. How could she be so enchanted by a mere stone? What about the precious pills I painstakingly crafted for her? With a bashful countenance, Dongfang Wan softly spoke, "Young Master Su, I too have a gift for you." "Oh." Su Chenxiao was taken aback. Dongfang Wan raised her delicate white hand and gently removed a slender bracelet adorned with a thumb-sized fiery red gem from her wrist. "Young Master Su, please accept this. It contains the Phoenix Song Jade, which can help stabilize one's heart and enhance comprehension. Though it may not seem like a treasure to you, it is a token of my sincere feelings." Dongfang Wan appeared exceedingly shy and anxious, fearing that this noble young man might not appreciate her gesture. The Phoenix Song Jade is a celestial stone, said to have formed from countless years of listening to the harmonious songs of phoenixes, rich in meaning and exceedingly precious. She had fortuitously discovered it in a secret realm, where Jiang Ning had also been present. From a distance, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply. The Phoenix Song Jade. This is indeed a celestial stone. Back then, I had thwarted countless talents to create opportunities for Dongfang Wan. I did so to convey my feelings. Yet today, this insufferable noble scion has simply exchanged a trivial stone for this celestial gem. Jiang Ning's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes blazing with fury. Su Chenxiao, somewhat surprised, glanced at the heart-wrenched protagonist in the distance and shook his head. "Miss Dongfang, this gift is too precious." However, Dongfang Wan bit her lip, resolutely thrusting the bracelet embedded with the Phoenix Song Jade into Su Chenxiao's hands. She then turned and hurried back to the crowd of the Tating ancient sect, softly declaring, "Young Master Su, I shall see you in 10 days. I will strive to improve." After their previous conversation on the spirit vessel, she had already developed a fondness for this gentle scion of the Su family. Su Chenxiao regarded the Phoenix Song Jade in his hand, his heart relatively undisturbed as he smiled and nodded. "Very well, then we shall part ways here." Together with Qing Lao, he departed, and Luo Song also took his 2 disciples and left. Once the crowd dispersed, Dongfang Wan stood still, lost in thought, gazing at the stone in her palm with a sense of bittersweet longing. Several girls from her sect gathered around, their faces filled with envy as they looked at Dongfang Wan. "Saintess, what did that young man give you? Wow, a heart-shaped stone. How romantic. This must be a gift from that noble scion of the Imperial clan. It seems he holds quite an affection for you, Saintess. Surely, the chosen one for the Imperial Su family's matrimonial invitation will be none other than you." Only a group of male disciples from the Tating ancient sect, feeling sour, remarked enviously that young Master Su is rather stingy. "It's just a worthless stone after all." Jiang Ning, the top disciple of the sect, also wore a grim expression as he approached Dongfang Wan. "Wanner, you have acted rather impulsively this time. After all, It is merely an ordinary stone. While that phoenix song jade is invaluable, capable of shielding one from demonic thoughts and stabilizing the heart. The disparity between the two is immense. Wanner. Chapter 63. The Uncontrollable Swarm. The fateful protagonist's public humiliation initially. It was hoped that Dongfang Wan would comprehend the depths of his heartfelt intentions. To his surprise, her expression suddenly turned frigid as she coldly regarded Jiang Ning and spoke. Enough. Brother Jiang, if affection can be quantified by material possessions, it would be exceedingly trite. If you truly wish me well, you ought to bless me rather than disparage that noble youth from the imperial clan behind his back. The female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect nodded in agreement. The saintess is absolutely right. Brother Jiang, if you insist on your view, does that imply that when young Master Su presents an imperial treasure, the saintess must reciprocate with something of equal value? I never expected you to be so materialistic. If the saintess cherishes it, it is priceless. Moreover, the Huang Yin stone belongs to the saintess. Even if it is given away, what concern is it of yours? The chorus of denunciation from the female disciples was overwhelming. Jiang Ning felt a tremor run through him, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and deep crimson, swelling to a hue resembling that of a pig, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, the Grand Elder Ruan Kuei chuckled and interjected, Enough! That young Master Su is the son of an imperial clan leader. The items he casually offers cannot possibly be mere trinkets. You should appreciate the essence of the gung metal within this stone. If my eyes do not deceive me, this is no ordinary stone. It is the Celestial Spirit Stone. The Celestial Spirit Stone harbors gung metal energy, an exquisite material for crafting magical artifacts. Even a piece the size of a fingernail can render a magical tool extraordinarily sharp. Imbued with gung metal's potent energy, Elder 8 joined in the laughter, stating, the Celestial Spirit Stone is exceedingly rare, and this heart-shaped one in the saintess's possession, naturally formed and exquisitely crafted, is a true gem, hard to find. Upon hearing this, even the male disciples who had initially sided with Jiang Ning felt a jolt of surprise. Could it really be the Celestial Spirit Stone? The female disciples were consumed with envy, their imaginations running wild. Indeed, I always knew that young Master Su would not present an ordinary stone. The Celestial Spirit Stone is a rarity, and for it to naturally take such a form, I can only wonder how long young Master Su sought it. How utterly romantic! They mocked Jiang Ning for his inability to recognize the value of such a treasure, ridiculing his jealousy. At that moment, Dongfang Wan lowered her head, feeling the warmth of the heart-shaped stone in her palm, her heart racing. With flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, she whispered softly, "Is this also your sentiment towards me?" As the female disciple spoke more, Jiang Ning's ignorance became increasingly apparent. He felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Suddenly, the swarm of gold-eating insects hidden in his sleeves began to stir restlessly, as if they were on the verge of escaping. The gold-eating insects? Jiang Ning's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily covered his sleeve. These insects thrived on gold and stone, requiring them for sustenance. Upon encountering a gung metal-infused object, they would swarm out uncontrollably. This is bad. A disciple noticed Jiang Ning's unusual behavior and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what is happening?" With a sharp crunching sound, Jiang Ning's specially crafted rope that concealed the swarm was shredded by the insects. In an instant, his clothing was ripped apart, revealing gaping holes, and a veritable tide of insects poured forth, creating a shocking scene. What in the world? The nearby disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect were startled. Insects filled the air, surrounding Jiang Ning entirely. What is happening? Brother Jiang, these are your insects. The gold-eating insects and bloodhorn ants made even the elder's expression shift with alarm as they barked, "Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Quickly, gather your insects." However, at that moment, Jiang Ning could no longer control the swarm, as a multitude of insects erupted from his clothing. The gold-eating insects surged towards Dongfang Wan, landing on her hand and voraciously gnawing at the Celestial Spirit Stone she held. Dongfang Wan, who had always detested insects, paled and instinctively flung the heart-shaped stone away. Boom! The swarm descended upon the stone, and in the blink of an eye, it was devoured entirely, leaving not a trace behind. What? Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The elders were left dumbfounded, and as they regained their senses, their expressions morphed into fury, directing their ire at Jiangning. Jiangning, look what you have done. That was a treasure bestowed by young Master Su. Upon seeing Jiangning's state, even the elders were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening. Jiangning's clothing had been almost entirely consumed, leaving him exposed, with only a meager scrap to cover himself. Utterly devoid of the dignity befitting the chief disciple, his face flushed with shame and anger, he hastily reached into his storage ring for a new outfit, shouting in despair, "Get back here, all of you!" Even passers-by could not help but glance over, stifling laughter as they remarked that, "Looks like someone from the Tai Ding ancient sect, right? I heard the western regions were quite uninhibited, but I never imagined it would go this far." In a bustling realm filled with myriad clans and powerful sects, such a spectacle was unprecedented. The elders of the Tai Ding ancient sect were consumed by humiliation, wishing they could sink into the earth, shouting, "Quickly, take down our sect's banner. Hide it away." After what felt like an eternity, the swarm finally returned to Jiangning. As he managed to gather the insects, he sensed the odd gazes of his fellow disciples, trembling in fear. He realized that he would no longer be the esteemed elder brother admired by all in the sect. What transpired today would remain an indelible stain of shame in his life. No, Jiangning's heart roared in protest. On the other side, Dongfang Wan stood dazedly, staring at her empty right hand, her body trembling slightly. "The token given to me by young Master Su is gone?" A powerful, chilling force surged forth, reminiscent of the ominous calm before storm. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying wave of cold energy erupted. "Jiangning, I loathe you." The swarm of insects froze, and Jiangning's pupils constricted as he was sent flying. Boom! Meanwhile, within the Imperial Su family, Ding, the fateful protagonist Jiangning suffers public humiliation, losing 10,000 destiny points. Ding, the fateful heroine Dongfang Wan harbors animosity towards the fateful protagonist Jiangning. Their relationship severed, resulting in Jiangning losing 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 60,000 villain points. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Chenxiao paused momentarily. A playful smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Oh, has the rift formed so swiftly?" Chapter 64. The battlefield for ascension. The Imperial clan's dragon molting pool, it seems that the celestial spirit stone, capable of attracting swarms of insects, has played its role. Su Chenxiao shrugged as he gazed upon the ancestral land of the Su family. The Imperial Su clan is situated in the most spiritually dense region of the Sacred Emperor's Dao domain. This locale is not only rich in spiritual energy, but also harbors the legendary primordial purple chi. In the distance, a colossal ancient tree towers skyward, a rare sight among the myriad realms, the primordial divine tree. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he noted that Elder Qing had recently returned to the clan. The elders had received news of their arrival. Approximately a dozen formidable individuals, their auras as profound as the abyss, approached with great momentum. "Ha ha ha, my son, you have finally returned. I have awaited this moment with great anticipation." A hearty and robust laughter resonated as clan leader Su Wudao and Chun Wanyue strode at the forefront of the crowd. Chun Wanyue hurried forward, meticulously examining Su Chenxiao for any injuries. "Shower." Upon seeing her son, Su Chenxiao smiled and called out, "Mother, I am back." Looking at her son, whose remarkable aura now reached the 9th layer of the undying realm, Chun Wanyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She grasped Su Chenxiao's hand, her voice gentle. "It is good to have you back. It seems my son has encountered fortuitous opportunities lately." Su Wudao chuckled heartily, equally pleased. Of course, one must consider whose child Shower is. The curious gazes of the Su family elders turned towards Su Chenxiao, their intrigue palpable. Is this Su Chenxiao? Upon witnessing the youthful prodigy, many elders' eyes brightened in astonishment. After years apart, this child seems to have matured significantly. They could not help but express their admiration. "Ha ha ha, it is wonderful to see Chenxiao return. The innate chaotic divine body and the 9th layer of the undying realm, such cultivation. Having returned from the lower realms without the baptism of the dragon molting pool, rivals even the prodigies of the upper realms, if not surpasses them. Recalling the past, an elder remarked, I remember when Jinheng returned. He had only just reached the Ascendant Realm, if I am not mistaken. Ha ha ha, clan leader. It seems that the position of Divine Son in this generation of the Su clan shall certainly belong to your little one. At that moment, a dignified man, resembling Su Wudao in appearance, strode forward with commanding presence. What a remarkable young man. Such astonishing cultivation and overwhelming vitality. It seems your divine physique is nearly perfected. Brat, do you still remember your uncle? Su Chenxiao stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands together. Uncle Wufa. This individual was Su Wudao's younger brother, Su Wufa, who had long been away handling the clan's external affairs and had only recently returned for the imperial matchmaking event. Su Wufa laughed heartily and patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder. I heard you encountered some troubles in the lower realms, but as long as you are safe, that is what matters. It seems luck is on my side, for I have just returned and already found you, young lad. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Wufa's eyes narrowed and his expression darkened. His cultivation of the six-star imperial will technique endowed him with extraordinary perception, reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. What foul entity dares to attach itself to a member of the imperial Su clan? Elder Qing, have you truly grown senile? Did you not even notice this remnant soul on my nephew? As he spoke, a surge of quasi-emperors might emanated from Su Wufa's palm, intending to obliterate the remnant of the great emperor. Su Chenxiao's expression shifted slightly, while the remnant soul within his sea of consciousness, Niujio, was startled, having not anticipated being discovered even after hiding in the depths of his spiritual platform. It hurriedly emerged and exclaimed, "We are allies. We are allies." Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue's expressions also turned slightly irate as they inquired, "A great emperor's remnant soul? Why does Shower harbor such a presence?" Su Chenxiao, with a wry smile, explained, "This is the remnant soul of the celestial beast Tianjin Swanli. I have subdued it and plan to bring it back to the clan for my grandfather to help restore its physical form as a mount." As he spoke, Su Chenxiao waved his hand, showcasing the beast-taming ring on his right hand. The elders and his parents looked over, and Su Wudao's eyes brightened with surprise. The beast-taming ring? Is that not the treasured artifact of the beast-taming 10,000 gods sect? Understanding its significance, he noticed that the great emperor's remnant soul also bore another beast-taming ring. His expression eased as he gestured to Su Wufa. "Enough, Wufa, stand down. With this artifact present, a mere remnant soul poses no threat to Shower." Su Wufa, clearly aware of the implications, cast a surprised glance at Su Chenxiao and could not help but laugh heartily. "What a clever boy. I did not expect you to acquire such a treasure. Truly fortunate." He praised, seemingly seeing his nephew in a new light. "To have an imperial celestial beast as a mount, I have never had such prestige myself." In the time that followed, Su Chenxiao and the elders of the Su family shared fond memories. The remnant soul of Niujio was entrusted to Uncle Wufa to be returned to the ancestral land for restoration, as it was merely a fragment of a great emperor's soul, though the celestial beast was favored by the heavens and possessed infinite potential. The task of reconstructing its divine form could only be entrusted to the clan's great emperor for any chance of success. Meanwhile, Su Chenxiao accompanied his parents to the Su clan's dragon molting pool. Su Wudao led the way, and Su Chenxiao turned to his mother and asked, "Mother, where are my elder brother and sister?" Chen Wanyue smiled gently and replied, "Jinheng and Huang'er are both at the Supreme Realm now. They have gone to the ancient battlefield for training." Su Chenxiao nadit slightly. The ancient battlefield, a legacy of ancient sages, serves to cultivate the prodigies of all realms, providing opportunities to break through their limitations. It is rich in the legacies of emperors and sages, with trials ranging from cultivation to the testing of the heart. Divided into two major zones, the battlefield for ascension and the ancient Holy Land. With his current cultivation at the 9th layer of the Undying Realm, it would not be long before he too would venture to the battlefield for ascension. Su Wudao, hearing this, jested, "Your brother and sister will likely return in about 10 days. After all, they are quite invested in the selection of your fiancé." Seizing this opportunity, "I believe the Imperial Su clan will announce the current Divine Son." Having conversed for some time, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Su clan's dragon molting pool. Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue explained, "Shower, This dragon pool was originally prepared for the younger generation returning from the lower realms to bridge the gap in cultivation. While it may not be of great use to you now, it can still help consolidate your foundational cultivation. And the essence of the Dragon Tao within will lay a solid foundation for your future ascension. Chapter 65. The Emergence of the Celestial Golden Swanee. Shaking the Golden Sun Realm. Stay here and contemplate deeply. Your mother and I shall take our leave, Su Wudao said with a smile. All right, Su Chenxiao nodded, watching as his parents departed. He turned his gaze toward the tumultuous transforming dragon pool beside him, brimming with immense spiritual energy. Ethereal mists swirled above the pool, reminiscent of a true dragon coiling majestically in the air, a sight most extraordinary. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Su Chenxiao thought, "This is the perfect opportunity to practice the ancient divine refinement technique I have acquired." The ancient divine refinement technique is renowned as the most formidable body-refining imperial art across the realms. Having perfected his ancient divine body through the baptism of the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, mastering this technique would undoubtedly render him even more formidable. With this thought, Su Chenxiao leaped into the transforming dragon pool. 3 days later, within the ancestral grounds of the Su clan, a terrifying and radiant crimson gold divine light soared into the heavens. The skies above the Su clan's ancestral land echoed with the roars of myriad beasts. A colossal golden Swanee phantom emerged, fierce and majestic, emanating an astonishing aura as it unleashed a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Roar! Ha ha ha! I, Swanee Geo, have returned. In the transforming dragon pool, the jade-like Su Chenxiao abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the source of the sound. The celestial golden Swanee? Could it be that Swanee Geo has recovered? A wave of uncontainable joy surged within Su Chenxiao, for this entity was a celestial beast of the Emperor realm. An awe-inspiring aura erupted, sending tumultuous waves crashing through the transforming dragon pool. Su Chenxiao transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the ancestral land. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavens, within the golden sun realm of the northern domain, the aura of the ancestors, the call of the bloodline, the celestial golden Swanee has emerged. The demon emperor lineage present here, the golden Swanee clan, the golden lion clan, and the sun-devouring cloud lion clan, were all stirred into a frenzy. Powerful and terrifying auras surged toward the golden Swanee clan. A deep, resonant voice reverberated. Is it the newly born celestial golden Swanee? A new master has descended. The voice thundered again. It is not the newborn celestial golden Swanee, but the aura of our ancestor, Swanee Geo. What? Excluding the true dragon and divine phoenix. The celestial beasts have not appeared for 1,000,000 years. The aura that has emerged is that of the long-lost ancestor of the Golden Sun realm's various clans, the celestial golden Swanee. For 1,000,000 years, all descendants of the Swanee have employed countless methods to seek their ancestor. However, Swanee Geo was merely a remnant soul, existing in the burial grounds. Even with bloodline tracing methods, it was exceedingly difficult to locate that faint aura. Now that the ancestor's aura had re-emerged in the heavens, all descendants within the Golden Sun realm were driven to madness. Their ancestor had been missing from the heavens for far too long and was certainly restrained somewhere. Now that he has appeared, we, the Golden Swanee clan, shall employ the bloodline tracing method to welcome the return of the ancestral king. We, the Golden Lion clan, shall also go. Enormous, awe-inspiring divine beasts transformed into human forms. Both the Golden Swanee clan and the Golden Lion clan dispatched all their available forces to seek out the celestial Golden Swanee ancestor. The aura was located at the center of the heavens, a gathering place of the most prominent clans. No matter the cost, we must bring our ancestor back before the 10 great imperial clans discover him, or the consequences shall be dire. Within the ancestral grounds of the Su clan, mountains stretched endlessly and lush trees flourished, exuding an ancient ambience as if one were in a realm of antiquity. An elderly man, with a visage marked by age, sat by the lake, contentedly fishing while stroking his beard. Beside him lay a magnificent celestial golden Swanee, its golden fur gleaming and its crimson gold eyes exuding a regal presence. Akin to the lord of all beasts, the celestial golden Swanee, adorned with 2 horns upon its head, possessed a majestic and commanding form, its body harboring an extraordinarily fierce and violent power. Even the faintest trace of its ancient aura caused countless peculiar beings within the ancestral grounds to prostrate in submission. Trembling incessantly, Buzz. Su Chenxiao arrived at this place. Upon seeing the old man seated by the lake, Su Chenxiao felt a slight tremor. The old man's face resembled an ancient pine, lined with deep wrinkles, yet he radiated vitality, every movement imbued with an effortless grace, his aura contained, devoid of any fluctuations. If not for knowing his identity, one would mistake him for an ordinary person. An emperor, a living celestial emperor of the heavens. Su Chenxiao rushed forward. Grandfather. The old man chuckled, turning with a warm smile. Ah, my dear grandson, you've come? Oh, it seems you've sensed something. A hint of surprise flickered in Su Qingyuan's deep, aged eyes before he smiled kindly. Indeed, it appears that this era belongs once more to our Su clan. One must understand that the figure before him was a living emperor, and within the entire imperial clan, there was scarcely anyone worthy of his praise. Sit down, my grandson. Su Chenxiao nodded, sitting down somewhat apprehensively. He glanced at the weary Swanee Geo beside him, his eyes lighting up. Has this fellow restored its physical form? Su Qingyuan chuckled. I have already reconstituted its body. You, my dear grandson, possess great fortune. This celestial golden Swanee has not appeared in the heavens for 1,000,000 years. It is a remnant soul of an emperor-level Swanee, likely from before the Dark Era. Its age might surpass even that of this old man. The celestial golden Swanee, lying on the ground, spoke weakly. What use is that? I was still reduced to a remnant soul. Just as it had regained its form, it attempted to flee, only to be captured effortlessly by this old man. Who could have imagined that this fellow had an emperor-level grandfather? Su Qingyuan chuckled. Be content. The emergence of the Dark Era is exceedingly strange and bizarre. Had you not been a celestial beast with great fortune to protect you, even this remnant soul would not have been preserved. Now, since you have agreed to become my grandson's steed, you must serve him well. My grandson possesses the ancestral, innate, chaotic divine body and will achieve boundless greatness in the future. You, the celestial golden Swanee, have struck a high bargain. Suddenly, Su Qingyuan beckoned. Grandson, come here. Su Chenxiao obediently moved closer. Su Qingyuan slowly said, My dear grandson, you possess several divine bodies and a pure heart. Yet, in this world, no one is perfect. With your rapid elevation in realm, it is inevitable that some aspects may be overlooked. The other divine bodies can be set aside, but there is no need to hasten the perfection of your innate chaotic divine body. As he spoke, Su Qingyuan smiled and extended his frail, aged right hand, lightly tapping Su Chenxiao's forehead. Buzz. A ripple radiated from his fingertip. In the next moment, Su Chenxiao felt an uncontrollable surge of chaotic energy pouring forth from within him. Even his newly entered realm, on the verge of breaking through to kingship, seemed to waver precariously. Sensing the chaotic energy within him, spiraling wildly and becoming uncontrollable, Su Chenxiao quickly closed his eyes to stabilize his aura. Chapter 66. The Su family emperor, the fated protagonist with grave injuries soon, he realized something was amiss. Slowly, Su Chenxiao opened his eyes, experiencing a moment of surprise as he assessed his condition. His cultivation base was astonishingly stable. Though he remained at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the chaotic energy within his sea of qi had unexpectedly become remarkably pure. He felt significantly lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Su Qingyuan chuckled. While the chaos body can assimilate myriad energies, it inevitably leaves behind some residual impurities. Now, as I assist you in refining the chaotic energy, it will undoubtedly benefit you greatly in the future. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened with joy, eager to express his gratitude. Yet, Su Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, Well, since the matter is settled, you may take this heavenly golden Swanee with you. Nodding, Su Chenxiao bid farewell. I will come to visit you again when there is an opportunity. He then leapt onto the broad back of the heavenly golden Swanee. With a mighty roar, the Swanee leapt into the air, its powerful limbs propelling it skyward as it transformed into a golden streak of light racing towards the heavens. Su Qingyuan shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself, It seems my dear grandson harbors many secrets. While assisting in refining the chaotic energy, he had sensed a faintly strange presence amongst the complicated impurities. My dear grandson, practitioners of the way emphasize tranquility. Even with considerable talent, one must avoid impatience. More than the secrets of his grandson, he was preoccupied with the matter at hand. Suddenly, he lifted his fishing rod, only to find the bait completely devoured. Damn it, another empty catch, he cursed, his expression darkening. In an instant, a terrifying imperial might erupted, shattering the tranquility of the lakeside. Boom! It was as if a nuclear explosion had struck a mosquito. Countless splashes of water erupted. Even the fish lurking below flipped onto their backs. Satisfied, Su Qingyuan nodded and sighed in relief. Feeling at ease was also a significant part of clarity of thought. Within the Sacred Emperor's domain, it must be noted that although Jiao had only recently restored its corporeal form and was currently at the sovereign realm, it remained a divine beast of heaven and earth. Its speed was exponentially greater than the previously ridden supreme-level spirit vessel. After soaring for quite some time on the back of the heavenly golden swanee, Su Chenxiao finally came to a halt. You think of me as a mere donkey to ride? Jiao growled, somewhat displeased. If its descendants were to witness this, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for its lineage. Su Chenxiao grinned, patting its large head. Behave well as my steed, and you shall not miss out on future benefits. Perhaps it was due to the Su family's matchmaking event attracting the attention of countless talented women from various realms. Since their departure, the system had continuously detected the presence of fated female leads. By now, it had detected 5 or 6. Regrettably, these fated heroines appeared to lack any fated protagonists by their sides. Su Chenxiao shook his head in disappointment, observing that these protagonists were either still developing or en route. At that moment, a notification rang out. Ding! The fated protagonist Jiangning is gravely injured and on the brink of death, losing 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 10,000 villain points. What is happening? Su Chenxiao frowned, feeling displeased. He hadn't even begun to reap his rewards. Who was reckless enough to nearly kill Jiangning? He promptly accessed the system map, where a marker indicated that Jiangning was currently in the Howdy City. In Howdy City, within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, crowds gathered in a lively atmosphere. Those present were undoubtedly distinguished individuals from various heavenly sects or esteemed clans. Jiangning sat at a secluded table, anxiously glancing at the cold-faced Dongfang Wan opposite him. Today, it was just the two of them. Ever since the day the Spirit Stone was nearly devoured by his devouring insect, Wan's demeanor towards him had plummeted. For 3 whole days, she had spoken no more than 10 words to him. In Howdy City, the costs were already exorbitant, and due to the Imperial family's matchmaking event, the prices at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had surged several-fold. Even a single dish cost thousands of precious spirit stones. Jiangning felt a pang in his heart, for his entire fortune barely amounted to around 80,000 precious spirit stones. Yet, if he could earn Wan's forgiveness, it would all be worth it. Gazing at Dongfang Wan, who remained silent, he awkwardly chuckled after a moment of silence and began, Wan, I'm very sorry about what happened before. I never anticipated the insects would act up. Dongfang Wan's beauty was overshadowed by her frosty demeanor, disdain evident in her expression. Don't call me that. It makes me feel nauseous. What? Jiangming's smile froze in place. Nauseous? One actually found him nauseating. His heart roared in protest, and his right hand began to tremble. Taking a deep breath to quell his irritation, he spoke, Dongfang Jr.'s sister. I apologize. I have some freshly refined elixirs here. You've been stuck at the 6th level of the Undying Realm for quite some time, and these elixirs can assist you in breaking through. Some can also suppress the Yin energy within you. With that, Jiangning retrieved several vials of elixirs from his storage ring and handed them over. It was known that his ambitions were vast. To develop comprehensively, he simultaneously practiced insect manipulation, puppetry, and alchemy. As such, his own cultivation was not particularly high, relying on the elixirs he crafted to barely keep pace with his peers. This white jade vial contains elixirs of considerable value, and I believe they should be worth. Crash! Dongfang Wan abruptly stood, shattering the vials on the ground. Her expression was terrifyingly cold as she spoke mercilessly, Jiangning. Do you naively believe that such things can be measured by their worth? Yes, you. No matter how many treasures you offer, not even an imperial weapon could compare to the spirit stone that gentleman gifted me. With that, Dongfang Wan turned on her heel and left, leaving Jiangning alone, trembling and despondent. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of other patrons in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Countless curious gazes turned towards him, whispers circulating among the crowd. What's going on here? Wait. Isn't that the guy from the Tating ancient sect who was seen bare in the city outskirts? Realization dawned on many as they recognized him. So it's him. How could such a disciple emerge from the Tating ancient sect, one of the major sects in the western regions? Who knows? The forest is vast, and every kind of bird exists. The Tating ancient sect must be utterly humiliated by his actions. As Jiang Ning overheard the murmurs, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ever since the incident with the insects, he had become a subject of ridicule for everyone. Trembling with anger, he smashed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. He rose, fixing a furious gaze on the speaker, his voice hoarse. Could you please repeat that? Chapter 67. Disturbance at the Drunken Immortal Tower in this place. Those who have managed to gather are all individuals of considerable background. The one who had previously made jest was, in fact, a prodigy from an ancient sacred clan, utterly unafraid of the esteemed, Tating ancient sect of the western regions. Yuan Tu, indifferent, took a sip of his wine, his expression laced with mockery as he spoke. What? Do you intend to threaten me, Yuan Tu? From my perspective, that lady clearly has no interest in you. Why persist in your futile pursuit? Here, in the Drunken Immortal Tower of the Howdy City, consider carefully if you can afford the consequences before making a move. The other distinguished youths from various sects looked on with delight, their mockery unabated. My friend, if I'm not mistaken, you from the Tating ancient sect are likely here to participate in the Imperial Clan's matchmaking event, are you not? Countless heavenly beauties await selection by that imperial noble. And here you are, unable to win over even a single woman. What a shame. It was him, since arriving here. He had heard the name Su Chenxiao countless times. Yuan Tu smiled slightly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Never mind, I shall spare you today, for I feel rather benevolent. You all. Jiang Ning's face was icy as he scanned the crowd. Silence. From his sleeves, a torrent of golden-eating insects and blood-horned ants surged forth, buzzing. At that moment, Dongfang Wan, who had just left the Drunken Immortal Tower, suddenly heard a deafening crash from behind her. Boom! She paused, her brows furrowing as she turned to look. There, from within the Drunken Immortal Tower, a figure was violently hurled out, crashing onto the spacious avenue. Upon recognizing the person who had fallen heavily to the ground, Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Jiang Ning, what has happened? She rushed over swiftly. Outside the Drunken Immortal Tower, the commotion had attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. The tavern bore a massive breach from the attack, and Jiang Ning lay bloodied and battered at a nearby stall, utterly disheveled and barely clinging to life. Yuan Tu remained seated, unmoving, surrounded by the corpses of golden-eating insects. He leisurely sipped his exquisite wine and rose with a smile. The art of insect control. Quite rare. Yet, is this all the prowess the Tating ancient sect can muster? Some young talents laughed. Why bother with a mere ant at the second level of the undying realm, Yuan? This fellow is unfortunate, first making a fool of himself outside the city, and now being soundly defeated by you. What a disgrace for the Tating ancient sect. Ha! Perhaps he has grown too accustomed to his tyranny in the western regions. Here in the Holy Emperor's domain, where countless powerful sects and sacred clans abound, one ought to be more cautious to avoid provoking forces beyond one's reckoning. Yuan Tu laughed heartily, nonchalantly strolling over to Jiang Ning, crushing a blood-horned ant underfoot as he looked down from his lofty position. His handsome face wore an expression of feigned regret as he shook his head, saying calmly, "The Tating ancient sect of the western regions? Is it truly formidable? In the presence of my Yuan clan, it is no different from these insects." Jiang Ning lay on the ground. His eyes reddened as he glared at Yuan Tuesday. He never anticipated that the individual before him would be from an ancient sacred clan. Yuan Tu maintained his calm demeanor, taking another sip of the divine liquor before narrowing his eyes, declaring with unrestrained arrogance, "I, Yuan Tu, am not easily provoked. However, given that we are in the domain of the Imperial Su family, and amidst a joyous occasion, I shall merely cripple your limbs and cultivation. You would do well to conduct yourself with more restraint henceforth." With that, Yuan Tu raised his right hand slightly. A sharp surge of Imperial Dragon energy erupted forth. Stop! A chilling, ghostly light materialized before Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as he turned to see. Wanner. Yuan Tu raised an eyebrow, his finger lifting slightly as the golden aura of true energy, sharp as a sword, shot back towards the distance. Bang! Dongfang Wan summoned a barrier of true energy to intercept it. The imperial dragon energy of the ancient Yu clan? Her expression grew grim as she glanced at the bloodied Jiang Ning on the ground before turning to Yuan Tu, cupping her hands in a gesture of respect. Sir, please quell your anger. I am Dongfang Wan, the current saintess of the Tating ancient sect. May I inquire how my senior brother has offended you to warrant such retribution? Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ning was one of her own, and she could not remain indifferent. Yuan Tu scrutinized the lady before him, her beauty striking, an exquisite visage. His eyes brightened with interest as he swirled his goblet, chuckling, the saintess of the Tating ancient sect? You possess a fine countenance indeed. Your senior brother attacked me first. Is it not just for me to render him powerless? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Wan's body trembled. She cast a glance at Jiang Ning, who lay bloodied on the ground, and her expression darkened in an instant. Junior brother. Jiang Ning hesitated to meet her gaze. Dongfang Wan stepped forward, raising her fair hand. Slap! With a resounding crack, she struck his cheek, leaving a mark. Jiang Ning, I warned you before we arrived. The myriad talents gathered here are formidable. Even a random passerby could be someone our Tating ancient sect cannot afford to offend. Yet you dared to stir up trouble here. Apologize. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he touched his cheek, unable to comprehend why Dongfang Wan would strike him. Turning away, Dongfang Wan took a deep breath and offered an apology. Young Master Yuan, this incident reflects our Tating ancient sect's failure in discipline, and I represent the sect in offering my sincerest apologies. Apologies? Yuan Tu grinned, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Dongfang Wan. He teased, then you must show some sincerity. Dongfang Wan frowned, displeased with his brazen stare, and replied, Young Master Yuan, I possess some techniques and elixirs. Perhaps some sacred artifacts might suffice. No need. Yuan Tu interrupted impatiently, disdain evident in his tone. Do you think our ancient sacred clan would covet such trinkets? I am determined to cripple this fellow's cultivation today. I assume you're also here for the imperial matchmaking event. By the grace of the Su family, I shall refrain from acting against you. Do not overstep your bounds. Begone. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. This individual from the ancient sacred clan was indeed exceedingly arrogant. Boom! A tremendous surge of imperial dragon energy erupted forth. Behind Yuan Tu, the dense golden aura seemed to coalesce into a true dragon. Ninth level of the Undying Realm, the overwhelming force startled Dongfang Wan, prompting her to hastily raise her hands in defense. This is bad. With her cultivation at the 6th level of the Undying Realm, she was no match for this ancient sacred clan prodigy. Boom! Dongfang Wan was sent flying uncontrollably. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated through the sky. Roar. Chapter 68. Sentenced to the spirit mine for 3,000 years. Related characters of the ancient dragon son, a terrifying pressure from the supreme realm, descended with a thunderous roar. The elder beside Yuan Tu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sky. Upon noticing a divine beast, radiant as the sun, plummeting down, the elder's pupils constricted in disbelief as he murmured, Is that the ancient golden beast of the demon emperor's lineage? Is it him? Jiang Ning, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in shock. He saw that Wanner was cradled in the arms of Su Chenxiao. Infuriated by the sight and already heavily injured, his blood surged backward, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of essence blood. Boom! The golden beast landed. Su Chenxiao, with his left arm wrapped around Dongfang Wan's slender waist, calmly gazed at the woman in his embrace and asked, Are you all right? That voice. Dongfang Wan slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the handsome youth before her, her eyes brightened with disbelief. Young Master Su? How could it be? Su Chenxiao smiled gently, steadying her form before releasing her just enough to say, I just returned from the imperial family and was thinking of looking for you. It seems you've encountered a bit of trouble here in the Howdy City. He cast a glance at Yuan Tu's day. Name, Yuan Tu. Title, related character of the ancient dragon son. Identity, son of the Yu and clan leader of the eternal holy tribe. Age, 25. Personality, proud. Arrogant, cultivation level. Ninefold undying realm, this fellow. Is he also a protagonist of destiny? Dongfang Wan's eyes turned slightly red as she spoke. My senior brother has caused some trouble here. The nearby Yuan Tu and the outstanding talents within the drunken immortal tower all turned to look. Is this the ancient fierce beast, the golden beast? ISNT this from the demon emperor's lineage? How dare someone take it as a mount? They wondered which sex prodigy was so audacious. However, did this individual not know that within the 4 imperial cities governed by the Su family, riding mounts is strictly prohibited? Once the outer disciples of the Su family arrive, it will surely be a spectacle. Yuan Tu observed Su Chenxiao atop the golden beast, narrowing his eyes slightly as he laughed. Haha, what a heroic rescue. You truly arrived at the perfect moment. However, it appears you are not well acquainted with the rules of the Su family's imperial city. As he spoke, waves of terrifying light surged in a Howdy City. Their terrifying aura palpable. Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Su family? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Those powerful divine lights descended, revealing 6 figures clad in silver armor, brandishing long spears with astonishing auras. Without exception, they were all of the supreme realm, with the leader being a holy guardian of the Su family. How quick they are to arrive, and there's even a holy powerhouse among them. Many onlookers from various sects felt a tremor in their hearts and quickly made way. The group strode forward. Su Jing coldly glared at Yuan Tu and said in a deep voice, "People of the Yuan clan, do you eternal holy tribe not regard my Su family as worthy and dare to cause trouble in Howdy City?" Yuan Tu shrugged helplessly, pointing at Su Chenxiao atop the golden beast, stating, "I, Yuan Tu, do not have such boldness. The troublemaker is not me, but that guy." Su Jing and the others turned their gaze toward the golden beast, their expressions growing increasingly unfriendly. However, upon seeing Su Chenxiao atop the golden beast, Su Jing's pupils suddenly constricted as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. "This, young master, how dare you? Get down here!" An accompanying guard shouted angrily. "Bang! Get lost, you insolent fool!" Su Jing kicked him away and hurriedly knelt before the golden beast, trembling as he clasped his fists. "I am Su Jing, the head of the Howdy City Guards. I have met young master Yin Xiao. Several years ago, he was fortunate enough to see this young master once. He had thought him merely an outsider granted the Su surname, not much different from a doorman of the imperial family." "What?" Su Jing's words left everyone present in shock. The crowd erupted in a commotion. He was the son of the imperial family, Su Chenxiao. How could this young master be here? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Tu, leisurely sipping wine, suddenly spewed all out, gasping in shock, nearly choking on his own tears. What the hell? Yuan Tu's expression resembled that of a ghost as he stared incredulously at Su Chenxiao on the golden beast. "Isn't this my buddy? Are you kidding me?" Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, leaping down from the golden beast. He calmly surveyed the kneeling guards of Howdy City and then cheerfully remarked, "I believe I just heard someone mention that riding mounts is prohibited within Howdy City." Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, bowing his head in salute as he hastily explained, "As a member of the imperial family, young master can naturally do as he pleases." "Your word is law. Are you telling me that in the territory of the Su family, I should adhere to the rules when it comes to this young master of the imperial family? What a joke. This young master can ride a mount wherever he pleases, and even overturn the holy emperor's domain without consequence." Yuan Tu's complexion turned pale in an instant, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Gone was his previous composure and arrogance. He quickly glanced at the elder beside him and whispered, "Elder one, quickly summon my sister and tell her I've gotten into trouble in Howdy City." Who could have anticipated that he merely intended to teach a lesson to the arrogant disciples of the Tating ancient sect, only to attract the attention of this young master of the imperial family? With his drunkenness entirely shaken off, Yuan Tu mustered the courage to approach, forcing a smile. "This is all a misunderstanding. I am Yuan Tu of the Eternal Holy Tribe. I have met young Master Su." Su Chenxiao assessed him with a glance, pointing at the ruined, drunken immortal tower and the surrounding disarray of stalls, and said flatly, "Speak. What happened?" After Yuan Tu's explanation, Su Chenxiao grasped the situation. He turned his gaze to the injured Jiang Ning lying on the ground and furrowed his brow slightly. How dare a mere second level of the undying realm provoke a prodigy of the Eternal Holy Tribe? What madness has this destined protagonist succumbed to? Dongfang Wan sighed beside him, her expression one of regret. "Young Master Su, it is not entirely his fault. My senior brother, Jiang Ning, initiated the conflict, and our Tating ancient sect bears an undeniable responsibility. We are willing to bear the losses incurred here." She was not one to ignore justice. Although Yuan Tu was somewhat overbearing, this incident was ultimately instigated by her senior brother Jiangning. Yuan Tu's eyes brightened as he looked gratefully at her. Miss Dongfang speaks the truth. Young Master Su, I was merely drinking with friends here when this individual unexpectedly attacked us, leading to the current situation. Su Chenxiao nodded. Speaking calmly, I understand. Su Jing hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master, how shall we handle the troublemakers in Howdy City? This. Su Jing hesitated, uncertain of the young master's intentions. After much contemplation, he dared not deceive and stated truthfully, Young Master, there were no casualties this time. According to the rules, they are to pay tenfold compensation. If their spirit stones are insufficient, they shall be sentenced to the spirit mine for 3,000 years of labor. Chapter 69. 2 million premium spirit stones. Is it always this price? 3,000 years. Upon hearing this punishment, Jiangning gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The extraction of spiritual ore was an arduous task, fraught with the murky vapors and impurities that rendered any cultivation impossible. Over time, such conditions would inflict irreparable damage on one's foundation and vitality. Anyone who ventured into that abyss, even formidable beings of the sacred realm, would emerge with their cultivation plummeting. Many others met a tragic fate, succumbing long before their time was up. No, I refuse to mine the spiritual ore. The mere thought of spending 3 millennia in the suffocating darkness of the mine filled Jiangning with despair. I am willing to compensate. Yuan Tu, standing nearby, was equally horrified. Given the circumstances, it might be better to be crippled and start new. Su Chenxiao cast a sidelong glance at him and raised his hand. In that case, let us assess the losses. The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion rushed in, and after a brief discussion with Su Jing, nodded and spoke. The losses incurred by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion amount to approximately 2.5 million premium spirit stones. By regulation, the compensation is tenfold, resulting in a payment of 25 million premium spirit stones. The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion rubbed his hands together, grinning as he addressed Su Jing. Guardian, it would be best to settle this with premium spirit stones. If you provide quality premium spirit stones, our establishment is not greedy. 2 million premium spirit stones would suffice for the compensation, although 60% of it would need to be submitted to the Imperial clan, with the Su family backing them. They were unperturbed by potential disturbances. They feared only that the uproar might not be grand enough. Boom! How much? When Jiangning heard this figure, it felt as though lightning had struck him. In an instant, his mind was buzzing, and he questioned whether he was trapped in a nightmare. 2 million premium spirit stones? Are you insane? The onlookers around him wore expressions of shock, unable to fathom the enormity of the sum. What did 2 million premium spirit stones signify? It was common knowledge that the imperial weapons of the heavens were exceedingly rare, with many quasi-emperors relying on mere sacred artifacts. The cheapest supreme artifact cost upwards of several 100,000 premium spirit stones, a price ample enough to procure an excellent sacred artifact. Yuan Tu, seemingly anticipating this outcome, chuckled maliciously. Everyone knows that the Su family enforces the strictest rules in the imperial city. These 2 million premium spirit stones, let alone 3,000 years, would require several millennia of mining to settle. There have been instances of sacred beings causing a ruckus in the imperial city, only to find themselves stripped bare and forced to toil in the mines for 2,000 years to repay their debts. Jiangning's eyes reddened. Fixing an intense glare at the manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he bellowed, 2 million premium spirit stones. That would be more than enough to purchase your entire establishment. How dare you not seize this opportunity? The manager's expression soured instantly. He promptly squeezed out a few tears and knelt beside Su Chenxiao, lamenting. Young master, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion has been wronged. We have diligently operated in the Howdy City for a millennium, and this has always been the price. The tables and chairs are crafted from purple cloud thunderwood, and the drinking vessels are made from moonstone. Our pricing is fair, and we would never deceive anyone. Even Su Chenxiao was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at the manager. He had recently reaped the rewards of 2 fateful protagonists and acquired part of the hidden heritage of the mysterious Xian family. Now, the quantity of premium spirit stones in his storage ring barely exceeded 5 million. The tenfold compensation. Su Chenxiao spoke nonchalantly. Since it is the regulation set by my Su family, we shall adhere to the tenfold compensation. Su Jing nodded, stepping before Jiang Ning, and coldly declared, "If you cannot produce the sum, then you shall bear the slave mark in mine." "No, I refuse to mine." The very thought of enduring such a dark existence sent a shiver through Jiang Ning, his complexion paling drastically. He frantically rummaged through his storage ring, spilling spirit stones of varying quality onto the ground. Clatter! A multitude of spirit stones scattered. Alongside various puppets and even the soul-sacred artifact alchemy furnace he had fought fiercely to claim from the secret realm. How much do these amount to? The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was a shrewd individual. Clearly taken aback by the treasures this mere undying realm cultivator possessed, he calculated with his fingers and muttered, "This sacred-grade alchemy furnace is quite impressive, valued around 800,000 premium spirit stones, and with the additional odds and ends, it barely exceeds 120,000. You still owe 80,000 premium spirit stones. If this is all you possess, I estimate you will need to mine for another 3,000 years. Not enough." Jiang Ning's expression twisted with rage, wishing he could consume the manhole. He probed deeper into his storage ring, desperately searching. Aside from his most crucial cards, the supreme puppets, and his ancient insect-controlling and alchemy techniques, this represented nearly all his assets. Not enough, not enough. His anxiety escalated. Regret surged within him, as he longed to strike himself in frustration. At last, a few low-grade spirit stones were cast aside. Jiang Ning trembled violently, turning to Dongfang Wan beside him, crawling over in desperation. "Junior sister, please help me. I do not wish to mine." I acted on impulse. Dongfang Wan's expression was ice-cold. She had initially contemplated offering Jiang Ning some assistance, but never anticipated the compensation would be so exorbitant. Impulse? Had I known it would come to this? Why act so rashly? "Jiang Ning, do you realize that 80,000 premium spirit stones, let alone myself, will be difficult for even the elders to procure in a timely manner?" "No." Jiang Ning's face paled, tugging at her skirt and pleading. "Junior sister, I have aided you so much. I implore you, just this once. I promise to return the 80,000 spirit stones to you." Seeing Jiang Ning's expression of regret and desperation, Dongfang Wan felt an increased aversion, unleashing a surge of true energy that sent him sprawling. Ding! The destined protagonist Jiang Ning lost the creation cauldron, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Ding! The destined protagonist Jiang Ning lost the fire python puppet, resulting in a loss of 30,000 destiny points. The incessant notifications of acquiring villain points echoed in his ears, a delightful melody. Su Chenxiao, standing nearby, spoke with a calm smile, on account of Miss Dongfang. "Let us consider the final 80,000 premium spirit stones forgiven." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he sprang to his feet, filled with appreciation towards Su Chenxiao. In that instant, even the deep-seated resentment within him faded significantly, and he expressed his excitement as if he had encountered Savior. "Thank you, young Master Su. Your kindness is monumental. I, Jiang Ning, am willing to be your loyal servant." Dongfang Wan's heart fluttered, her beautiful eyes momentarily entranced. However, she quickly regained her composure. "No." Chapter 70. The destiny of the mining protagonist Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what does this mean?" Dongfang Wan cast a cold glance at Jiang Ning, who lay on the ground, then shook her head and spoke with a face full of regret. "I do not wish to deceive you, my lord. Ever since this man arrived in the Holy Emperor's domain, he has caused nothing but trouble, bringing disgrace to my Tating ancient sect. I am grateful for your understanding, but if you were to break the imperial family's rules because of me, I would truly not know how to repay you." Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, and his expression twisted into one of extreme resentment. In that moment, the last vestige of affection he held for Dongfang Wan evaporated entirely. "You wretched woman, despite my kindness towards you, now that I am in dire straits, you do not offer assistance, but instead wish to kick me while I'm down." Ding! The destined protagonist Jiang Ning harbors animosity towards the destined female Li Dongfang Wan. Destiny value lost, 20,000. Congratulations, Master, for gaining villain points, 20,000. Su Chenxiao glanced at the fallen Jiang Ning, then turned to the infatuated and somewhat bashful Dongfang Wan. I never expected even the destined female lead would abandon you. Very well. Let your pests accompany you in your misery. With a chuckle, Su Chenxiao nodded. If that is the case, then so be it. Su Jing, cast this man into the taiga mine, where he shall toil for 3,000 years to repay his debts. Su Jing responded with a respectful bow. As you command. With that, Su Jing raised his hand, shackling Jiang Ning's neck and wrists with several restraints. After giving instructions to a few nearby guards, he used his aura to imprison Jiang Ning and dragged him away from the scene. Jiang Ning gazed at the cuffs, binding his hands, feeling as though the last flicker of hope had been extinguished by Dongfang Wan herself. His face contorted in a monstrous rage as he howled, "No. I refuse to mine. No. Dongfang Wan, you vile woman." Dongfang Wan's face was cold as frost as she spoke. "Jiang Shixiang, this is all your own doing." I doubt even the elders within the sect would say much. Although Jiang Ning was the chief disciple of Tating Ancient Sect, his talent was not exceptional. No one would wish to spend 800,000 top-grade spirit stones to rescue a disciple of mediocre aptitude, even if he held the position of chief. Meanwhile, Yuan Tu awkwardly interjected, "Well, since this matter is resolved, I shall not disturb you two any longer. Young Master Su, Miss Dongfang, I will take my leave." "Wait," Su Chenxiao called out. Yuan Tu stiffened and turned back, a bit awkwardly. "Young Master Su, is there something else?" Su Chenxiao smiled at him. "What do you think?" Yuan Tu's face turned ashen in an instant. In the Howdy City, within a serene and picturesque cave blessed by nature, the patriarch of the Yuan clan, Yuan Kong, sat comfortably enjoying his tea. Beside him stood a tall and striking blonde woman, whose features were exquisite and complexion fair as snow, exuding an air of elegant pride. Her long, waterfall-like hair was pulled back, and even clad in a modestly adorned golden battle armor, her enchanting curves could not be concealed. Her legs were enviably straight and full, glistening like white jade, and she stood at an impressive height of about 178 meters, radiating a wild and carefree spirit rather than a gentle or haughty demeanor. Yuan Kong glanced at his daughter, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile. "MOU, the martial arts competition for the imperial family's suitors will commence soon. I've heard that not only our Yuan clan is attending, but many other prominent sects are sending representatives as well, including the 9 Xian sects heavenly maiden Chu Xiuyu, the ancient sacred clans Shangwan Qinghua, and even members from the Chujiao of the southern region are joining the fray. If you attend dressed like this, it may not be well received. Though it is a contest for suitors, everyone knows that the final choice will be made by that imperial scion. So first impressions are crucial." MOU smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "Father, matters of fate cannot be forced. Besides, do you doubt your daughter's abilities? I, MOU, am not one to be overshadowed by others. As a descendant of the ancient lineage with the Brahma divine body, I possess king-level cultivation at a young age and have triumphed over numerous prodigies in the ancient battlefield. How could I be compared to those who are merely beautiful on the surface? However, Father, when will my engagement to that useless man be annulled?" At the mention of this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in MOU's beautiful eyes. Yuan Kong sighed. "Chen Xian is, after all, a member of the Chen clan's sacred lineage, and your engagement was arranged by your grandfather's generation. It would be unreasonable for me to offend him, given his position. However, rest assured, if you manage to win the favor of that imperial scion, I doubt the first sacred clan would dare to refuse." He understood, well, how much his precious daughter despised that Chun family's son-in-law, which was precisely why MOU wished to seize this opportunity to sever the ties. MOU nodded slightly, her stunning face icy as she thought to herself, "That wretched Chun family fool thinks a mere engagement can force me, MOU, to yield." She had always been proud, believing that only those with extraordinary talent and remarkable backgrounds, the imperial prodigies, were worthy of her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. "Yuan Tu, that troublemaker, has he caused yet more issues?" MOU's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she turned to her father. "Father, I must step out for a moment." Yuan Kong nodded, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well. Also bring your inept brother back. I have matters to discuss with him." At that moment, a faint voice sounded, "There's no need to trouble yourselves. Father, sister, I'm here." Both turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared within the cave, revealing Su Chenxiao and Yuan Tuesday. Upon seeing them, Yuan Kong was momentarily taken aback. While Yuan Mo turned her gaze towards them. Yuan Kong, bewildered, asked Toot, "Who is this?" Yuan Mo exclaimed, "Yuan Tu, what trouble have you caused this time?" Yuan Tu, looking somewhat anxious, avoided meeting his sister's gaze and quietly said, "Father, sister, this is the imperial scion Su Chenxiao." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "What did you say?" He had just been discussing this young master with his daughter, only for the next moment to find him standing before them. Yuan Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the strikingly handsome young man before her, silently exclaiming, "Is this the young master of the Su family?" The two exchanged glances, while Su Chenxiao regarded her with equal interest. By heavens! Most women across the realms are either delicate and charming or as cold as ice, unapproachable. A woman possessing such an exquisite demeanor is indeed a rarity, due to her unique divine constitution. Yuan Mo boasts a stunning cascade of golden hair that captivates the eye. Her figure is extraordinarily alluring, complemented by her height of 178 centimeters and her elegantly elongated legs, which resemble jade in their perfection. At first glance, she appears almost indistinguishable from the 17-year-old Su Chenxiao. Name, Yuan Mo. Title, Ancient Dragon Son-in-Law Destiny-S Female Protagonist. Identity, daughter of the Yuan clan leader of the Eternal Holy Race. Divine Maiden of the Holy Clan. Age, 25. Personality, proud, ruthless, unconventional. Realm, 6th stage of King's Sealing. Constitution, Brahma Divine Body. Chapter 71. Calumny, pure calumny, is undoubtedly the fate of the female protagonist. Su Chenxiao could not help but express his admiration inwardly. Realizing the situation, Yuan Kong quickly rose to offer his respects, stating that the patriarch of the Yuan clan and Yuan Kong had met young Master Su. Noticing that his precious daughter remained silent, Yuan Kong transmitted a message. "This is young Master Su Chenxiao. Why are you still in a daze?" Beside them, Yuan Moyu was captivated by Su Chenxiao's youthful and handsome visage, staring for a considerable time. Upon hearing her father's reminder, she finally spoke, "I am Yuan Moyu. Pleased to meet you, young master." Su Chenxiao smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Patriarch Yuan is too courteous. There is no need for such formalities." Yuan Kong, filled with trepidation, replied, "I was unaware of your arrival, and we have not made any preparations." He glanced at his son, Yuan Tu, who was nervously looking down, sensing a foreboding feeling. Tentatively, he inquired, "Young Master Su, what is the relationship between you and my son?" Su Chenxiao chuckled softly, casually taking a seat as he spoke. "It is merely that your son has caused a bit of trouble in Howdy City." "What?" Yuan Kong's heart trembled. His expression darkened instantly, and he glared at Yuan Tu with intense anger. "Unfilial son, what have you done out there? Come here at once." He had previously warned his unruly son that during the royal marriage event in the Holy Emperor's domain, with countless prodigies from various sects present, it was imperative not to provoke anyone in the territory of the Su family. Otherwise, it could spell disaster for the Yuan Holy Clan. Yuan Moyu furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes turning icy in an instant. Yuan Tu, startled, stepped forward tremulously, trying to appear innocent. "Father, sister, I didn't do anything. I was just drinking with a few friends at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion when suddenly a madman from the Tating Ancient Sect attacked me. I was merely defending myself." The Tating Ancient Sect of the Western regions? Yuan Kong's brows knitted together. As a father, he quickly surmised the situation. His son's loose tongue and sharp words had likely provoked an unnecessary confrontation. How could the other party attack him without reason? He had heard of the Tating Ancient Sect and knew it was not a force to be trifled with by the Yuan Holy Clan. You could have settled any grievances outside of the imperial city. Do you truly wish for death by causing a ruckus here? Yuan Kong glared fiercely at him, then turned to Su Chenxiao with a respectful demeanor. Young master, my son is young and ignorant, with a disposition typical of youth. Regarding the damages within the imperial city, our Yuan Holy Clan is willing to compensate in full." Su Chenxiao smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Compensation is unnecessary. The mistake has already been addressed. I merely came early to observe, having heard that individuals from the Yuan Holy Clan would also be attending." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong's eyes brightened, and he glanced at his daughter with surprise. His daughter had always been his pride, and though she was not a son, he was relieved that her little brother was not entirely useless. Knowing that Yuan Moyu had made a name for herself in the ancient battlefield, he wondered if her reputation had indeed reached the Su family. Is this young master here on behalf of your parents to evaluate? He mused, his face flushing slightly with excitement. I see. Young Master Su, this is my youngest daughter, Yuan Moyu. To be honest, she has long admired you and could hardly wait to come upon hearing of the imperial marriage event, now that she has the honor of meeting you. It is indeed a stroke of luck for our Yuan holy clan. Moyu, why don't you come forward and serve tea to this esteemed young master? Yuan Moyu, although somewhat astonished, could not help but feel a thrill of joy. In a realm filled with prodigious young women, being noticed by a member of the imperial family was a testament to her excellence. She stepped forward, displaying a charming smile as she gracefully poured a cup of tea, saying, "Young master, please." Su Chenxiao nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Yuan Kong let out a sigh of relief, pleased with his daughter's demeanor. Her willingness to serve tea indicated her favorable feelings towards the young master. In a moment, he even regarded his son Yuan too with a more favorable gaze, thinking, "Good lad, though reckless, you have managed to bring our family into the young master's sight." Su Chenxiao took out a young Tsangtian divine peng, nurturing it with care. After several days of being nourished with the essence of ancient earth, the young divine bird had grown to the size of a chick, its snowy feathers glistening, eagerly awaiting sustenance. Yuan Kong, momentarily taken aback, seemed to recall something and asked in surprise, "Is that the reverse feather divine peng?" He could hardly believe that this young master from the imperial family possessed such an ancient and formidable creature. While feeding the Tsangtian divine peng, Su Chenxiao nodded, "Indeed. Patriarch Yuan has a keen eye. Yuan Kong Shuke Daftidi. Ah, the reverse feather divine peng is a legendary beast. I have only read about it in ancient texts. To nurture such a creature undoubtedly requires immense resources, and only a person of your caliber could afford it." Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Kong continued to flatter him before shifting the conversation. "Young Master Su, to be frank, my daughter is 25 years old and possesses the Brahmin heavenly body. She has earned a title in the ancient battlefield. I imagine you have encountered many extraordinary young women. Might my daughter have a chance to catch your esteemed father's eye?" Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yuan Moyu with a smile. "Miss Moyu exudes a remarkable presence and exceptional talent. I believe even your father would be greatly pleased." However, as he spoke, Su Chenxiao gently swirled his teacup, observing the rosy hue of the tea, and leisurely remarked, "Yet, I have heard that Miss Moyu might have an engagement." Startled, Yuan Moyu trembled at the mention of the engagement, while Yuan Kong's heart sank. He shot a fierce look at Yuan too, transmitting a message. "You foolish child, how could you let such matters slip?" Yuan Tu's eyes widened in protest, shaking his head vigorously. "No, father. How could I possibly divulge something like that? I'm not a fool." Yuan Kong furrowed his brow, looking at the smiling Su Chenxiao, and laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. "Ha ha, young Master Su, my daughter is virtuous and remains untouched. Any talk of engagement is likely mere rumors spread by other sects seeking to tarnish our Yuan holy clan's reputation." Chapter 72. The Mightiest Dragon Son-in-Law. The bloodline of Tianshan. Upon hearing this, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, gently stroking the Tsangtian divine peng in his embrace, and chuckled without much concern. "It is as one would expect. After all, this marriage proposal is entirely voluntary. I have no desire to force anyone, lest my reputation be tarnished." Yuan Kong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, what you say is most accurate. Young master, you young folks carry on with your conversation. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I shan't intrude any longer." This reminded him that Chen Jia's son, Chen Xian, was also in another paradise. At this moment, he wished for his precious daughter to cultivate her relationship with this imperial clan's young master. If Chen Xian were to arrive now, it could spell trouble. Meanwhile, Su Chenxiao suddenly heard the voice of Jijio from outside the paradise. "Someone is coming. Ding! The destined protagonist has appeared. Ding! The destined protagonist has appeared." They arrived rather promptly. Su Chenxiao paused for a moment, then communicated with his divine sense. "Let him in." Watching Yuan Kong rise to leave, Chenxiao squinted, took a sip of tea, and smiled. No need to rush, clan leader Yuan. Please have a seat and let us converse a while longer. Yuan Kong's body stiffened. He just stood up only to sit back down, feeling rather uneasy. He dared not disobey the young master's command. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward until Yuan Mayu broke the silence with an elegant smile. Young Master Su, you have now reached the 9th level of the Undying Realm. If you wish to comprehend more of the great Tao, might you consider journeying to the ancient battlefield to make a name for yourself? Chenxiao's eyes flickered. With his untainted heart of Tao and abundant resources at his disposal, he could break through to the King's level at any time. However, the innate chaotic divine body, which absorbs everything, becomes even more formidable with a deeper understanding of the Tao. Indeed, the ancient battlefield is a place where many ancient paths can be comprehended. Once this marriage proposal concludes, I shall pay a visit. The true prodigies from the 5 realms gather at the ancient battlefield. If one seeks the destined protagonist, it is indeed a splendid choice. Yuan Mayu smiled gently, her tone softening. I observe that your foundational strength is solid, and your physique surpasses that of other talented individuals. With your prowess, it would be a pity not to enter the ancient battlefield to secure your legacy. I am not so talented, she continued, but I too broke through to the king's realm after comprehending the Tao in the ancient battlefield, so I am somewhat familiar with its myriad trials. If you do not mind, after this marriage proposal, I would be willing to accompany you to the ancient battlefield. Chenxiao smiled and nodded noncommittally. That sounds agreeable. This woman is quite perceptive, not just a pretty face. Understanding the fierce competition in this imperial marriage proposal, she seeks to forge a connection, ensuring that even after this matter concludes, I will have some inexplicable ties with her Yuan clan. Yuan Kong's expression brightened, and he interjected cheerfully, Young Master Su, you may not be aware, but my daughter has fortuitously ranked in the 5 trials of the ancient battlefield, thus securing a name for herself. Her understanding of the trial surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With her assistance, you will surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Just as their conversation flowed, the paradise suddenly experienced a spatial fluctuation. Buzz, accompanied by a flickering pale light, a handsome young man dressed in elegant attire appeared among the bamboo groves. He wore a crown upon his head, with sword-like eyes and starry brows, exuding a demeanor as refreshing as a gentle breeze. His attire, evidently meticulously chosen, was unfortunately marred by his height of only 5'2", rendering him rather diminutive compared to the newly sprouted bamboo. As Chenxiao arrived, his eyes immediately fell upon Yuan Mayu seated in the elegant pavilion opposite him. Mayu, how fortunate to find you here. His eyes brightened, but upon noticing the noble young master beside her, an inexplicable anger surged within him. Who is this? Chenxiao bellowed as he strode forward. Mayu, uncle, what are you doing here? Hearing that familiar voice, Yuan Kong's pupils widened slightly, sensing trouble. Yuan too hastily stepped forward to obstruct him. Chenxiao, what are you doing here? Quickly return. Chenxiao turned to look as well. After searching through the dense bamboo grove for a while, he finally spotted a head peeking out, seemingly in a daze. Name, Chenxiao. Title, Ancient Dragon Son-in-Law Destined Protagonist. Identity, Grand Elder of the Eternal Holy Clan as grandson. Son of the Demon Emperor. Age, 25. Personality, loyal, patient, sensitive. Realm, 9th level of Ascending Heaven. Physique, ancient fierce bloodline of Tianshan. Cultivation, Dao Gang Emperor Technique. Tianshan Treasure Art. Treasures, Chaos Xian Pearl, Shape-Shifting Mask, Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon, Eternal Holy Clan Token, 10,000 Demons Token. Destiny Value, 700,000. This destined protagonist is rather underwhelming, isn't he? Perhaps it is due to his demon bloodline, but he seems rather short. Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar. The Tsangtian divine Peng in his arms suddenly became agitated, baring its teeth in Chenxiao's direction, making a series of chattering sounds. The little creature, possessing the bloodline of the reverse feather divine Peng, instinctively favored ancient fierce beasts like Tianshan over anything else. Suddenly, the Tsangtian divine Peng let out a loud cry. Chenxiao, rushing from afar, felt a wave of primal fear wash over him, an unprecedented sensation that seemed to resonate from the depths of ancient times. He involuntarily shivered. What is this? Why do I instinctively feel fear towards this wretched bird? Su Chenxiao gently patted the restless little creature and smiled at Yuan Kong beside him. Clan leader Yuan, who might this be? Yuan Kong's expression grew awkward as he was unsure how to respond. At that moment, Yuan Moyu calmly interjected, Young master, this person is Chun Xian from the Eternal Holy Clan. Please, wait here. I shall handle this. With that, Yuan Moyu rose and approached. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, she formed a sharp contrast with the diminutive Chun Xian. If she were to walk normally, she might not even see his figure. Gazing at the short Chun Xian before her, Yuan Moyu's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. To marry such a dwarf would be preferable to death itself. How fortuitous. This opportunity to sever ties once and for all. With an impassive expression, Yuan Moyu demanded, What brings you here? Chun Xian's face soured, feeling as if he were beneath a vast expanse of green hills. Raising his head to regard his stunning fiancée, he replied, If I had not come, I fear you would have been taken away without even realizing it. I wondered why I could not find you. It turns out you were here clandestinely with someone else. Chapter 73. The marriage wedge. Yuan Moyu's expression turned icy in an instant. If I were to rendezvous with someone, do you think you would be able to find me? Chun Xian, you must leave now. On what grounds? Chun Xian's face flushed with anger. Tell me, who is he? Yuan Moyu replied coldly. Do you not recognize him? He is a member of the Imperial Su family, young Master Su Chenxiao. Chun Xian, if you persist in staying here, do not blame me for being merciless. Imperial family? Chun Xian's expression changed abruptly as he looked at Su Chenxiao in disbelief. Damn it! He soon grasped the situation, his heart seething with resentment. So that's why you insisted on coming to the Holy Emperor's domain. It turns out you have long been entangled with this imperial scion. Chun Xian's face darkened. The other party's background and appearance surpassed his own. Due to his heritage of demon blood, he was inherently shorter, harboring a deep jealousy for those tall, handsome youths. The appearance of Su Chenxiao struck painfully at his fragile self-esteem. Clenching his fists tightly, as if to ensure his claim was heard, he declared loudly, Yuan Moyu, you must know, we are betrothed. You are my Chun Xian's woman, and you, even if you belong to the imperial family, you should not use your status to take what is loved by others. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. His face turning ashen. Chun Xian, be quiet. A terrifying pressure emanated from the holy realm, forcing Chun Xian to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Kneel. The suffocating oppression made it hard to breathe. Chun Xian gritted his teeth and retrieved the gilded marriage wedge from his storage ring, stating each word with conviction. The marriage wedge is in my hands, and the agreement was personally confirmed by your Yuan clan's quasi-emperor ancestor. I, Chun Xian, am even willing to enter the family by marriage. Does your Yuan clan intend to renege? Oh, Su Chenxiao turned his head with a smirk towards Yuan Kong. A marriage agreement? With a casual gesture, he summoned the gilded wedge. Looking at the wedge with a playful expression, Su Chenxiao remarked, Did not the Yuan patriarch claim these were mere rumors? Yuan Kong's face paled immediately, hastily explaining, Young master, this is utter nonsense. This is all the ramblings of this boy. Even at this juncture, he attempted to argue. Yet Yuan Moyu furrowed her brows and interjected sternly, Enough. Chun Xian, this is merely your one-sided wishful thinking. Has this marriage agreement ever received my consent? My life cannot be dictated by a mere piece of parchment. In that moment, Yuan Kong felt darkness encroach upon him, almost wishing for death. Chun Xian's entire being trembled as he stared wide-eyed at the extraordinary woman before him. You intend to break the engagement? Having decided to tear apart the facade, the imperial scion was present. Yuan Moyu, disinterested in further debate, replied with icy calmness. And what if I do? Chun Xian trembled, his face twisted with rage as he retorted, I do not agree. Suddenly, applause rang out. How amusing, truly amusing. All eyes turned toward the source. Young Master Su? Yuan Kong was momentarily stunned. Su Chenxiao appeared unfazed by the deceit, instead expressing keen interest. I had thought it was a match made in heaven, but it seems Miss Moyu is not satisfied. Yuan Moyu turned, her expression softening slightly as she spoke apologetically. Young Master Su, It is not that our Yuan clan intends to conceal anything from you. It is merely that this person clings to this matter like a stubborn leech. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, gazing at her intently before smiling and saying, "No matter. Since Miss Mayu does not wish it, a mere marriage wedge holds no significance." With that, Su Chenxiao glanced at the wedge in his hand, unleashing a fierce surge of true energy. Crack! The wedge, forged from mysterious gold, was forcibly twisted into a crumpled mess. Now, does this marriage wedge still hold any value? At the sight of this, Chun Xian's pupils constricted. Even Yuan Moyu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Su Chenxiao. Young Master Su. Ding! The marriage wedge of the destined protagonist Chun Xian has been destroyed, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 50,000 villain points. This young master claims it is fake. Do you have an issue with that? Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he slowly approached Chun Xian, casually tossing the crumpled wedge aside like trash. Eat it. Such a domineering display caused Yuan Moyu to shudder, stirring emotions within her that she had never experienced before. The marriage agreement with the first holy family, the Chun family, seemed utterly trivial before young Master Su. She had not misjudged him. Chun Xian's breath quickened, his eyes blazing as he glared at the crumpled wedge. His gaze turned fierce, and he roared in fury, "Bastard! You dare to destroy my marriage wedge." The Tian Chun treasure technique surged within him, unleashing an incredibly terrifying force. He did not know where this strength came from, but he erupted with fury, conjuring a cerulean seal with his right hand and striking towards Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao sneered, showing no inclination to evade. A mere ant at the ascending realm could not possibly harm him beneath the watchful eyes of a sage. Otherwise, Yuan Kong would have wasted his life. Yuan Kong's expression changed drastically as he appeared beside Su Chenxiao in an instant, striking down with a palm. Boom! The ground erupted into a deep pit. Chun Xian felt as if all his bones had been shattered, violently coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Yuan Moyu, having anticipated this outcome, revealed a glint of mockery in her icy gaze. The development surpassed her expectations, but she knew that after this incident, this petty rival could no longer cling to her. Yuan Kong, feeling a chill throughout, pressed down on the defeated Chun Xian and coldly admonished Chun Xian to dare attack young Master Su. Do you wish to endanger both your life and the ancient holy family behind you? Young Master Su, are you all right? Su Chenxiao waved his hand. If he was not mistaken, the opponent had utilized the Tian Chun treasure technique unique to ancient great fiends. The Tian Chun required 9 molts, with each transformation resulting in a steep decline in cultivation. However, after the 9th metamorphosis, one could evolve into the great fiend Tian Chun. The reason the destined protagonist before him had such a low realm was likely due to his Tian Chun bloodline and the cultivation of the great fiend technique. Su Chenxiao's expression was utterly indifferent as he calmly stated, "This young master does not wish to repeat myself." Yuan Kong's heart trembled, and he understood the implication of a young master's words. Glancing at Chun Xian, who lay like a dead dog on the ground, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Chun Xian, I know you are still conscious. This young Master Su is of the imperial family, and we are in the Holy Emperor's domain of the Su family. If you do not wish to bring ruin to your ancient holy family, then eat the marriage contract now." Chapter 74. How does this performance suit you? The Yuan clan has maintained a long-standing friendship with the Chun family, another esteemed lineage. As the leader of the Yuan clan, he harbors no desire to jeopardize the Chun family's interests due to this matter concerning Chun Xian. Enraged, Chun Xian bellowed, "This betrothal was established by your ancestor and my grandfather. Are the Yuan clan truly considering breaking this engagement?" Observing Chun Xian's relentless struggle on the ground, Yuan Kong's expression darkened. He seized the marriage wedge from the ground and forcefully thrust it into Chun Xian's mouth. A tremendous force descended. With a sickening sound, the marriage contract was brutally enforced. Chun Xian's crimson eyes widened in terror, his throat bulging as he was compelled to swallow. "Ah, you scoundrel!" His countenance twisted with rage as he thrashed about wildly. It was only when he witnessed Chun Xian ingest the wedge that Yuan Kong finally relaxed. Suddenly, an eerie light flickered in Chun Xian's eyes. In this perilous moment, the ancient and fearsome bloodline of the Tian Chun within him surged forth, unleashing a terrifying aura. This is... Yuan Kong's brow furrowed as he sensed the overwhelming demonic energy, astonishment, and disbelief flooding his gaze. A beastly bloodline. Not only him, but even Yuan Mou and Yuan Tu appeared to reevaluate Chenxiao, their hearts brimming with shock. Why does he exude the aura of a demon beast? As the aura intensified, a bluish fuzz emerged from every pore of Chenxiao's body. The ancient Tianchun undergoes 9 metamorphoses. In times of danger, it transforms into an immense, indestructible azure cocoon. Yuan Tu exclaimed, "Father, what is happening to him? Isn't he from the Wanhu clan?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Kong's complexion darkened. His voice was grave as he uttered, "I understand now. No wonder they were willing to allow this boy to marry in. He possesses the tainted bloodline of a demon and dares to covet my daughter. Damn it, the ancient Chun family truly disregards the Yuan clan. To think my precious daughter, endowed with the divine bloodline of the Sanskrit heavens, might be sullied by this half-demon." At this moment, Chenxiao was ensnared in countless delicate, translucent threads. Yuan Kong's expression darkened to an extreme as he struck Chenxiao unconscious with a single blow. With a thud, he stood and turned to Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, I apologize for the spectacle." Ding! The protagonist Chenxiao's demonic bloodline has been exposed, losing the support of the Yuan clan, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 50,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao gazed at the prostrate Chenxiao, who was on the verge of cocooning. Judging by the expression on Yuan Kong's face, it seemed that he was unaware of Chenxiao's demonic lineage. Su Chenxiao feigned surprise, squinting. Why does he possess half-demon blood? Isn't he from the Wanhu clan? Yuan Kong took a deep breath, his heart devoid of any goodwill towards the ancient Chen family, and stated solemnly, "I am not quite sure, but Chenxiao is indeed from the Chen family. It remains a mystery what treasure he possesses that has concealed his demonic bloodline so effectively. Had it not been for your actions today, our Yuan clan would have remained in the dark." Previously, he had found it peculiar that Chenxiao, the grandson of the half-emperor for the Chen family, held such a distinguished status and could not easily be betrothed. Now it seemed that the half-emperor had known of his demonic bloodline all along. Hence the decision to send him into the Yuan clan. These despicable scoundrels wished to make such a hybrid their daughter's future husband, clearly underestimating the Yuan clan. Yuan Mou's delicate face was also clouded with frost. "No wonder he is so short, Father. I have heard that the ancestor of the Chen family had a daughter who went missing, leading me to suspect her father was a demon. Even if I, Yuan Mou, were to die, I would never marry such a half-human, half-demon." Yuan Tu, standing nearby, voiced his indignation for his sister. "Father, our Yuan clan has been allied with the Chun family for generations. They cannot treat us this way. This matter must not be easily forgotten." Yuan Kong nodded, casting a long, somber gaze upon the azure cocoon. "Rest assured, I will demand an explanation from the holy Chun family. I intend to see how much longer they can keep this hidden from us." He respectfully bid farewell to Su Chenxiao. This matter was of great importance, and he must return to inform the clan elders and seek justice. Su Chenxiao did not hinder this development, but instead smiled at the cocoon on the ground. Tianchun cocoon. Metamorphosis count 8. After the 9th metamorphosis, it will transform into a butterfly, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of cultivation and physical form. Transforming into a butterfly, a metamorphic evolution. Ultimately, as the destined protagonist, it seems that after these 9 transformations, a dramatic change will occur. However, I wonder if infusing it with some peculiar energy will yield a new being. With interest, Su Chenxiao approached and placed his hand upon the azure cocoon, infusing it with a trace of chaotic energy derived from the mysterious essence. Though the effect was not as pronounced as that of the black ancient scripture, it was nonetheless effective. The strange black mist slithered like a spirit snake and instantly disappeared into the cocoon, unnoticed by anyone. Yuan Kong departed with the cocoon and his son, Yuan Tuesday. Within the sanctum of the cave, only Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mou remained. Once they left, Su Chenxiao sat quietly on a chair, sipping tea in silence. Meanwhile, you and Mou, having successfully annulled the engagement, felt a surge of joy. Chenxiao possessed a demonic bloodline. Even with the marriage wedge still in place, her father and the Yuan clan would never agree. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Mou smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Su. Had it not been for you today, our Yuan clan would still be in the dark." "Not at all." Su Chenxiao looked up and smiled, gesturing for her to come closer. Although puzzled, "Yuvin Montag Yuvis bestfully approachet." Su Chenxiao, sipping his tea, said with a cheerful demeanor, "Miss Mou, may I inquire how well you found my performance today?" Yuan Mou's smile faltered, and an unsettling premonition gripped her heart. She feigned ignorance, asking young Master Su, "What do you mean by that?" With a playful smile, Su Chenxiao suddenly grasped her throat with a firm hand. His grip felt like a giant claw, rendering even her king-level physique helpless against the pain. Cough. This unexpected turn of events left you when Mou pale and bewildered. Her expression filled with confusion as she looked at Su Chenxiao. "Why, young Master Su?" Su Chenxiao's smile gradually faded. His gaze turned frigid, devoid of any warmth, as he coldly regarded her. "Utilize the imperial Su family's authority to deal with that fellow without offending the holy Qin family. Did you think I was unaware of your little schemes?" Chapter 75, 100 consecutive draws, the red divine object, the ultimate imperial weapon. Boom! Upon hearing these words, Yuan Mou felt an immediate chill envelop her, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She had not anticipated that this young noble from the imperial clan could discern her innermost thoughts so accurately. Su Chenxiao mantanda caldiminer. His expression inscrutable as he spoke softly, "To deceive and manipulate me is sufficient grounds for your when sacred clan to meet 100 deaths. Yuvin Montag just pupils constricted." Cough, cough. She furrowed her delicate brows, her stunning visage reflecting profound anguish. With great difficulty, she managed to say, "Young Master Su, I was left with no choice. Had you not been here, that man would never have agreed to dissolve the engagement. Young Master Su, I, Yuan Mou, am willing to submit to you. I shall comply with whatever you command." Her hand remained unyieldingly clenched, and as her face flushed with pain, she struggled to breathe. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, Su Chenxiao broke into a smile, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "I must admit, you are quite the astute woman who knows how to leverage circumstances." Gradually releasing his grip, Yuan Mou greedily inhaled the fresh air. Collapsing to the ground as she gasped for breath, her complexion pale and haggard as she looked up and said, "Young Master Su, that despicable man truly evokes disgust. I was left with no alternative but to resort to such desperate measures. I shall not dare to repeat this again." Su Chenxiao cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes flickering as he calmly stated, "That Chenxiao is indeed intriguing. I require you to accomplish a task." Yuan Mou paused, perplexed, and inquired, "What is it?" Su Chenxiao replied unhurriedly, "Your fiancé possesses innate chaotic energy, which indicates he has likely come into contact with divine artifacts related to chaos. Before this martial arts engagement commences, regardless of the means, procure that item for me. Otherwise, the existence of your when sacred clan will be rendered unnecessary." This destined protagonist carries the chaos profound pearl. This artifact, a rare essence of innate chaos, is an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth, its dense chaotic energy immensely beneficial to any being across the realms. The pure and rich chaotic energy within the pearl would be an unparalleled boon for me. Should I manage to refine it, my cultivation could soar to an unfathomable level. Regrettably, I had previously scanned Chenxiao's storage ring and found no trace of the chaos profound pearl. Yuan Mou's expression hardened, her heart shaken. Anything even remotely related to chaos in this world is extraordinary. How could Chenxiao possess such a thing? Her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she lowered her head, pressing it to the ground in utmost respect as she declared, "I understand, young Master Su." Su Chenxiao remained silent, flipping his hand. Buzz! The Death Soul beast suddenly appeared, transforming into a misty white shadow that silently merged into Yuan Mou's consciousness. Seeing this, Chenxiao smiled broadly. Rising to pat Yuan Mou's shoulders, he said, "Rise. I have faith in you. If you accomplish this task, I shall overlook the past. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences." With that, Chenxiao vanished from this blessed land. Yuan Mou bowed her head, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Understood, young master." It was only after sensing the departure of the figure before her that Yuan Mou began to breathe heavily, her delicate form lightly trembling. She raised her hand to touch her red-marked, snow-white neck, as if awakening some latent attribute. Her enchanting eyes grew hazy. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Such a strange feeling. Why do I feel no desire to resist before young Master Su?" Outside the Emperor's city, Chenxiao rode the celestial golden lion, preparing to return to the Su clan. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he frowned slightly. What is going on? The Death Soul Beast is an enigmatic being of the Dark Era, capable of silently controlling another's consciousness from the depths of their mind or gradually consuming their soul. During its time of possession, it can perceive any thoughts within the host's heart. Thus, upon realizing Yuan Mou's inner thoughts after his departure, Chenxiao's expression grew peculiar. Did she enjoy it? Disregarding Yuan Mou's inner musings, Chenxiao directly summoned the system panel. Ding! Master, Chenxiao. Title: The Protagonist of Destiny. Identity: Son of the Patriarch of the Imperial Su clan. Realm: Undying Realm. 9th level. Physique: Innate Chaos Divine Body. Ancient Divine Body. Cultivation Techniques: Chaos Scripture, Tea, Sword Technique. Ancient Divine Refinement Technique. Storage Space: White Emperor Sword, Young Celestial Divine Pung. Extermination Array Diagram. Remnant of the Extermination Sword, 10,000-year Earth Milk. Villain Points: 346,000, with over 300,000 villain points. It was time for Chenxiao to indulge himself. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the celestial prize pool. Let us keep it simple. I'll go for 100 consecutive draws. Ding! Consumed villain points: 100,000. Commencing 100 consecutive draws. In an instant, the prize pool erupted in radiant light. 100 luminous orbs floated forth. Chenxiao fixed his gaze upon the spectacle, watching as each orb burst open. White. Still white. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the reward. Purple Cloud Treading Boots. Congratulations, you have obtained the reward. Purple Spring Rain Thunder Technique. Congratulations, you have obtained the reward. Dao Fruit X1. In the first 30 draws, aside from the guaranteed 3 purple items, Chenxiao hardly encountered any other colors. It wasn't until the 90th draw that 2 golden glimmers erupted simultaneously. Double gold from 100 draws? Chenxiao's eyes brightened. Today, luck seemed to favor him. At that moment, one of the golden orbs transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, engulfing his vision with its searing brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the reward. Gold Killing Godstone. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the highest reward. Ultimate Imperial Weapon. Ultimate Imperial Weapon. Chenxiao's eyes widened, fixated on the scene before him. It is known that Imperial weapons are exceedingly rare in the realms, and ultimate Imperial weapons are treasures that even many emperors do not possess. Could it be that I am finally experiencing a stroke of good fortune? The rewards materialized. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the reward. Red Qing Huang Divine Spear. Current villain points: 246. Nulla. Uchinio's smile momentarily froze. What the? I got the goods, but they were misaligned. Buzz. He summoned the ultimate Imperial weapon. A spear emanating a profound aura, resembling a swimming dragon, materialized in his hand. The spear's shaft was elongated, etched with golden runes, and a deep azure crack spread upward like a soaring dragon. Its tip sparkled brilliantly, exuding an ancient azure aura, radiating like an unparalleled divine weapon, captivating all who beheld it. Crack! As the Imperial spear appeared, even the space of the sacred Emperor's domain vibrated with a resounding hum. The overwhelming aura of the Imperial weapon rapidly permeating the surroundings. It appeared light, yet bore the weight of a mountain. Even Chenxiao, who possessed the ancient divine body and practiced the ancient divine refinement technique, felt a tinge of trepidation. His eyes gleamed, unable to suppress his admiration as he exclaimed, "What a treasure!" Chapter 76. The God of Killing and the Reluctance to Annul the Engagement. Chenxiao's eyes gleamed brightly as he weighed the Qinghuang divine spear in his hands. Indeed, it was an imperial weapon of the utmost caliber, seemingly imbued with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Just a mere glance provoked feelings of reverence and longing. The imperial weapon of the extreme path was the pinnacle of all realms. Even a casual strike would likely reverse the sun, moon, and mountains, terrifying beyond measure. Yet, with his current cultivation, he feared that even with all his might, he could scarcely wield this imperial weapon a few times. Meanwhile, the creature, Niogio, appeared to notice something amiss. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Chenxiao, it gasped in disbelief. "This aura, is it the imperial weapon of the extreme path? Your esteemed emperor has bestowed such a treasure upon you." Its massive form trembled slightly. Such imperial weapons were exceedingly rare, even in its own epoch. Niogio's mind buzzed as it felt a wave of astonishment wash over it. Has the realm grown so formidable? The offspring of the imperial clan, possessing an imperial sword was one thing, but to carry an imperial weapon of the extreme path as well. How absurd! It suddenly felt that it, a relic of an ancient era, could no longer adapt to the current world. With a hint of envy, Niogio mused, "Master, do you comprehend what this imperial weapon signifies? Had I, Niogio, possessed such a weapon back in my day, I would not have perished in that era." Chenxiao replied nonchalantly, "I know. It signifies that my fortune has taken a turn for the worse." What? The more he cherished this imperial weapon, the more he felt the weight of misfortune. After a moment's contemplation, he stored the Qinghuang divine spear in his system's storage space. He then produced another golden artifact. Buzz! The God of Killing stone materialized in his hand, a blood-red stone, roughly the size of a palm. Golden, God of Killing stone, a celestial wonder forged from the endless malevolent aura of the Blood Sea abyss, unyielding and filled with ominous energy. As the God of Killing stone appeared, a torrent of blood-red malevolent aura surged forth. The stone in his hand seemed almost sentient, vibrating and exuding a mist that coalesced into a blood wolf, attempting to escape. "Oh!" Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued by the stone's attempt to flee. "I never expected this stone to possess sentience. This is rather intriguing." With a swift motion, he conjured a colossal chaotic hand above the God of Killing stone. Bang! The blood wolf, formed from the gathered malevolent aura, howled in despair as the chaotic hand gripped it tightly. "Be still." As he returned it, Chenxiao gazed at the trembling God of Killing stone, murmuring, "Such a divine artifact, if entrusted to the heavenly sword divine sect for refinement, would undoubtedly elevate my white emperor sword to new heights. Even if it turns out to be a misfortune, the system has provided me with ample subpar artifacts. I shall melt them down and extract their utmost value. Without an imperial weapon of the extreme path, I shall forge one with my own hands." At this thought, Chenxiao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Below, the Tianjin swan Ni trembled at the sound of his laughter, feeling as though the world had become a dream. Though it was a great emperor, its vast knowledge was dwarfed by the sight before it. It knew that Chenxiao's rings and necklace were divine defensive treasures of the sacred realm. In this era, the offspring of the imperial clan were either immortal or possessed an array of supreme treasures, not to mention an imperial weapon of the extreme path by their side. It was not just a matter of being of the same realm. Even transcending 3 major levels would not suffice to contend with this individual. This is utterly monstrous. Niogio felt a surge of relief within. This youth's terrifying background had garnered the attention of the Su family's great emperor, who had offered to reconstruct its very soul and flesh using countless celestial artifacts that even it had never seen. How esteemed he must be! Following in his wake could yield a wealth of opportunities. 5 days later, within the ancestral grounds of the Eternal Holy Clan, the Chun family. "What did you say?" "My grandson is willing to join your Yuan Holy Clan. and now you, a mere woman, wish to annul the engagement with my grandson, Chen Mufeng? This is a profound affront, a grave humiliation. A dreadful aura surged forth like a tidal wave. An Edaliman, his aura decayed and lifeless, stared wide-eyed at the two before him. Chen Mufeng am still alive. This engagement was personally sanctioned by your ancestor. Yuan Kong maintained a calm demeanor, bowing slightly. Elder Chen, please do not be angry. The Yuan Holy Clan has never intended to refuse this engagement. However, Elder Chen, to conceal the truth with a treasured artifact seems rather dismissive of the Yuan Holy Clan, does it not? Given the circumstances, even if this esteemed individual stands before me, I must seek justice for the Yuan Holy Clan. Upon hearing this, Chen Mufeng's expression turned cold, his aged visage filled with ire. What do you mean, Yuan brat? Yuan Kong snorted, unabashedly meeting the elder's penetrating gaze. Elder Chen, when the engagement was established, you never mentioned that your esteemed grandson bore the blood of the demon clan. Is the Yuan Holy Clan in the wrong for seeking to annul this engagement? Chen Mufeng's countenance shifted, his pupils dilating in shock. They actually know of this matter? How could this be? Chen Mufeng's eyes flickered as he remained silent for a long time. He was well aware of the heavenly bloodline within Chenxiao, for he was the child of his daughter. His daughter had rebelled fiercely in her youth, severing ties with him and leaving the Chun family without a trace, which had caused him great sorrow. 2 decades ago, she returned with her child but soon passed away. With his lifespan waning, he had planned a future for his grandson, considering the implications of his half-demon bloodline. He had thought that once everything fell into place, even if this secret were to be revealed, the Yuan Holy Clan would refrain from exposing it for the sake of appearances. Who would have thought they would uncover the truth ahead of time? You know? Chen Mufeng's expression darkened. Yuan Kong sneered, his dissatisfaction growing. Elder Chen, how laughable that the Yuan Holy Clan has maintained cordial relations with your Chun family for generations. Yet you would use this half-demon child to tarnish our bloodline. What are your true intentions? Do you wish to expose the truth for the world to mock us? Chen Mufeng found himself momentarily speechless, lingering in silence before finally exhaling gently. The oppressive aura dissipated, leaving him shrouded in an even more profound lifelessness. Then what is your Yuan Holy Clan desire? At this moment, Yuan Mo stepped forward, bowing respectfully before speaking. Elder Chun, we have come for one purpose only, to annul the engagement with Chenxiao. He is already outside the Chun family. Before she could finish, a male voice suddenly rang out. I disagree. Chapter 77. The Transformation of Chenxiao. Inheritor of the Reincarnation Palace, Nanshilian, a few individuals paused momentarily, turning their gaze. Chen Mufeng's eyes brightened as he murmured in astonishment, Xiana? Not far away. Chen Xian had appeared, striding forward with great confidence. To everyone's surprise, he looked radiant and stood tall. Having undergone his 8th transformation, his cultivation had ascended from the heavenly realm to the first stage of the undying realm. Moreover, he had grown from a modest height of 1.56 meters to an impressive 1.65 meters. This significant increase in stature afforded Chen Xian an immense boost in confidence. He lifted his head high, his eyes glimmering with unwavering assurance as he approached. Grandfather, uncle, Mou, I do not consent to the annulment of our engagement. Upon seeing him, Yuan Mou was momentarily taken aback, pondering in confusion. Is it just my illusion, or has he indeed grown taller? Chen Xian's expression was one of pride. He was no longer the same individual who had to stand on tiptoe just to meet Yuan Mou's gaze. Now, he merely needed to hold his head high. With a confident smile, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, he eagerly wished to showcase his newfound prowess. Montague, Chen Xian, stand before you. How do I compare to the past? Do you still wish to break our engagement? He believed himself to be on par with any noble scion, confident that after his final transformation, he would truly emerge from his cocoon, no longer needing to seek anyone's approval. Yuan Mou fell silent for quite some time. Beside her, Yuan Kong was equally taken aback. This fool, just seeing him made her irritable. Yet, at that moment, Yuan Mou recalled the words of young Master Su from earlier. With only 2 days remaining until the martial arts competition, she felt pressed for time and needed to obtain that chaotic divine artifact from him without delay. Suppressing her distaste, you gazed at him with astonishment and incredulity. This? You're Chenxiao? Seeing her reaction, Chenxian's heart swelled with pride. He arched an eyebrow, displaying a smile he deemed charming, and turned to his grandfather, Chen Mu Feng, saying, "Grandfather, leave this to me. I shall speak with Mo. There must be some misunderstanding between us." Once, you had been an unapproachable beacon of purity in his eyes, a literal sun. Yet now, he felt he could reach out and touch her, and after 9 transformations, he even believed he could grow to a height of 1.70 meters. Late at night, within the Imperial Su clan, Chen Wanyu was meticulously reviewing a list. Her mood was evidently cheerful, as her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight upon encountering the names of several outstanding young women. Su Wu Dao remarked jovially. The great competition begins the day after tomorrow in the city of 10,000 emperors. My lady, everything has been arranged. Do you have a preferred candidate? Chen Wanyu smiled and set the roster down. Indeed, there are many remarkable women, making the selection quite challenging. In the end, it will depend on Shaor's choice. As a mother, I shouldn't interfere too much. Su Wudao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What if Shaor likes them all?" Chen Wanyu shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Then let him take them all." Su Wudao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed. My lady is wise. I heard that Yao Huang brought back a girl from the ancient battlefield yesterday. She is said to be a descendant of the reincarnation palace of the ancient divine sect. It seems she has come for this very matter." Reincarnation palace? Chen Wanyu mused, her brow furrowing slightly. But wasn't he that destroyed long ago during the Dark Era? Su Wudao chuckled largely, waving again dismissively. The reincarnation palace was once a transcendent power, its foundation as formidable as any imperial clan. Even if it was destroyed, it likely left behind some legacy. It is said that those from the reincarnation palace are immortal. All beings within are capable of reincarnation and recultivation. In the realms, any powerful being nearing the end of their lifespan would seek to join them, hoping for the chance to reincarnate and cultivate anew. It's a pity that such a mysterious and powerful force vanished so abruptly during the Dark Era. It is truly lamentable. Now, to think that a descendant of the reincarnation palace has appeared, even we are a bit surprised. Chen Wanyu inquired, "Where is that person?" Su Wudao chuckled. "She is likely within the Imperial clan, accompanied by Yao Huang." Meanwhile, within the Su clan, a young woman of ethereal beauty was walking gracefully. She appeared to be around 20 years old, possessing a stunning and flawless visage, with skin as fair as jade, elegant brows, and a delicate nose. Her features were as exquisitely defined as a sculptor's masterpiece. Under the silvery moonlight, her flowing black gown accentuated her snowy skin, creating a striking contrast. Her proud figure elevated the gown, and as she walked, the hem swayed, occasionally revealing her breathtakingly flawless legs. Such a perfect being seemed like a divine creation meticulously crafted by the heavens. Nan Shilian halted her steps, gazing at the barrier before her. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as she softly murmured, "This is it, my celestial gown." She felt a flicker of confusion. Why could she suddenly sense her long-lost phoenix feather gown within the Imperial Su clan? Observing the barrier before her, she gently stepped forward. A radiant aura of divine transformation surrounded her, and she effortlessly crossed into the barrier. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a purple reward. Dao Fruit 1. Current villain value, 146,000 buzz. The Dao Fruit, embodying the essence of the Great Way, appeared before him. Su Chenxiao, Barichistith, was immersed in the spirited waters of the ancient spirit pool. Gazing at the array of treasures, elixirs, artifacts, and techniques scattered across the ground, he fell momentarily silent. 4 Dao fruits, 1 Holy Realm artifact, 3 supreme artifacts, yet no golden ones. It seemed the recent acquisition of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon had exhausted his fortune. Well, there are still 2 fated protagonists around. I can reap benefits from them at any time. Su Chenxiao reassured himself inwardly. Now, he possessed 12 paths of the Great Way, adding the 4 before him, that made a total of 16 paths. barring unforeseen circumstances. He would achieve renown without needing to venture into the ancient battlefield for trials. As he contemplated, Chenxiao retrieved a restoration pill and tossed it into the waiting mouth of the heavenly divine phoenix before him. "Eat up." The heavenly divine phoenix opened its beak wide and swallowed the restoration pill, radiating a brilliant white light. After days of nourishment, its wings had grown splendidly, shedding downy feathers and maturing rapidly. Now, it had grown to the size of 2 palms, adorably round-headed and charming. Chenxiao laughed heartily. He too seized a Dao fruit, standing naked from the water. His eyes gleamed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. His divine body sparkled, flawless in form. "I shall break through to the king realm today." Suddenly, as if noticing something, Chenxiao's pupils constricted sharply. Across the misty waters of the pool, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in black appeared, resembling a divine goddess. The two individuals locked eyes, both rendered utterly spellbound. Chapter 78. The Reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, breaking through to the king realm. To the astonishment of many, the current scene was marked by an unusual tranquility and harmony. The two individuals stood remarkably composed, scrutinizing each other in silence. Name: Nanshi. Title: Master of Reincarnation Palace, the Great Antagonist. Identity: Reincarnated Celestial Emperor, memories unawakened. Heir of the Reincarnation Palace. Age: 19. Personality: serene, tranquil. Cultivation level: first stage of the King Realm. Physique: divine creation body. Techniques: Hongmeng Creation Sutra. 6 paths of desolation art. Treasures: a reincarnated emperor, and a villain at that? No wonder the system did not issue a warning. Chenxiao furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why such a figure had emerged from the imperial clan. Standing there in the center of the spirit pool, it was not he who would suffer any loss. However, Chenxiao's expression quickly turned cold as he spoke solemnly. "Who are you? Do you know that this place is the ancient spirit pool of the Su family?" With a hum, attire suddenly adorned his form. Nanshi clear, calm eyes lingered upon the ethereal gown beside the pool. "Indeed, it is here," she softly remarked, raising her hand to point at the gown. "I am aware. However, that garment is mine." Following her gesture, Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the exquisite gown. Wasn't that the very gown he had drawn in the lottery not long ago? "System, what is going on?" Beep. Response: the heavenly prize pool cannot conjure items out of thin air. All acquired treasures are possessed by the heavens. There is a minuscule chance to draw items from others. Chenxiao's leap is twitched. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "Wait, that supreme imperial weapon, it wouldn't have come from some emperor, would it?" Response: the system mall and items of golden quality or higher originate from various hidden ancient burial realms. Please use them with confidence. Relieved, Chenxiao finally exhaled, his eyes gleaming. It made sense now why the prize pool only required 1,000 villain points to gamble for greater rewards. Most of it was acquired from unknown sources by this troublesome system. He picked up the ethereal gown from the ground and leaped across to the opposite bank. Before him stood a woman clad in a black gown, her skin radiant under the moonlight, her beauty unparalleled. Even he could not help but be slightly captivated by her presence. After all, she was a reincarnated emperor, exuding an innate, unassailable aura that ordinary mortals could not rival. Chenxiao handed her the ethereal gown with a serious expression. "Do you believe me when I say I found it?" After a moment of silence, Nanshi accepted the gown with a slight nod, contemplation evident in her demeanor. "I see. That day in the palace, I vanished suddenly, and I searched for it for quite some time. I did not expect you to find it. Thank you." After a brief pause, she felt it inappropriate to simply take it back. From her storage ring, she produced a small azure vial and handed it to him. "I see you're on the verge of breaking through to the king realm. As a token of gratitude, this should aid you. It cannot be consumed directly, but poured into the ancient spirit pool." Witnessing this, Chenxiao's expression morphed into one of profound curiosity. "Wait, you actually believe me? You're quite polite." He took the azure vial, shaking it gently to find it filled with a mysterious liquid. Upholding the principle of reciprocity, he suggested, The ancient spirit pool can enhance one's cultivation. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, a spark of interest flickered in Nan Shilian's eyes. But she suddenly seemed to recall something and replied with a hint of regret. Perhaps next time. I must take my leave. Someone is looking for me. Originally, she intended to visit Su Yao Huang's residence, but after sensing the aura of the ethereal gown, she had come here instead. If she delayed, Yao Huang would undoubtedly worry. With that thought, Nan Shilian decisively turned and vanished from sight. Outside the ancient spirit pool, Nan Shilian recalled the previous encounter. Her heart racing, her exquisite cheeks and ears flushed a deep crimson, losing the calm demeanor she had previously displayed, her body trembling slightly. Glancing at the gown in her hands, she activated her cultivation method to force herself to calm before departing. Meanwhile, Chenxiao returned to the ancient spirit pool, still somewhat bewildered. Divine creation body, reincarnation palace, reincarnated emperor. Who exactly is that person? With many questions swirling in his mind, he furrowed his brow and decided to open the azure vial. With a pop, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Inside was a clear liquid radiating a blue glow, exuding an aura of mysterious profundity akin to divine creation. This is Spirit Spring Refining Liquid. Refined using divine souls, infused with countless rare materials, it can strengthen the divine soul and expand the sea of consciousness. Only the Reincarnation Palace can produce this. It has been extinct since the Dark Era. Items from the Reincarnation Palace? Recalling Nan Shilian's earlier words, Su Chenxiao poured the refining liquid directly into the ancient spirit pool. Splash! The sparkling green liquid hit the water's surface, immediately radiating a blue light. Wisps of white spiritual essence surged into the pool. At that moment, not only did his physical discomfort dissipate, but his mental fatigue was also greatly alleviated, even expanding his sea of consciousness. What a treasure! Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled, as if piercing through layers of clouds, allowing him to grasp the scenes within the Su family at once. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chenxiao immediately began to absorb and refine the immense spiritual energy in the ancient spirit pool. The pool began to bubble vigorously, as 16 brilliant pathways erupted from within him, swirling around his body. The howling spiritual energy fused into his being, transforming into innate chaotic energy. Time passed without notice. A resounding cry echoed through the night. The celestial divine Peng in the ancient spirit pool was the first to awaken. The celestial divine Peng resembled a hawk, its piercing light golden vertical pupils and snow-white feathers shimmering with brilliance. With a long cry, it soared from the water, spiraling into the sky. At the same moment, Su Chenxiao, engrossed in his cultivation within the ancient spirit pool, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! His blood surged, a torrent of energy propelling him past the 9th level of the undying realm, breaking through to the first stage of the king realm. With a splash, Su Chenxiao rose from the water, his body erupting with a series of crackling bone sounds. Caw! A sharp cry resonated. The celestial divine, Peng, sensing something, dove down, its magnificent feathers swirling like a flash of lightning, appearing before Su Chenxiao in an instant. The celestial divine, Peng, settled on Su Chenxiao's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its fluffy head. You can fly now? Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gently stroked the celestial divine Peng's head, murmuring, Indeed, it seems you have also broken through. It is not in vain that this young master has devoted such abundant resources to your cultivation. Chapter 79. The Chaotic Mystic Pearl of Heaven and Earth. I have endured you long enough. The young celestial rock, nurtured through continuous refinement with ancestral pills and millennia-old earth milk, has attained the comprehension of the Tao even before reaching maturity. The only unexpected aspect is that, perhaps due to the bloodline regression, its size has not changed significantly. Nonetheless, this is advantageous. If it were to grow as large as the heavenly golden lion, it would be rather inconvenient to keep it nearby. Su Chenxiao felt a surge of excitement, murmuring to himself. Once the marriage proposal concludes, he intends to venture into the primordial battlefield to test his current strength. Now, with his 3 divine bodies perfected and possessing 16 paths to the king realm, he is eager to seek out unparalleled prodigies for a duel. As a member of the imperial lineage, he ought to establish his name in the primordial battlefield. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao and the destined heroine Yuan Mayu have engaged in a conflict, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 50,000 destiny points. Has the chaotic mystic pearl not yet been obtained? It is already the 5th day. The destined heroine is rather slow to take action. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan, utilizing the perspective of the death soul beast hidden within Yuan Moyu's consciousness to share her viewpoint immediately. Su Chenxiao frowned slightly, murmuring, "It seems this woman has encountered some trouble." In the face of a protagonist with countless trump cards capable of turning the tide, Yuan Moyu still falls short. Patting the young celestial rock beside him, Su Chenxiao grinned and said, "Let us go, it's time to eat." Within a dilapidated domain of the Tao, Yuan Moyu furrowed her delicate brows as she surveyed the empty cave around her. The surroundings were adorned with azure silk threads, resembling the dwelling of some insect. Glancing at the diminutive Chenxiao leading the way, she could not help but inquire, "Chenxiao, is the item you spoke of located here?" Chenxiao paused, grinning widely as he replied, "Of course, Moyu. I possess the bloodline of the ancient fierce Tianshan. This treasure, as my grandfather stated, was left by my father and can expedite my 9 transformations. Once I complete the 9 transformations, I will truly possess the Tianshan divine abilities, and my height will even reach that of an average person." Now that Yuan Moyu was aware of the half-demon blood within him, there was no need for further concealment. A flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes. No wonder this fellow was so short. It turned out he possessed Tianshan blood, which, although from an ancient fierce entity, was ultimately just a mere insect. Unfazed by Yuan Moyu's expression of disgust, Chenxiao continued to speak with unabashed pride. "We're almost there, Moyu. If you can overlook past grievances and agree to this marriage, I would have no qualms about giving you this treasure. After my 9 transformations, I will no longer require it." The two arrived at the end of the cave, where silk threads entwined the area, and numerous broken azure cocoons lay scattered about, evidently shed from Chenxiao. On the ground, there were pools of unknown green liquid, emitting a foul stench. Yuan Moyu raised her hand, summoning a faint barrier of true energy to shield herself from the noxious odor. Chenxiao proclaimed with great pride, "Moyu, this is where I undergo my metamorphosis. These Tianshan cocoons possess exceptional resilience and are excellent materials for refining artifacts. The liquid is what I leave behind when breaking free from the cocoon. I call it Tianshan essence. Its effects are similar to spirit liquid, and it even has beautifying properties, perhaps due to his Tianshan bloodline." Upon entering this dark and concealed cave, Chenxiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had returned home. A brilliant light flickered in his hand, revealing 2 jade cups. He encased the cups in true energy and dipped them into the pool of green liquid. He relished the experience, drinking from one cup as if it were celestial nectar. Then, with eager anticipation, he presented the other cup filled with Tianshan essence to Yuan Moyu, saying, "Give it a try." Yuan Moyu's body trembled slightly. Gazing at the repugnant liquid within the cup, she nearly retched. At that moment, she wished she could strike this foul insect dead with a single blow. Taking a deep breath, suppressing her murderous intent, she waved her hand and said, "I want to eat it. Where's that treasure?" Chenxiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but brushed it aside, revealing a mysterious smile. "Since that is the case, let me show you the treasured item I have long kept hidden." With a sweeping motion, a flicker of illusion manifested within the empty cave. An array? Yuan Moyu's beautiful eyes narrowed. Chenxiao grinned proudly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, as he directly dismantled the hidden array. Boom! A torrent of chaotic energy surged forth. The overwhelming force caused Yuan Moyu's golden hair to flutter wildly. Bathed in this dense, chaotic power, even her divine body trembled slightly, awakening a faint longing deep within her heart. Chaotic divine object. Yuan Moyu stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, incredulous. Before her, amidst the vast chaotic energy, a white divine light radiated. It was a gray-white pearl, shimmering with divine radiance. Is this it? The divine object of heaven and earth. The chaotic mystic pearl. Chenxiao burst into laughter, seizing the chaotic mystic pearl in his hand, his eyes brimming with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Do you see it, Moyu? This item is called the chaotic mystic pearl. It can only condense during the primordial chaos of the Tao domain, when all is still vague and indistinct. It harbors the purest chaotic energy, allowing any being of any race to cultivate from the abundant chaotic energy within this pearl, even comprehending the chaotic Tao, yielding immense benefits. It is precisely because of this item that I can undergo rapid transformation." Suddenly, recalling something, Chenxiao let out a cold laugh, mocking, "I remember that young master of the Su family is said to possess the innate chaotic divine body, right? The effects of the chaotic mystic pearl on him far exceed anyone else. What a pity. He lacks the fate to wield it. I, Chenxiao, am the true, destined one." Before he could finish speaking, an unfathomably terrifying force struck from behind. Boom! "Have you finished speaking, you repugnant insect? This ends here." The sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Chenxiao's expression shifted drastically, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips as he was violently hurled away. Crashing heavily. Boom! The cave was shattered, a massive pit created, with countless rocks falling, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Puff! Chenxiao was embedded within the mountainside, bloodied and gravely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared down at Yuan Moyu, shouting, "Moyu, what are you doing? What am I doing?" Yuan Moyu clutched the chaotic mystic pearl tightly in her hand. Her exquisite face lowered, her eyes filled with icy frost as she spoke slowly, "You repugnant, short abomination. At long last, I have acquired this treasure. I have endured you for far too long." Chapter 80. The fateful protagonist on the brink of despair, she was not a person prone to fiery tempers. However, Chenxiao's actions were exceedingly defiant, to the point where even she could not contain herself and uttered a curse. In a fit of rage, Yuan Moyu unleashed several terrifying divine abilities with a mere flick of her hand. Boom! Boom! She continued until the entire mountain range was pierced through, her anger only settling when she saw Chenxiao's figure engulfed by countless falling stones below. "It is over. For the next few months, you shall remain here obediently." She was aware of Chenxiao's Tianshan bloodline. Once in peril, he would forcibly enter the Qing cocoon state. Without the protection of the chaos mysterious pearl, who knows when he would achieve the crucial ninth metamorphosis. Yuan Moyu's expression turned frigid as she coldly snorted, preparing to leave this realm with the chaos mysterious pearl in hand. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed ominously. "Yuan Moyu, how could you treat me like this after I sincerely cared for you?" Upon hearing this voice, reminiscent of the 9 nether realms, Yuan Moyu paused momentarily, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she turned around. Boom! When she beheld the figure behind her, her mind went blank. There! A colossal white cocoon emerged, exuding a resonant heartbeat. Thump! Thump! It seemed to be nurturing some terrifying being. From within the white cocoon, a right hand, covered in azure scales and sharp claws, suddenly extended. Chenxiao tore the cocoon apart, revealing 2 pairs of sky-blue antennae sprouting from his head, with dark lines beneath his eyes resembling tear stains. For pairs of transparent, delicate wings sprouted from his back like those of an insect. His handsome visage had a shattered half, revealing a grotesque true appearance hidden beneath the mask of the magical artifact. The dread Tianshan. Chenxiao's expression was one of utter madness. His pupils vanished, leaving only stark white in their stead, as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Yuan Moyu, why must you force me?" The day and moon spiritual cocoon was the ultimate trump card bestowed upon him by his father. It possessed the power to allow the Tianshan clan to break through their bloodline and achieve the legendary 10th transformation after the 9th. Cited from Chapter 72. Yet today, he was compelled to forcibly undergo this 9th metamorphosis. At this moment, Chenxiao's aura was terrifying. His undying realm cultivation had surged to the 9th level. akin to the ancient dread Tian manifesting in the world, his blood boiling with the essence of demonic beasts, his face etched with ferocity and murderous intent. Such a fearsome visage caused even you, when Mo's beautiful eyes, to tremble. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, 5 paths swirling around her, as a long spear materialized in her hand. Coldly, she stated, Chenxiao, do you think with your current strength, you are worthy to be my opponent? You and you should be grateful I'm letting you off lightly. It is truly laughable. Before her, Chenxiao, radiating overwhelming malice, roared and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forth. Tianchun divine technique, the insect's return. Boom! In an instant, his speed escalated several-fold, turning him into a series of afterimages, striking terror in all who beheld him. Mo's expression hardened. She took the situation seriously. The Brahma heavenly body emanated a radiant golden light. Her hair flowed freely in the air as she swung her spear, unleashing waves of terrifying residual power. At that moment, a piercing cry resounded from the distance. The sound was reminiscent of ancient chaos, striking fear into the soul. Chenxiao's countenance shifted. A wave of primal fear washed over him, as if he were to be preyed upon. This is bad. He hesitated for a moment, then with fierce determination, struck down with his clawed hand to shatter the spear's light. Boom! Simultaneously, a terrifying sword light erupted from afar, cleaving through the vast sky, causing the mountains below to collapse inch by inch. This overwhelming and fierce sword light annihilated everything in its path. There are others. Chenxiao's eyes widened with fury, realizing he had no means of evading. He braced himself against the onslaught of this terrifyingly sharp force. Get away from me! Countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted, splattering upon his body and leaving behind a myriad of wounds. Chenxiao forcibly resisted this sword radiance, retreating continuously through the air. Even his indestructible, scale-covered claws began to crack, with streams of verdant blood oozing forth. Chenxiao unleashed all his strength, letting out a fierce roar, and in an instant, he was engulfed by this torrent of sword light. His insect wings severed, he was drenched in blood, plummeting like a cannonball from the heights, crashing heavily into the mountains below. Boom! Chapter 81. A Sword to Annihilate Demonic Souls, the final card. The 10,000 Demon Order, what is this? You paused momentarily, turning in disbelief. Not far away, a proud and noble golden swan had appeared in the sky, standing upon divine flames. Radiant and unmatched, the magnificent celestial divine perched upon his shoulder. Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he glanced at the split earth and mountains below, murmuring in disappointment. Wasn't it said that the great fierce Tianchun had invincible defenses? How could it not withstand a single strike? Below, Zhou's expression was exceedingly peculiar. Setting aside the fact that breaking through the king of the 16 avenues far surpassed all other prodigies, the sword technique employed by this individual was undoubtedly imperial grade. Even with half of the Tianchun bloodline, if that individual were a pure-blood Tianchun, this attack would likely result in either death or grievous injury. Sugunthi? Seeing the arrival, Mo's face lit up with joy, her eyes filled with disbelief. Su Chenxiao turned his head, smiling brightly at you when Mo below, what's the matter? I sent you to retrieve the chaos mysterious pearl. Yet it seems you've encountered some trouble. She transformed into a streak of light and hurriedly appeared before Su Chenxiao, presenting the chaos mysterious pearl with immense excitement. Su Gongzi, how did you arrive? I have secured the treasure and was just preparing to bring it back to you. The rich aura of chaos surged forth, its pure power bringing a wave of joy to his divine body. As he received the chaos mysterious pearl, Su Chenxiao's eyes suddenly gleamed. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao has lost the chaos mysterious pearl, resulting in a loss of 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 100,000 villain points. A staggering 100,000 villain points. It was enough to drain Chenxiao of nearly half his essence. The chaos energy within the chaos mysterious pearl was exceedingly pure. If refined, it could elevate his cultivation to a terrifying level. Its efficacy was not inferior to any innate physique, perhaps even surpassing them. Suppressing the elation within, Chenxiao nodded slightly, expressing immense satisfaction. Well done. With a flick of his fingers, a pill brimming with vibrant life force, an astonishing aura floated before him. This is UNMOU. Sensing the extraordinary vitality within, was taken aback. This is the Qing Di pill, which can assist you in recovering your injuries and true qi. As for Chenxiao, I shall handle him. Having said that, Chenxiao gazed down at the mountains where Chenxiao lay amidst a pile of rubble, bloodied and resembling a vengeful spirit. Transforming into a streak of light, he swiftly arrived at the scene. Among the rubble, Chenxiao lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain, eyes tightly shut. A gaping wound marred his chest, blood soaking the area, the injury so deep it exposed bone and internal organs. The piercing sword intent clung to him, rendering even his 9 transformations Tian Chun body unable to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Chenxiao felt as though his bones were shattered, gasping for breath. Damn it, where did that sword light come from? Could it be that a supreme being has appeared? Am I still alive? A familiar voice rang out. Chenxiao suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the figure before him, he trembled, rage contorting his features as he bellowed. So it was you? Chenxiao stroked the celestial divine, Peng perched on his arm, gazing at Chenxiao, who resembled an ancient beast, and could not help but exclaim, My. With Tian Chun blood, you completed the 9th transformation in just a few days. Your strength has soared. You ought to be grateful to me. However, I did not expect that even the 9th transformation Tian Chun could not withstand a single strike from me. Chenxiao's face twisted with fury as he gritted his teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain, struggling to rise from the ground, swaying precariously. Chenxiao, you truly go too far. I, Chenxiao, have no enmity with you. Why would you seek to end my life? Did you instruct that vile woman to seize my chaos mysterious pearl? Answer me. The chaos mysterious pearl was an unparalleled treasure given to him by his father. Who but those possessing a chaos divine body could possibly know of its existence? As he spoke, Chenxiao expelled the lingering sword intent from his body and swallowed a holy pill to recover. Chenxiao shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. You merely desired the chaos mysterious pearl in your possession. I simply wished to borrow your life for a moment. The celestial divine Peng on his arm continuously emanated a yearning for sustenance. It possessed the blood of the ancient divine beast, the Nishu divine Peng, and had an instinctual craving for the ancient fierce Tian Chun. Its instincts told it that consuming a Tian Chun would be greatly beneficial. Chenxiao looked at the celestial divine Peng on Chenxiao's shoulder, instantly grasping the situation. His eyes turned crimson. I understand now. No wonder I felt fear. It was because of this beast. Chenxiao, you intend to use my life to nourish this beast. Chenxiao chuckled. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Chenxiao trembled uncontrollably, lowering his head and sneering repeatedly. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. Chenxiao, do you think this is all Chenxiao, have up my sleeve? Buzz. Before him, a token radiating terrifying demonic energy manifested. The 10,000 Demon Order. Oh. Chenxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the ancient and savage aura emanating from it. Is this your final card? Chenxiao grasped it with a mighty hand and crushed it. Suddenly, piercing beast roars erupted from the 10,000 Demon Order. An ancient formation materialized beneath him. Chenxiao's figure gradually became indistinct, surrounded by twinkling starlight. His face was filled with hatred and resentment as he viciously threatened. My father is the ancient fierce Tian Chun, the demon emperor of the Northern Domain. To wish for my death, you are merely dreaming. When I return from the Northern Domain, I, Chenxiao, swear I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. With a furious roar, he cried out, boom. As the words left his mouth, thousands of terrifying demonic beast souls surged forth from the 10,000 Demon Order. Their overwhelming aura swept toward Chenxiao. Chenxiao maintained his calm demeanor, slowly raising the White Emperor's sword, and softly stated, Do you think I would grant you this opportunity? Buzz. 16 avenues surrounded him, and Chenxiao gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. So much power from the avenues. How is this possible? Farewell. The White Emperor's sword descended with a single strike. Rumbling. The surging sword light cleaved through the heavens as if it would tear the very sky apart. Countless demonic souls erupted in piercing screams, engulfed within, feeling the terrifying power. Chenxiao's expression turned to one of panic as he anxiously shouted at the teleportation array on the ground. Teleport. Quickly, teleport. No. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Nope. In the final moment, as the light of the teleportation array erupted. The Fear Chapter 82. The young master is left with only a head. The Imperial clan's marriage proposal commences within the depths of the Demon Domain forest. A colossal, fearsome worm of a deep green hue suddenly emerged. The aura of the young master. The Wanyao order stirred. Could it be that the young master encountered peril among the myriad realms? A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the Tianchun worm transformed into a plump old man. He tracked the fluctuations of the teleportation array in search of the source. Upon witnessing the bloodied head lying not far away, the old man's entire body trembled violently, and he dashed forward in a frenzy. The young master? The old man collapsed to his knees, crawling forward to tremble as he cradled the lifeless head of Chenxiao, whose eyes remained defiantly open in death. He sensed that not even a trace of soul remained. The young master was utterly and irrevocably gone. At that moment, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. The old man nearly fainted from despair. The powerful demon race had always struggled to reproduce, and coupling with humans made the prospect of offspring even more elusive. Chenxiao was the hope of their Chun's clan, destined to undergo the 10 transformations and ascend to the status of a demon emperor. Yet now, he had met a tragic end in the outside world. If this news reached that esteemed individual, it would spell doom. The second ancient Tianchun of our clan. No. Ding. The destined protagonist Chenxiao has fallen. Destiny value cleared. Congratulations, Master, for receiving a kill reward. Villain value 100,000. Congratulations, Master, for unlocking all remaining fortunes of the destined protagonist Chenxiao 3 and acquiring the items. Daoging Emperor Art, Tianchun Treasure Technique, and the Mask of Many Changes. Current hunt for destined protagonist 3. Current villain value 396,000. Su Chenxiao gazed calmly at the headless corpse in the distance. Even the perfected Tianchun flesh could not withstand a single strike from him. It appeared there was still a gap in strength. The snow-white Song Tian divine phoenix perched upon his shoulder emitted a cry of eagerness, to which Su Chenxiao replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead, though it is but a half-demon. It is a 9 transformations Tianchun, and I dare say it will serve you as a great supplement." With that, the Song Tian divine phoenix transformed into a straight arrow, excitedly beginning to feast upon the headless remains of Chenxiao. Casually scanning the remaining resources of Chenxiao, Su Chenxiao's gaze lingered on the Mask of Many Changes. Mask of Many Changes. Damaged. Can conceal and alter appearance and aura. Below the semi-emperor level, even the Holy Realm cannot perceive it for a short time. This was a Holy Realm treasure, indeed a valuable item that might prove useful in the future. System. Recover all the other useless items. Ding. Recovering. Recovery successful. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring villain value. 150,000. Current villain value 546,000. 500,000 villain points. This was sufficient for him to select and purchase precisely what he needed from the system's marketplace. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Chenxiao's lips, a satisfied expression gracing his features. At that moment, UNMOU and Tianjin Swan and I descended from above. UNMOU approached, her eyes narrowing as she beheld the headless corpse of Chenxiao being devoured. What? That sword strike just now made even me feel a tremor of fear. I filled her gaze as she regarded Su Chenxiao. Young Master Su, has Chenxiao truly perished here? I fear the wrath of his family. Su Chenxiao observed the Song Tian divine phoenix relishing its meal and replied with a smile, "He has been slain, and a mere holy clan lacks the stature to challenge an imperial clan. Even if they lost a child, they would not dare to retaliate against the imperial lineage." UNMOU's complexion paled slightly. This young man was naturally unafraid. His father was the clan leader of the imperial family, and his mother was the daughter of a great emperor from the Chen clan, a lineage of immense power. Her only concern was that the holy clan of Chun might unleash their fury upon her Yuan clan. As if sensing her unease, Su Chenxiao spoke with a smile. In 2 days, the Su clan of the imperial family will host a marriage proposal. After this event, Yu clan will ascend to be the foremost holy clan. Yuan paused, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement as she turned to Su Chenxiao, disbelief etched on her face. Young Master Su, do you mean? She understood the implications of his words. The imperial Su clan was indeed seeking a bride for this young man, and with Su Chenxiao's assurance, it indicated that her Yuan clan would be able to align themselves with the imperial family. Could it be that? Yuan Mo's stunning visage flushed crimson with exhilaration, her red lips lightly biting down, her eyes momentarily glazed with delight. Su Chenxiao found her reaction peculiar. Did this girl harbor too many thoughts? He chose not to shatter her fantasies. For him, a fiancé was merely a title. If she possessed true capability, it was not out of the question. Once the Chenxiao divine phoenix finished devouring the remains, Su Chenxiao cast a sidelong glance at her and said, "What are you still doing here?" Yuan Mou, realizing her state, nodded excitedly and promptly took her leave. As she turned, a grayish light silently withdrew from her body. The soul-devouring beast had grown considerably stronger. Su Chenxiao grinned and stored the soul-devouring beast within his storage space before departing from the scene. Let's proceed. The power within the Chaos Xian Pearl is sufficient for me to transcend to the king level. 2 days later, within the city of 10,000 emperors, the place was adorned with lanterns and filled with guests. Various holy clans, ancient families, and sects that had recently traveled to the Holy Emperor's path gathered here to celebrate. The scene was grandiose. Looking around, one could see a sea of people, with every seat occupied. The elders of the imperial Su clan wore smiles as they mingled among the guests from various clans and sections. There was the enchanting witch Su Yun from the Wujia demon sect, and Dongfang Wan from the Tating ancient sect of the western regions. Is it not the holy clan's goddess, Shangwan Qinghua? And the mysterious heavenly maiden, Chu Xiuyu, from the Jiuxian sect has also arrived. Outside the venue, countless wandering cultivators from various regions gazed in awe at the spectacle, while the young talents within the hall were numerous. With a greater number of women than men, all stunningly beautiful, akin to celestial beings. Some were as cold as ice, unattainable, while others exuded captivating charm. Their alluring gazes ensnaring hearts. These rare and illustrious daughters of heaven had gathered harmoniously in one place. Many were spellbound, feasting their eyes upon the breathtaking sight. Unable to look away, a group of young talents had congregated, enjoying exquisite delicacies as they commented on the passing maidens. Delicious, those veiled maidens. Could they be from the 10,000 Flowers Palace in the southern region? Is not their sect against marriage? With the opportunity to ascend to the imperial clan, who cares about such restrictions? Did you not see that even the normally reclusive heavenly maiden from the Jiuxian sect is here? My goodness. Yesterday in the city of the emperor, I expected only 50 or 60 attendees, but it seems there are at least 200. Those seated within the inner hall were all distinguished figures from various holy clans and superlative sections. Not far from the venue, the elegant pavilions were filled with clan leaders, elders, and other prominent individuals from various factions. Chapter 83. The Battle of the Exceptional Maidens in the Realm of Creation within the pavilion. Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes shimmered, her expression tinged with impatience as she awaited outside the hall. What's taking my younger brother so long? The matchmaking event is about to commence. Seated comfortably, Su Jingheng fondled the Qinghuang divine spear with great affection, casually responding, "What is there to rush? My little brother is still in seclusion. Let them wait." Turning her head at his words, Su Yaohuang shot him a glance filled with disdain, eyeing the Qinghuang divine spear in his grasp. With a touch of envy, she remarked, "You can keep your supreme imperial weapon. I wonder where my brother obtained such a heavenly treasure. Our imperial clan scarcely possesses a handful of such remarkable artifacts." A subtle smile played on Su Jingheng's lips, clearly in good spirits. "Well, let us not forget whose brother he is. He previously gifted you the Lihua divine pearl. I dare say it contributed to your breakthrough into the second level of the supreme realm." Pondering for a moment, an impish glint flickered in Su Yaohuang's eyes as she stepped forward, feigning vulnerability. "Dear brother, may I borrow it for a few days? There is a repugnant fellow who has been pestering me incessantly. If I could wield your divine spear, I would vanquish him." Without raising his gaze, Su Jingheng flatly refused. Do not vex me. That ploy will not work. You. Su Yaohuang's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a huff, she fell silent. Su Jingheng's gaze flickered, resting upon a strikingly graceful figure adorned in a black gown, radiating an aura that starkly contrasted with the atmosphere. By the way, sister, how did you come to know the heir of the reincarnation hall? What brings her to this contest? Glancing over, Su Yaohuang replied with a smile. Are you referring to Miss Nan? I met her on the Taiku battlefield, where she requested my assistance with her artifact using. I promised her that if she became my little brother's fiancé, I would forge that artifact for her free of charge. I never expected she would actually come. Oh, Su Jingheng raised an eyebrow, studying Nin Shilian intently for a while before speaking. Though she hails from the reincarnation hall, her cultivation is merely at the king realm. Nothing particularly extraordinary appears to be present. With a hint of pride, Su Yaohuang declared, what if she possesses a creation divine body ranked among the top 10 in the heavens, not beneath my brother's chaotic divine body? If my memory serves me right, the long-dormant realm of creation on the Taiku battlefield can only be accessed by one with a creation divine body, correct? As if struck by a revelation, Su Jingheng's pupils contracted, astonishment flooding his expression. What did you say? A creation divine body? His gaze towards Nan Shilian shifted, laden with unspoken implications, as he whispered, why did you not inform father and mother of this? Sister, do you realize how many eyes are fixated on that realm of creation? The Taiku battlefield is renowned for its multitude of imperial legacies, all due to its restrictive rules allowing only those beneath the saint realm to enter. Otherwise, countless supreme opportunities would have long been seized by the heavenly emperors. The realm of creation was left behind by an ancient emperor whose might surpassed all. Ranking at the pinnacle, this emperor perished when his lifetime waned, leaving behind his imperial essence and innumerable treasures sealed within this ancient realm, accessible only to those with a creation divine body akin to his. That ancient emperor's renown echoes throughout the universe, and even emperors would envy the treasures within. If this is indeed the case, we could be in serious trouble. Nonchalantly munching on fruit, Su Yaohuang replied, Elder brother, I informed mother long ago. This foolish girl is utterly unaware of her own significance. She has drawn the attention of several imperial clans on the Taiku battlefield. I brought her here to ensure her safety. Su Jingheng nodded slightly, casting a glance at their parents, who were merrily conversing with the elders nearby, and chose not to pursue the topic further. Just as their conversation unfolded, a resounding roar echoed from afar. The terrifying aura of the heavenly golden swanee permeated the air. Countless prodigies and powerful figures from various factions turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Upon witnessing the strikingly handsome young prodigy atop the heavenly golden swanee, many were taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Is that the esteemed young master Chenxiao gone? Truly remarkable. Su Yaohuang's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, the heavenly golden swanee? My younger brother has arrived. A radiant golden glow illuminated the space as the magnificent heavenly golden swanee soared gracefully from the distance. Akin to the radiant sun, clad in a black robe adorned with golden accents, Su Chenxiao possessed an air of nobility, his countenance as refined as jade, embodying the essence of a distinguished scion. Indeed, as a member of the imperial clan, even his steed is extraordinarily majestic. If I am not mistaken, that should be a daylight golden swanee from the demon race. A certain patriarch from a holy clan marveled. Yet, a select few remained silent, brows furrowed in contemplation as they observed the heavenly golden swanee, deep in thought. Surveying the throngs below, even Su Chenxiao could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. So many people? Ding! Detecting the fated female protagonist. The system's voice echoed persistently in his ears. Leaping down from the heavenly golden swanee, Su Chenxiao made his way to the pavilion. Father, mother, I apologize for my tardiness. With a beaming smile, Chen Wanyue replied gently, no worries, you have arrived, which is what matters. Please take a seat, Xiao'er. Su Yaohuang gestured, come this way, little brother. Nodding slightly, Su Chenxiao found a spot to sit, lifting a cup of tea to sip while casting a cursory glance over the gathered women. Name, Su Yun. Identity, which of the Wuji demon sect? Name, Chushu. identity, celestial maiden of the Nine Xiandao. This contest for marriage has truly stirred the nest of the fated protagonist harem. Among these hundreds of women, there are no fewer than 4 destined female protagonists. How terrifying! Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Chenxiao's gaze fell upon Nanshilian below, and he paused in surprise. Is that you? This is the woman who spied on me while I bathed. She is also here to compete? At that moment, Nanshilian was likewise staring at him, her expression serene. How intriguing! A playful smile crept across Chenxiao's lips as he withdrew his gaze. Taking out the Tsangtian divine peng, he caressed its feathers, murmuring with a hint of nostalgia, the antagonist, the destined female protagonist. Everyone is present. I wonder if the destined protagonist will make an appearance. Just then, Su Wudao stood up from a distance, proclaiming loudly, "Now that my son has arrived, the contest shall commence. The rules of our imperial clan's matchmaking are exceedingly simple. Through duels, the final 10 contenders will be chosen by my son as his preferred fiancé ES." His resounding voice echoed throughout the entire assembly. With that declaration, the inner hall erupted in fervor as all the prodigies turned their excited gazes toward him, their expressions brimming with anticipation. It is a rare sight indeed to witness a gathering of breathtakingly beautiful and unattainable celestial maidens engaging in combat, an event likely to be cherished for a lifetime. Chapter 84. The protagonist Shun Liyun, devouring divine body. Each individual present was filled with immense anticipation. Some had even begun to indulge in drink and wagers, speculating on who among the 100 or so participants would emerge victorious. Who do you think will triumph? It's hard to say. The Nine Xiandao sect has long been an immortal sect, and within it, the celestial maiden Chu Xiuyu possesses remarkable strength. Currently at the first level of the King realm, I have high hopes for her. Haha, the one who will undoubtedly prevail is my sister, Yuan Moyu. Yuan too, shall wager this supreme grade artifact. As the discussions unfolded, a hurried voice suddenly resonated from outside the venue. Wait, apologies for my tardiness. A strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in a pale yellow celestial gown, pushed through the crowd despite the impediments from those behind her. Though not the most breathtaking among the hundreds of women present, her long eyelashes, bright eyes, and clear gaze, resembling exquisite glass, radiated an innate charm that evoked a sense of affection. Shun Liyun hurriedly approached, her gaze lingering on Su Chenxiao for a moment. Upon seeing his visage, her eyes sparkled with surprise. What a handsome native! Everyone's attention turned toward Su Chenxiao, who raised an eyebrow slightly. Ding! Destiny protagonist detected. Name: Shunlin. Title: Lord of the Reincarnation Hall. Destiny protagonist. Transmigrator. Identity: Heir of the Reincarnation Hall. Age: 18. Personality: ruthless, vengeful, cunning. Realm: first level of the King realm. Physique: devouring divine body. Heavenly spirit body. Cultivation method: supreme forgetting emotion technique. Stream moon. Heavenly scripture. Treasures: reincarnation spirit sword. Reincarnation Hall token, silk brocade. Destiny value: 1,000,000. Gazing at the pure and ethereal young woman, Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, somewhat astonished. A transmigrator? Have I encountered a fellow countryman? The devouring divine body ranks among the top 30 formidable physiques across the realms. As for the heavenly spirit body, while not particularly powerful, its inherent aura allows one to effortlessly attract all forms of goodwill from the world. Those from the Reincarnation Hall share a similar narrative. It appears that their connection runs quite deep. Su Chenxiao softly murmured, turning his attention to Nanshilian below. Although both hailed from the Reincarnation Hall, Nanshilian remained composed, showing little reaction. In the pavilion, Su Wudao furrowed his brow, directing an annoyed gaze toward Shun Liyun. Who are you? Shun Liyun was unperturbed, responding respectfully. This humble girl has met the patriarch of the imperial clan and esteemed seniors. I am the heir of the Reincarnation Hall, and I wish to participate in the competition, but due to certain reasons, I arrived a bit late. The Reincarnation Hall. The potentates in the pavilion were taken aback, as that name had not graced their ears in quite some time. Due to her heavenly spirit body, even some of the Saint Realm experts present regarded Shun Liyun favorably at first glance. An elder from the Su family chuckled. Patriarch, this girl is quite special. She is the first to arrive late to our Su family's engagement. Su Wudao's expression softened, and he laughed heartily. You rushed in here. Do you not know that the banquet has already begun? Shen Liyun stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied, I sincerely apologize. I rushed from the Chenxiao domain, thinking I had ample time, but I overslept and ended up late. At this, the powerful figures present chuckled in unison, the atmosphere turning jovial. Overslept? This young lady is indeed unique, quite amusing. Indeed, this little girl is endearing. Her carefree nature reminds me of my late junior sister. Seeing this scene, Shen Liyun felt a surge of delight within. She had gambled correctly. As a transmigrator, she understood that the esteemed young lord of the imperial clan had likely encountered every type of extraordinary woman. Among the 100 participants, those who adhered to convention would probably fail to capture his attention. Thus, she embraced a contrarian approach, crafting her persona as an impulsive and innocent girl to stand out. Noticing the imperial young lord observing her with intrigue, Shen Liyun's heart soared, further affirming her strategy. She shyly remarked, I'm sorry, I truly am quite foolish and clumsy. At that moment, Su Chenxiao, sipping tea, nearly spat it out, unable to maintain his composure. Although he knew her demeanor was not as innocent as it appeared, he couldn't help but react upon hearing those words. You realize that saying such a thing is rather embarrassing, don't you? Is the heavenly spirit body meant to be used in such a manner? Su Wudao, in a jolly mood, teased, you are indeed entertaining. However, the competition has already commenced. Whether or not you may participate depends on what my son thinks. He turned to his beloved son and asked, Shower, what do you think? After all, this was an engagement concerning his cherished offspring, and everything revolved around his preferences. If this girl could capture his son's interest, he would not mind making an exception for her to join. Shen Liyun looked up at Su Chenxiao in a coy manner and said, Greetings, young Master Su. I have long admired your esteemed name. I implore you to grant me a chance. Little did she expect that Su Chenxiao would merely sip his tea, smile gently, and respond, Father, if it is against the rules, it cannot be overlooked. Arriving late signifies a lack of fate. One cannot force it. The once confident smile on Shen Liyun's face froze as she struggled to comprehend if she had misheard. What? Though Su Wudao felt a twinge of regret, he still nodded solemnly, stating, All right, you have heard him. Regardless of your reasons, rules are rules. Since you overslept, you may wait outside. The many women in the venue brightened at this, for they were all women, and their discerning minds easily perceived the underlying implications of Shen Liyun's actions. Why should we compete fairly while you attempt to find shortcut? Amidst the crowd, the enchanting witch Su Yunjiao of the Wujiming sect chuckled seductively, her attire revealing much skin as she giggled. This little sister truly possesses cunning. I wonder if this action was intentional or merely accidental. Alas, it seems young Master Su is not swayed, and she has merely created a spectacle for herself. The elegant Dongfang Wan of the Tating ancient sect furrowed her brows, saying, Such behavior is indeed shameful, feeling the scornful gazes of numerous women around her. Shen Liyun's eyes flashed with indignation as she memorized each of their faces. This group of wretched women. Just you wait. Chapter 85. The Malevolent Fate of the Protagonist. Public Embarrassment. However, the wave of disdain and irritation was swiftly concealed by Shen Liyun. With her eyes slightly reddened, she gazed pitifully at Su Chenxiao atop the loft, her voice trembling as she spoke. Young Master Su, I have prepared for this moment for quite some time, but the arduous journey has left me somewhat delayed. The innate aura of her celestial physique naturally garnered goodwill from many, and her demeanor elicited a sense of pity among the young talents present. Oh dear, this girl is indeed sincere. The remote Sanqing realm was a long way to travel, and her arrival was no small feat. Su Chenxiao smirked with a hint of mockery, feigning a contemplative hesitation. If that is the case, it seems rather unfair to the others, does it not? A flicker of joy surged within Shen Liyun as she realized that this young master from the imperial clan was likely concerned about his reputation, which compelled him to speak thus. There is hope. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed deeply at Su Chenxiao. With a sudden bite of her tongue, a thin veil of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, enhancing her already captivating visage as she implored, "Young Master Su, if I am willing to suppress my cultivation to the first level of the Undying Realm, may I participate in the competition?" Oh, Su Chenxiao's interest peaked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of newfound respect. "Do you realize that all present are prodigies from various sects, with the lowest being at the 9th level of the Undying Realm? Are you truly that confident? Had it not been for your fragile pride, why would I be here?" Shunlin silently cursed as she had casually scanned the room upon her arrival. There were quite a few at the first level of the King's realm, and although she possessed unparalleled techniques and the devouring divine body, facing such an abundance of geniuses left her uncertain. Gritting her teeth, she solemnly replied, "I only asked for this opportunity, young master." Su Chenxiao's gaze flickered for a moment before he smiled and nodded slightly. "Since you are so sincere and willing to compete at the first level of the Undying Realm, then my father will allow you to enter as well." Su Wudao nodded in agreement, and with a wave of his hand, he presented a jade slip, speaking calmly, "The individual corresponding to this number shall be your opponent. You may enter." Shunliyun's beautiful eyes brightened, and she bowed deeply, expressing her immense gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you, clan leader Su." Clutching the jade slip tightly, she discovered that her drawn opponent was none other than Dongfang Wan from the Tating ancient sect. Turning to enter under the scornful gazes of the other women, she scoffed inwardly. Superficial. Shunliyun raised her head high, unfazed by their disdainful stares. Upon reaching the side of Nan Shilian, she paused deliberately, her expression teasing as she whispered, "Senior Sister Nan, it has indeed been a long time. You have made it quite a challenge for me and my senior brother to find you. Allow me to inform you. Everything you desire, I shall seize for myself." Nan Shilian remained composed, saying nothing as she watched Shunliyun's retreating figure. Inside the loft, Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she murmured, "Brother, why allow this girl to enter? It's quite puzzling. There seems to be a unique aura about her that inexplicably draws people in, yet I can't shake off the feeling that her tardiness was intentional." Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, chuckling lightly. "Is that so? I find her rather impressive. It's my first encounter with a traveler from another realm. Her presence here is not difficult to surmise. Possessing the devouring divine body, she requires substantial resources to break through her limits. Since you enjoy performing, I shall indulge you in this little game." Boom, boom. Brilliant divine abilities erupted in a dazzling display. It was midday, and, as the competition commenced, the atmosphere soared to a climax. The vast arena was divided into 5 sections, where 10 exceptionally skilled and beautiful women battled fiercely. Various divine techniques emerged, and notably, the audience was occasionally treated to captivating scenes. The talents below enjoyed their fine wines, while relishing the spectacle of beautiful warriors clashing, thoroughly entertained. Excellent. At that moment, another battle concluded. Yuan Moyu and Shangguan Qinghua, among the popular women, effortlessly secured their victories. Only Dongfang Wan and Shun Liyun remained locked in a fierce and unyielding struggle. Ha ha ha! I truly came to the right place today. In all the realms, which power could gather such a multitude of heavenly talents for a contest? TSK, TSK. Who would have thought the saintess of the Tating ancient sect would possess such formidable strength? I rather admire that Shunlian girl. Despite suppressing her cultivation to the first level of the Undying Realm, she can still hold her own against that Dongfang girl. Hearing the murmurs around her, Shunliyun felt slightly strained. However, she understood that all eyes were upon her, and she had already left a profound impression on that imperial young master. Only by overcoming the strong with her perceived weakness could she showcase her uniqueness. Employing the devouring power of her divine body, she quietly absorbed the opponent's techniques. Shunliyun elegantly raised her hand, and a brilliant azure spiritual sword appeared, slicing through the air as she declared, "I recall it was you who spoke first." Dongfang Wan furrowed her delicate brows, watching Shunliyun approach with a mixture of confusion. Something felt amiss. For some reason, she sensed that her techniques were being devoured by her opponent. Yet, she dared not underestimate her. Strands of purple silk from her snowy white attire entwined like ethereal serpents. And so what? Do you think we cannot see through your little tricks? You dare to covet the favor of that young master. As a torrent of terrifying light erupted, she unleashed a formidable divine technique. Boom! Above in the loft, an elder from an ancient clan seemed to discern the underlying currents, murmuring in astonishment. Could this reincarnation heir possibly possess the devouring divine body? Such a physique is exceedingly rare, though her cultivation is suppressed. The saintess from the Tating ancient sect has yet to completely defeat her, relying on the devouring divine body to continuously absorb her opponent's strength and restore her own. In this back and forth, the outcome is becoming clear. All present were formidable beings of great renown. In merely a cursory glance, the ongoing battles among the younger generations allowed for educated guesses. Su Wudao expressed his astonishment, chuckling, a perfected devouring divine body? No wonder she dares to suppress her cultivation for this duel. Wanyu, what do you think of this girl? Shun Wanyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and nodded. Though this young lady's temperament is a bit impetuous, she is indeed remarkable. With so many outstanding women present, it seems my Xiao Jun will have quite the challenge ahead. As the two shared laughter, the battle on the other side had evidently reached a conclusion. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous crash, Dongfang Wan was sent flying, her garments in disarray, revealing a tantalizing expanse of flawless skin. All the talents in the inner arena widened their eyes, fixated on the explosive scene. What in the world? Is this a reward? Su Chenxiao, feeding the celestial divine phoenix, glanced up at the commotion. Witnessing this spectacle, even he could not help but frown, feeling a surge of distaste. This woman truly harbored a venomous heart. In this contest, watched by countless eyes, everyone was merely skimming the surface. Was it not simply petty vengeance that prompted Dongfang Wan's attempt to humiliate her? Just then, a startled cry echoed from the arena. Ah, indeed, my apologies. It was not my intention. Chapter 86. The Scheming White Lotus, Winning Favor as the Saintess. Upon witnessing the scene, the disciples of the Tating ancient sect turned pale, and several women rushed forward, hastily draping a garment over Dongfang Wan's exposed form. One of them, her face contorted with anger, glared at Shun Liyun and exclaimed, "Is this your intention, to humiliate our Tating ancient sect during this competition?" At that moment, Shun Liyun resembled a frightened rabbit, trembling as she gazed at her own hands. Her innocent and lovely face was filled with bewilderment and confusion, tears welling in her eyes as she stammered, "I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean to. I had no idea this technique would be so powerful." Her demeanor was such that one might think she was the victim. Even the elders of the Tating ancient sect in the loft appeared grim. A powerful figure from the holy clan furrowed their brow, sensing the underlying truth, and spoke solemnly. It seems her powers spiraled out of control. Is she not a perfected devouring divine body? As the heir of the reincarnation palace, how could she fail to control her own abilities? Truly perplexing. Perhaps it is due to her suppressed cultivation level, someone murmured nearby. While many were deceived by her act, the women competing alongside her wore frowns, their displeasure palpable. Su Yun, the enchantress of the Wujia demon sect, narrowed her eyes and muttered, "This girl harbors malicious intent. I do not believe her claims of innocence. She would indeed be well suited to join my Wujia demon sect." On the side, Shangwan Qingwan nodded slightly and remarked, "That young lady, having suffered such humiliation, will find her reputation tarnished. She will have no face to show in the future. We ought to teach her a lesson." Upon hearing this, many women present nodded in agreement. Initially, all had come to compete, yet Shin Liyun became the first to earn the ire of the entire assembly. With reddened eyes, she approached with a vial of restorative elixir, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm sorry. I truly did not mean to. Here, take this healing potion." Her actions garnered sympathy from several onlookers. However, a Tating ancient sect woman swiftly knocked the vial from her hands, casting a cold glance in her direction. "No need. Mind your own business." Shen Liyun stood there in a daze, a cunning glimmer flashing in her crimson eyes as she watched Dongfang Wan being escorted away. "This is the fate of those who oppose me. You indigenous folk are still a millennium too naive to contend with me." In the loft, Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered with amusement as he smirked coldly. "She certainly knows how to put on a show. My greatest disdain stems from the green tea bitches like her, a sentiment rooted in my past experiences with Lin Qingran. Though Dongfang Wan is a destined heroine, our paths intersect, and I have a favorable impression of her. After today's incident, it'll be difficult for her to hold her head high among the celestial clans." With this thought, Su Chenxiao turned his gaze to the resting Yuan Moyu below and transmitted his thoughts. In the upcoming match, should you face Shen Liyun, treat her as she treated Dongfang Wan. Upon receiving this transmission, Yuan Moyu paused in surprise and looked up, nodding lightly. She glanced at Shen Liyun, who was nearby, and relayed back, "Understood, my lord." As the 5 matches concluded, an elder from the Su clan rose and proclaimed loudly, "Though this incident was unforeseen, let be known that our imperial family's marriage selection is to be conducted with decorum, and we cannot allow a repeat of what just transpired. Those who advance may take their seats to recover and await the next round." Due to Shen Liyun's actions, the following matches saw the participating women exercising much restraint, resulting in many celestial prodigies lamenting the loss of the previously vibrant spectacle. The marriage selection was divided into 5 rounds, and to become one of the chosen 10, one must achieve 5 consecutive victories. In the subsequent duels, whether by design or coincidence, Shen Liyun's opponents were all illustrious women of great renown. Each one executed decisive and fierce techniques, seemingly targeting her specifically, forcing Shen Liyun to expend nearly all her strength in every battle. This spectacle did not go unnoticed. As one prodigy voiced their dissatisfaction, "Is it merely my illusion, or do they seem to be ganging up on that Miss Shen?" After several rounds, Shen Liyun's tenacity in overcoming the odds had firmly embedded her image of resilience in the minds of many, with numerous prodigies beginning to rally in her support. "This must be due to the Tating ancient sect Saintus," someone remarked. "To reach this 4th round at the first level of the Undying Realm is no small feat. It's simply unfair. That young lady clearly did not intend for this to happen. Besides, she suppressed her cultivation." Even Chenxiao found himself somewhat surprised by the situation. He lowered his gaze, casting a teasing glance at Shen Liyun. "Since you enjoy playing the White Lotus, then let us see how far you can maintain that facade." While the crowd rested, outside the Wan Emperor city, a striking young man clad in purple robes, his eyes shimmering like stars, appeared. His brows furrowed as he gazed at the reincarnation palace token in his hand, murmuring, "Why do both Shi Lian and junior sister Liyun's presences linger here? It seems quite lively." He mingled into the bustling crowd and casually stopped a passerby to inquire, "Friend, may I ask what transpired here?" The passerby, initially impatient, paused upon seeing the young man's handsome visage and extraordinary aura, before explaining, "You are unaware? The Imperial Su family is hosting a marriage selection, and everyone in Wan Emperor City has gathered to watch." The young man's pupils constricted as realization dawned on him. A marriage selection? Could this be what junior sister Liu mentioned? Meanwhile, having won 4 matches, Shen Liyun looked at the token in her hand, a surge of joy welling within her. "If I win one more match, I may have the opportunity to be chosen by that imperial young lord. Since awakening my memories, I have captivated numerous talented youths from the ancient sacred clans to the immortal paths. Yet, the resources required for my devouring divine body are immense. These individuals' offerings are scarcely sufficient for a breakthrough. Should I become the betrothed of that imperial young lord, I will no longer have to worry about resources." As the number on her token changed, Shen Liyun lifted her gaze to behold her final opponent, her expression shifting slightly. "Is it her?" Chapter 87. It was not my intention across the arena. You maintained a tranquil demeanor, her eyes closed in meditation. Shen Liyun furrowed her brows, murmuring in dissatisfaction, "Damn it, how could it be you when the most formidable presence here? If there was one opponent everyone wished to avoid, it was undoubtedly her. With the highest cultivation level in the room, she was at the 6th rank of the King Realm, possessing the divine body of the Brahma sky, and had made her name known in the ancient battlefield. This paragon of excellence had not even exerted her full strength in the previous rounds, effortlessly defeating her foes within 10 moves. What terrible luck!" Shen Liyun lamented, realizing that had she not restricted her own cultivation, she would not have felt intimidated. However, she was currently only at the 1st level of the Undying Realm, and faced with such an opponent, her confidence waned. As the elder from the Su family announced the commencement of the final round, Shen Liyun took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the arena. Upon witnessing Yu's movement, the gathered talents gaped in awe. Was this match truly Shen Liyun versus Yu? It was over before it had even begun. Despite some harboring goodwill towards Shen Liyun, no one believed she stood a chance, as they were clearly not on the same level. Shen Liyun smiled, gazing at the tall, golden-haired beauty before her, a surge of jealousy welling within her. With a playful tone, she said, "I know I am no match for you, Sister Yuan. Please show mercy." Yuan Mou, wielding a long spear, radiated a golden divine power. "Let's begin." Without granting her a moment more, Yuan Mou swiftly appeared before Shen Liyun, her eyes filled with pride and disdain as she swung her spear downwards. Shen Liyun's pupils constricted as she felt the overwhelming divine light descend upon her. She quickly raised her reincarnation spirit sword to defend herself. Boom! The disparity in their realms was far too vast. With a single strike, Shen Liyun was sent flying, her face pale and blood spilling from her lips. The devouring divine body activated, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and the remnants of divine power within her. After several exchanges, Shen Liyun's delicate yellow gown bore numerous scratches as she struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught. Her beauty grew increasingly marred. "This wretched woman seeks to humiliate me?" The battle drew the attention of most present, sparking fervent discussions. The divine girl of the Yuan clan could undoubtedly defeat Shen Liyun outright, yet seemed to be deliberately holding back. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Shen Liyun had even apologized, and the subsequent matches had been light touches. Surely, the previous incident was not intentional. Another strike tore through her gown, exposing her fair thigh. Yuan Mou smirked and remarked, "It was not my intention." That sly one. Shen Liyun realized the deliberate targeting. Fuming with indignation, she exclaimed, "Is this enough?" Internally seething, she was dismayed that despite being at a disadvantage and evading, the noble son did not intervene. "I merely returned the grievances that the Eastern girl suffered," Yuan Mou retorted, recalling Su Chenxiao's instructions. With a forceful thrust, she intentionally inflicted injury upon Shen Liyun, pausing only slightly as the spear tip pierced her gown, then dismissively flicked it upward. Ripe, in that moment, even her undergarments were torn away, revealing her pristine skin. Gasp! All present were left wide-eyed. This was a scene they would never forget. If Shen Liyun's earlier mishap had been unintentional, then Yuan Mou's actions were far too deliberate, clearly aiming to humiliate Shen Liyun. Was this truly how women dueled? If taken seriously, it was utterly brutal, targeting clothing. Even the powerful figures in the loft stared in shock, their expressions bizarre. Would that girl not concede? If this continued, she might lose everything. Su Chenxiao sipped tea with a smile, raising an eyebrow as he murmured, "Quite refreshing." Ding! The destined protagonist Shen Liyun has lost face. Destiny value decreased by 30,000. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 30,000 villain points. You despicable wretch. A voice filled with rage erupted. Shen Liyun, consumed with fury, her face flushed and eyes blazing with murderous intent. This blow seemed to have stripped away her facade, revealing a stark contrast to her previously innocent demeanor. Clenching her teeth, her beautiful eyes burned with resentment and hatred. She lifted the restrictions on her cultivation, one hand shielding her modesty, the other gripping the reincarnation spirit sword, charging forward with murderous intent. "I will have your life." Drunken moon slash. A terrifying silver arc of light burst forth. Free from her previous constraints, Shen Liyun began to absorb the power around her as if she were a whale swallowing the sea, even devouring divine abilities. Yuan Mou narrowed her eyes, sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations, and scoffed. "You still refuse to concede. Even unrestrained, the gap between us is insurmountable. It ends here." Boom! A cataclysmic clash of golden divine radiance erupted as their formidable powers collided. Yuan Mou's spear struck forth, annihilating the crescent-shaped divine light and aiming directly at Shen Liyun's throat. With a cold voice, she declared, "You have lost." The spear hovered mere millimeters from her throat. Shen Liyun stood rigid, then collapsed to the ground, her hair cascading down as she bowed her head, horror and disbelief etched on her face. How could I lose? I was, freed from my restrictions. With her spear returned to hand, Yuan Mou wore a disdainful expression. "With such a twisted heart, do you dare to dream of catching the eye of the noble sun?" Oomph. With that, She turned proudly and departed, leaving Shun Liyun alone on the ground, trembling in desolation. Ding! The destined female lead Shun Liyun's resolve has wavered. Destiny value decreased by 20,000. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 20,000 villain points. Chenxiao chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. The destined protagonist lacked a system and had no firm heart of dust. Too impetuous, she faltered at the first sign of defeat, truly disappointing. At that moment, in the vast martial arena, a brilliant celestial phenomenon erupted. All eyes turned towards the spectacle. A mist of pale, purple creation energy filled the air, as if an ancient tree had manifested, with the ethereal forms of dragons and phoenixes intertwining, reminiscent of the creation of the world. Even Chenxiao was taken aback. Was that a divine body manifestation? The powerful figures within the loft were equally stunned, all rising in disbelief. Creation energy? Could that girl be the legendary creation divine body? Chapter 88. 10 Victors Emerge. The divine sun position of the imperial clan Su family. In another arena, a thunderous roar echoed. The astonishing spectacle of the vast ocean-like phenomenon left the renowned figure of the Wangu sacred clan, Shangguan Qinghua, utterly astounded. The overwhelming pressure forced a trickle of blood from her lips as she clutched her chest, sighing deeply after a moment. I have lost. The divine body of creation, a rarity in the world, is in no way inferior to that young man's chaotic divine body. With such a physique, my defeat is hardly unjust. Shangguan Qinghua clasped her hands, her eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. For them, only by entering the top 10 would they have the opportunity to be chosen by that young prince of the imperial clan. However, with her defeat in this final round, she, like Shen Liyun, had lost his chance. Prior to this, everyone had deemed the goddess Yuan to be the most favored contender. Yet I believe, Miss Nan, you are far more suitable. Farewell. Nan Shilian nodded slightly, casting a glance at the kneeling Shen Liyun, her expression calm, saying nothing further. The celestial phenomenon of the divine body of creation had been unveiled. The powerful figures within the upper pavilion were all astonished, already calculating in their minds. An elder from the Tao lineage exclaimed with bright eyes, who would have thought the divine body of creation would reappear in the world. Does this not imply the long-hidden mystic realm of creation within the ancient battlefield can be unlocked? The mystic realm of creation had stood for countless years within the ancient battlefield, known to all as the legacy of the ancient emperors. Many marveled, and Su Wudao chuckled, saying, I know you all are curious about the mystic realm of creation, but today is a significant event for my imperial clan. I would prefer that no one attempts to entice Miss Nan regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Fully understanding the implication of the clan leader's words, each hurriedly assuring, naturally, we would never force this young lady to open the mystic realm. It is entirely up to her discretion. Ha ha, of course. Su Wudao nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, an elder from the Su family turned his gaze towards the group of women below, declaring loudly, the competition has concluded, and among this 100+ participants, the victors are Yuan Moyu of the Yuan sacred clan, Nan Shilian of the Reincarnation Hall, and Chu Xiuyu of the Nine Xiandao lineage. In the venue below, many prodigies praised the previous scene in admiration. Shen Liyun's beautiful face turned ashen, when suddenly a mocking laugh reached her ears. Turning to see the enchanting Su Yun of the Wuji demon sect teasingly remarking, what use is that little trick? In the end, not only did you achieve nothing, but you also made a fool of yourself. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Shut your mouth, you vile harlot. Shen Liyun gritted her teeth. Su Yun flashed a charming smile, glancing at her with playful disdain. I have no intention of continuing this conversation. Ah, it seems that Elder Su is calling for us victors. You may as well stay here. Shen Liyun's temper flared further, her fists clenched tightly, her expression frosty. As a transmigrator, she had never regarded these upper realm natives highly. With just a slight maneuver, she had managed to drive Nan Shilian away from the Reincarnation Hall. She had never endured such humiliation in this place. Several prodigies who held her in high regard approached with cups in hand, attempting to console her. Miss Shun, you suppressed your cultivation and faced the goddess of the Yuan sacred clan. Your defeat is not unjust. The Wuji demon sex lady is known for her sharp tongue. Best not to take her words to heart. Shun Liyun raised her head, sizing them up before smiling faintly. Scram. A few insignificant Dao lineage members think they can pursue me? Do you believe yourselves to be the imperial clan's young prince? At that moment, the token of the reincarnation hall hanging at her waist suddenly glimmered. Shun Liyun paused, picking up the token, murmuring in confusion, "Senior brother Zhou." Her beautiful eyes sparkled. She had not expected her senior brother would appear here. In the pavilion, Su Wudao instructed an elder of the Su family to escort Yuan Moyu and the other 9 women into the building. He then turned to the gathered dignitaries at the banquet, laughing heartily as he announced, "This time, the Su family's marriage proposal will ultimately be decided by my son, Su Chenxiao. However, before that, there is something my Su family wishes to take this opportunity to announce." Oh, the crowd was instantly intrigued, with a great power chuckling. The Su clan leader seems to imply that what follows is of great significance. Hee, let me guess, that young Master Jingheng has already entered the supreme realm, having long been recognized as a powerful figure within the clan, and this divine son position has been vacant for many years. Could it be this matter? An elder from an indestructible lineage chuckled. In the imperial clans and various sacred families, there has always been a tradition that under the supreme realm, the most outstanding prodigious talent within the clan may be conferred the title of divine son or divine daughter. The purpose of this is to signify the individual's importance and status to other factions, preventing them from being oppressed or treated unfairly by powerful figures in the future. This is not merely a matter of identity. The position of divine son carries significant decision-making authority, capable of mobilizing the clan's power. The young prodigies from various forces below looked on with great curiosity. Su Wudao grinned broadly, his voice resonating with vigor. "What you all say is correct. Since the last divine son of my Su family, 3 years have passed without a successor. Today's marriage proposal is but one aspect. The most crucial matter is that my youngest son, Su Chenxiao, is about to succeed me as the current divine son of our imperial clan." As these words rang out, the prodigies in the hall were all taken aback. As far as they knew, this young master of the Su family had only just returned from his trials in the lower realm. Even after being cleansed in the dragon transformation pool, his cultivation should only be at the ascending heaven realm. However, they quickly regained their composure, for the innate chaotic divine body was a legendary powerful physique, said to unify myriad laws, ever-changing and boundless in mystery. All eyes in attendance turned toward the lofty figure of Su Chenxiao, who was currently gazing down, a serene smile upon his face as he stroked the celestial divine phoenix in his arms. His parents had already informed him of this matter, so he was not surprised. The position of divine son, Su Wudao laughed heartily, then continued, "Everyone, this title of divine son is not a personal endeavor of mine, Su Wudao. This matter has been decided by all the elders within the clan and the emperor of our ancestral land." Shower, he turned to his son, who sat calmly not far away. He was quite pleased with his son's composed demeanor, unaffected by joy or sorrow. Words alone won't suffice, Xiao. If you do not step forward and demonstrate your abilities, I fear I might become the subject of ridicule. Chapter 89. The 15 Great Avenues. The young emperor, he reflected on his illustrious life, acknowledging a hint of personal ambition, yet ultimately prioritizing the greater good. In the past, Su Jingheng had single-handedly wielded a spear, overcoming dozens of defiant prodigies within the Su clan to attain the position of divine son. Su Chenxiao smiled gently, rising slowly, the celestial divine eagle resting upon his shoulder. "Father, I understand." With that, Su Chenxiao leaped from the pavilion, stepping into the sky. As this imperial scion made his move, many gifted individuals turned their gaze toward him, their curiosity piqued. Even the great powers within the pavilion were eager to see what surprise this young man would unveil. "What does young Master Su intend to do?" Someone murmured in intrigue. Suddenly, a resounding cry echoed through the air. The celestial divine eagle, with its snow-white feathers and extraordinary grace, soared into the sky, circling above. Su Chenxiao walked through the air, a subtle yet warm smile gracing his lips. With a hum, he unleashed his full cultivation at the second level of the King realm, and a magnificent, yellowish aura of the great Tao materialized beneath his feet. It seemed to emanate from ancient times, imbued with a terrifying, primal essence. Phenomena in heaven and earth spiraled around him, as if witnessing a divine figure, striking down colossal beasts. The ancient great Tao, the power of the Tao. This was an extremely difficult Tao to comprehend. King realm cultivation. How could this be? Wasn't this young master just returned from the lower realms? Witnessing this spectacle, countless extraordinary prodigies widened their eyes, fixated on the unparalleled figure in luxurious black attire. Only Su Wudao and the members of the Su clan truly understood Su Chenxiao's intentions. Su Wudao's eyes shone brightly. Though his expression remained composed, his heart surged with excitement. Go, Xiaobao. Today, you are the absolute protagonist, no longer needing to conceal your brilliance. This generation's divine son position belongs solely to my Xiaobao. No one else is worthy to touch it. Shen Wanyue wore a look of deep satisfaction, alongside Su Jingheng and Su Yao Wang, who were equally thrilled for their younger brother. Our little brother has grown up. Brother, after your departure, the divine son position has a worthy successor. I am not dead, Su Jingheng coldly stated. With a hum, in the next moment, a surge of malevolent energy erupted forth. Countless auras flowed, as if echoing the cries of a fierce battle between gods and demons, an unending symphony of clashing weapons. And all present seemed to envision a brutal and bloody massacre. The sound of a sword resonated melodiously as an enormous, celestial sword manifested. The Tao of gods and demons. The Tao of the celestial vault. Yet again, two supreme great Taos emerged. Such rare pathways could only be comprehended by those possessing divine bodies. Today, three appeared one after another. Emerging from the pavilion, Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with joy as he took another step forward. He felt enveloped by the great Tao, each step resonating with the extraordinary auras of various divine pathways. Two great Taos manifested simultaneously, the Crimson Sky Tao and the Celestial Fire Tao. 5 great Taos, 3 supreme and 2 upper tier, were astonishing indeed. Some began to tremble. 5 great Taos were sufficient to achieve kingship, not to mention the overwhelmingly potent supreme ones. And now, 6. With each step he took, Su Chenxiao left behind an aura that was both terrifying and uniquely different. The 9th. My heavens! How could this be? This could hardly be considered kingship. It was said that the previous divine son of the Su clan, his elder brother, had achieved 9 great Taos, earning the title of young emperor, dominating the ancient battlefield against countless prodigies. Could it be that our generation would once again be overshadowed by the terror of imperial prodigies? Buzz. 10, 11. At this moment, the crowd had transitioned from sheer shock to a state of numbness. Boom, when a final, dazzling chaotic Tao manifested, swirling around him. A total of 15 magnificent great Taos appeared in the sky. This unforgettable scene rendered countless prodigies speechless with awe. All present dropped their jaws, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. 15. Is this a dream? How could this be? Even the ancient emperors are said to have achieved only 12 great Taos, right? Madness. Pure madness. Gazing at the resplendent, peerless figure in the sky, many extraordinary women felt ripples in their hearts, regretting not being among the chosen 10. Even the powerful beings within the pavilion were visibly shaken, their emotions aflame with astonishment. How could this be possible? Within the crowd, Shen Liyun trembled, disbelief shining in her beautiful eyes. 15 great Taos, such a noble identity, with unparalleled talent and beauty. This imperial scion occupied her every thought. At that moment, she felt profound regret. Had she utilized her trump card in the earlier contest, defeat would have been impossible. Shen Liyun's gaze was entranced, biting her lip as she murmured, "No matter what methods you employ, you cannot escape my grasp." She was resolute, believing her traverser mindset would not be outmatched by these ordinary individuals. After the ninth grade Tao, each step Su Chenxiao took captured the attention of everyone present. As he moved forward once more, someone trembled, their voice quaking as they spoke. Could there be more? Just as everyone anticipated the emergence of a 16th great Tao. Su Chenxiao paused slightly, the Tao related to the dark era remaining hidden. A playful glimmer flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the astonished crowd below, smiling gently. This time, there truly are no more. With a collective sigh of relief, everyone felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Thank goodness, thank goodness. 15 great Taos, more terrifying than the ancient emperors, and you tell me to be relieved? How can we proceed? We haven't even entered the ancient battlefield, and this scene has already shaken my Tao heart. Within the pavilion, the powerful beings from various factions witnessed this unparalleled spectacle. The shock was akin to witnessing the birth of a young emperor. They were so astounded that words failed them, while Su Wudao, beaming with joy, broke the silence with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, my son has truly shone. 15 great Taos are commendable, even among the ancients. Many widened their eyes, their expressions reflecting the strangeness of the moment. Their expectations were not high. They only wished for the prodigies within their clan to possess even half the prowess of this Chenxiao. Yu Wen Shengzu's clan leader was the first to regain composure, stepping forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader Su. Young master Chenxiao has comprehended 15 great Taos at the King Realm. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even the supreme emperors of the past. Such an extraordinary scene was a privilege for us to witness. It would be an unforgettable experience for a lifetime. The others quickly followed suit, offering their congratulations, regardless of their motives. At this moment, all were acutely aware that within the Imperial Su clan, another extraordinary prodigy had been born, one capable of reigning supreme for an entire era. Chapter 90, The Fiancé E. The envious protagonist of destiny. With a hearty laugh, Su Wudao waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the distinguished guests at the banquet below. Today marks the birth of the chosen son of the Su family, and we also celebrate a joyous engagement. I am grateful for your attendance. Each of you present shall receive a Qingling pill, while those exceptional women participating in the competition will be granted both an ancient divine pill and a Qingdi pill, along with a wisp of primordial purple qi and exquisite spirit stones. These rewards can be claimed from the external steward of the Su family at the conclusion of the event. At this proclamation, the entire venue erupted with excitement. What a marvelous opportunity! Primordial purple qi and Qingling pills? They had anticipated merely enjoying the spectacle and revelry, never expecting such bountiful rewards. The Qingling pill, a sacred elixir, though not as astonishing as the Qingdi pill, could extend one's lifespan and serve as a life-saving remedy in dire circumstances. Even outside, a single Qingling pill commanded a substantial price in the marketplace. The participating women were ecstatic. Primordial purple qi, a rare innate essence yielded by the primordial divine tree, was unique to the Su family among all the realms, a coveted treasure for any cultivator. One young prodigy murmured in exhilaration, truly befitting the Su family. I never imagined even we spectators would receive such generous gifts. Su Wudao raised his hand with a smile. Now that the engagement festivities have concluded, the top 10 women of this competition, please come forth. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Su Chenxiao, hovering in the distance. Shower, come here. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, and under Su Wudao's guidance, they made their way to the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Within the Su family's ancestral site, several women, including Yuan Mo Yu and Nan Shi Lian, awaited with bated breath. The atmosphere was rife with tension. Su Yun, with a charming smile, looked towards a proud maiden clad in a green dress and remarked, Lady Chu Tian, I never expected the Jiushuan Dao lineage to participate in this engagement. Chu Xiaoyu glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, the Su family, being an imperial lineage, has a son of noble birth and exceptional talent. To become his fiancé, it would be a tremendous opportunity for us and our sect. Moreover, even the Wanhua Palace, which forbids marriage, has sent representatives. The participation of our Jiushuan Dao lineage is hardly surprising. Su Yun chuckled, a glint of amusement flashing in her alluring eyes. This Jiuquan goddess speaks candidly. Yet she speaks the truth. No matter how remarkable the Su young master may be, without the backing of an imperial lineage, it would be inconceivable for so many factions to vie for his favor. For those of us on the path of cultivation, resources are paramount, especially post-kingdom ascension, where each minor advancement demands vast resources. Without a solid foundation, even the most extraordinary talent can fade into mediocrity. The imperial families, however, can effortlessly attract countless cultivators with the slightest offerings. Indeed, Lady Chu Tian has a point, Su Yun replied with a smile, her gaze now cautiously resting on Yuan Mo Yu and Nanshi Lian, the two calmest individuals in the gathering. It was evident from the previous competition that both had not exerted their full capabilities. As the women awaited further developments, two figures suddenly appeared. Su Wudao and Su Chenxiao strode in confidently, prompting the gathered women to react swiftly, stepping forward to greet them. Patriarch Su, young Master Su. Su Wudao smiled broadly, his gaze scanning the assembly of extraordinary women before him. Thank you for your patience. Shower, among these distinguished women, is there anyone who captures your interest? Do not worry too much. I have discussed it with your mother, and if you fancy them, it would be perfectly acceptable to take them all. His words sparked a flicker of hope in the eyes of several women present. If that were the case, it would indeed be a wondrous outcome. Su Chenxiao, with narrowed eyes, surveyed the group of women. After all, it was merely a title of fiancé. It held no significant weight for him. Without hesitation, he had already made his decision before arriving. With a gentle smile, he declared, Nanshi Lian and Yuan Mo Yu. Father, I choose them both. This declaration left the surrounding women visibly disheartened. Although they had anticipated such a choice, they were still taken aback by how swiftly this imperial youth made a selection. Su Chenxiao. Yuan Mo Yu gazed at him with admiration, her heart fluttering uncontrollably despite having received a clear response. Su Wudao was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Splendid. It appears, Shower, you had your mind made up during the competition. I was unnecessarily concerned. Su Chenxiao's gaze remained calm as he regarded the assembly of women. Like them, he recognized that they were all here for the sake of benefits. He had promised Yuan Mo Yu one position, while his choice of Nanshi Lian was motivated by the legacy of the ancient emperor that lay behind her. Su Wudao turned to the gathered women, contemplating for a moment before smiling. Very well, since my son has made his selection, we shall keep Miss Mo Yu and Miss Nan. The others may approach me or the elders of the Su family to collect their rewards for finishing in the top 10. Outside the city of 10,000 emperors, with the conclusion of the engagement festivities, the final outcome saw the divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan and the descendant of the reincarnation palace chosen by the imperial family to become the fiancé of the young master. Various factions departed aboard colossal spiritual vessels, the events of the day having left them utterly astounded. More captivating than the engagement itself was the revelation that the returning imperial youth had already attained the king level of cultivation, possessing mastery over 15 pathways, an astonishing feat that shocked the mundane world. Following the banquet's conclusion, the various factions hastened back to relay the news to their disciples. Within a tavern in the city of 10,000 emperors, Shun Liun lamented to her companion, Brother Zhou, although Sister Nan has ostensibly been cast out by the palace master. We all know she bears the mission of unlocking the ancient battlefield's treasures. This is merely the palace master's way of sending her out for experience. Yet, she has become the fiancée of an imperial family member. As she spoke, jealousy consumed Shun Liyun. Why? I'm a transmigrator, and that mere white lotus has done nothing yet remains so fortunate. It's one thing to gain the favor of the palace master and the senior brothers, but I finally managed to frame her and expel her from the reincarnation palace, stripping her of its protection and resources. Yet, this wretched woman has now latched onto the more formidable leg of the Su family than the reincarnation palace. Chapter 91. The heroic rescue? Impossible. The young man in the purple robe, sitting opposite, furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the furious expression of his little junior sister. In a solemn tone, he spoke. Junior sister Shun, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? As far as I know, junior sister Nan would not act in such a manner. Shun Liyun huffed in discontent. Senior brother, people can change. The realm of creation surely belongs to our reincarnation hall, and senior sister Nin must harbor resentment for being expelled from it. That is why she seeks to conspire with the imperial family, the Su clan, to monopolize the realm of creation. Zhou Haoran paused, his eyes flickering as he nodded in agreement. You are right, junior sister. Her actions have indeed crossed the line. The significance of the realm of creation is not lost on her. It is likely that the Su clan values this as well, hence their engagement. Seeing this, Shen Liyun's heart swelled with delight, and she hastily interjected, Senior brother, since senior sister Nin has acted unkindly first, we cannot be blamed for our actions. However, she is currently under the protection of the imperial family. We must find a way to separate her from that young Master Su. Though Zhou Haoran felt a twinge of doubt, he held no suspicion towards his most trusted junior sister. After all, they were from the imperial Su family. It would not be wise for our reincarnation hall to offend them. Do you have any good strategies, junior sister? Shen Liyun's expression brightened, her eyes glinting as she replied. All I require is an opportunity to approach young Master Su. I shall devise a plan. Wait. Zhou Haoran's expression soured at her words, his brow furrowing as he asked. What do you mean, junior sister? You should know my feelings for you. Shen Liyun's face turned serious as she responded. Senior brother, I am fully aware. However, this matter is of utmost importance. Even if I must sacrifice something, it cannot be avoided. Since awakening her memories, she had effortlessly manipulated Zhou Haoran's affections towards her. Initially, she had a decent impression of this senior brother, yet after encountering the imperial young master Su Chenxiao, she realized her feelings had significantly diminished. It seemed she would have to rely on him as a mere tool. 10 days later, a magnificent and imposing golden celestial lion traversed the void, its golden radiance blazing fiercely. The chaos mysterious pearl floated in midair, emanating an incredibly rich aura of chaos. Su Chenxiao reclined upon a pair of long, snow-white legs, inhaling the faint fragrance of the maiden while lazily closing his eyes in slumber. Yuumiyu gazed down at the extraordinary young man resting on her lap, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration as she gently brushed his hair. Young master, it is time to cease your cultivation. We are nearing the ancient battlefield. A hum resonated as a misty white light enveloped him, and his cultivation realm smoothly advanced from the second to the third level of the king's domain. Should anyone witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, for it was rare for anyone to cultivate in such a manner. The most outrageous part was that he was achieving breakthroughs while reclining. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes to behold an exquisite face and towering peaks before him. He smiled lazily, sitting up from her beautiful legs and stretching. How long has it been? Yuumiyu giggled softly, responding, It has been 3 days since we departed from the Holy Emperor's domain. 3 days? That is quite a while. Su Chenxiao mused, nodding slightly. After the engagement, his fiancée, Nan Shilian, had gone to her sister, Su Yaohuang, to forge her own life artifact with the celestial flames of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, he had proceeded ahead to the ancient battlefield with Yuumiyu. Storing the chaos mysterious pearl within his spatial pouch, Su Chenxiao remarked with a gentle smile, the ancient battlefield. I wonder how many prodigies will emerge there. It is quite exciting. Yuumiyu's enchanting face lit up with respect and admiration. With your current strength, young master, even if you do not make a name for yourself in the ancient battlefield, no one would dare to speak ill of you. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, his eyes shimmering with depth. That is not the point. The ancient battlefield is a realm unto itself, filled with countless opportunities and the legacies left by ancient emperors. It gathers prodigies from various clans and even the extraordinary beings of ancient tribes. There will be more than enough fated individuals here, saving me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. At that moment, a sudden voice from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Detected the appearance of the fated male protagonist. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not far ahead, the sounds of intense clashes of divine powers echoed through the air. Boom! An astonishing aura surged through the void, creating terrifying ripples. Are they fighting? Su Chenxiao mused, raising an eyebrow. Yuumiyu, seemingly unfazed, smiled and explained, Young master, We are very close to the ancient battlefield. It is not unusual for prodigies to engage in battles over grievances. As she spoke, Yuumiyu turned her gaze forward, her brows furrowing slightly upon recognizing the female combatant. Is that her? The combatants before them were none other than the Reincarnation Hall's representative, Shun Liyun. Curiosity piqued, Su Chenxiao also looked over. Name, Zhou Haoran. Title, Master of Reincarnation Hall, fated male protagonist. Identity, heir of the Reincarnation Hall. Age, 27. Personality, passionate. Indecisive. Realm, 9th level of the King's domain. Physique, ascendant physique. How peculiar. It seems that Shun Liyun's fated male protagonist is indeed him, but why are they engaged in battle just as I arrive? It feels rather contrived. Su Chenxiao found it odd and casually remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with them. We should proceed." Yuumiyu nodded, sharing her lack of fondness for the woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Liyun, bloodied and disheveled, gritted her teeth as she unleashed a divine technique. Boom! She had meticulously orchestrated this moment for Su Chenxiao's arrival. Catching a glimpse of the figure approaching in the distance, her heart leapt with joy. He has come. The opportunity was fleeting. She quickly transmitted to her senior brother Zhou Haoran. Senior brother, young master Su has arrived. Do not hesitate. Strike with all your might. Zhou Haoran frowned, puzzled by his junior sister's intentions. Be cautious. I shall hold back. With that, Zhou Haoran's eyes sparkled, summoning a vast, ethereal cauldron that trembled the very void, surging towards Shun Liyun with overwhelming force. The Celestial King's suppression cauldron. Shun Liyun's face gleamed with ecstasy. She could not believe that young Master Su would remain indifferent in his presence. Her carefully planned act of heroism was leading to this moment. Forget the past. Shun Liyun feigned indignation, striking with her reincarnation spirit sword. Boom! A terrifying radiance erupted, even though she had restrained her power. As a master of the 9th level of the King's domain, Shun Liyun was gravely injured in an instant. Her complexion turned pale, her breath weak. She had invested everything. Shun Liyun expelled a mouthful of vital blood, her entire being sent flying through the air. During her flight, she caught a glimpse of the magnificent and imposing heavenly golden Swanee hastening towards her, her heart swelling with unexpected joy. Finally, this young lady has invested a great deal for this spectacle. Surely no man could remain indifferent to a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Could he? Just as she reveled in this secret delight, the next moment left her utterly dumbfounded. The esteemed young Master Su of the Imperial clan seemed oblivious to her presence, effortlessly soaring past her atop the heavenly golden Swanee, not even casting a glance in her direction. Chapter 92, The Spirit of the Divine Source. A performance turned real, etc. What is this script? Why does it differ so greatly from what I had envisioned? Shun Liyun watched in astonishment as the heavenly golden Swanee soared past her, her eyes wide with disbelief. The antics of the two caught the attention of Su Chenxiao, who heard the system's notification of acquiring villain points. A playful glint flickered across Su Chenxiao's expression. This destined protagonist is rather absurd, indeed. The scene of a hero rescuing his sister seems rather contrived, occurring precisely at this moment, as both were members of the Reincarnation Hall. It was hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Let us proceed to the ancient battlefield, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, departing with Yuan Moyu without a backward glance, watching as the heavenly golden Swanee quickly vanished from sight. Shun Liyun's beautiful eyes widened in frustration. Are you even a man? After I put in so much effort for this performance, you simply walk past me. From a distance, Zhou Haoran was equally awkward, hesitating on whether to continue his assault. Junior sister, shall we continue? He transmitted. Just then a loud voice echoed, stop. Do not harm that lady. A formidable force surged toward him from behind. Sensing the intense threat, Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow and turned around. Numerous young prodigies gathered beyond the ancient battlefield, and he saw a young man charging forward with an imposing aura, coldly declaring, to bully the weak with your 9th-tier king realm strength is intolerable. I, Wang Lingshan, cannot abide such behavior. Sky-severing palm. Boom. Witnessing this scene, Shun Liyun's lovely face darkened significantly, her expression sour. "Who is this intruder? Is I not your target?" After pondering for a moment, she looked at Zhou Haoran, who was entangled with the young prodigy, and transmitted, "Brother, hold him off. I shall seek out that young Master Su. I have a plan." With that, Shen Liyun wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and to maintain her appearance of being severely injured, she had even refrained from consuming healing pills. Instead, she forced herself onward, pursuing the heavenly golden swanee. Junior's sister, Zhou Haoran, was taken aback, intending to stop her. However, the young prodigy, intent on heroically saving the beauty, unleashed another deadly strike. Boom! Within the ancient battlefield, Chenxiao stood proudly atop the heavenly golden swanee, gazing down at the desolate landscape below. Upon entering this realm, he immediately felt a surge of the forces of heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, many powerful presences could be felt, and even in the surrounding sky, one could observe the figures of various young talents and disciples of illustrious lineages. However, the aura and appearance of the heavenly golden swanee were so astonishing that many turned their curious gazes toward it. Which prodigy from his sect has come to train in the ancient battlefield? Do you not recognize him? He is the divine son of the imperial Su clan. At the recent banquet, we were fortunate to receive many valuable gifts from the imperial family. Some attendees murmured softly. Although they knew the divine son would come to the ancient battlefield, they did not expect it to be so soon. Chenxiao maintained a tranquil expression as he raised his right hand, giving it a gentle clench. Boom! An astonishing force erupted from his palm, akin to the sound of something being crushed. What a resilient domain space. Chenxiao murmured softly. Beside him, Yuan Moyu chuckled lightly and spoke, "Young master, it is said that the ancient battlefield was left behind by many ancient emperors of yore. This realm not only restricts those above the Saint Realm, but even emperors would find it challenging to tear the heavens apart. Here, the prodigies can fully unleash their abilities without restraint. Sometimes possessing excessive strength can be a burden. Most powerful cultivators duel in the void, and the clashes of their abilities could easily exceed the limits of ordinary domains. Should they fight in the lower realms, it may lead to devastation and the fall of myriad beings. Moreover, the ancient battlefield not only harbors trials set by the sages, but also contains many relics left behind by them. These treasures and fortunes within the relics randomly scatter across the land over time. One could say the ancient battlefield is the best destination for those in need of resources, or those facing bottlenecks in their progress. Chenxiao nodded slightly. Indeed, that is quite accurate. Yuan Moyu continued respectfully, "Young master, the ancient battlefield is divided into 1,000 cities, each named after the sages who left behind trials. Not far from here is the city of the beastly ape, ruled by the prodigies of the beast clan, capable of tempering one's blood and spirit. Shall we pay a visit?" Chenxiao smiled gently and replied, "Since we have arrived, it would be a waste not to participate in the trials. Let us proceed." Yuan Moyu nodded with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly flickered behind them. The injured Shen Liyun unexpectedly appeared. Upon seeing Chenxiao nearby, her eyes brightened, and she struggled to approach with her weakened body. "Divine Son Su, help me." Chenxiao turned to see her in a pitiful state, his expression oddly contemplative. "You again," Shen Liyun ascended to the heavenly golden swanee, clutching her chest, radiating a brilliant light. As soon as she arrived, her face was pale, and she looked at Chenxiao with a pleading expression. "Young Master Su, please save me. Someone is after my treasures." Yuan Moyu furrowed her brow in surprise, glancing at the unexpected guest. "What kind of monstrous being have you offended to sustain such grievous injuries?" In her earlier confrontation with Shen Liyun, she had noticed that with Shen Liyun's strength, combined with her devouring divine body, she was already a formidable contender even among those in the king realm. "Young master," she turned to Chenxiao. Chenxiao remained calm, his gaze deeply fixed on Shen Liyun beneath him. A smile graced his lips as he inquired, "What transpired? Did you not see what happened?" Shen Liyun fumed inwardly, but did not dare to express her frustration. Instead, she trembled as she lowered her hand, revealing a golden silver talisman, emanating an extraordinary radiance. Within it was a small, gold-and-silver figure, imprisoned by true energy, desperately attempting to break free. This is, upon seeing the object, Yu and Moyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The spirit of the divine source. Where did you acquire this? Chapter 93. The city of demon apes. The countenance of Shen Liyun appeared somewhat pale. Her entire being seemed on the verge of collapse as she spoke slowly. This object is a relic unearthed from the ancient battlefield. I stumbled upon it by chance, which has led to relentless pursuit from others. Ah, I see. Yu and Moyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to the side and addressed Su Chenxiao. My lord, this item is the spirit of divine origin. Acquiring it allows for the early establishment of a new divine origin Dao Palace. This treasure holds extraordinary significance for everyone within the ancient battlefield. The individual who pursued you was on the brink of a breakthrough into the pinnacle of the King realm. It is no wonder they were so relentless in their chase. The divine origin realm necessitates the establishment of a Dao Palace, a task that is exceedingly arduous. 3 Dao Palaces are already considered the mark of a prodigy. However, the spirit of divine origin can seamlessly add one more during the critical moment of establishing the divine origin. A smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he remarked, "Such a precious treasure, yet alas, it seems it is not fated for me. Why then should I rescue you?" Shen Liyun gazed at the spirit of divine origin in her hand, hesitating for a moment before biting her lip and raising her head to address Su Chenxiao. To be frank, my lord, consuming the divine body eliminates the need for a Dao Palace. I initially intended to exchange this item for cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, I found myself in peril. I implore you to save my life, and I am willing to offer you this spirit of divine origin. With that, she slowly extended the spirit of divine origin towards Su Chenxiao, her hands trembling slightly. Her heart was bleeding. How could such a treasure possibly have emerged from the ancient battlefield? Yet, after expending great effort to obtain it from a place of fortune, while she cannot use it, its value is immense, enough to procure many resources. Knowing that this imperial scion would not regard ordinary treasures, she felt compelled to evoke his empathy, believing that only in this way could she draw closer to him. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Although Yu and Moyu harbored disdain for this woman, she too was somewhat moved by the appearance of such a treasure. My lord, you are currently in the 3rd layer of the King realm. This item will be of great use to you when you seek to break through the divine origin. Such an opportunity is rare. You should accept it. Upon hearing this, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and smiled. Have you thought this through? Such a treasure is exceedingly valuable and could yield numerous resources. Shen Liyun forced a bitter smile, replying, "If I lose my life, no amount of resources will be of any use to me." Her act was quite convincing, since an opportunity had presented itself. Su Chenxiao did not remain polite. He extended his hand to claim the spirit of divine origin. However, at that moment, Shen Liyun hesitated and withdrew her hand slightly. Observing this, Su Chenxiao paused, gazing at her with a smile. "Hand it over." He directly took the spirit of divine origin into his possession. Beep. The fated protagonist Shen Liyun has lost her treasured spirit of divine origin, resulting in a loss of 50,000 fated points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 50,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, saying, "Not bad. I never expected such a treasure would exist within the ancient battlefield. Although this item is of no use to you, it still counts as a significant fortune. Rest assured, should that person pursue you again, I shall ensure your safety." Shen Liyun managed a strained smile. Her injuries were severe, and she had refrained from taking medicinal pills for treatment in order to maintain her tragic appearance. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and unstable, seizing the opportunity to attempt to collapse into Su Chenxiao's embrace. "My lord, I feel so faint." Yet, to her surprise, Su Chenxiao sidestepped. Shen Liyun fell with a thud onto the back of the heavenly golden lion, her vision darkening as she fainted. Yu and Moyu observed the scene with a calm expression, glancing at the unconscious Shen Liyun as she softly remarked, "My lord, her injuries are far too grave. If not treated promptly, they could affect her foundation. However, I find it strange. She was clearly gravely injured, and logically, She should not have escaped from that King Realm ninth layer prodigy's grasp. Why has he not pursued her? You looked around in confusion, failing to spot Zhou Haoran. Chenxiao cast a playful glance at Shun Liyun and chuckled. Perhaps someone has intercepted him. This fellow is indeed a formidable character, willing to endure severe injury to approach me. Let's not concern ourselves with her. We shall proceed to the city of demon apes. Within the city of demon apes, although this place was a trial left by the demon emperor, it was a blend of both demons and humans. Some strikingly handsome and demonically charismatic young prodigies of the demon race walked by without conflict, surprisingly harmonious with the human prodigies around them. Upon their arrival, Chenxiao and you attracted unusual gazes from passersby, primarily due to the striking 2-meter-tall, golden-haired giant accompanying them. The giant's physique was extraordinarily robust, his bare upper body radiating an intimidating aura, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, exuding an overwhelming demonic power. Most notably, he bore on his shoulder a severely injured and beautiful woman. The giant, Chenxiao, let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with joy. Ha ha! The ancient battlefield. It has been too long since I visited such a place. Chenxiao replied with a faint smile. What, you have been here before? Chenxiao grinned widely indeed. I once carved my name upon the trials of the demon apes. The trials of the demon apes can temper one's blood and vitality. Your human bodies are simply too frail to endure here. Suddenly, as if catching a whiff of something peculiar, Chenxiao sniffed the air, frowning as he murmured, "What a familiar scent. Wait, this scent belongs to that old creature, the heavenly demon." His eyes widened in astonishment. What's wrong? Noticing Chenxiao's sudden halt, Chenxiao turned to inquire. Chenxiao, furrowing his brow, stepped forward, murmuring, "Master, I just detected the scent of my former close friend here." Oh, Chenxiao was taken aback, casting a curious glance at him. It was important to note that Chenxiao was a demon emperor from a bygone era of the Dark Age. As a divine beast of the heavens, any being he acknowledged would certainly not be an ordinary demon. Could it be a reincarnation of an emperor, or perhaps the individual never truly perished? Chenxiao's eyes glimmered as he spoke softly. Where? Lead the way. Let's investigate. Chenxiao nodded, sharing his curiosity. Following the scent, they traversed through the city, ultimately arriving within the inner city of demon apes. Suddenly, Chenxiao halted in his tracks, as if he had discovered something significant. His powerful form trembled slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring ahead. This is impossible. Could it be the heavenly demon? Chenxiao and you followed closely behind him. Not far ahead, a seemingly ordinary demon with wings sprouting from their backs stood before a stall, their cultivation concealed and difficult to discern. Their deep, pitch-black eyes, devoid of pupils, were fixated on an object in their hands, as if contemplating a purchase. Beep. Fated protagonist detected. Beep. Fated protagonist detected. Chapter 94. Scion of sinful blood, the ancient celestial demon Chenxiao stood frozen, his pupils quivering. The reason for his daze was the celestial demonic aura emanating from the wings of the figure in the distance, unmistakably belonging to the celestial demon emperor. He never anticipated that the tides of time would bring him face to face with an old friend, now transformed into mere wings. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Beside him, Chenxiao, with a peculiar expression, spoke up. Is it your old friend? Sighing heavily, Chenxiao gazed at the figure across from him and shook his head. Indeed, the celestial demon has perished. Those are its thunder wings. I never imagined they would be forged into a magical artifact. Chenxiao squinted at the distant figure. A scion of sinful blood? Name, Lin Hao. Title, Breaking the Universe Protagonist. Identity, scion of sinful blood, heir of the celestial demon legacy. Age, 24. Character, resolute, stubborn. Concealed, cultivation realm. King level stage 1. Constitution, none. Techniques, earthly slaughter triple kill, celestial demon art. Treasure, thunder wings, great sovereign seal. Destiny value, 1,000,000. Ah, the scion of sinful blood. No wonder he masquerades as a member of the demon race. This lineage betrayed the heavens during the dark era colluding with bizarre beings. After the Dark Era ended, the Celestial Emperors inexplicably spared these individuals, imprisoning them in the lower realms and marking their bloodlines, ensuring they could never return to the upper realms. Chenxiao pondered, gazing at the destined protagonist with a hint of confusion. How curious, despite lacking a divine physique and possessing few treasures, how is his destiny value so remarkably high? Breaking the universe? This sense of DJVU is infuriating. Could this protagonist belong to the classic grandfather trope? At a nearby stall, the vendor, a bear demon, grinned amiably. Hey, my avian friend, though this artifact is somewhat damaged, it's still a supreme-grade artifact. I'll even throw in some residual items as a gift. I won't ask for much, just 80,000 top-quality spirit stones, how about it? Lin Hao gazed at the cloth bag in his hand, his eyes flickering. In his mind, the voice of the celestial demon's remnant echoed. How buy it? This fellow is blind to its value. This is the legendary heaven-obscuring universe bag. Though it's a replica, it's certainly not worth just 80,000 spirit stones. Moreover, I can sense the aura of relic fragments within it. Lin Hao nodded slightly at the words, and after contemplating for a moment, spoke. This artifact is indeed flawed. I assume you've inspected its contents. I'll offer 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Will you sell it? The bear demon furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. My friend, it's not that I'm unwilling, but 10,000 spirit stones is a bit. Just then, a soft chuckle resonated from behind. I'll take that heaven-obscuring universe bag. Lin Hao frowned and turned around. Approaching him was a strikingly handsome young man clad in black, accompanied by a stunning beauty and a tall, imposing blonde man. Chenxiao cheerfully stepped forward, claiming the bag and inspecting it. Heaven-obscuring universe bag replica flawed. Contents: relic fragments, inferior spirit stones 48, broken wooden stick, artifact fragments, stone sword. After weighing the bag, Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The extraordinary nature of the bag chosen by the destined protagonist likely lay in the relic fragments contained within. 80,000 top-quality spirit stones, is it? Chenxiao asked the vendor with a smile. The bear demon blinked in surprise, then grinned widely, revealing his sharp white teeth. Human? That LL require a premium. As he spoke, Yu and Mayu stepped forward, revealing a plethora of premium spirit stones, over 7,000 in total, laid out on the table. Is this sufficient? Premium spirit stones are exceedingly valuable, and few cultivators are willing to trade them. One premium spirit stone is roughly equivalent to 14 top-quality spirit stones. The amount presented here approximates nearly 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. The bear demon's eyes widened incredulously, and he nodded dumbly. Premium spirit stones? That's enough. Absolutely enough. These human prodigies are quite generous. At this moment, Lin Hao, feeling displeased, furrowed his brow and interjected. My friend, it's customary to honor the order of interest. I was the first to express desire for this item. Is it fair to seize it from me? Chenxiao glanced at the destined protagonist, responding coolly. As it is a sold item, the highest bidder prevails. However, the bear demon nodded in agreement. Brother Avian, it's not that I don't want to assist you, but their offer is simply too generous. If you're willing to raise your bid slightly, considering our shared heritage as demons, I might be persuaded to sell it to you at a discount. Lin Hao's expression darkened as he pondered communicating with the celestial demon in his mind, only to find it utterly silent, as if lifeless. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. 90,000 top-quality spirit stones. Will you sell it? The bear demon's eyes darted around, calculating, but ultimately he shook his head. Not selling. Are you kidding me? Didn't you just say we're both of the demon race, and that you would offer a discount? Lin Hao glared at him, frowning. 200,000. 400,000. 500,000. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, glaring at Chenxiao. 500,000 top-quality spirit stones, nearly all my wealth. I've painstakingly made my way here from the lower realms, counting every spirit stone, and now I face these insufferably wealthy upper realm prodigies. Suppressing his anger, Lin Hao forced a smile. My friend, this is merely a damaged supreme-grade artifact. Its usability is uncertain. Chenxiao smiled back at him and replied, fine. 1 million top-quality spirit stones. If you can offer a better price, then it's yours. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, and he took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he locked eyes with Chenxiao, as if trying to memorize his features. Then, bowing slightly, he said, "In that case, I shall not covet what is not mine. Farewell." Ding. Protagonist Lin Hao loses the heaven-obscuring universe bag. Relic fragments. Destiny value lost 50,000. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 50,000 villain points. Chapter 95. The Soul Beast that Feasts on Elders. The Trial of the Demon Ape as Lin Hao departed. A sudden wave of insatiable longing emanated from the soul beast residing within his consciousness. It fed on spiritual essence and sensed a powerful remnant soul, yearning to consume it. Noticing the unusual stir of the soul beast, Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, as if he had come to an understanding, murmuring with keen interest, "So, that is how it is. Then let us proceed." Who would have thought there truly was an elder present? Alas, the soul beast specifically preys upon elders. With that, the soul beast transformed into an imperceptible white light and seamlessly entered Lin Hao's consciousness. Lin Hao felt a sudden shiver run through his body, involuntarily trembling. How strange. What is happening? He remained oblivious to the intrusion within his mind and, after a brief moment of confusion, left with a hint of resentment. Chenxiao's gaze flickered as he turned towards the bear demon with a faint smile. It seems he has no intention of continuing this contest. Hand it over. Yet, the bear demon clutched the enormous pouch tightly, grinning foolishly as he replied, "Hee, brother, I'm not selling it anymore. Look elsewhere." What a ridiculous notion. This was merely a flawed supreme treasure, yet it could command a price of 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. He was no fool and understood that this pouch must possess some extraordinary quality, thus inciting the competition between the two. Upon hearing this, Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Moyu's expression also turned cold as he unleashed his king-level cultivation, admonishing, "You would do well to recognize your own limitations." Unexpectedly, the bear demon showed no fear, altering his demeanor, his eyes glinting with menace as he glared at the two. "Two human cultivators. Do you dare to raise your hands within the demon ape city?" Before he could finish speaking, an incredibly sharp sword light flashed, and with a sickening thud, the bear demon's massive head soared into the air, his headless body collapsing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, passers-by from the demon race were momentarily stunned. Even Yuan Moyu was taken aback, turning to Chenxiao. "My lord, even a minor character like that bear dared to threaten me?" Chenxiao maintained his composure, still wearing a faint smile as he replied, "Let us proceed to the demon ape secret realm." Nijio beside him burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, that little bear was indeed amusing, daring to threaten my master." The air around them was charged with a terrifying aura of supreme power. In an instant, the expressions of the surrounding demon race turned grave, their senses sharpened. The demon ape trial is one of the rare trials located within the city. In its center stands a colossal stone statue of a demon ape, towering into the sky, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. It holds a pillar that reaches towards the heavens, surrounded by 10 levels of steps. Each level poses a tremendous burden and test for the body. Outside the trial, young prodigies from various regions hurried back and forth. Some were intimidated and hesitated to continue, while many with resolute gazes boldly stepped forward. Horrific screams echoed from within the trial. A powerful demon race prodigy was sent flying from the steps, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Looking at this terrifying scene, a cultivator hesitantly remarked this. "Junior sister, after all, this is a trial left by the demon race's great emperor. How can our bodies withstand it? Perhaps we should seek another location?" Are our bodies not comparable to those of the demon race? If you are afraid, then I shall go alone. Upon their arrival, Chenxiao and Yuan Moyu gazed at the immense stone ape statue with flickering eyes, intrigued. Yuan Moyu chuckled lightly, saying, "Previously, I was merely at the first level of King Realm and came here to experience it, but regrettably, I only reached the 7th level. My lord, shall we give it a try?" Chenxiao nodded slightly, stepping past the crowd and onto the steps surrounding the demon ape's weapon. Boom! As he stepped in, the stone statue of the demon ape seemed to come alive, its stone eyes opening wide, radiating an overwhelming golden light. In his ears, a powerful voice resonated, as if echoing from the ages. I am the heavenly demon emperor. This trial, the golden decay sky ladder, is left for the future generations. Should any of you ascend to the peak, you shall receive my legacy as reward. An overwhelming pressure descended, akin to a mountain pressing down upon his shoulders. Under this immense weight, Chenxiao felt his blood and energy boil. After all, this was his first encounter in the ancient battlefield trial. Chenxiao found everything around him utterly fascinating, his eyes sparkling as he softly murmured, "This is indeed intriguing. So this is what a trial entails." Yuan Moyu chimed in, "My lord, while this place can significantly temper the body, it is ultimately a legacy left by the demon race's great emperor. No human prodigy has ever reached the 9th level." Within the demon ape trial, at the 4th level, Lin Hao stumbled forward, laboriously making his way to the 4th tier, crimson energy radiating from him. Here, the longer one remained, the more one could refine their physical form. The trial was fraught with peril. Should one recklessly push beyond their physical limits, they would instantly explode, reduced to a mist of blood. Lin Hao's eyes reddened, beads of sweat streaming down his face. His entire body was tense, even showing signs of fracturing as he grit his teeth and rasped. This is only the 4th level. Yet the pressure is so immense. What the subsequent 6 levels? Each step must be fraught with danger. Heavenly Demon Senior, you surely think highly of me. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Demon's remnant soul echoed again in his mind. Hold on. This demon ape trial was left by the ancient great emperor of my demon race, whose physical form is unparalleled. At the 10th level, a divine consciousness legacy remains. The longer you endure, the greater your reward will be. Heavenly Demon Senior? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Hao paused slightly. Why did you vanish so suddenly? The heavenly demon was silent for a moment before softly replying, I just encountered an old acquaintance. That old rascal is still alive. If he knew of my current plight, he would surely mock me mercilessly. Old acquaintance? Lin Hao was startled, for the heavenly demon had once been a great emperor, a being of supreme existence. The old acquaintance he spoke of, could it be another emperor? Just as he pondered this, a light laughter echoed from the steps behind him. Is this the demon ape trial? It seems. Nothing extraordinary. Chapter 96. Pressure as Motivation. The 8th layer of the celestial ladder. Lin Hao turned to glance back, his pupils narrowing sharply. There, ascending the steps behind him, were Chenxiao and Yuan Moyu, engaged in cheerful conversation. Their expressions remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the area, as if they traversed an uninhabited realm. Yuan Moyu smiled and remarked, Young master, the trial of the demon ape allows one to leave a name only upon reaching the 7th layer. The preceding levels are merely an appetizer. With your prowess, I trust you shall surely secure a position among the highest. On the 10th layer, Chenxiao's demeanor was calm as he nodded in agreement. It is worth a try. Is that them? Lin Hao's expression shifted in surprise. As the two passed by, Chenxiao paused slightly, revealing a hint of unsteadiness. A rarity for one of his stature, devoid of any divine physique enhancement. With a playful smile, Chenxiao remarked, I did not expect our paths to cross so soon. However, in this trial, one must exert their utmost. Should the pressure become unbearable, retreating is also a wise choice. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, responding with a solemn tone. Thank you for the reminder, but I am well aware of my own limits and do not wish to burden you with concern. Chenxiao shook his head and took a step forward. Boom! The torrent of vigorous blood, energy, surged forth like a raging flood. The sheer might of his physical form caused Lin Hao to widen his eyes in astonishment, transfixed by the spectacle before him. Such formidable strength, Lin Hao thought. He must possess some divine physique, otherwise he could not navigate this with such ease. As he observed Chenxiao and Yuan Moyu effortlessly ascend to the 5th layer, a stark contrast to his own arduous struggle washed over him, instilling an overwhelming sense of disparity. At that moment, the echo of the celestial demon's residual spirit resonated in his mind. Lin Hao, this individual bears an extraordinary presence and formidable strength. He is surely a peerless prodigy of a great power. It would be prudent to avoid any conflict with him. The realms are filled with countless prodigies, especially within the ancient battlefield, where they dominate. The one you just encountered is merely one among many. You know your own talents well. Do not entertain feelings of envy. Lin Hao, aware of his own modest gifts, recognized that comparing himself to such individuals could lead to a damaging blow to his resolve, plunging him in his self-doubt. Anathema to any cultivator. I understand, esteemed celestial demon, Lin Hao replied solemnly. I shall focus on my own path and refrain from acting impulsively. His unique and sensitive identity as the sole individual to break free from the confines of the realms of the 10 directions weighed heavily on him. Thus, he concealed his presence beneath the wings of the wind and thunder god. Yet, youthful ambition surged within him. Upon witnessing Chenxiao's effortless passage into the 5th layer, Lin Hao steeled himself against the pressure, his gaze resolutely fixed on the staircase leading to the 5th layer, and stepped forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of bones cracking echoed through his body. Lin Hao grimaced, feeling as though his heart might burst under the strain, and shouted, "Advance." As he took another step, he found himself kneeling, struggling against the oppressive force of the celestial ladder, his body trembling uncontrollably. A crimson aura of blood energy erupted from him. The pressure within the 5th layer was indeed extraordinary. Yet, with difficulty, he managed to smile, his eyes gleaming with joy. I have made it. Do you see this? Esteemed celestial demon? The 5th layer. The celestial demon remained silent for a moment before responding with approval. Well done. Although the prodigies of the realms are formidable, they also serve as a powerful motivation for you. Sometimes, as is the case now, pressure can be a blessing. Meanwhile, Chenxiao and Yuan Moyu had arrived at the middle to upper section of the celestial ladder, within the 7th layer. Chenxiao's expression remained calm, yet he felt the extraordinary pressure of this layer, even in his current form. His blood surged violently, his heart raced, and every pore of his body exuded a dense energy. Ding! The destined protagonist Lin Hao's physical form has sustained damage, losing 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 20,000 villain points. Chenxiao paused, then turned to look back, chuckling softly to himself. I did say to give it your best effort.